The preface to the ensuing narrative. Since it hath pleased the Almighty God out of his infinite mercy, so to make us happy by restoring of our native king to us, and us unto our native liberty through him, that now the good may say magna temporum felicitas ubi sentia, Cavaliers et dicer licet censures, we cannot but esteem ourselves engaged in the highest of degrees to render unto him the highest thanks. We can express, although suppressed with joy, we become as lost in the performance when gladness and admiration strikes us silent, as we look back upon the precipice of our late condition, and those miraculous deliverances beyond expression freed from the slavery and those desperate perils we daily lived in fear of during the tyrannical times of that detestable usurper. Oliver Cromwell, he who had raked up such judges as would wrest the most innocent language into high treason, when he had the cruel conscience to take away our lives upon no other ground of justice or reason, the stones of London streets would rise to witness it if all the citizens were silent, and with these judges had such counsellors as could advise him unto worse. Which will less want of witness, for should the many auditors be silent, the press, as God would have it, hath given it us in print, where one of them, and his consciencekeeper too, speaks out, what shall we do with these men, saith he, jur intemperans crudulum facit medicum, et immedicable vulmes, and se recidendum, who these men are that should be brought to such Sicilian vespers. The former page sets forth those which conceit utopias, and have their daydreams of the return of I know not what golden age, with the old line, what usage, when such a privy councillor had power, could he expect, who then had published this narrative? This much so plainly shows the devil himself disliked their doings, so much more bad were they than he would have them be. Sever sure than was the devil to their commissioners at Woodstock, for he warned them with dreadful noises to drive them from their work. This counsellor, without more ado, would have all who retained conceits of allegiance to their sovereign to be absolutely cut off by the usurper's sword, a sad sentence for a loyal party to a lawful king. But heaven is always just. The party is reprived, and do acknowledge the hand of God in it, as is rightly applied, and as justly sensible of their deliverance, in that the foundation which the counsellor saith was already so well laid, is now turned up, and what he calls daydreams are come to pass. That old line which is with him there seemed aliquid divini to the contrary, is now restored, and that rock, which as he saith the prelates, and all their adherents, nay, and their master and supporter too, with all his posterity have split themselves upon, is nowhere to be heard, and that posterity are safely arrived in their ports, and masters of that mighty navy their enemies, so much increased to keep them out, with the eldest sits upon the throne, his place by birthright and descent. Paccatumque regit patriae virtutibus orbum. Upon which throne long may he sit and reign in peace, that by his just government the enemies of ours, the true Protestant Church of that glorious martyr, our late sovereign, and of his royal posterity, may be either absolutely converted or utterly confounded. If any shall now ask thee why this narrative was not sooner published, as nearer to the times wherein the things were acted, he hath the reason for it in the former lines, which will the more clearly appear unto his apprehension, if he shall perpend how much cruelty is requisite to the maintenance of rebellion, and how great care is necessary in the supporters to obviate and divert the smallest things that tend to the unblinding of the people, so that it needs will follow that they must have accounted this amongst the great obstructions to their sales of his Majesty's lands, the devil not joining with them in the security, and greater to the pulling down the royal palaces, when their chapmen should conceit the devil would haunt them in their houses for building with so ill-got materials, as no doubt, but that he hath so numerous and confident are the relations made of the same, though scarce any so totally remarkable as this, if it be not that others have been more concealed in regard of the strange circumstances as long continuances, but especially the number of persons together to whom all things were so visibly both seen and done, so that surely it exceeds any other for the devils thus manifesting themselves. It appears evidently that there are such things as devils to persecute the wicked in this world as in the next. Now if to these were added the diverse real phantasms seen at Whitehall in Cromwell's times, which caused him to keep such mighty guards in and about his bedchamber, and yet so oft to change his lodgings if those things done at St. James, where the devil so joled the sentinels against the sides of the Queen's chapel doors, that some of them fell sick upon it, and others, not taking warning by it, killed one outright, whom they buried in the place, and all other such dreadful things, those that inhabited the royal houses have been affrighted with. And if to these were likewise added a relation of all those regicides, and their abettors, the devil hath entered into, as he did the Gadarene swine with so many more of them, who hath fallen mad and died, in hideous forms of such distractions, that which hath been of this within these 12 last years in England, should all of this nature our chronicles do tell, with all the superstitious monks have writ be put together, would make the greater volume, and of more strange occurrence. And now as to the penman of this narrative, know that he was a divine, and at the time of those things acted which are here related, the minister and schoolmaster of Woodstock, a person learned and discreet, not biased, with factious humours, his name widows, who each day put in writing what he heard from their mouths, and such things as they told to have befallen them the night before therein, keeping to their own words, and never thinking that what he had writ should happen to be made public, gave it no better dress to set it forth. And because to do it now shall not be construed to change the story, the reader hath it here accordingly exposed. The just devil of Woodstock. The 16th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1649, the commissioners for surveying and valuing His Majesty's manor house, parks, woods, deer domains, and all things thereunto belonging by name, Captain Crook, Captain Hart, Captain Cocking, Captain Careless, and Captain Rowe their messenger, with Mr. Brown their secretary, and 2 or 3 servants went from Woodstock town, where they had lain some nights before, and took up their lodgings in His Majesty's house. After this manner, the bedchamber and withdrawing room they both lodged in, and made their kitchen the presence chamber, their room for dispatch of their business, with all comers of the council hall, their brewhouse as of the dinning groom, their woodhouse, where they laid in the clefts of that anteent, standard in the High Park, for many ages beyond memory, known by the name of the King's Oak, which they had chosen out, and caused to be dug up by the roots. October 17, about the middle of the night, these new guests were first awaked by a knocking at the presence chamber door, which they also conceived did open, and something to enter which came through the room, and also walked about that room with a heavy step during half an hour, then crept under the bed, where Captain Hart and Captain Careless lay, where it did seem as it were to bite and gnaw the mat and bedcords, as if it would tear and rend the feather beds, which having done a while, then would heave a while and rest, then heave them up again in the bed, more high than it did before, sometime on the one side, sometime on the other, as if it had tried which captain was heaviest. Thus, having heaved some half an hour from thence, it walked out and went under the servants' bed, and did the like to them. Hence it walked into a withdrawing room, and there did the same to all who lodged there. Thus, having welcomed them for more than 2 hours' space, it walked out as it came in, and shut the outer door again, but with the clap of some mighty force. These guests were in a sweat all this while, but out of it. Falling into a sleep again, it became morning first, before they spake their minds. Then would they have it to be a dog, yet they described it more to the likeness of a great bear, so fell to the examining under the beds, where finding only the mats scracked, but the bedcords whole, and the quarter of beef which lay on the floor untucked, they entertained other thoughts. October 18, they were all awaked as the night before, and now conceived that they heard all the great clefts of the King's Oak brought into the presence chamber, and their thump down, and after rowl about the room, they could hear their chairs and stools tossed from one side of the room unto the other, and then, as it were altogether jostled. Thus, having done an hour together, it walked into the withdrawing room, where lodged the 2 captains, the secretary, and 2 servants. Here stopped the thing a while, as if it did take breath, but raised a hideous one, then walked into the bedchamber, where lay those as before, and under the bed it went, where it did heave and heave again, that now they in bed were put to catch hold upon bedposts, and sometimes one of the other, to prevent their being tumbled out upon the ground, then coming out, as from under the bed, and taking hold upon the bedposts, it would shake the whole bed, almost as if a cradle rocked. Thus, having done here for half an hour, it went into the withdrawing room, where first it came and stood at the bed's feet, and heaving up the bed's feet, flopped them down again a while, until at last it heaved the feet so high that those in bed thought to have been set upon their heads, and having thus for 2 hours entertained them, went out, as in the night before, but with a great noise. October 19. This night they awaked not until the midst of the night. They perceived the room to shake with something that walked about the bedchamber, which having done so a while, it walked into a withdrawing room, where it took up a brass warming pan, and returning with it into the bedchamber therein, made so loud a noise in these captains' own words, it was as loud and scurvy as a ring of 5 untuned bells rung backward. But the captains, not to seem afraid, next day made mirth of what had passed, and jested at the devil in the pan. October 20. These captains and their company, still lodging as before, were wakened in this night, with some things flying about the rooms, and out of one room into the other, as thrown, with some great force. Captain Hart, being in a slumber, was taken by the shoulder, and shaked, until he did sit up in his bed, thinking that it had been one of his fellows, when suddenly he was taken on the pate with a trencher, that it made him shrink down into the bedclothes. And all of them in both rooms kept their heads at least within their sheets, so fiercely did 3 dozen of trenchers fly about the rooms. Yet Captain Hart ventured again to peep out to see what was the matter, and what it was that threw, but then the trenchers came so fast and near about his ears, that he was fain quickly to couch again. In the morning they found all their trenchers' pots and spits upon and about their beds, and all such things as were of common use scattered about the rooms. This night there were also in several parts of the room and outer rooms such noises of beating at doors and on the walls, as if that several smiths had been at work. And yet our captains shrunk not from their work, but went on in that, and lodged, as they had done before. October 21. About midnight they heard great knocking at every door. After a while the doors flew open, and into the withdrawing room entered something as of a mighty proportion. The figure of it, they knew not how to describe this, walked a while about the room, shaking the floor at every step. Then came it up close to the bedside where lay Captains Crook and Careless, and after a little pause, as it were the bed curtains both at sides and feet were drawn up and down slowly, then faster again, for a quarter of an hour, then from end to end, as fast as imagination can fancy the running of the rings, then shaked it the beds, as if the joints thereof had cracked. Then walked the thing into the bedchamber, and so played with those beds. There then took up 8 pewter dishes, and booled them about the room, and over the servants in the trucklebs. Then sometimes were the dishes taken up, and thrown cross the high beds, and against the walls, and so much battered. But there were more dishes wherein was meat in the same room, that were not at all removed. During this, in the present chamber, there was stranger noise of weighty things thrown down, and as they supposed the clefts of the king's oak, did rowl about the room, yet at the wonted hour went away, and left them to take rest, such as they could. October 22. Hath missed of being set down. The officers employed in their work farther off came not that day to Woodstock. October 23. Those that lodged in the withdrawing room in the midst of the night were awakened with the cracking of fire, as if it had been with thorns and sparks of fire burning, whereupon they supposed that the bedchamber had taken fire, and listening to it farther they heard their fellows in bed sadly groan, which gave them to suppose they might be suffocated, wherefore they called upon their servants to make all possible haste to help them. When the 2 servants were come in, they found all asleep, and so brought back word, but that there were no bedclothes upon them, wherefore they were sent back to cover them, and to stir up and mend the fire. When the servants had covered them, and were come to the chimney in the corners, they found there wearing apparel, boots and stockings, but they had no sooner tucked the embers, when the firebrands flew about their ears so fast that away ran they into the other room for the shelter of their coverlids. Then after them walked something that stamped about the room, as if it had been exceeding angry, and likewise threw about the trenchers' platters, and all such things in the room. After 2 hours went out, yet stamped again over their heads. October 24. They lodged all abroad. October 25. This afternoon was come unto them Mr. Richard Crook, the lawyer brother to Captain Crook, and now deputy steward of the manor, unto Captain Parsons and Major Butler, who had put out Mr. Hynes, his Majesty's officer, to entertain this new guest. The commissioners caused a very great fire to be made of near the chimneyful of wood of the king's oak, and he was lodged in the withdrawing room with his brother and his servant, in the same room about the midst of the night, a wonderful knocking was heard, and into the room something did rush, which coming to the chimney side dashed out the fire, as with the stamp of some prodigious foot, then threw down such weighty stuff, whate'er it was they took it to be the residue of the clefts and roots of the king's oak close by the bedside, that the house and bed shook with it. Captain Cocking and his fellow arose and took their swords to go unto the crooks. The noise ceased at their rising, so that they came to the door, and called the two brothers, though fully awaked, and heard them call, were so amazed that they made no answer, until Captain Cocking had recovered the boldness to call very loud, and came unto the bedside. Then faintly first, after some more assurance, they came to understand one another, and comforted the lawyer. Whilst this was thus, no noise was heard, which made them think the time was past of that night's trouble, so that after some little conference, they applied themselves to take some rest. When Captain Cocking was come to his own bed, which he had left open, he found it closely covered, which he much wondered at, but turning the clothes down, and opening it to get in, he found the lower sheet strewed over with trenchers. Their whole 3 dozen of trenchers were orderly disposed between the sheets, which he and his fellow, endeavoring to cast out, such noise arose about the room that they were glad to get into bed with some of the trenchers. The noise lasted a full half hour. After this entertainment so ill did like the lawyer, and being not so well studied in the point as to resolve this the devil's law case, that he next day resolved to be gone, but having not dispatched all that he came for profit, and persuasions prevailed with him to stay the other hearing, so that he lodged as he did the night before. October 26. This night each room was better furnished with fire and candle than before, yet about 12 at night came something in that dashed all out, then did walk about the room, making a noise not to be set forth by the comparison with any other thing. Sometimes came it to the bedsides, and drew the curtains to and fro, then twirl them, then walk about again, and return to the bedposts, shake them with all the beds, so that they in bed were put to hold one upon the other, then walk about the room again, and come to the servant's bed, and gnaw and scratch the wainscot head, and shake altogether in that room. At the time of this being in doing, they in the bedchamber heard such strange dropping down from the roof of the room, that they supposed 'twas like the fall of money by the sound. Captain Cocking, not frightened with so small a noise, and lying near the chimney, stepped out, and made shift to light a candle, by the light of which he perceived the room strewed over with broken glass green, and some of it as it were pieces of broken bottles. He had not been long considering what it was, when suddenly his candle was hit out, and glass flew about the room. That he made haste to the protection of the coverlets. The noise of thundering rose more hideous than at any time before, yet at a certain time all vanished into calmness. The morning after was the glass about the room, which the maid that was to make clean the rooms swept up into a corner, and many came to see it. But Mr. Richard Crook would stay no longer, yet as he stopped going through Woodstock town, he was there heard to say that he would not lodge amongst them another night, for a fee of 500 Roman 50. October 27. The commissioners had not yet done their work, wherefore they must stay, and being all men of the sword, they must not seem afraid to encounter with anything, though it be the devil. Therefore, with pistols charged, and drawn swords laid by their bedsides, they applied themselves to take some rest, when something in the midst of night so opened and shut the window casements with such claps, that it awakened all that slept. Some of them, peeping out to look what was the matter with the windows, stones flew about the rooms, as if hurled with many hands. Some hit the walls, and some the beds' heads close above the pillows, the dints of which were then, and yet it is conceived, are to be seen thus, sometime throwing stones, and sometime making thundering noise. For 2 hours space it ceased, and all was quiet, till the morn after their rising. And the maid come in to make the fire. They looked about the rooms, they found 80 stones brought in that night, and going to lay them together in the corner, where the glass before mentioned had been swept up, they found that every piece of glass had been carried away that night. Many people came next day to see the stones, and all observed that they were not of such kind of stones as are natural in the country thereabout. With these were noise like claps of thunder or report of cannon, planted against the rooms, heard by all that lodged in the outer courts, to their astonishment, and at Woodstock town taken to be thunder. October 28. This night both strange and differing noise from the former first wakened Captain Hart, who lodged in the bedchamber, who hearing Rowe and Brown to groan, called out to Cocking and Crook to come, and help them, for Hart could not now stir himself. Cocking would fain have answered, but he could not, or look about something he thought stopped both his breath, and held down his eyelids amazed. Thus he struggles and kicked about, till he had awaked Captain Crook, who half asleep grew very angry at his kicks, and multiplied words. It grew to an appointment in the field, but this fully recovered Cocking to remember that Captain Hart had called for help, wherefore to them he ran in the other room, whom he found sadly groaning, where scraping in the chimney he both found a candle and fire to light it, but had not gone 2 steps, when something blew the candle out, and threw him in the chair by the bedside, when presently cried out Captain Careless, with a most pitiful voice, "Come hither, oh come hither, brother Cocking, the thing's gone of me." Cocking scarce yet himself helped to set him up in his bed, and after Captain Hart, and having scarce done that to them, and also to the other 2, they heard Captain Crook crying out, as if something had been killing him. Cocking snacked up the sword that lay by their bed, and ran into the room to save Crook, but was in much more likelihood to kill him, for at his coming the thing that pressed Crook went of him, at which Crook started out of his bed, whom Cocking thought a spirit made at him, at which Crook cried out, "Lord help, Lord save me." Cocking let fall his hand, and Crook, embracing Cocking, desired his reconcilement, giving him many thanks for his deliverance. Then rose they all, and came together, discoursed sometimes godly, and sometimes prayed. For all this while was there such stamping over the roof of the house, as if 1,000 horse had there been trotting this night. All the stones brought in the night before, and laid up in the withdrawing room, were all carried again away, by that which brought them in, which at the wonted time left of, and as it were went out, and so away. October 29, their business having now received so much forwardness, as to be near dispatched, they encouraged one the other, and resolved to try further. Therefore they provided more lights and fires, and further for their assistance prevailed with their ordinary keeper to lodge amongst them, and bring his mastiff bitch. And it was so this night with them, that they had no disturbance at all. October 30, so well they had passed the night before that this night they went to bed confident and careless, until about 12 of the clock something knocked at the door, as with a smith's great hammer, but with such force as if it had cleft the door. Then entered something like a bear, but seemed to swell more big, and walked about the room, and out of one room into the other, treading so heavily, as the floor had not been strong enough to bear it. When it came into the bedchamber, it dashed against the bed's heads some kind of glass vessel that broke in sundry pieces, and sometimes would take up those pieces, and hurl them about the room and into the other room. And when it did not hurl the glass at their heads, it did strike upon the tables, as if many smiths with their greatest hammers had been laying on, as upon an anvil. Sometimes it thumped against the walls, as if it would beat a hole through. Then upon their heads such stamping, as if the roof of the house were beating down upon their heads. And having done thus during the space, as was conjectured, of 2 hours, it ceased and vanished, but with a more fierce shutting of the doors than at any time before. In the morning they found the pieces of glass about the room, and observed that it was much differing from that glass brought in 3 nights before, this being of a much thicker substance, which several persons which came in carried away. Some pieces of the commissioners were in debate of lodging there no more, but all their business was not done. And some of them were so conceited as to believe, and to attribute the rest, they enjoyed the night before this last, unto the mastiff bitch, wherefore they resolved to get more company, and the mastiff bitch, and try another night. October 31, this night, the fires and lights prepared the ordinary keeper, and his bitch with another man persuaded by him, they all took their beds and fell asleep. But about 12 at night such rapping was on all sides of them, that it wakened all of them. As the doors did seem to open, the mastiff bitch fell fearfully a-yelling, and presently ran fiercely into the bed to them in the trucklebed. As the thing came by the table, it struck so fierce a blow on that as that it made the frame to crack, then took the warming pan from off the table, and stroke it against the walls with so much force, as that it was beat flat together, lid and bottom. Now were they hit, as they lay covered over head and ears within the bedclothes. Captain Careless was taken a sound blow on the head, with the shoulder blade bone of a dead horse, before they had been but thrown at. When they peeped up, and Miss Brown had a shrewd blow on the leg with the backbone, and another on the head, and every one of them felt several blows of bones and stones through the bedclothes, for now these things were thrown, as from an angry hand that meant further mischief. The stones flew in at window as shot out of a gun, nor was the bursts less as from without than of a cannon. And all the windows broken down now, as the hurling of the things did cease, and the thing walked up, and down Captain Cockayne and Hart cried out in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, what are you, what would you have, what have we done that you disturb us? Thus no voice replied, as the captains said, yet some of their servants have said otherwise. And the noise ceased. Hereupon Captains Hart and Cockayne rose, who lay in the bedchamber, renewed the fire and lights, and one great candle in a candlestick they placed in the door that might be seen by them in both the rooms. No sooner were they got to bed, but the noise arose on all sides more loud and hideous than at any time before, insomuch as, to use the captain's own words, it returned and brought 7 devils worse than itself. And presently they saw the candle and candlestick in the passage of the door dashed up to the roof of the room by a kick of the hinder parts of a horse, and after with the hoof trode out the snuff, and so dashed out the fire in the chimneys. As this was done, there fell as from the ceiling upon them in the trucklebs such quantities of water as if it had been poured out of buckets, which stunk worse than any earthly stink could make. And as this was in doing, something crept under the high beds, tossed them up to the roof of the house, with the commissioners in them, until the testers of the beds were beaten down upon, and the bedstead frames broke under them. And here some pause being made, they all, as if with one consent, started up and ran down the stairs, until they came into the council hall, where 2 sate up a brewing, but now were fallen asleep, those they scared much with the wakening of them, having been much perplexed before with the strange noise, which commonly was taken by them abroad for thunder, sometimes for rumbling wind. Here the captains and their company got fire and candle, and every one carrying something of either, they returned into the presence chamber, where some applied themselves to make the fire, whilst others fell to prayers, and having got some clothes about them, they spent the residue of the night in singing psalms and prayers, during which no noise was in that room, but most hideously round about, as at some distance. It should have been told before how that, when Captain Hart first rose this night, who lay in the bedchamber next the fire, he found their book of valuations cross the embers smoking, which he snacked up, and cast upon the table there, which the night before was left upon the table in the presence amongst their other papers. This book was in the morning found a handful burnt, and had burnt the table where it lay. Brown the clerk said he would not for a 100 and a 100 that it had been burnt a handful further. This night it happened that there were 6 canistillers who were come with their nets and ferrets to the Canibarose by Rossamond's well. But with the noise this night from the manor house, they were so terrified that like men distracted away they ran, and left their hays already pitched ready up, and the ferrets in the Canibarose. Now the commissioners, more sensible of their danger, considered more seriously of their safety, and agreed to go and confer with Mr. Hoffman, the minister of Wotton, a man, not of the meanest note for life or learning, by some esteemed more high, to desire his advice, together with his company and prayers. Mr. Hoffman held it too high a point to resolve on suddenly, and by himself, wherefore desired time to consider upon it, which being agreed unto, he forthwith rode to Mr. Jenkinson and Mr. Wheat, the 2 next justices of peace, to try what warrant they could give him for it. They both, as Tees said from themselves, encouraged him to be assisting to the commissioners according to his calling. But certain it is that when they came to fetch him to go with them, Mr. Hoffman answered that he would not lodge there one night for 500 and being asked to pray with them, he held up his hands and said that he would not meddle upon any terms. Mr. Hoffman refusing to undertake the quarrel, the commissioners held it not safe to lodge where they had been thus entertained any longer, but caused all things to be removed into the chambers over the gatehouse, where they stayed but one night, and what rest they enjoyed there we have but an uncertain relation of, for they went away early the next morning. But if it may be held fit to set down what hath been delivered by the report of others, they were also the same night much affrighted with dreadful apparitions, but observing that these passages spread much in discourse, to be also in particulars taken notice of, and that the nature of it made not for their cause, they agreed to the concealing of things for the future. Yet this is well known and certain, that the gatekeeper's wife was in so strange an agony in her bed, and in her bedchamber such noise, whilst her husband was above with commissioners, that two maids in the next room to her durst not venture to assist her, but affrighted ran out to call company and their master, and found the woman at their coming in gasping for breath, and the next day said that she saw and suffered that which for all the world she would not be hired to again. From Woodstock the commissioners removed unto Uelme, and some of them returned to Woodstock the Sunday sennight, after the book of valuations, wanting something that was for haste left imperfect, but lodged not in any of those rooms where they had lain before, and yet were not unvisited, as they confessed themselves, by the devil whom they called their nightly guest Captain Crook, came not until Tuesday night, and how he sped that night the gatekeeper's wife can tell if she dareth, but what she hath whispered to her gossips shall not be made a part of this our narrative, nor many more particulars which have fallen from the commissioners themselves, and their servants to other persons. They are all or most of them alive, and may add to it when they please, and surely have not a better way to be revenged of him who troubled them than according to the proverb, tell truth, and shame the devil. There remains this observation to be added, that on a Wednesday morning all these officers went away, and that since then divers persons of several qualities have lodged often, and sometimes long in the same rooms, both in the presence with drawing-room and bedchamber belonging unto his sacred majesty, yet none have had the least disturbance, or heard the smallest noise, for which the cause was not as ordinary as apparent, except the commissioners and their company, who came in order to the alienating and pulling down the house, which is well-nigh performed. A short survey of Woodstock, not taken by any of the before-mentioned commissioners. This survey of Woodstock is appended to the preceding pamphlet. The noble seat called Woodstock is one of the ancient honours belonging to the crown. Several manors owe suite and service to the place, but the custom of the country giving it, but the title of a manor we shall err with them to be the better understood. The manor house hath been a large fabric, and accounted amongst his majesty's standing houses, because there was always kept a standing furniture. This great house was built by King Henry I, but amplified with the gatehouse and outsides of the outer court by King Henry VII, the stables by King James. About a bowshot from the gate southwest remain foundation signs of that structure erected by King Henry II for the security of Lady Rosamond, daughter of Walter Lord Clifford, which some poets have compared to the Daedalian labyrinth, but the form and circuit both of the place and ruins show it to have been a house, and of one pile perhaps of strength, according to the fashion of those times, and probably was fitted with secret places of recess and avenues to hide or convey away such persons as were not willing to be found, if narrowly sought after. About the midst of the place ariseth a spring called at present Rosamond's Well it is, but shallow, and shows to have been paved and walled about, likely contrived for the use of them within the house, when it should be of danger to go out. A quarter of a mile distant from the king's house is seated Woodstock town new, and old. This new Woodstock did arise by some buildings, which Henry II gave leave to be erected, as received by tradition, at the suite of the Lady Rosamond, for the use of outservants, upon the wastes of the manor of Bladon, where is the mother church. This is a hamlet belonging to it, though increased to a market town, by the advantage of the court, residing sometime near, which of late years they have been sensible of the want of this town, was made a corporation in the 11th year of Henry VI, by charter, with power to send 2 burgesses to Parliament, or not, as they will themselves. Old Woodstock is seated on the west side of the brook named Glyme, which also runneth through the park. The town consists not of above 4 or 5 houses, but it is to be conceived that it hath been much larger, but very anciently so, for in some old law historians there is mention of the assize at Woodstock, for a law made in a Micelgemote, the name of parliaments, before the coming of the Norman, in the days of King Ethelred. And in like manner that thereabout was a king's house, if not in the same place, where Henry I built the late standing pile before his, for in such days those great councils were commonly held in the king's palaces. Some of those lands have belonged to the orders of the Knights Templars, there being records, which call them terras quas rex excambiavit cum templarias. But now this late large manor house is in a manner almost turned into heaps of rubbish, some 7 or 8 rooms left for the accommodation of a tenant, that should rent the king's meadows of those who had no power to let them, with several high uncovered walls, standing the prodigious spectacles of malice unto monarchy, which ruins still bear semblance of their state, and yet aspire in spite of envy, or of weather to show what kings do build subjects may sometimes shake, but utterly can never overthrow. That part of the park called the High Park hath been lately subdivided by Sir Arthur Haslerigg to make pastures for his breed of colts, and other parts ploughed up of the whole Seth Rophus Waricensis in MS Hen Roman 1p 122 fecit. Ist rex parcum de Woodstock, cum pallatio infra piardictum parcum qui parcus, erat primus parcus Angli et continet, in circuitu septem miliaria constructus, erat anno 14 hugis regis aut parum, post without the park, the king's domain woods. Where it cannot well be said now, are the timber being all sold off, and underwoods so cropped and spoiled by that beast the Lord Munson, and other greedy cattle, that they are hardly recoverable, beyond which lieth Stonefield, and other manors that hold of Woodstock with other woods, that have been aliened by former kings, but with reservation of liberty for his majesty's deer, and other beasts of forest to harbour in at pleasure, as in due place, is to be showed. Preface. It is not my purpose to inform my readers how the manuscripts of that eminent antiquary, the Rev. J. A. Rochecliffe Roman 500, came into my possession. There are many ways in which such things happen, and it is enough to say they were rescued from an unworthy fate, and that they were honestly come by. As for the authenticity of the anecdotes, which I have gleaned from the writings of this excellent person, and put together with my own unrivaled facility, the name of Dr. Rochecliffe will warrant accuracy wherever that name happens to be known. With his history, the reading part of the world are well acquainted, and we might refer the tyro to honest Anthony a Wood, who looked up to him as one of the pillars of high church, and bestows on him an exemplary character in the Athen Oxonienses, although the doctor was educated at Cambridge, England's other eye. It is well known that Dr. Rochecliffe early obtained preferment in the church on account of the spirited share which he took in the controversy with the Puritans, and that his work entitled Malleus Hresis was considered as a knockdown blow by all except those who received it. It was that work which made him at the early age of 30 rector of Woodstock, and which afterwards secured him a place in the catalogue of the celebrated Century Whitehand, worse than being shown up by that fanatic among the catalogues of scandalous and malignant priests, admitted into benefices by the prelates. His opinions occasioned the loss of his living. Of Woodstock by the ascendancy of presbytery, he was chaplain during most part of the Civil War to Sir Henry Lee's regiment levied for the service of King Charles, and it was said he engaged more than once personally in the field. At least it is certain that Dr. Rochecliffe was repeatedly in great danger, as will appear from more passages than one in the following history, which speaks of his own exploits like Caesar in the third person. I suspect, however, some Presbyterian commentator has been guilty of interpolating 2 or 3 passages. The manuscript was long in possession of the Everards, a distinguished family of that persuasion. For during the usurpation, Dr. Rochecliffe was constantly engaged in one or other of the premature attempts at a restoration of monarchy, and was accounted for his audacity, presence of mind, and depth of judgment, one of the greatest undertakers for the king in that busy time, with this trifling drawback, that the plots in which he busied himself were almost constantly detected. Nay, it was suspected that Cromwell himself sometimes contrived to suggest to him the intrigues in which he engaged, by which means the wily protector made experiments on the fidelity of doubtful friends, and became well acquainted with the plots of declared enemies, which he thought it more easy to disconcert and disappoint than to punish severely. Upon the Restoration, Dr. Rochecliffe regained his living of Woodstock with other church preferment, and gave up polemics and political intrigues for philosophy. He was one of the constituent members of the Royal Society, and was the person through whom Charles required of that learned body solution of their curious problem, why if a vessel is filled brimful of water, and a large live fish plunged into the water, nevertheless, it shall not overflow the pitcher. Dr. Rochecliffe's exposition of this phenomenon was the most ingenious and instructive of 4 that were given in and it is certain the doctor must have gained the honor of the day, but for the obstinacy of a plain, dull country gentleman, who insisted that the experiment should be, in the first place, publicly tried. When this was done, the event showed it would have been rather rash to have adopted the facts exclusively on the royal authority, as the fish, however curiously inserted into his native element, splashed the water over the whole, and destroyed the credit of 4 ingenious essayists, besides a large Turkey carpet. Dr. Rochecliffe, it would seem, died about 1685, leaving many papers behind him of various kinds, and above all many valuable anecdotes of secret history, from which the following memoirs have been extracted, on which we intend to say only a few words by way of illustration. The existence of Rosamond's labyrinth mentioned in these pages is attested by Drayton in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Rosamond's labyrinth, whose ruins, together with her well being paved with square stones in the bottom, and also her tower, from which the labyrinth did run, are yet remaining, being vaults arched and walled with stone and brick, almost inextricably wound within one another, by which if at any time her lodging were laid about by the Queen, she might easily avoid peril imminent, and if need be by secret issues, take the air abroad many furlongs about Woodstock in Oxfordshire. 5. It is highly probable that a singular piece of phantasmagoria, which was certainly played off upon the commissioners of the Long Parliament, who were sent down to dispark and destroy Woodstock after the death of Charles Roman I, was conducted by means of the secret passages and recesses in the ancient labyrinth of Rosamond Round, which successive monarchs had erected a hunting seat or lodge. There is a curious account of the disturbance given to those honourable commissioners inserted by Dr. Plot in his Natural History of Oxfordshire, but as I have not the book at hand, I can only allude to the work of the celebrated Glanville upon witches, who has extracted it as an highly accredited narrative. Supernatural dealings, the beds of the commissioners and their servants were hoisted up till they were almost inverted, and then let down again so suddenly as to menace them with broken bones, unusual and horrible noises, disturbed those sacrilegious intromitters with royal property. The devil on one occasion brought them warming pan on another, pelted them with stones and horses' bones, tubs of water were emptied on them in their sleep, and so many other pranks of the same nature played at their expense that they broke up housekeeping and left their intended spoliation. Only half completed. The good sense of Dr. Plot suspected that these feats were wrought by conspiracy and confederation, which Glanville of course endeavours to refute with all his might, for it could scarce be expected that he who believed in so convenient a solution as that of supernatural agency would consent to relinquish the service of a key which will answer any lock however intricate. Nevertheless, it was afterwards discovered that Dr. Plot was perfectly right, and that the only demon who wrought all these marvels was a disguised royalist, a fellow called Trusty Joe, or some such name, formerly in the service of the keeper of the park, but who engaged in that of the commissioners on purpose to subject them to his persecution. I think I have seen some account of the real state of the transaction and of the machinery by which the wizard worked his wonders, but whether in a book or a pamphlet I am uncertain. I remember one passage particularly to this purpose, the commissioners having agreed to retain some articles out of the public account in order to be divided among themselves, had entered into an indenture for ascertaining their share in the peculation, which they hid in a beaupot for security. Now, when an assembly of divines, aided by the most strict religious characters in the neighborhood of Woodstock, were assembled to conjure down the supposed demon, Trusty Joe had contrived a firework which he let off in the midst of the exorcism, and which destroyed the beaupot, and to the shame and confusion of the commissioners, threw their secret indenture into the midst of the assembled ghostseers, who became thus acquainted with their secret schemes of peculation. It is, however, to little purpose for me to strain my memory about ancient and imperfect recollections concerning the particulars of these fantastic disturbances at Woodstock, since Dr. Rochecliffe's papers give such a much more accurate narrative than could be obtained from any account in existence before their publication. Indeed, I might have gone much more fully into this part of my subject, for the materials are ample. But to tell the reader a secret, some friendly critics were of opinion they made the story hang on hand, and thus I was prevailed on to be more concise on the subject than I might otherwise have been. The impatient reader, perhaps, is by this time accusing me of keeping the sun from him with a candle were the sunshine as bright, however, as it is likely to prove, and the flambeau, or link a dozen of times as smoky, my friend, must remain in the inferior atmosphere a minute longer, while I disclaim the idea of poaching on another's manor hawks. We say in Scotland ought not to pick out hawks' eyes or tire upon each other's quarry, and therefore, if I had known that in its date and its characters this tale was likely to interfere with that recently published by a distinguished contemporary, I should unquestionably have left Dr. Rochecliffe's manuscript in peace for the present season. But before I was aware of this circumstance, this little book was half through the press, and I had only the alternative of avoiding any intentional imitation by delaying a perusal of the contemporary work in question. Some accidental collision there must be when works of a similar character are finished on the same general system of historical manners, and the same historical personages are introduced. Of course, if such have occurred, I shall be probably the sufferer, but my intentions have been at least innocent, since I look on it as one of the advantages attending the conclusion of Woodstock, that the finishing of my own task will permit me to have the pleasure of reading Brambletie House, from which I have hitherto conscientiously abstained. Woodstock. Chapter the First. Some were for gospel ministers, and some for redcoat seculars, as men most fit to hold forth the word, and wield the one and other sword. Butler's Hudibras. There is a handsome parish church in the town of Woodstock. I am told so, at least, for I never saw it, having scarce time, when at the place, to view the magnificence of Blenheim, its painted halls and tapestried bowers, and then return in due season to dine in hall with my learned friend, the provost, of being one of those occasions on which a man wrongs himself extremely if he lets his curiosity interfere with his punctuality. I had the church accurately described to me with a view to this work, but as I have some reason to doubt whether my informant had ever seen the inside of it himself, I shall be content to say that it is now a handsome edifice, most part of which was rebuilt 40 or 50 years, since although it still contains some arches of the old chantry founded, it is said, by King John, it is to this more ancient part of the building that my story refers. On a morning in the end of September or beginning of October in the year 1652, being a day appointed for a solemn thanksgiving for the decisive victory at Worcester, a respectable audience was assembled in the old chantry or chapel of King John. The condition of the church and character of the audience both bore witness to the rage of civil war and the peculiar spirit of the times. The sacred edifice showed many marks of dilapidation. The windows, once filled with stained glass, had been dashed to pieces with pikes and muskets as matters of, and pertaining to idolatry, the carving on the reading desk was damaged, and 2 fair screens of beautiful sculptured oak had been destroyed for the same pithy and conclusive reason. The high altar had been removed, and the gilded railing which was once around it was broken down, and carried off. The effigies of several tombs were mutilated, and now lay scattered about the church, torn from their destined, niche-unworthy meed of knightly counsel or heroic deed. The autumn wind piped through empty aisles, in which the remains of stakes and trevises of rough-hewn timber, as well as a quantity of scattered hay and trampled straw, seemed to intimate that the hallowed precincts had been, upon some late emergency, made the quarters of a troop of horse. The audience, like the building, was abated in splendor. None of the ancient and habitual worshippers during peaceful times were now to be seen in their carved galleries, with hands shadowing their brows, while composing their minds to pray where their fathers had prayed. And after the same mode of worship, the eye of the yeoman and peasant sought in vain the tall form of old Sir Henry Lee of Ditchley, as wrapped in his lace cloak, and with beard and whiskers duly composed, he moved slowly through the aisles, followed by the faithful mastiff, or bloodhound, which in old time had saved his master by his fidelity, and which regularly followed him to church. Bevis indeed fell under the proverb, which avers he is a good dog, which goes to church, forbating an occasional temptation to warble along with the accord. He behaved himself as decorously as any of the congregation, and returned as much edified perhaps as most of them. The damsels of Woodstock looked as vainly for the laced cloaks, jingling spurs, slashed boots, and tall plumes of the young Cavaliers of this and other high-born houses, moving through the streets and the churchyard with the careless ease, which indicates perhaps rather an overweening degree of self-confidence, yet shows graceful when mingled with good humor and courtesy, the good old dames too in their white hoods and black velvet gowns, their daughters the cynosure of neighboring iceware, were they all now who, when they entered the church, used to divide men's thoughts between them and heaven. But our Alice Lee, so sweet, so gentle, so condescending, in thy loveliness thus proceeds a contemporary annalist, whose manuscript we have deciphered. Is my story to turn upon thy fallen fortunes, and why not rather to the period when in the very dismounting from your palfrey you attracted as many eyes, as if an angel had descended, as many blessings, as if the benignant being had come fraught with good tidings. No creature wert thou of an idle romancer's imagination, O, being fantastically bedizened with inconsistent perfections, the merits made me love thee well, and for thy fault so well did they show amid thy good qualities, that I think they made me love thee better. With the house of Lee had disappeared from the chantry of King John others of gentle blood, and honoured lineage, Freemantles, Winklecombes, Drycots, Roman 100, for the air that blew over the towers of Oxford was unfavourable to the growth of Puritanism, which was more general in the neighbouring counties. There were among the congregation, however, one or two that by their habits and demeanour seemed country gentlemen of consideration, and there were also present some of the notables of the town of Woodstock, cutlers or glovers chiefly, whose skill in steel or leather had raised them to a comfortable livelihood. These dignitaries wore long black cloaks plaited close at the neck, and like peaceful citizens carried their Bibles and memorandum books at their girdles instead of knife or sword. One this respectable but least numerous part of the audience were such decent persons as had adopted the Presbyterian form of faith, renouncing the liturgy and hierarchy of the Church of England, and living under the tuition of the Rev. Nehemiah Holdenough, much famed for the length and strength of his powers of predication. With these grave seniors sate their goodly dames in ruff and gorget, like the portraits which in catalogues of paintings are designed wife of a burgomaster, and their pretty daughters, whose study, like that of Chaucer's physician, was not always in the Bible, but who were on the contrary, when a glance could escape the vigilance of their honoured mothers, inattentive themselves, and the cause of inattention in others. But besides these dignified persons, there were in the church a numerous collection of the lower orders, some brought thither by curiosity, but many of them unwashed artificers bewildered in the theological discussions of the time, and of as many various sects as there are colours in the rainbow, the presumption of these learned Thebans being in exact proportion to their ignorance. The last was total, and the first boundless. Their behaviour in the church was anything but reverential or edifying. Most of them affected a cynical contempt for all that was only held sacred by human-sanctioned church, was to these men but a steeple house, the clergyman an ordinary person, her ordinances dry bran and sapless pottage, unfitted for the spiritualized palates of the saints, and the prayer and address to heaven to which each acceded or not, as in his too critical judgment he conceived fit. The elder amongst them sate or lay on the benches, with their high steeple-crowned hats pulled over their severe and knitted brows, waiting for the Presbyterian parson, as mastiffs sit in dumb expectation of the bull that is to be brought to the stake. The younger mixed, some of them, a bolder license of manners with their heresies. They gazed round on the women, yawned, coughed, and whispered, "Eat apples and cracked nuts," as if in the gallery of a theatre, ere the piece commences. Besides all these, the congregation contained a few soldiers, some in corslets and steel caps, some in buff, and others in red coats. These men of war had their bandoliers with ammunition slung around them, and rested on their pikes and muskets. They, too, had their peculiar doctrines on the most difficult points of religion, and united the extravagances of enthusiasm with the most determined courage and resolution in the field. The burghers of Woodstock looked on these military saints with no small degree of awe, for though not often sullied with deeds of plunder or cruelty, they had the power of both absolutely in their hands, and the peaceful citizen had no alternative save submission to whatever the ill-regulated and enthusiastic imaginations of their martial guides might suggest. After some time spent in waiting for him, Mr. Holdenough began to walk up the aisles of the chapel, not with the slow and dignified carriage with which the old rector was of yore wont to maintain the dignity of the surplice, but with a hasty step, like one who arrives too late at an appointment and bustles forward to make the best use of his time. He was a tall, thin man with an adust complexion, and the vivacity of his eye indicated some irascibility of temperament. His dress was brown, not black, and over his other vestments he wore, in honor of Calvin, a Geneva cloak of a blue color which fell backwards from his shoulders as he posted on to the pulpit. His grizzled hair was cut as short as shears could perform the feat, and covered with a black silk skullcap, which stuck so close to his head that the two ears expanded from under it as if they had been intended as handles by which to lift the whole person. Moreover, the worthy divine wore spectacles and a long grizzled peaked beard, and he carried in his hand a small pocket-Bible with silver clasps. Upon arriving at the pulpit, he paused a moment to take breath, then began to ascend the steps by two at a time. But his course was arrested by a strong hand which seized his cloak. It was that of one who had detached himself from the group of soldiery. He was a stout man of middle stature, with a quick eye and a countenance which, though plain, had yet an expression that fixed the attention. His dress, though not strictly military, partook of that character. He wore large hose made of canvas leather, and a tuck, as it was then called, or rapier of tremendous length, balanced on the other side by a dagger. The belt was morocco garnished with pistols. The minister, thus intercepted in his duty, faced round upon the party who had seized him, and demanded in no gentle tone the meaning of the interruption. "Friend," quoth the intruder, "is it thy purpose to hold forth to these good people?" "Ay, marry, is it," said the clergyman, "and such is my bounden duty. Woe to me, if I preach not the gospel. Prithee, friend, let me not in my labor." "Nay," said the man of warlike mien, "I am myself minded to hold forth, therefore do thou desist. Or if thou wilt do by my advice, remain and fructify with those poor goslings, to whom I am presently about to shake forth the crumbs of comfortable doctrine." "Give place, thou man of Satan," said the priest, waxing wroth. "Respect mine, order me cloth." "I see no more to respect in the cut of thy cloak, or in the cloth of which it is fashioned," said the other, "than thou didst in the bishop's rochets. Thee were black and white, thou art blue and brown. Sleeping dogs, every one of you, lying down, loving to slumber. Shepherds that starve the flock, but will not watch it, each looking to his own gain." Scenes of this indecent kind were so common at the time that no one thought of interfering. The congregation looked on in silence, the better class scandalized, and the lower orders, some laughing, and others backing the soldier or minister, as their fancy dictated. Meantime, the struggle waxed fiercer. Mr. Holdenough clamored for assistance. "Master Mayor of Woodstock," he exclaimed, "wilt thou be among those wicked magistrates who bear the sword in vain? Citizens, will you not help your pastor? Worthy alderman, will you see me strangled on the pulpit stairs by this man of buff and Belial? But, lo, I will overcome him and cast his cords from me." As Holdenough spoke, he struggled to ascend the pulpit stairs, holding hard on the banisters. His tormentor held fast by the skirts of the cloak, which went nigh to the choking of the wearer, until, as he spoke the words last mentioned in a half-strangled voice, Mr. Holdenough dexterously slipped the string which tied it round his neck, so that the garment suddenly gave way. The soldier fell backwards down the steps, and the liberated divine skipped into the pulpit and began to give forth a psalm of triumph over his prostrate adversary. But a great hubbub in the church marred his exultation, and although he and his faithful clerk continued to sing the hymn of victory, their notes were only heard by fits, like the whistle of a curlew during a gale of wind. The cause of the tumult was as follows. The mayor was a zealous Presbyterian, and witnessed the intrusion of the soldier with great indignation from the very beginning, though he hesitated to interfere with an armed man while on his legs and capable of resistance. But no sooner did he behold the champion of independency sprawling on it, back with the divine's Geneva cloak fluttering in his hands, than the magistrate rushed forward, exclaiming that such insolence was not to be endured, and ordered his constables to seize the prostrate champion, proclaiming in the magnanimity of wrath, "I will commit every redcoat of them all. I will commit him, were he Noel Cromwell himself." The worthy mayor's indignation had overmastered his reason. when he made this mistimed vaunt for 3 soldiers who had hitherto stood motionless like statues, made each a stride in advance, which placed them betwixt the municipal officers and the soldier who was in the act of rising, then making at once the movement of resting arms according to the manual, as then practiced. Their musket butts rang on the church pavement within an inch of the gouty toes of Master Mayor, the energetic magistrate, whose efforts in favor of order were thus checked. Cast one glance on his supporters, but that was enough to show him that force was not on his side. All had shrunk back on hearing that ominous clatter of stone and iron. He was obliged to descend to expostulation. "What do you mean, my masters?" said he. "Is it like a decent and God-fearing soldiery, who have wrought such things for the land, as have never before been heard of, to brawl and riot in the church, or to aid, abet, and comfort a profane fellow who hath upon a solemn thanksgiving excluded the minister from his own pulpit? We have naught to do with thy church, as thou callest it," said he, who by a small feather in front of his morion appeared to be the corporal of the party. "You see not why men of gifts should not be heard within these citadels of superstition, as well as the voice of the men of crape of old, and the men of cloak now, wherefore we will pluck yon Jack Presbyter out of his wooden sentinel box, and our own watchmen shall relieve the guard, and mount thereon, and cry aloud, and spare not." "Nay, gentlemen," said the mayor, "if such be your purpose, we have not the means to withstand you, being, as you see, peaceful and quiet men. But let me first speak with this worthy minister, Nehemiah Holdenough, to persuade him to yield up his place, for the time, without farther scandal." The peacemaking mayor then interrupted the quavering Holdenough and the clerk, and prayed both to retire, else there would, he said, be certainly strife. "Strife," replied the Presbyterian divine, with scorn, "no fear of strife among men that dare not testify against this open profanation of the church and daring display of heresy. Would your neighbors of Banbury have brooked such an insult?" "Come, come, Master Holdenough," said the mayor, "put us not to mutiny and cry clubs. I tell you once more, we are not men of war or blood." "Not more than may be drawn by the point of a needle," said the preacher scornfully. "Ye tailors of Woodstock, for what is a glover but a tailor working on kidskin? I forsake you in scorn of your faint hearts and feeble hands, and will seek me elsewhere a flock which will not fly from their shepherd at the braying of the first wild ass, which cometh from out the great desert." So saying, the aggrieved divine departed from his pulpit, and shaking the dust from his shoes, left the church as hastily as he had entered it, though with a different reason for his speed. The citizens saw his retreat with sorrow, and not without a compunctious feeling, as if conscious that they were not playing the most courageous part in the world. The mayor himself, and several others, left the church to follow and appease him. The independent orator, late prostrate, was now triumphant, and inducting himself into the pulpit without farther ceremony, he pulled a Bible from his pocket, and selected his text from the 4th to 5th Psalm. "Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty, and in thy majesty ride prosperously." Upon this theme, he commenced one of those wild declamations common at the period, in which men were accustomed to wrest and pervert the language of Scripture, by adapting to it modern events too. The language which in its literal sense was applied to King David, and typically referred to the coming of the Messiah, was, in the opinion of the military orator, most properly to be interpreted of Oliver Cromwell, the victorious general of the infant Commonwealth, which was never destined to come of age. "Gird on thy sword," exclaimed the preacher emphatically, "and was not that a pretty bit of steel as ever dangled from a corslet or rung against a steel saddle? I.e., prick up your ears, now, ye cutlers of Woodstock, as if ye should know something of a good fox broad sword. Did you forge it, I trow, as the steel quenched with water from Rossamon's well, or the blade blessed by the old cuckoldy priest of Godstow? You would have us think, I warrant me, that you wrought it, and welded it, grinded, and polished it, and all the while it never came on a Woodstock stithy. You were all too busy making whittles for the lazy crapemen of Oxford, bouncing priests, whose eyes were so closed up with fat that they could not see destruction till she had them by the throat. But I can tell you where the sword was forged, and tempered, and welded, and grinded, and polished, when you were, as I said before, making whittles for false priests and daggers for dissolute GDDNME Cavaliers, to cut the people of England's throats with. It was forged at Long Marston Moor, where blows went faster than ever rung hammer on anviland. It was tempered at Naseby in the best blood of the Cavaliers, and it was welded in Ireland against the walls of Droghedond. It was grinded on Scottish lives at Dunbar, and, now of late, it was polished in Worcester, till it shines as bright as the sun in the middle heaven, and there is no light in England that shall come nigh unto it. The author of this singular and rare tract indulges in the allegorical style till he fairly hunts down the allegory. But as for what you call porridge, who hatched the name, I know not, neither is it worth the enquiring after, for I hold porridge good food. It is better to a sick man than meat, for a sick man will sooner eat pottage than meat. Pottage will digest with him, when meat will not. Pottage will nourish the blood, fill the veins, run into every part of a man, make him warmer. So will these prayers do set our soul and body in a heat, warm our devotion, work fervency in us, lift up our soul to God, for there be herbs of God's own planting in our pottage, as he calleth 10 commandments, dainty herbs, to season any pottage in the world. There is the Lord's Prayer, and that is a most sweet potherb, cannot be denied. Then there is also David's herbs, his prayers and psalms, helps to make our pottage relish well. The psalm of the blessed Virgin, a good potherb, though they be, as some term them, cock-crowed pottage, yet they are as sweet, as good, as dainty, and as fresh as they were at first. The sun hath not made them sour with its heat, neither hath the cold water taken away their vigor and strength. Compare them with the Scriptures, and see if they be not as well seasoned and crumbed. If you find anything in them that is either too salt, too fresh, or too bitter, that herb shall be taken out, and better put in, if it can be got, or none. And as in kitchen pottage there are many good herbs, so there is likewise in this church pottage, as he call it. For first there is in kitchen pottage good water to make them so. On the contrary, in the other pottage there is the water of life too. There is salt to season them so. In the other is a prayer of grace to season their hearts. 3. There is oatmeal to nourish the body. In the other is the bread of life. 4. There is time in them to relish them, and it is very wholesome. In the other is the wholesome exhortation not to harden our heart, while it is called today this relisheth well. 5. There is a small onion to give a tasting. The other is a good herb called Lord have mercy on us. These and many other holy herbs are contained in it, all boiling in the heart of man, will make as good pottage as the world can afford, especially if you use these herbs for digestion: the herb repentance, the herb grace, the herb faith, the herb love, the herb hope, the herb good works, the herb feeling, the herb zeal, the herb fervency, the herb ardency, the herb constancy, with many more of this nature, most excellent for digestion. O jam suttees, in this manner the learned divine hunts his metaphor at a very cold, sent through a pamphlet of 6 mortal quarto pages. Here the military part of the congregation raised a hum of approbation, which, being a sound like the hear-hear of the British House of Commons, was calculated to heighten the enthusiasm of the orator by intimating the sympathy of the audience, and then resumed the preacher, rising in energy, as he found that his audience partook in these feelings. What saith the text? Ride on prosperaus lido, not stopdo, not call a haltdo, not quit the saddle, pursue the scattered, fleer sound the trumpet, not a levant or a flourish, but a point of war sound, boot and saddle toe horse, and away a charger follow after the young man. What part have we in him? Slay, take, destroy, divide the spoil. Blessed art thou, Oliver, on account of thine honour. The cause is clear, thy call is undoubted. Never has defeat come near thy leading staff, nor disaster attended thy banner. Ride on flower of England's soldiers, ride on chosen leader of God's champions. Gird up the loins of thy resolution, and be steadfast to the mark of thy high calling. Another deep and stern hum, echoed by the ancient embowed arches of the old chantry, gave him an opportunity of an instant's repose, when the people of Woodstock heard him, and not without anxiety turned the stream of his oratory into another channel. But wherefore, ye people of Woodstock, do I say these things to you, who claim no portion in our David, no interest in England's son of Jesse, you who were fighting as well as your might could, and it was not very formidable for the late man under that old bloodthirsty papist Sir Jacob Astonere, you not now plotting or ready to plot for the restoring, as ye call it, of the young man, the unclean son of the slaughtered tyrant, fugitive, after whom the true hearts of England are now following, that they may take and slay him? Why should your rider turn his bridle our way? Say you in your hearts, we will none of him, if we may help ourselves. We will rather turn us to wallow in the mire of monarchy, with the sow that was washed, But newly come men of Woodstock, I will ask, and do you answer me hunger ye still after the flesh pots of the monks of Godstow, and ye will say nay but wherefore, except that the pots are cracked and broken, and the fire is extinguished, wherewith the oven used to boil, and again, I ask drink ye still of the well of fornications of the fair Rosamond, I will say nay but wherefore. Here the orator, ere he could answer the question in his own way, was surprised by the following reply, very pithily pronounced by one of the congregation, because you, and the like of you, have left us no brandy to mix with it. All eyes turned to the audacious speaker, who stood beside one of the thick, sturdy Saxon pillars, which he himself somewhat resembled, being short of stature, but very strongly made a squat, broad Little John sort of figure, leaning on a quarterstaff, and wearing a jerkin, which though now sorely stained and discolored, had once been of the Lincoln green, and showed remnants of having been laced. There was an air of careless, good-humored audacity about the fellow, and though under military restraint, there were some of the citizens who could not help crying out, "Well," said Joceline Jolliffe. "Jolly Joceline, call ye him," proceeded the preacher, without showing either confusion or displeasure at the interruption. "I will make him Joceline of the jail, if he interrupts me again. One of your parkeepers, I warrant, that can never forget they have borne Roman 100R upon their badges and bugle horns, even as a dog bears his owner's name on his collara, pretty emblem for Christian men. But the brute beast hath the better of him. The brute weareth his own coat, and the caitiff thrall wears his master's. I have seen such a wag make a rope's end wag ere. Now where was I rebuking you for your backslidings, men of Woodstock? Yes, then ye will say ye have renounced popery, and ye have renounced prelacy, and then ye wipe your mouth like Pharisees as ye are, and who but you for purity of religion? But I tell you ye are but like Jehu the son of Nimshi, who broke down the house of Baal, yet departed not from the sins of Jeroboam. Even so ye eat not fish on Friday with the blinded papists, nor minced peas on the 25th day of December, like the slothful prelatists, but ye will gorge on sackbusset each night in the year with your blind Presbyterian guide. And ye will speak evil of dignities, and revile the Commonwealth, and ye will glorify yourselves in your park of Woodstock, and say, was it not walled in first of any other in England, and that by Henry son of William called the Conqueror, and ye have a princely lodge therein, and call the same a royal lodge, and ye have an oak which ye call the King's Oak, and ye steal and eat the venison of the park, and ye say, this is the King's venison, we will wash it down with a cup to the King's health, better we eat it than those round-headed Commonwealth knaves. But listen unto me, and take warning, for these things come we to controversy with you, and our name shall be a cannon shot, before which your lodge in the pleasantness, whereof ye take pastime, shall be blown into ruins, and we will be as a wedge to split asunder the King's Oak into billets, to heat a brown baker's oven, and we will dispark your park, and slay your deer, and eat them ourselves. Neither shall you have any portion thereof, whether in neck or haunch. Ye shall not have to tenpenny knife with the horns thereof, neither shall ye cut a pair of breeches out of the hide, for all ye be cutlers and glovers, and ye shall have no comfort or support neither from the sequestered traitor Henry Lee, who called himself Ranger of Woodstock, nor from any on his behalf, for they are coming hither, who shall be called Mahashalal Hashbaz, because he maketh haste to the spoil. Here ended the wild effusion, the latter part of which fell heavy on the souls of the poor citizens of Woodstock, as tending to confirm a report of an unpleasing nature, which had been lately circulated. The communication with London was indeed slow, and the news which it transmitted were uncertain. No less uncertain were the times themselves, and the rumors which were circulated exaggerated by the hopes and fears of so many various factions. But the general stream of reports, so far as Woodstock was concerned, had of late run uniformly in one direction day after day. They had been informed that the fatal fiat of Parliament had gone out for selling the park of Woodstock, destroying its lodge, disparking its forest, and erasing as far as they could be erased all traces of its ancient fame. Many of the citizens were likely to be sufferers on this occasion, as several of them enjoyed either by sufferance or right various convenient privileges of pasturage, cutting firewood, and the like in the royal chase, and all the inhabitants of the little borough were hurt to think that the scenery of the place was to be destroyed, its edifices ruined, and its honors rent away. This is a patriotic sensation often found in such places, which ancient distinctions and long-cherished recollections of former days render so different from towns of recent date, the natives of Woodstock felt it in the fullest force. They had trembled at the anticipated calamity, but now when it was announced by the appearance of those dark stern, and at the same time omnipotent soldiers know that they heard it proclaimed by the mouth of one of their military preachers, they considered their fate as inevitable, the causes of disagreement among themselves were for the time forgotten, as the congregation dismissed, without psalmody or benediction, went slowly and mournfully homeward, each to his own place of abode. Chapter the 2nd. Come forth, old man, thy daughter's side is now the fitting place for thee, when time hath quelled the oak's bold pride. The youthful tendril yet may hide the ruins of the parent tree. When the sermon was ended, the military orator wiped his brow, for notwithstanding the coolness of the weather he was heated with the vehemence of his speech and action. He then descended from the pulpit and spoke a word or two to the corporal, who commanded the party of soldiers, who, replying by a sober nod of intelligence, drew his men together and marched them in order to their quarters in the town. The preacher himself, as if nothing extraordinary had happened, left the church and sauntered through the streets of Woodstock with the air of a stranger who was viewing the town, without seeming to observe that he was himself in his turn anxiously surveyed by the citizens, whose furtive yet frequent glances seemed to regard him as something alike suspected and dreadful, yet on no account to be provoked. He heeded them not, but stalked on in the manner affected by the distinguished fanatics of the day, a stiff solemn pace, a severe, and at the same time a contemplative look, like that of a man discomposed at the interruptions which earthly objects forced upon him, obliging him by their intrusion to withdraw his thoughts for an instant from celestial things, innocent pleasures of what kind soever they held in suspicion and contempt, and innocent mirth they abominated. It was, however, a cast of mind that formed men for great and manly actions, as it adopted principle, and that of an unselfish character for the ruling motive, instead of the gratification of passion. Some of these men were indeed hypocrites, using the cloak of religion only as a covering for their ambition, but many really possessed the devotional character and the severe republican virtue, which others only affected. By far the greater number hovered between these extremes, felt to a certain extent the power of religion, and complied with the times in effecting a great deal. The individual whose pretensions to sanctity, written as they were upon his brow and gait, have given rise to the above digression, reached at length the extremity of the principal street, which terminates upon the park of Woodstock. A battlemented portal of Gothic appearance defended the entrance to the avenue. It was of mixed architecture, but on the whole, though composed of the styles of the different ages when it had received additions, had a striking and imposing effect. An immense gate, composed of rails of hammered iron, with many a flourish and scroll, displaying, as its uppermost ornament, the ill-fated cipher of Roman 100R, was now decayed, being partly wasted with rust, partly by violence. The stranger paused, as if uncertain whether he should demand or assay entrance. He looked through the grating down an avenue skirted by majestic oaks, which led onward with a gentle curve, as if into the depths of some ample and ancient forest. The wicket of the large iron gate being left unwittingly open, the soldier was tempted to enter, yet with some hesitation, as he that intrudes upon ground which he conjectures may be prohibited. Indeed, his manner showed more reverence for the scene than could have been expected from his condition and character. He slackened his stately and consequential pace, and at length stood still and looked around him. Not far from the gate, he saw rising from the trees one or two ancient and venerable turrets, bearing each its own vein of rare device, glittering in the autumn sun. These indicated the ancient hunting seat, or lodge, as it was called, which had since the time of Henry Roman II been occasionally the residence of the English monarchs, when it pleased them to visit the woods of Oxford, which then so abounded with game that, according to old Fuller, huntsmen and falconers were nowhere better pleased. The situation which the lodge occupied was a piece of flat ground, now planted with sycamores, not far from the entrance to that magnificent spot where the spectator first stops to gaze upon Blenheim, to think of Marlborough's victories, and to applaud or criticize the cumbrous magnificence of Vanberg's style. There too paused our military preacher, but with other thoughts, and for other purpose than to admire the scene around him, it was not long afterwards, when he beheld two persons, a male and a female, approaching slowly and so deeply engaged in their own conversation that they did not raise their eyes to observe that there stood a stranger in the path before them. The soldier took advantage of their state of abstraction, and desirous at once to watch their motions and avoid their observation, he glided beneath one of the huge trees which skirted the path, and whose boughs, sweeping the ground on every side, ensured him against discovery, unless in case of an actual search. In the meantime, the gentleman and lady continued to advance, directing their course to a rustic seat, which still enjoyed the sunbeams, and was placed adjacent to the tree where the stranger was concealed. The man was elderly, yet seemed bent more by sorrow and infirmity than by the weight of years. He wore a mourning cloak over a dress of the same melancholy color, cut in that picturesque form which Van Dyck has rendered immortal. But although the dress was handsome, it was put on with a carelessness which showed the mind of the wearer ill at ease. His aged, yet still handsome countenance had the same air of consequence which distinguished his dress, and his gait, a striking part of his appearance, was a long white beard which descended far over the breast of his slashed doublet, and looked singular from its contrast in color with his habit. The young lady by whom this venerable gentleman seemed to be in some degree supported, as they walked arm in arm, was a slight and sylph-like form, with a person so delicately made, and so beautiful in countenance, that it seemed the earth on which she walked was too grossly massive a support for a creature so aerial. But mortal beauty must share human sorrows. The eyes of the beautiful being showed tokens of tears. Her color was heightened as she listened to her aged companion, and it was plain from his melancholy yet displeased look that the conversation was as distressing to himself as to her. When they sate down on the bench we have mentioned, the gentleman's discourse could be distinctly overheard by the eavesdropping soldier, but the answers of the young lady reached his ear rather less distinctly. "It is not to be endured," said the old man passionately. "It would stir up a paralytic wretch to start up a soldier. My people have been thinned, I grant you, or have fallen off from me in these times. I owe them no grudge for it, poor knaves. What should they do waiting on me when the pantry has no bread, and the buttery no ale? But we have still about us some rugged foresters of the old Woodstock, bridled as myself. Most of them, what of that? Old wood seldom warps in the wetting. I will hold out the old house, and it will not be the first time that I have held it against 10 times the strength that we hear of now." "Alas, my dear father," said the young lady in a tone which seemed to intimate his proposal of defense to be altogether desperate. "And why alas?" said the gentleman angrily. "Is it because I shut my door against a score or two of these bloodthirsty hypocrites? But their masters can as easily send a regiment or an army if they will," replied the lady. "And what good would your present defense do, excepting to exasperate them to your utter destruction?" "Be it so, Alice," replied her father. "I have lived my time, and beyond it, I have outlived the kindest and most prince-like of masters. What do I do on the earth? Since the dismal 30th of January, the parricide of that day was a signal to all true servants of Charles Stuart to avenge his death or die as soon after as they could find a worthy opportunity." "Do not speak thus, sir," said Alice Lee. "It does not become your gravity and your worth to throw away that life, which may yet be of service to your king and country. It will not and cannot always be thus. England will not long endure the rulers which these bad times have assigned her. In the meanwhile her—" A few words escaped the listener's ears. "And beware of that impatience which makes bad worse." "Worse!" exclaimed the impatient old man. "What can be worse? Is it not at the worst already? Will not these people expel us from the only shelter we have left, dilapidate what remains of royal property under my charge, make the palace of princes into a den of thieves, and then wipe their mouths and thank God as if they had done an almsdeed?" "Still," said his daughter, "there is hope behind, and I trust the king is ere this out of their reach. We have reason to think well of my brother Albert's safety." "I, Albert, there again," said the old man in a tone of reproach. "Had it not been for thy entreaties I had gone to Worcester myself, but I must needs lie here like a worthless hound when the hunt is up, when who knows what service I might have shown. An old man's head is sometimes useful when his arm is but little worth. but you and Albert were so desirous that he should go alone, and now who can say what has become of him?" "Nay, nay, father," said Alice, "we have good hope that Albert escaped from that fatal day. Young Abnai saw him a mile from the field." "Young Abnai lied, I believe," said the father in the same humor of contradiction. "Young Abnai's tongue seems quicker than his hands, but far slower than his horse's heels when he leaves the Roundheads behind him. I would rather Albert's dead body were laid between Charles and Cromwell than here he fled as early as young Abnai." "My dearest father," said the young lady, weeping as she spoke, "what can I say to comfort you?" "Comfort me, say'st thou, girl? I am sick of comfort and honorable death. With the ruins of Woodstock for my monument were the only comfort to old Henry Lee. Yes, by the memory of my fathers, I will make good the lodge against these rebellious robbers." "Yet be ruled, dearest father," said the maiden, "and submit to that which we cannot gainsay, my Uncle Everard." Here the old man caught at her unfinished words. "Thy Uncle Everard, wenchwell, get on. What of thy precious and loving Uncle Everard?" "Nothing, sir," she said, "if the subject displeases you." "Displeases me," he replied. "Why should it displease me? Or if it did, why shouldst thou or any one affect to care about it? What is it that hath happened of late years? What is it can be thought to happen that astrologer can guess, at which can give pleasure to us?" "Fate," she replied, "may have in store the joyful restoration of our banished prince." "Too late for my time," Alice said. "The night, if there be such a white page in the heavenly book, it will not be turned until long after my day. But I see thou wouldst escape me. In a word, what of thy Uncle Everard?" "Nay, sir," said Alice, "God knows, I would rather be silent for ever than speak what might, as you would take it, add to your present distemperature." "Distemperature," said her father. "O, thou art a sweet-lipped physician, and wouldst I warrant me drop naught but sweet balm and honey and oil on my distemperature. That is the phrase for an old man's ailment when he is well nigh heartbroken. Once more, what of thy Uncle Everard?" His last words were uttered in a high and peevish tone of voice, and Alice Lee answered her father in a trembling and submissive tone. "I only meant to say, sir, that I am well assured that my Uncle Everard, when we quit this place, that is to say, when we are kicked out of it by cropped canting villains like himself, but on with thy bountiful Uncluhet, will he dowil, he give us the remains of his worshipful and economical housekeeping, the fragments of a thrice-secked capon twice a week, and a plentiful fast on the other 5 days. Will he give us beds beside his half-starved nags, and put them under a short allowance of straw that his sister's husband, that I should have called my deceased angel by such a name, and his sister's daughter may not sleep on the stones? Or will he send us a noble each with a warning to make it last, for he had never known the redipany so hard to come by? Or what else will your Uncle Everard do for us? Get us a furlough to beg? Why, I can do that without him." "You misconstrue him much," answered Alice, with more spirit than she had hitherto displayed. "And would you but question your own heart, you would acknowledge I speak with reverence, that your tongue utters what your better judgment would disown. My Uncle Everard is neither a miser nor a hypocrite, neither so fond of the goods of this world that he would not supply our distresses amply, nor so wedded to fanatical opinions as to exclude charity for other sects beside his own. I, the Church of England, is a sect with him, I doubt not, and perhaps with thee too." "Alice," said the knight, "what is a Muggletonian, or a ranter, or a Brownist, but a sectary? And thy phrase places them all, with Jack Presbyter himself, on the same footing with our learned prelates and religious clergy. Such is the cant of the day thou livest in, and why shouldst thou not talk like one of the wise virgins and psalm-singing sisters, since though thou hast a profane old Cavalier for a father, thou art own niece to pious Uncle Everard?" "If you speak thus, my dear father," said Alice, "what can I answer you? Hear me but one patient word, and I shall have discharged my Uncle Everard's commission." "Oh, it is a commission, then surely I suspected so much from the beginning. Nay, have some sharp guess touching the ambassador. Also come, madam the mediator, do your errand, and you shall have no reason to complain of my patience." "Then, sir," replied his daughter, "my Uncle Everard desires you would be courteous to the commissioners who come here to sequestrate the parks and the property, or at least heedfully to abstain from giving them obstacle or opposition. It can, he says, do no good even on your own principles, and it will give a pretext for proceeding against you as one in the worst degree of malignity, which he thinks may otherwise be prevented. Nay, he has good hope that if you follow his counsel, the committee may, through the interest he possesses, be inclined to remove the sequestration of your estate on a moderate line. Thus, says my uncle, and having communicated his advice, I have no occasion to urge your patience with farther argument. It is well thou dost not, Alice, answered Sir Henry Lee, in a tone of suppressed anger, for by the blessed rood thou hast well nigh led me into the heresy of thinking thee no daughter of Mina, my beloved companion, who art now far from the sorrows and cares of this weary world. Couldst thou have thought that the daughter thou didst clasp to thy bosom would, like the wicked wife of Job, become a temptress to her father in the hour of affliction, and recommend to him to make his conscience truckle to his interest, and to beg back, at the bloody hands of his masters, and perhaps his son's murderers, a wretched remnant of the royal property he has been robbed of? Why, wench, if I must beg, think'st though I will sue to those who have made me a mendicant? No, I will never show my grey beard worn in sorrow for my sovereign's death, to move the compassion of some proud sequestrator, who perhaps was one of the parricides. No, if Henry Lee must sue for food, it shall be of some sound loyalist like himself, who, having but half a loaf remaining, will not nevertheless refuse to share it with him. For his daughter, she may wander her own way, which leads her to a refuge with her wealthy Roundhead kinsfolk, but let her no more call him father, whose honest indigence she has refused to share. You do me injustice, sir, answered the young lady, with a voice animated, yet faltering. Cruel injustice. God knows your way is my way, though it lead to ruin and beggary, and while you tread it, my arm shall support you, while you will accept an aid so feeble. Thou word'st me, girl, answered the old Cavalier, thou word'st me, as will Shakespeare says. Thou speakest of lending me thy arm, but thy secret thought is thyself to hang upon Markham Everard's. My father, answered Alice in a tone of deep grief, what can thus have altered your clear judgment and kindly heart? Accursed be these civil commotions. Not only do they destroy men's bodies, but they pervert their souls, and the brave, the noble, the generous become suspicious, harsh, and mean. Why upbraid me with Markham Everard? Have I seen or spoke to him? Since you forbid him my company with terms less kind, I will speak it. Trulithan was due even to the relationship betwixt you. Why think I would sacrifice to that young man my duty to you? Know that were I capable of such criminal weakness, Markham Everard were the first to despise me for it. She put her handkerchief to her eyes, but she could not hide her sobs nor conceal the distress. They intimated the old man was moved. I cannot tell, he said, what to think of it. Thou seemst sincere, and wert ever a good and kindly daughter. How thou hast let that rebel youth creep into thy heart, I wot not. Perhaps it is a punishment on me, who thought the loyalty of my house was like undefiled ermine. Yet here is a damned spot, and on the fairest gem of all, my own dear Alice. But do not weep, we have enough to vex us. Where is it that Shakespeare hath it? Gentle daughter, give even way unto my rough affairs. Put you not on the temper of the times, nor be like them to Percy troublesome. I am glad, answered the young lady, to hear you quote your favorite again. Sir, our little jars are ever well nigh ended when Shakespeare comes in play. His book was the closet companion of my blessed master, said Sir Henry Lee, after the Bible, with reverence for naming them together. He felt more comfort in it than in any other. And as I have shared his disease, why, it is natural I should take his medicine, albeit I pretend not to my master's art in explaining the dark passages, for I am but a rude man, and rustically brought up to arms and hunting. You have seen Shakespeare yourself, sir, said the young lady. Silly wench, replied the knight, he died when I was a mere child. Thou hast heard me say so 20 times, but thou wouldst lead the old man away from the tender subject. Well, though I am not blind, I can shut my eyes and follow Ben Jonson. I knew, and could tell thee many a tale of our meetings at the Mermaid, where if there was much wine there was much wit also. We did not sit blowing tobacco in each other's faces, and turning up the whites of our eyes, as we turned up the bottom of the wine-pot. Old Ben adopted me as one of his sons in the Muses. I have shown you, have I not, the verses to my much-beloved son, the worshipful Sir Henry Lee of Ditchley, knight and baronet. I do not remember them at present, "Sir," replied Alice. "I fear ye lie, wench," said her father, "but no matter, thou canst not get any more fooling out of me just now. The evil spirit hath left Saul for the present. We are now to think what is to be done about leaving Woodstock defending it." "My dearest father," said Alice, "can you still nourish a moment's hope of making good the place?" "I know not, wench," replied Sir Henry. "I would fain have a parting blow with them, 'tis certain, and who knows where a blessing may alight. But then my poor knaves that must take part with me in so hopeless a quarrel, that thought hampers me, I confess." "Oh, let it do so, sir," replied Alice. "There are soldiers in the town, and there are 3 regiments at Oxford." "Ah, poor Oxford!" exclaimed Sir Henry, whose vacillating state of mind was turned by a word to any new subject that was suggested, seat of learning and loyalty. "These rude soldiers are unfit inmates for thy learned halls and poetical bowers. But thy pure and brilliant lamp shall defy the foul breath of 1,000 churls, were they to blow at it like Boreas. The burning bush shall not be consumed, even by the heat of this persecution." "True, sir," said Alice, "and it may not be useless to recollect that any stirring of the royalists at this unpropitious moment will make them deal yet more harshly with the university, which they consider as being at the bottom of everything which moves for the king in these parts." "It is true, wench," replied the knight, "and small cause would make the villains sequestrate the poor remains which the civil wars have left to the colleges, that, and the risk of my poor fellows. Well, thou hast disarmed me, girl. I will be as patient and calm as a martyr." "Pray God you keep your word, sir," replied his daughter, "but you are ever so much moved at the sight of any of these men, that—" "Would you make a child of me, Alice?" said Sir Henry. "Why, know you not that I can look upon a viper or a toad or a bunch of engendering adders without any worse feeling than a little disgust? And though a roundhead, and especially a redcoat, are in my opinion more poisonous than vipers, more loathsome than toads, more hateful than knotted adders, yet can I overcome my nature so far that should one of them appear at this moment, thyself should see how civilly I would entreat him." As he spoke, the military preacher abandoned his leafy screen, and stalking forward, stood unexpectedly before the old Cavalier, who stared at him as if he had thought his expressions had actually raised a devil. "Who art thou at length?" said Sir Henry in a raised and angry voice, while his daughter clung to his arm in terror, little confident that her father's pacific resolutions would abide the shock of this unwelcome apparition. "I am one," replied the soldier, "who neither fear nor shame to call myself a poor day-labourer in the great work of England. I a simple and sincere upholder of the good old cause." "And what the devil do you seek here?" said the old knight fiercely. "The welcome due to the steward of the Lord's commissioners," answered the soldier. "Welcome art thou as salt would be to sore eyes," said the Cavalier, "but who be your commissioners, man?" The soldier with little courtesy held out a scroll which Sir Henry took from him betwixt his finger and thumb as if it were a letter from a pest-house, and held it at as much distance from his eyes as his purpose of reading it would permit. He then read aloud, and as he named the parties one by one, he added a short commentary on each name, addressed indeed to Alice, but in such a tone that showed he cared not for its being heard by the soldier. "Disparate ploughman, disparate as grovelling a clown, as is in England a fellow that would be best at home, like an ancient Scythian, under the tilt of a Wagondan him Harrisona, bloody-minded ranting enthusiast, who read the Bible to such purpose that he never lacked a text to justify a murdered in him, too, Bletsona, true blue Commonwealth's man, one of Harrison's wrote a club with his noddle full of new-fangled notions about government, the clearest object of which is to establish the tail upon the head of fellow who leaves you the statutes and law of old England, to prate of Rome, and Greases the Areopagus in Westminster Hall, and takes old Noel for a Roman consolidad. He is like to prove a dictator amongst them, instead, never mindin' Bletson too." "Friend," said the soldier, "I would willingly be civil, but it consists not with my duty to hear these godly men in whose service I am spoken of after this irreverent and unbecoming fashion, and albeit I know that you malignants think you have a right to make free with that damnation, which you seem to use as your own portion, yet it is superfluous to invoke it against others who have better hopes in their thoughts and better words in their mouths." "Thou art but a canting varlet," replied the knight, and yet thou art right in some sense, for it is superfluous to curse men who already are damned as black as the smoke of hell itself. I prithee forbear, continued the soldier, for manners' sake, if not for conscientiously oaths suit ill with grey beards. Nay, that is truth, if the devil spoke, it said the knight, and I thank heaven I can follow good counsel, though old Nick gives it, and so, friend, touching these same commissioners, bear them this message, that Sir Henry Lee is keeper of Woodstock Park, with right of waif and stray vert and venison, as complete as any of them have to their estate, that is if they possess any estate, but what they have gained by plundering honest men. Nevertheless, he will give place to those who have made their might their right, and will not expose the lives of good and true men where the odds are so much against them. And he protests that he makes this surrender neither as acknowledging of these so-termed commissioners, nor as for his own individual part fearing their force, but purely to avoid the loss of English blood, of which so much hath been spilt in these late times. It is well spoken, said the steward of the commissioners, and therefore I pray you let us walk together into the house, that thou mayst deliver up unto me the vessels and gold and silver ornaments belonging unto the Egyptian Pharaoh, who committed them to thy keeping. What vessels, exclaimed the fiery old knight, and belonging to whom unbaptized dog speak civil of the martyr in my presence, or I will do a deed misbecoming of me on that caitiff corpse of thine hand. Shaking his daughter from his right arm, the old man laid his hand on his rapier. His antagonist, on the contrary, kept his temper completely, and waving his hand to add impression to his speech, he said, with a calmness which aggravated Sir Henry's wrath, Nay, good friend, I prithee be still, and brawl no teat, becomes not grey hairs and feeble arms to rail and rant like drunkards, put me not to use the carnal weapon in mine own defence, but listen to the voice of reason. Seest thou not that the Lord hath decided this great controversy in favour of us and ours against thee? And thine wherefore render up thy stewardship peacefully, and deliver up to me the chattels of the man Charles Stuart. Patience is a good nag, but she will bolt, said the knight, unable longer to rein in his wrath. He plucked his sheathed rapier from his side, struck the soldier a severe blow with it, and instantly drawing it, and throwing the scabbard over the trees, placed himself in a posture of defence, with his sword's point within half a yard of the steward's body. The latter stepped back with activity, threw his long cloak from his shoulders, and drawing his long tuck, stood upon his guard. The swords clashed smartly together, while Alice in her terror screamed wildly for assistance. But the combat was of short duration. The old Cavalier had attacked a man as cunning of fence as he himself, or a little more so, and possessing all the strength and activity of which time had deprived Sir Henry, and the calmness which the other had lost in his passion. They had scarce exchanged 3 passes ere the sword of the knight flew up in the air, as if it had gone in search of the scabbard, and burning with shame and anger, Sir Henry stood disarmed at the mercy of his antagonist. The Republican showed no purpose of abusing his victory, nor did he either during the combat, or after the victory was won, in any respect alter the sour and grave composure which reigned upon his countenance. A combat of life and death seemed to him a thing as familiar and as little to be feared as an ordinary bout with foils. Thou art delivered into my hands, he said, and by the law of arms I might smite thee under the 5th rib, even as Asahel was struck dead by Abner the son of Ner, as he followed the chase on the hill of Amma that lieth before Jaya, in the way of the wilderness of Gibeon. But far be it from me to spill thy remaining drops of blood. True it is thou art the captive of my sword and of my spear. Nevertheless, seeing that there may be a turning from thy evil ways, and a returning to those which are good, if the Lord enlarge thy date for repentance and amendment, wherefore should it be shortened by a poor sinful mortal who is speaking truly, but thy fellow-worm? Sir Henry Lee remained still confused and unable to answer when there arrived a 4th person, whom the cries of Alice had summoned to the spot. This was Jocelyn Jolliffe, one of the underkeepers of the walk, who, seeing how matters stood, brandished his quarterstaff, a weapon from which he never parted, and having made it describe the figure of 8 in a flourish through the air, would have brought it down with a vengeance upon the head of the steward, had not Sir Henry interposed. We must trail bats now, Jocelyn, our time of shouldering them is past. It skills not striving against the stream, the devil rules the roast, and makes our slaves our tutors." At this moment, another auxiliary rushed out of the thicket to the knight's assistance. It was a large wolf-dog in strength, a mastiff in form, and almost in fleetness. A greyhound Bevis was the noblest of the kind, which ever pulled down a stag, tawny, coloured like a lion, with a black muzzle and black feet just edged with a line of white round the toes. He was as tractable as he was strong and bold, just as he was about to rush upon the soldier. Word's peace Bevis from Sir Henry converted the lion into a lamb, and instead of pulling the soldier down, he walked round and snuffed, as if using all his sagacity to discover who the stranger could be, towards whom, though of so questionable an appearance, he was enjoined forbearance. Apparently, he was satisfied, for he laid aside his doubtful and threatening demonstrations, lowered his ears, smoothed down his bristles, and wagged his tail. Sir Henry, who had great respect for the sagacity of his favourite, said in a low voice to Alice Bevis, "Is of thy opinion and counsel submission. There is the finger of heaven in this, to punish the pride, ever the fault of our house friend." He continued, addressing the soldier, "Thou hast given the finishing touch to a lesson which 10 years of constant misfortune have been unable fully to teach me. Thou hast distinctly shown me the folly of thinking that a good cause can strengthen a weak arm. God forgive me for the thought, but I could almost turn infidel and believe that heaven's blessing goes ever with the longest sword. But it will not be always thus. God knows his time. Reach me my Toledo, Joceline, yonder it lies, and the scabbard see, where it hangs on the tree. Do not pull at my cloak, Alice, and look so miserably frightened. I shall be in no hurry to betake me to bright steel again, I promise thee. For thee, good fellow, I thank thee, and will make way for thy masters without farther dispute or ceremony. Joceline Jolliffe is nearer thy degree than I am, and will make surrender to thee of the lodge and household stuff. Withhold nothing. Jolliffe, let them have all for me. I will never cross the threshold again, but where to rest for a night. I would trouble no one in Woodstock. It shall be so. Alice and I, Joceline, will go down to thy hut by Rossammons. Well, we will borrow the shelter of thy roof. For one night at least thou wilt give us welcome, wilt thou not? How know a clouded brow?" Joceline certainly looked embarrassed, directed a first glance to Alice, then looked to heaven, then to earth, and last to the 4 quarters of the horizon, and then murmured out, "Certainly, without question might he but run down to put the house in order." Order enough for those that may soon be glad of clean straw in a barn," said the knight. "But if thou hast an ill will to harbour any obnoxious or malignant persons, as the phrase goes, never shame to speak it out, man. 'Tis true, I took thee up when thou wert but a ragged robin, one made a keeper of thee, and so forth. What of that? Sailors think no longer of the wind than when it forwards them on the voyageth he betters turn with the tide. Why should not such a poor knave as thou—" "God pardon your honour for your harsh judgment," said Jolliffe. "The hut is yours such as it is, and should be were it a king's palace, as I wish it were. Even for your honour's sake, and mistress, licensingly, I could wish your honour would condescend to let me step down before, in case any neighbour be there, or just to put matters something into order for Mistress Alice, and your honour just to make things something seemly and shapely." "Not a whit necessary," said the knight, while Alice had much trouble in concealing her agitation. "If thy matters are unseemly, they are fitter for a defeated knight. If they are unshapely, why the liker to the rest of a world which is all unshaped. Go thou with that man. What is thy name, friend?" "Joseph Tomkins is my name in the flesh," said the steward. "Men call me Honest Joe and Trusty Tomkins." "If thou hast deserved such names, considering what trade thou hast driven, thou art a jewel indeed," said the knight. "Yet if thou hast not, never blush for the matter, Joseph, for if thou art not in truth honest, thou hast all the better chance to keep the fame of ith title, and the thing itself. Have long walked separate ways. Farewell to thee, and farewell to fair Woodstock." So saying, the old knight turned round, and pulling his daughter's arm through his own, they walked onward into the forest in the same manner in which they were introduced to the reader. Chapter the 3rd. "Now ye wild blades that make loose in's your stay, to vapour forth the acts of this sad age. Stout Edgehill fight the Newberries and the West, and northern clashes where you still fought best. Your strange escapes your dangers void of fear, when bullets flew between the head and ear. Whether you fought by dam or the spirit, of you I speak. Legend of Captain Jones." Joseph Tomkins and Jolliffe, The keeper remained for some time in silence as they stood together looking along the path in which the figures of the Knight of Ditchley and pretty Mistress Alice had disappeared behind the trees. They then gazed on each other in doubt, as men who scarce knew whether they stood on hostile or on friendly terms together, and were at a loss how to open a conversation. They heard the knight's whistle summon Bevis, but though the good hound turned his head and pricked his ears at the sound, yet he did not obey the call, but continued to snuff around Joseph Tomkins' cloak. "Thou art a rare one, I fear me," said the keeper, looking to his new acquaintance. "I have heard of men who have charms to steal both dogs and deer." "Trouble not thyself about my qualities, friend," said Joseph Tomkins, "but bethink thee of doing thy master's bidding." Jocelyn did not immediately answer, but at length, as if in sign of truce, stuck the end of his quarterstaff upright in the ground, and leant upon it, as he said gruffly, "So, my tough old knight, and you were at drawn bilbo by way of afternoon service, Sir Preacher? Well, for you I came not up till the blades were done jingling, or I had rung evensong upon your pate." The Independent smiled grimly as he replied, "Nay, friend, it is well for thyself, for never should sexton have been better paid for the knell he tolled. Nevertheless, why should there be war betwixt us, or my hand be against than thou art, but a poor knave doing thy master's order, nor have I any desire that my own blood or thine should be shed touching this matter. Thou art, I understand, to give me peaceful possession of the palace of Woodstock. So called, though there is now no palace in England, no, nor shall be in the days that come after, until we shall enter the palace of the New Jerusalem, and the reign of the saints shall commence on earth." "Pretty well begun already, friend Tomkins," said the keeper. "You are little short of being kings already upon the matter as it now stands. And for your Jerusalem, I wot not, but Woodstock is a pretty nest egg to begin with. Well, will you shog, will you on, will you take sassing and livery? You heard my orders." I know not," said Tomkins. "I must beware of ambuscades, and I am alone here. Moreover, it is the high Thanksgiving appointed by Parliament, and owned to by the army also. The old man and the young woman may want to recover some of their clothes and personal property, and I would not that they were balked on my account. Wherefore, if thou wilt deliver me possession tomorrow morning, it shall be done in personal presence of my own followers, and of the Presbyterian man, the mayor, so that the transfer may be made before witnesses, whereas were there none with us, but thou to deliver, and I to take possession. The men of Belial might say, Go to trusty Tomkins hath been an Edomite honest, Joe hath been as an Ishmaelite, rising up early and dividing the spoil with them that served the Mania, they that wore beards and green jerkins, as in remembrance of the man and of his government." Jocelyn fixed his keen dark eyes upon the soldier as he spoke, as if in design to discover whether there was fair play in his mind or not. He then applied his 5 fingers to scratch a large shock head of hair, as if that operation was necessary to enable him to come to a conclusion. "This is all fair sounding, brother," said he, "but I tell you plainly, there are some silver mugs and platters and flagons and so forth in yonder house, which have survived the general sweep that sent all our plate to the smelting pot to put our knight's troop on horseback. Now, if thou takest not these off my hand, I may come to trouble, since it may be thought I have minished their numbers, whereas I, being as honest a fellow as ever stole venison," said Tomkins. "Nay, I do owe thee an interruption." "Go to then," replied the keeper. "If a stag may have come to mischance in my walk, it was no way in the course of dishonesty, but merely to keep my old dame's pan from rusting. But for silver porringers, tankards, and such like, I would as soon have drunk the melted silver as stolen the vessel made out of it, so that I would not wish blame or suspicion fell on me in this matter. And therefore, if you will have the things rendered even nowy sound, if not, hold me blameless." "I truly," said Tomkins, "and who is to hold me blameless, if they should see cause to think anything minished? Not the right worshipful commissioners, to whom the property of the estate is as their own. Therefore, as thou sayst, we must walk warily in the matter. To lock up the house and leave it were but the work of simple ones. What sayst thou to spend the night there, and then nothing can be touched without the knowledge of us both?" "Why, concerning that," answered the keeper, "I should be at my hut to make matters somewhat conformable for the old knight, and Mistress Alice for my old Dame Joan is something dunny, and will scarce know how to manage, and yet, oh, speak the truth, by the mass, I would rather not see Sir Henry tonight, since what has happened today hath roused his spleen, and it is a peradventure he may have met something at the hut, which will scarce tend to cool it. It is a pity, said Tomkins, that being a gentleman of such grave and goodly presence, he should be such a malignant Cavalier, and that he should, like the rest of that generation of vipers, have clothed himself with curses as with a garment. Which is as much as to say the tough old knight hath a habit of swearing, said the keeper, grinning at a pun which has been repeated since his time. But who can help it? It comes of use. And want were you now in your bodily self to light suddenly on a maypole, with all the blithe Morristancers prancing around it to the merry pipe and tabor, with bells jingling, ribbons fluttering, lads frisking, and laughing lasses leaping, till you might see where the scarlet garter fastened the light blue hose. I think some feeling resembling either natural sociality or old use, and want would get the better, friend, even of thy gravity, and thou wouldst fling thy cuckoldy steeply hat one way, and that bloodthirsty long sword another, and trip like the noodles of Hogs Norton when the pigs play on the organ. The Independent turned fiercely round on the keeper, and replied, How now, Mr. Green Jerkin, what language is this to one whose hand is at the plough? I advise thee to put curb on thy tongue, lest thy ribs pay the forfeit. Nay, do not take the high tone with me, brother, answered Joceline. Remember thou hast not the old knight of 65 to deal with, but a fellow as bitter and prompt as Thyselfit, may be a little more so, younger at all events, and prithee, why shouldst thou take such umbrage at a maypole? I would thou hadst known one Phil Hazeldine of these parts. He was the best Morristancer betwixt Oxford and Burford. The more shame to him, answered the Independent, and I trust he has seen the error of his ways, and made himself, as if a man of action, he easily might fit for better company than woodhunters, deerstealers, maid Marians, swashbucklers, debauched revellers, bloody brawlers, maskers, and mummers, lewd men, and light women, fools and fiddlers, and carnal self-pleasers of every description. Well, replied the keeper, you are out of breath. In time, for here we stand before the famous maypole of Woodstock. They paused in an open space of meadowland, beautifully skirted by large oaks and sycamores, one of which, as king of the forest, stood a little detached from the rest, as if scorning the vicinity of any rival. It was scathed and gnarled in the branches, but the immense trunk still showed to what gigantic size the monarch of the forest can attain in the groves of merry England. That is called the King's Oak, said Joceline. The oldest men of Woodstock know not how old it is. They say Henry used to sit under it with fair Rosamond, and see the lasses dance, and the lads of the village run races and wrestle for belts or bonnets. I nothing doubt it, friend, said Tomkins. A tyrant and a harlot were fitting patron and patroness for such vanities. Thou mayst say thy say, friend, replied the keeper, so thou lettest me say mine. There stands the maypole, as thou seest, half a flight shot from the King's Oak, in the midst of the meadow. The king gave 10 shillings from the customs of Woodstock to make a new one yearly, besides a tree fitted for the purpose out of the forest. Now it is warped and withered and twisted like a wasted briar rod. The green too used to be close-shaved and rolled till it was smooth as a velvet mantle. No, it is rough and overgrown. Well, well, friend Joceline, said the Independent, but where was the edification of all this? What use of doctrine could be derived from a pipe and tabor, or was there ever aught like wisdom in a bagpipe? You may ask better scholars that, said Joceline, but methinks men cannot be always grave, and with the hat over their brow, a young maiden will laugh as a tender flower will blow away, and a lad will like her the better for it, just as the same blithe spring that makes the young birds whistle bids the blithe fawns skip. There have come worse days since the jolly old times have gone by. I tell thee that in the holidays which you, Mr. Longsword, have put down, I have seen this greensward alive, with merry maidens and manly fellows. The good old rector himself thought it was no sin to come for a while and look on, and his goodly cassock and scarf kept us all in good order, and taught us to limit our mirth within the bounds of discretion. We might, it may be, crack a broad jest, or pledge a friendly cup a turn too often, but it was in mirth and good neighborhood. Aye, and if there was a bout at single stick or a bellyful of boxing, it was all for love and kindness, and better a few dry blows in drink than the bloody doings we have had in sober earnest, since the presbyter's cap got above the bishop's mitre, and we exchanged our goodly rectors and learned doctors, whose sermons were all bolstered up with as much Greek and Latin as might have confounded the devil himself for weavers and cobblers, and such other pulpit volunteers, as we heard this morning it will out. Well, friend, said the Independent with patience scarcely to have been expected, I quarrel not with thee for nauseating my doctrine, if thine ear is so much tickled with Tabor tunes, and Morris tripping truly, it is not likely thou shouldst find pleasant savour in more wholesome and sober food. But let us to the lodge, that we may go about our business there before the sun sets. Troth, and that may be advisable for more reasons than one, said the keeper, for there have been tales about the lodge, which have made men afeard to harbour there after nightfall. Were not yon old knight, and yonder damsel, his daughter, wont to dwell there, said the Independent, my information said so. Ay, truly did they, said Joceline, and while they kept a jolly household, all went well enough, for nothing banishes fear like good ale. But after the best of our men went to the wars, and were slain at Naseby fight, they who were left found the lodge more lonesome, and the old knight has been much deserted of his servants, marry. It might be that he has lacked silver of late to pay groom and lackey. A potential reason for the diminution of a household, said the soldier. Right, sir, even so, replied the keeper. They spoke of steps in the great gallery, heard by dead of the night, and voices that whispered at noon in the matted chambers, and the servants pretended that these things scared them away. But in my poor judgment, when Martinmas and Whitsuntide came round without a penny fee, the old bluebottles of serving men began to think of creeping elsewhere before the frost chilled them. No devil so frightful as that which dances in the pocket where there is no cross to keep him out. You were reduced, then, to a petty household, said the Independent. Ay, marry were we, said Joceline, but we kept some half-score together, what with bluebottles in the lodge, what with green caterpillars of the chase, like him, who is yours to command. We stuck together, till we found a call to take a morning's ride, somewhere or other. To the town of Worcester, said the soldier, where you were crushed, like vermin and palmer worms, as you are. You may say your pleasure, replied the keeper. I'll never contradict a man who has got my head under his belt. Our backs are at the wall, or you would not be here. Nay, friend, said the Independent, thou riskest nothing by thy freedom and trust in me. I can be bon camarado to a good soldier, although I have striven with him even to the going down of the sun. But here we are in front of the lodge. They stood accordingly in front of the old Gothic building, irregularly constructed, and at different times, as the humour of the English monarchs led them to taste the pleasures of Woodstock chase, and to make such improvements for their own accommodation as the increasing luxury of each age required. The oldest part of the structure had been named by tradition Fair Rosamond's Tower. It was a small turret of great height, with narrow windows and walls of massive thickness. The tower had no opening to the ground or means of descending. A great part of the lower portion being solid masonwork, it was traditionally said to have been accessible only by a sort of small drawbridge, which might be dropped at pleasure from a little portal near the summit of the turret to the battlements of another tower of the same construction but 20 feet lower, and containing only a winding staircase called in Woodstock Love's Ladder, because it is said that by ascending this staircase to the top of the tower, and then making use of the drawbridge, Henry obtained access to the chamber of his paramour. This tradition had been keenly impugned by Dr. Rochecliffe, the former rector of Woodstock, who insisted that what was called Rosamond's Tower was merely an interior keep or citadel, to which the lord or warden of the castle might retreat when other points of safety failed him, and either protract his defence, or at the worst stipulate for reasonable terms of surrender. The people of Woodstock, jealous of their ancient traditions, did not relish this new mode of explaining them away, and it is even said that the mayor, whom we have already introduced, became Presbyterian in revenge of the doubts cast by the rector upon this important subject, rather choosing to give up the liturgy than his fixed belief in Rosamond's Tower and Love's Ladder. The rest of the lodge was of considerable extent, and of different ages, comprehending a nest of little courts, surrounded by buildings which corresponded with each other, sometimes within doors, sometimes by crossing the courts, and frequently in both ways. The different heights of the buildings announced that they could only be connected by the usual variety of staircases, which exercised the limbs of our ancestors in the 16th and earlier centuries, and seem sometimes to have been contrived for no other purpose. The varied and multiplied fronts of this irregular building were, as Dr. Rochecliffe was wont to say, an absolute banquet to the architectural antiquary, as they certainly contained specimens of every style, which existed from the pure Norman of Henry of Anjou down to the composite, half-Gothic, half-classical architecture of Elizabeth and her successor. Accordingly, the rector was himself as much enamoured of Woodstock as ever was Henry of fair Rosamond, and as his intimacy with Sir Henry Lay permitted him entrance at all times to the Royal Lodge, he used to spend whole days in wandering about the antique apartments, examining, measuring, studying, and finding out excellent reasons for architectural peculiarities, which probably only owed their existence to the freakish fancy of a Gothic artist. But the old antiquary had been expelled from his living by the intolerance and troubles of the times, and his successor Nehemiah Holdenough would have considered an elaborate investigation of the profane sculpture and architecture of blinded and bloodthirsty papists, together with the history of the dissolute amours of old Norman monarchs, as little better than a bowing down before the calves of Bethel, and a drinking of the cup of abominations. We return to the course of our story. There is said the independent Tomkins, after he had carefully perused the front of the building, many a rare monument of olden wickedness, about this miscalled Royal Lodge, verily, I shall rejoice much to see the same destroyed, yea, burned to ashes, and the ashes thrown into the brook Kedron, or any other brook, that the land may be cleansed from the memory thereof, neither remember the iniquity with which their fathers have sinned. The keeper heard him with secret indignation, and began to consider with himself whether, as they stood but one to one, and without chance of speedy interference, he was not called upon by his official duty to castigate the rebel who used language so defamatory. But he fortunately recollected that the strife must be a doubtful one, that the advantage of arms was against him, and that in especial, even if he should succeed in the combat, it would be at the risk of severe retaliation. It must be owned, too, that there was something about the Independent so dark and mysterious, so grim and grave, that the more open spirit of the keeper felt oppressed, and if not overawed, at least kept in doubt concerning him, and he thought it wisest, as well as safest for his master and himself, to avoid all subjects of dispute, and know better with whom he was dealing before he made either friend or enemy of him. The great gate of the lodge was strongly bolted, but the wicket opened on Joseline's raising the latch. There was a short passage of 10 feet, which had been formerly closed by a portcullis at the inner end, while 3 loopholes opened on either side, through which any daring intruder might be annoyed who, having surprised the first gate, must be thus exposed to a severe fire before he could force the second. But the machinery of the portcullis was damaged, and it now remained a fixture, brandishing its jaw well furnished with iron fangs, but incapable of dropping it across the path of invasion. The way therefore lay open to the great hall or outer vestibule of the lodge. One end of this long and dusky apartment was entirely occupied by a gallery which had in ancient times served to accommodate the musicians and minstrels. There was a clumsy staircase at either side of it, composed of entire logs of a foot square, and in each angle of the ascent was placed, by way of sentinel, the figure of a Norman foot soldier having an open casque on his head, which displayed features as stern as the painter's genius could devise. Their arms were buff jackets or shirts of mail round bucklers, with spikes in the center, and buskins, which adorned and defended the feet and ankles, but left the knees bare. These wooden warders held great swords or maces in their hands, like military guards on duty. Many an empty hook and brace along the walls of the gloomy apartment marked the spots from which arms long preserved as trophies had been in the pressure of the wars, once more taken down to do service in the field, like veterans whom extremity of danger recalls to battle. On other rusty fastenings were still displayed the hunting trophies of the monarchs to whom the lodge belonged, and of the Sylvan knights to whose care it had been from time to time confided. At the nether end of the hall, a huge heavy stone-wrought chimney-piece projected itself 10 feet from the wall, adorned with many a cipher and many a scutcheon of the royal house of England. In its present state, it yawned like the arched mouth of a funeral vault, or perhaps might be compared to the crater of an extinguished volcano. But the sable complexion of the massive stonework, and all around it, showed that the time had been when it sent its huge fires blazing up the huge chimney. besides puffing many a volume of smoke over the heads of the jovial guests, whose royalty or nobility did not render them sensitive enough to quarrel with such slight inconvenience on these occasions. It was the tradition of the house that 2 cartloads of wood was the regular allowance for the fire between noon and curfew, and the andirons or dogs, as they were termed, constructed for retaining the blazing firewood on the hearth, were wrought in the shape of lions of such gigantic size as might well warrant the legend. There were long seats of stone within the chimney, wherein, despite of the tremendous heat, monarchs were sometimes said to have taken their station, and amused themselves with broiling the umbles or dowsels of the deer upon the glowing embers with their own royal hands when happy the courtier who was invited to taste the royal cookery. Tradition was here also ready with her record to show what merry jibes, such as might be exchanged between prince and peer, had flown about at the jolly banquet which followed the Michaelmas hunt. She could tell too exactly where King Stephen sat when he darned his own princely hose, and knew most of the odd tricks he had put upon little Winkin, the tailor of Woodstock. Most of this rude revelry belonged to the Plantagenet times, when the house of Tudor ascended to the throne. They were more chary of their royal presence, and feasted in halls and chambers far within, abandoning the outmost hall to the yeomen of the guard, who mounted there, watched there, and passed away the night with wassail and mirth, exchanged sometimes for frightful tales of apparitions and sorceries, which made some of those grow pale, in whose ears the trumpet of a French foeman would have sounded as jollily as a summons to the woodland chase. Joceline pointed out the peculiarities of the place to his gloomy companion more briefly than we have detailed them to the reader. The Independent seemed to listen with some interest at first, but flinging it suddenly aside, he said, in a solemn tone, "Perish Babylon, as thy master Nebuchadnezzar hath perished. He is a wanderer, and thou shalt be a waste place here, and a wilderness here, a desert of salt, in which there shall be thirst and famine." "There is like to be enough of both tonight," said Joceline, "unless the good knight's larder be somewhat fuller than it is wont." "We must care for the creature comforts," said the Independent, "but in due season, when our duties are done, whither lead these entrances?" "That to the right," replied the keeper, "leads to what are called the state apartments, not used since the year 1639, when his blessed majesty—" "How, sir," interrupted the Independent, in a voice of thunder, "dost thou speak of Charles Stuart as blessing or blessed Buer the proclamation to that effect?" "I meant no harm," answered the keeper, suppressing his disposition to make a harsher reply. "My business is with bolts and bucks, not with titles and state affairs. But yet whatever may have happed, since that poor king was followed with blessings enough from Woodstock, for he left a glove full of broad pieces for the poor of the place." "Peace, friend," said the Independent, "I will think thee else one of those besotted and blinded papists who hold that bestowing of alms is an atonement, and washing away of the wrongs and oppressions which have been wrought by the almsgiver. Thou sayest, then, these were the apartments of Charles Stuart, and of his father James before him, and Elizabeth before him, and bluff King Henry, who builded that wing before them all. And there, I suppose, the knight and his daughter dwelt." "No," replied Joceline, "Sir Henry Lee had too much reverence for things which are now thought worth no reverence at all. Besides, the staterooms are unaired, and in indifferent order, since of late years the night ranger's apartment lies by that passage to the left." "And whither goes yonder stair, which seems both to lead upwards and downwards?" "Upwards," replied the keeper. "It leads to many apartments used for various purposes of sleeping and other accommodation. Downwards, to the kitchen, offices, and vaults of the castle, which at this time of the evening you cannot see without lights." "We will to the apartments of your knight, then," said the Independent. "Is there fitting accommodation there?" "Such as has served a person of condition whose lodging is now worse appointed," answered the honest keeper, his bile rising so fast that he added, in a muttering and inaudible tone, "So it may well serve a crow-haired knave like thee." He acted as the usher, however, and led on towards the ranger's apartments. This suite opened by a short passage from the hall, secured at time of need by 2 oaken doors, which could be fastened by large bars of the same that were drawn out of the wall, and entered into square holes contrived for their reception on the other side of the portal. At the end of this passage, a small anteroom received them into, which opened the sitting apartment of the good knight which, in the style of the time, might have been termed a fair summer parlour lighted by two oriel windows so placed as to command each of them a separate avenue leading distant and deep into the forest, the principal ornament of the apartment, besides 2 or 3 family portraits of less interest, was a tall full-length picture that hung above the chimney-piece, which, like that in the hall, was of heavy stonework, ornamented with carved scutcheons, emblazoned with various devices. The portrait was that of a man about 50 years of age in complete plate armor, and painted in the harsh and dry manner of Holbein, probably, indeed, the work of that artist, as the dates corresponded. The formal and marked angles, points, and projections of the armor were a good subject for the harsh pencil of that early school. The face of the knight was, from the fading of the colors, pale and dim, like that of some being from the other world, yet the lines expressed forcibly pride and exultation. He pointed with his leading staff or truncheon to the background, where in such perspective as the artist possessed were depicted the remains of a burning church or monastery, and 4 or 5 soldiers in red cassocks bearing away in triumph what seemed a brazen font or laver above their heads might be traced in scroll Lee Victor sic voluit, right opposite to the picture, hung in a niche in the wall, a complete set of tilting armor, the black and gold colors and ornaments of which exactly corresponded with those exhibited in the portrait. The picture was one of those which, from something marked in the features and expression, attract the observation, even of those who are ignorant of art. The Independent looked at it, until a smile passed transiently over his clouded brow, whether he smiled to see the grim old Cavalier, employed in desecrating a religious house and occupation much conforming to the practice of his own sect, whether he smiled in contempt of the old painter's harsh and dry mode of working, whether the sight of this remarkable portrait revived some other ideas, the underkeeper could not decide. The smile passed away in an instant, as the soldier looked to the oriel windows. The recesses within them were raised a step or 2 from the wall. In one was placed a walnut-tree reading desk, and a huge stuffed armchair covered with Spanish leather. A little cabinet stood beside, with some of its shuttles and drawers open, displaying hawksbells, dog whistles, instruments for trimming falcons' feathers, bridle bits of various constructions, and other trifles connected with sylvan sport. The other little recess was differently furnished. There lay some articles of needlework on a small table, besides a lute with a book having some airs written down in it, and a frame for working embroidery. Some tapestry was displayed around the recess, with more attention to ornament than was visible in the rest of the apartment. The arrangement of a few beaupots with such flowers as the fading season afforded showed also the superintendence of female taste. Tomkins cast an eye of careless regard upon these subjects of female occupation, then stepped into the farther window and began to turn the leaves of a folio which lay open on the reading desk, apparently with some interest. Joceline, who had determined to watch his motions without interfering with them, was standing at some distance in dejected silence, when a door behind the tapestry suddenly opened, and a pretty village maid tripped out with a napkin in her hand, as if she had been about some household duty. "How now, sir, impudence," she said to Joceline in a smart tone. "What do you here prowling about the apartments, when the master is not at home?" But instead of the answer which perhaps she expected, Joceline Joliffe cast a mournful glance towards the soldier in the oriel window, as if to make what he said fully intelligible, and replied with a dejected appearance and voice, "Alack, my pretty Phbe, there come those here that have more right or might than any of us, and will use little ceremony in coming when they will, and staying while they please." He darted another glance at Tomkins, who still seemed busy with the book before him, then sidled close to the astonished girl, who had continued looking alternately at the keeper and at the stranger, as if she had been unable to understand the words of the first, or to comprehend the meaning of the second being present. "Go," whispered Joliffe, approaching his mouth so near her cheek that his breath waved the curls of her hair. "Go, my dearest Phbe, trip it as fast as a fawn down to my lodge. I will soon be there, and—" "Your lodge, indeed," said Phbe. "You are very bold for a poor Kilbuck that never frightened anything before save a dun deer. Your lodge, indeed, I am like to go there, I think." "Hush, hush, Phbe, here is no time for jesting. Down to my hut, I say, like a deer, for the night, and Mrs. Alice are both there. and I fear will not return hither again. All's not girland, our evil days are come at last, with avenging sue, are fairly at bay, and fairly hunted down. Can this be Joceline? Said the poor girl, turning to the keeper, with an expression of fright in her countenance, which she had hitherto averted in rural coquetry. Assure my dearest Phbe as. The rest of the asseveration was lost in Phb's ear, so closely did the keeper's lips approach it, and if they approached so very near as to touch her cheek, grief, like impatience, hath its privileges, and poor Phbe had enough of serious alarm to prevent her from demurring upon such a trifle. But no trifle was the approach of Joceline's lips to Phb's pretty though sunburnt cheek, in the estimation of the Independent, who a little before the object of Joceline's vigilance had been more lately in his turn the observer of the keeper's demeanor. So soon as the interview betwixt Phbe and him had become so interesting, and when he remarked the closeness of Joceline's argument, he raised his voice to a pitch of harshness that would have rivaled that of an ungreased and rusty saw, and which at once made Joceline and Phbe spring 6 feet apart, each in contrary directions, and if Cupid was of the party must have sent him out at the window like a wild duck, flying from a culverin, instantly throwing himself into the attitude of a preacher, and a reprover of vice. How now, he exclaimed, shameless and impudent, as you are what chambering and wantoning in our very presence, how would you play your pranks before the steward of the commissioners of the High Court of Parliament, as ye would in a booth at the fulsome fair, or amidst the trappings and tracings of a profane dancing school, where the scoundrel minstrels make their ungodly weapons to squeak kiss, and be kind the fiddlers blind. But here, he said, dealing a perilous thump upon the volume, here is the king and high priest of those vices and follies. Here is he whom men of folly profanely call nature's miracle. Here is he whom princes chose for their cabinet-keeper, and whom maids of honor take for their bedfellow. Here is the prime teacher of fine words, foppery, and folly. Here, dealing another thump upon the volume, and O revered of the Roxburgh, it was the first folio, beloved of the Bannatyne, it was Hemmings and Condelet, was the editio princeps. He continued in the William Shakespeare, I charge whatever of such lawless idleness and immodest folly hath defiled the land since thy day. By the mass, a heavy accusation, said Joceline, the bold recklessness of whose temper could not be long overawed. Odds Pitlikins, is our master's old favourite Will of Stratford to answer for every buss that has been snatched since James Timea, perilous reckoning truly. But I wonder who is sponsible for what lads and lasses did before his day. Scoff not, said the soldier, lest I being called thereto by the voice within me do deal with thee as a scorner. Verily, I say that since the devil fell from heaven, he never lacked agents on earth, yet nowhere hath he met with a wizard having such infinite power over men's souls, as this pestilent fellow Shakespeare seeks a wife, a foul example for adultery. Here she shall find it would a man know how to train his fellow to be a murderer. Here shall he find tutoring would a lady marry a heathen negro she shall have chronicled example, for it would anyone scorn at his maker. He shall be furnished with a jest in this book. Would he defy his brother in the flesh, he shall be accommodated with a challenge. Would you be drunk, Shakespeare will cheer you with a cup. Would you plunge in sensual pleasures, he will soothe you to indulgence, as with the lascivious sounds of a lute. This I say, this book is the wellhead and source of all those evils which have overrun the land like a torrent, making men scoffers, doubters, deniers, murderers, make-baits, and lovers of the wine-pot, haunting unclean places, and sitting long at the evening wine. Away with him, men of England, to Tophet with his wicked book, and to the Vale of Hinnom with his accursed bones. Verily, but that our march was hasty, when we passed Stratford in the year 1643 with Sir William Waller, but that our march was hasty, because Prince Rupert was after you with his Cavaliers, muttered the incorrigible Joceline. I say, continued the zealous trooper, raising his voice and extending his arm, but that our march was by command hasty, and that we turned not aside in our riding, closing our ranks each one upon the other, as becomes men of war. I had torn on that day the bones of that preceptor of vice and debauchery from the grave, and given them to the next dunghill. I would have made his memory a scoff and a hissing. That is the bitterest thing he has said, yet, observed the keeper, poor Will would have liked the hissing worse than all the rest. Will the gentleman say any more, enquired Phbe in a whisper. Lackaday, he talks brave words, if one knew but what they meant, but it is a mercy our good knight did not see him ruffle the book at that rate. Mercy on us, there would certainly have been bloodshed, but, oh, the father, see how he is twisting his face. About is he ill of the colic, think'st thou, Joceline, or may I offer him a glass of strong waters? Hark thee hither, wench, said the keeper, he is but loading his blunderbuss for another volley, and while he turns up his eyes and twists about his face, and clenches his fist, and shuffles and tramples with his feet in that fashion, he is bound to take no notice of anything. I would be sworn to cut his purse, if he had one from his side, without his feeling it. La Joceline, said Phbe, and if he abides here in this turn of times, I dare say, the gentleman will be easily served. Care not thou about that, said Jolliffe, but tell me softly and hastily what is in the pantry. Small housekeeping enough, said Phbe, a cold capon and some comfits, and the great standing venison pasty, with plenty of spicy a manchet or two besides, and that is all. Well, it will serve for a pin-trap, thy cloak round thy comely body, get a basket, and a brace of trenchers and towels, they are heinously impoverished down yonder, carry down the capon, and the manchet's pasty must abide with this same soldier, and me and the pie crust will serve us for Brit. Rarely, said Phbe, I made the paste myself, it is as thick as the walls of fair Rosamond's tower, which two pairs of jaws would be long in gnawing through work hard, as they might, said the keeper, but what liquor is there? Only a bottle of Alicant, and one of sack with the stone jug of strong waters, answered Phbe. Put the wine flasks into thy basket, said Joceline, the knight must not lack his evening draught, and down with thee to the hut like a lapwing, there is enough for supper, and tomorrow is a new day, huh? By heaven, I thought yonder man's, I watched us know, only rolled it round him in a brown study, deep enough doubtless, as they all are, but d-n him, he must be bottomless, if I cannot sound him before the night's out. Hie thee away, Phbe. But Phbe was a rural coquette, and aware that Joceline's situation gave him no advantage of avenging the challenge in a fitting way, she whispered in his ear, do you think our knight's friend Shakespeare really found out all these naughty devices the gentleman spoke of? Off she darted while she spoke, while Jolliffe menaced future vengeance with his finger, as he muttered, go thy way, Phbe, Mayflower, the lightest-footed and lightest-hearted wench that ever tripped the sod in Woodstock Park after her bevis, and bring her safe to our master at the hut. The large greyhound arose like a human servitor who had received an order, and followed Phbe through the hall, first licking her hand to make her sensible of his presence, and then putting himself to a slow trot, so as best to accommodate himself to the light pace of her whom he convoyed, whom Joceline had not extolled for her activity without due reason. While Phbe and her guardian thread the forest glades, we return to the lodge. The Independent now seemed to start as if from a reverie. Is the young woman gone, said he. Ay, Mary, is she, said the keeper, and if your worship hath farther commands, you must rest contented with male attendance. Commandsumph, I think the damsel might have tarried for another exhortation, said the soldier. Truly, I profess my mind was much inclined toward her for her edification. Oh, sir, replied Jolliffe, she will be at church next Sunday, and if your military reverence is pleased again to hold forth amongst us, she will have use of the doctrine with the rest, but young maidens of these parts hear no private homilies, and, what is now your pleasure, will you look at the other rooms, and at the few plate articles which have been left? Umphno, said the Independent, it wears late, and gets dark. Thou hast the means of giving us beds, friend. Better you never slept in, replied the keeper. And wood for a fire and a light, and some small pittance of creature comforts for refreshment of the outward man, continued the soldier. Without doubt, replied the keeper, displaying a prudent anxiety to gratify this important personage. In a few minutes, a great standing candlestick was placed on an oaken table. The mighty venison pasty, adorned with parsley, was placed on the board on a clean napkin. The stone bottle of strong waters, with a blackjack full of ale, formed comfortable appendages. To this meal sate down in social manner, the soldier occupying a great elbow chair, and the keeper at his invitation, using the more lowly accommodation of a stool at the opposite side of the table. Thus agreeably employed, our history leaves them for the present. Chapter the 4th. Yon path of greensward winds round by sparry grot and gay pavilion. There is no flint to gall thy tender foot. There's ready shelter from each breeze or shower. But duty guides not that way see her stand, with wand entwined with amaranth near yon cliffs. Oft where she leads, thy blood must mark thy footsteps. Oft where she leads, thy head must bear the storm, and thy shrunk form endure heat, cold, and hunger. But she will guide thee up to noble heights, which he who gains seems native of the sky, while earthly things lie stretched beneath his feet, diminished, shrunk, and valueless. Anonymous. The reader cannot have forgotten that after his scuffle with the Commonwealth soldier, Sir Henry Lee, with his daughter Alice, had departed to take refuge in the hut of the stout keeper Joceline Joliffe, they walked slow as before, for the old knight was at once oppressed by perceiving these last vestiges of royalty fall into the hands of republicans, and by the recollection of his recent defeat. At times he paused, and with his arms folded on his bosom, recalled all the circumstances attending his expulsion from a house so long his home. It seemed to him that, like the champions of romance, of whom he had sometimes read, he himself was retiring from the post which it was his duty to guard, defeated by a Paynim knight, for whom the adventure had been reserved by fate. Alice had her own painful subjects of recollection, nor had the tenor of her last conversation with her father been so pleasant as to make her anxious to renew it until his temper should be more composed, for, with an excellent disposition and much love to his daughter, age and misfortunes, which of late came thicker and thicker, had given to the good knight's passions a wayward irritability unknown to his better days. His daughter, and one or two attached servants, who still followed his decayed fortunes, soothed his frailty as much as possible, and pitied him even while they suffered under its effects. It was a long time ere he spoke, and then he referred to an incident already noticed. "It is strange," he said, "that Bevis should have followed Joceline and that fellow rather than me." "Assure yourself, sir," replied Alice, "that his sagacity saw in this man a stranger whom he thought himself obliged to watch circumspectly, and therefore he remained with Joceline." "Not so, Alice," answered Sir Henry. "He leaves me because my fortunes have fled from me. There is a feeling in nature, affecting even the instinct, as it is called, of dumb animals, which teaches them to fly from misfortune. The very deer, there will but a sick or wounded buck from the herd hurt a dog, and the whole kennel will fall on him and worry him. Fishes devour their own kind. When they are wounded with a spear, cut a crow's wing, or break its leg, the others will buffet it to death." "That may be true of the more irrational kinds of animals among each other," said Alice, "for their whole life is well nigh a warfare. But the dog leaves his own race to attach himself to ours, forsakes for his master the company, food, and pleasure of his own kind. And surely the fidelity of such a devoted and voluntary servant as Bevis hath been in particular ought not to be lightly suspected." "I am not angry with the dog, Alice, I am only sorry," replied her father. "I have read in faithful chronicles that when Richard Roman II and Henry of Bolingbroke were at Berkeley Castle, a dog of the same kind deserted the king, whom he had always attended upon, and attached himself to Henry, whom he then saw for the first time. Richard foretold from the desertion of his favourite his approaching deposition. The dog was afterwards kept at Woodstock, and Bevis is said to be of his breed, which was heedfully kept up. What I might foretell of mischief from his desertion I cannot guess, but my mind assures me it bodes no good." There was a distant rustling among the withered leaves, a bouncing or galloping sound on the path, and the favourite dog instantly joined his master. "Come into court, old knave," said Alice cheerfully, "and defend thy character, which is well nigh endangered by this absence." But the dog only paid her courtesy by gambolling around them, and instantly plunged back again as fast as he could scamper. "How now, knave," said the knight, "thou art too well trained, surely, to take up the chase without orders." A minute more showed them Phb Mayflower approaching her light pace, so little impeded by the burden which she bore that she joined her master and young mistress just as they arrived at the keeper's hut, which was the boundary of their journey. Bevis, who had shot ahead to pay his compliments to Sir Henry, his master, had returned again to his immediate duty, the escorting Phbe and her cargo of provisions. The whole party stood presently assembled before the door of the keeper's hut. In better times, a substantial stone habitation fit for the yeoman keeper of a royal walk had adorned this place. A fair spring gushed out near the spot, and once traversed yards and courts attached to well-built and convenient kennels and mews, but in some of the skirmishes which were common during the civil wars, this little sylvan dwelling had been attacked and defended, stormed, and burnt. A neighbouring squire of the Parliament side of the question took advantage of Sir Henry Lee's absence, who was then in Charles camp, and of the decay of the royal cause, and had without scruple carried off the hewn stones and such building materials as the fire left unconsumed, and repaired his own manor house with them. The yeoman keeper, therefore, our friend Joceline had constructed for his own accommodation, and that of the old woman he called his dame, a wattled hut, such as his own labour with that of a neighbour or two had erected in the course of a few days. The walls were plastered with clay, whitewashed, and covered with vines and other creeping plants. The roof was neatly thatched, and the whole, though merely a hut, had by the neat-handed Jolliffe been so arranged as not to disgrace the condition of the dweller. The knight advanced to the entrance, but the ingenuity of the architect, for want of a better lock to the door, which itself was but of wattles curiously twisted, had contrived a mode of securing the latch on the inside with a pin which prevented it from rising, and in this manner it was at present fastened, conceiving that this was some precaution of Jolliffe's old housekeeper, of whose deafness they were all aware. Sir Henry raised his voice to demand admittance, but in vain. Irritated at this delay, he pressed the door at once with foot and hand, in a way which the frail barrier was unable to resist. It gave way accordingly, and the knight thus forcibly entered the kitchen or outward apartment of his servant in the midst of the floor, and with a posture which indicated embarrassment stood a youthful stranger in a riding suit. "This may be my last act of authority here," said the knight, seizing the stranger by the collar, "but I am still Ranger of Woodstock for this night at least. Who or what art thou?" The stranger dropped the riding mantle in which his face was muffled, and at the same time fell on one knee. "Your poor kinsman Markham Everard," he said, "who came hither for your sake, although he fears you will scarce make him welcome for his own." Sir Henry started back, but recovered himself in an instant, as one who recollected that he had a part of dignity to perform. He stood erect therefore, and replied with considerable assumption of stately ceremony, "Fair kinsman, it pleases me that you are come to Woodstock upon the very first night that for many years which have passed is likely to promise you a worthy or a welcome reception. Now God grant it be so, that I rightly hear and duly understand you," said the young man, while Alice, though she was silent, kept her looks fixed on her father's face, as if desirous to know whether his meaning was kind towards his nephew, which her knowledge of his character inclined her greatly to doubt. The knight meanwhile darted a sardonic look first on his nephew, then on his daughter, and proceeded, "I need not, I presume, inform Mr. Markham Everard that it cannot be our purpose to entertain him, or even to offer him a seat in this poor hut." "I will attend you most willingly to the lodge," said the young gentleman. "I had indeed judged you were already there for the evening, and feared to intrude upon you, but if you would permit me, my dearest uncle, to escort my kinswoman and you back to the lodge, believe me, amongst all which you have so often done of good and kind, you never conferred benefit that will be so dearly prized." "You mistake me greatly, Mr. Markham Everard," replied the knight. "It is not our purpose to return to the lodge tonight, nor by Our Lady tomorrow neither. I meant but to intimate to you in all courtesy that at Woodstock Lodge you will find those for whom you are fitting society, and who doubtless will afford you a willing welcome, which I, sir, in this my present retreat, do not presume to offer to a person of your consequence." "For heaven's sake," said the young man, turning to Alice, "tell me how I am to understand language so mysterious." Alice, to prevent his increasing the restrained anger of her father, compelled herself to answer, though it was with difficulty, "We are expelled from the lodge by soldiers." "Expelled by soldiers!" exclaimed Everard in surprise. "There is no legal warrant for this." "None at all," answered the knight in the same tone of cutting irony which he had all along used, "and yet as lawful a warrant as for aught that has been wrought in England this 12-month, and more. You are, I think, or were an Insaf courtman, Mary, Sir, your enjoyment of your profession is like that lease which a prodigal wishes to have of a wealthy widow. You have already survived the law which you studied, and its expiry doubtless has not been without a legacy, some decent pickings, some merciful increases. As the phrase goes, you have deserved it too. Wace you wore buff and bandolier, as well as wielded pen and ink. I have not heard if you held forth too. Think of me and speak of me as harshly as you will, sir, said Everard submissively. I have, but in this evil time, guided myself by my conscience and my father's commands. Oh, and you talk of conscience, said the old knight. I must have mine eye upon you. As Hamlet says, never yet did Puritan cheat so grossly as when he was appealing to his conscience. And as for thy father. He was about to proceed in a tone of the same invective, when the young man interrupted him by saying in a firm tone, Sir Henry Lay, you have ever been thought noble. Say of me what you will, but speak not of my father what the ear of a son should not endure, and which yet his arm cannot resent. To do me such wrong is to insult an unarmed man, or to beat a captive. Sir Henry paused, as if struck by the remark. Thou hast spoken truth in that mark. Wert thou the blackest Puritan whom hell ever vomited to distract an unhappy country? Be that as you will to think it, replied Everard, but let me not leave you to the shelter of this wretched hovel. The night is drawing to stormlet me, but conduct you to the lodge, and expel those intruders, who can as yet at least have no warrant for what they do. I will not linger a moment behind them, save just to deliver my father's message. Grant me but this much for the love you once bore me. Yes, Mark, answered his uncle firmly, but sorrowfully. Thou speakest truth. I did love thee once, the bright-haired boy whom I taught to ride, to shoot, to hunt, whose hours of happiness was spent with me wherever those of graver labors were employed. I did love that boy, and I am weak enough to love even the memory of what he was. But he is gone, Mark is gone, and in his room I only behold an avowed and determined rebel to his religion, and to his king, rebel more detestable on account of his success, the more infamous through the plundered wealth with which he hopes to gild his villainy. But I am poor, thou think'st, and should hold my peace, lest men say, speak, sirrah, when you should know, however, that indigent and plundered as I am, I feel myself dishonored in holding even but this much talk with the tool of usurping rebels. Go to the lodge, if thou wilt. Yonder lies the way, but think not that to regain my dwelling there, or all the wealth I ever possessed in my wealthiest days, I would accompany thee 3 steps on the greensward. If I must be thy companion, it shall be only when thy redcoats have tied my hands behind me and bound my legs beneath my horse's belly. Thou mayst be my fellow traveller, then I grant thee, if thou wilt, but not sooner. Alice, who suffered cruelly during this dialogue, and was well aware that farther argument would only kindle the knight's resentment, still more highly ventured at last in her anxiety to make a sign to her cousin to break off the interview, and to retire, since her father commanded his absence in a manner so peremptory. Unhappily, she was observed by Sir Henry, who, concluding that what he saw was evidence of a private understanding betwixt the cousins, his wrath acquired new fuel, and it required the utmost exertion of self-command and recollection of all that was due to his own dignity to enable him to veil his real fury under the same ironical manner which he had adopted at the beginning of this angry interview. If thou art afraid, he said, to trace our forest glades by night, respected stranger, to whom I am perhaps bound to do honor as my successor in the charge of these walks, here seems to be a modest damsel, who will be most willing to wait on thee, and be thy bow-bearer only for her mother's sake. Let there pass some slight form of marriage between. Ye need no license or priest in these happy days, but may be buckled like beggars in a ditch, with a hedge for a church-roof, and a tinker for a priest. I crave pardon of you for making such an officious and simple request. Perhaps you are a ranterer, one of the family of love, or hold marriage rites as unnecessary as nipperdoling or Jack of Leyden. For mercy's sake forbear such dreadful jesting, my father, and do you, Markham, begone in God's name, and leave us to our fate. Your presence makes my father rave. Jesting, said Sir Henry, I was never more serious. Raving, I was never more composed. I could never brook that falsehood should approach me. I would no more bear by my side a dishonored daughter than a dishonored sword, and this unhappy day hath shown that both can fail. Sir Henry said, young Everard, load not your soul with a heavy crime, which be assured you do, in treating your daughter thus unjustly. It is long now since you denied her to me when we were poor, and you were powerful. I acquiesced in your prohibition of all suit and intercourse. God knoweth what I suffered, but I acquiesced neither. Is it to renew my suit that I now come hither, and have I do acknowledge sought speech of her not for her own sake only, but for yours also. Destruction hovers over you, ready to close her pinions to stoop, and her talons to clutch. Yes, sir, look contemptuous as you will, such is the case, and it is to protect both you and her that I am here. You refuse, then, my free gift, said Sir Henry Lee, or perhaps you think it loaded with too hard conditions. Shame, shame on you, Sir Henry, said Everard, waxing warm in his turn. Have your political prejudices so utterly warped every feeling of a father that you can speak with bitter mockery and scorn of what concerns your own daughter's honor? Hold up your head, fair Alice, and tell your father he has forgotten nature in his fantastic spirit of loyalty. No, Sir Henry, that though I would prefer your daughter's hand to every blessing which heaven could bestow on me, I would not accept it. Me conscience would not permit me to do so when I knew it must withdraw her from her duty to you. Your conscience is over-scrupulous, young man. Carry it to some dissenting rabbi, and he who takes all that comes to net will teach thee it is sinning against our mercies to refuse any good thing that is freely offered to us. When it is freely offered and kindly offered not, when the offer is made in irony and insult fair, thee well Elisif, aught could make me desire to profit by thy father's wild wish to cast thee from him in a moment of unworthy suspicion. It would be that while indulging in such sentiments, Sir Henry Lee is tyrannically oppressing the creature who of all others is most dependent on his kindness, who of all others will most feel his severity, and whom of all others he is most bound to cherish and support. Do not fear for me, Mr. Everard, exclaimed Alice, aroused from her timidity by a dread of the consequences not unlikely to ensue where civil war sets relations, as well as fellow citizens, in opposition to each other. Oh, begone, I conjure you, begone. Nothing stands betwixt me and my father's kindness but these unhappy family divisions, but your ill-timed presence here. For heaven's sake, leave us. So, mistress, answered the hot old Cavalier, you play lady paramount already, and who but you would dictate to our train, I warrant, like Goneril and Regan. But I tell thee, no man shall leave my house, and humble as it is, this is now my house. Well, he has aught to say to me that is to be spoken, as this young man now speaks with a bent brow and a lofty tone. Speak out, sir, and say your worst. Fear not my temper, Mrs. Alice, said Everard, with equal firmness and placidity of manner. And you, Sir Henry, do not think that if I speak firmly, I mean therefore to speak in anger or officiously. You have taxed me with much, and were I guided by the wild spirit of romantic chivalry, much which even from so near a relative I ought not, as being by birth, and in the world's estimation, a gentleman, to pass over without reply. Is it your pleasure to give me patient hearing? If you stand on your defense, answered the stout old knight, God forbid that you should not challenge a patient hearing. Gay, though your pleading were 2 parts disloyalty, and 1 blasphemy only, be brief. This has already lasted but too long. I will, Sir Henry, replied the young man, yet it is hard to crowd into a few sentences the defense of a life, which though short has been a busy one. Too busy, your indignant gesture would assert. But I deny it. I have drawn my sword neither hastily nor without due consideration for a people whose rights have been trampled on, and whose consciences have been oppressed. Frown not, sir, such is not your view of the contest, but such is mine. For my religious principles, at which you have scoffed, believe me, that though they depend not on set forms, they are no less sincere than your own, and thus far purer excuse the word that they are unmingled with the bloodthirsty dictates of a barbarous age, which you and others have called the code of chivalrous honor. Not my own natural disposition, but the better doctrine which my creed has taught enables me to bear your harsh revilings without answering in a similar tone of wrath and reproach. You may carry insult to extremity against me at your pleasure, not on account of our relationship alone, but because I am bound in charity to endure it. This, Sir Henry, is much from one of our house, but with forbearance far more than this requires, I can refuse at your hands the gift, which most of all things under heaven I should desire to obtain, because duty calls upon her to sustain and comfort you, and because it was sin to permit you in your blindness to spurn your comforter from your side. Farewell, sir, not in anger, but in pity we may meet in a better time when your heart and your principles shall master the unhappy prejudices by which they are now overclouded. Farewell, farewell, Alice." The last words were repeated twice, and in a tone of feeling and passionate grief, which differed utterly from the steady and almost severe tone in which he had addressed Sir Henry Lee. He turned and left the hut so soon as he had uttered these last words, and as if ashamed of the tenderness which had mingled with his accents, the young Commonwealthsman turned and walked sternly and resolvedly forth into the moonlight, which now was spreading its broad light and autumnal shadows over the woodland. So soon as he departed, Alice, who had been during the whole scene in the utmost terror that her father might have been hurried by his natural heat of temper from violence of language into violence of action, sunk down upon a settle twisted out of willow boughs like most of Joseline's few movables, and endeavored to conceal the tears which accompanied the thanks she rendered in broken accents to heaven that, notwithstanding the near alliance and relationship of the parties, some fatal deed had not closed an interview so perilous. And so angry Phb Mayflower blubbered heartily for company, though she understood but little of what had passed, just indeed enough to enable her afterwards to report to some half-dozen particular friends that her old master Sir Henry had been perilous angry and almost fought with young Master Everard, because he had well-nigh carried away her young mistress. And what could he have done better, said Phb, seeing the old man had nothing left either for Mrs. Alice or himself. And as for Mr. Mark Everard and our young lady, oh, they had spoken such loving things to each other as are not to be found in the history of Argyllis and Parthenia, who, as the storybook tells, were the truest pair of lovers in all Arcadia and Oxfordshire to boot. Old Goody Jellicot had popped her scarlet hood into the kitchen more than once while the scene was proceeding, but as the worthy dame was parcel blind, and more than parcel deaf, knowledge was excluded by two principal entrances, and though she comprehended by a sort of general instinct that the gentlefolk were at high words, yet why they chose Joseline's hut for the scene of their dispute was as great a mystery as the subject of the quarrel. But what was the state of the old Cavalier's mood, thus contradicted, as his most darling principles had been by the last words of his departing nephew? The truth is that he was less thoroughly moved than his daughter expected, and in all probability his nephew's bold defense of his religious and political opinions rather pacified than aggravated his displeasure, although sufficiently impatient of contradiction. Still evasion and subterfuge were more alien, blunt old Ranger's nature than manly vindication and direct opposition, and he was wont to say that he ever loved the buck best who stood boldest at bay. He graced his nephew's departure, however, with a quotation from Shakespeare, whom, as many others do, he was wont to quote from a sort of habit and respect, as a favorite of his unfortunate master, without having either much real taste for his works or great skill in applying the passages which he retained on his memory. "Mark," he said, "Mark, this Eliseth devil can quote scripture for his purpose. Why, this young fanatic cousin of thine with no more beard than I have seen on a clown playing Maid Marian on May Day, when the village barber had shaved him in too great a hurry, shall match any bearded Presbyterian or independent of them, all in laying down his doctrines and his uses, and bethumping us with his texts and his homilies. I would worthy and learned Dr. Rochecliffe had been here with his battery regimented from the Vulgate and the Septuagint, and what Narth would have battered the Presbyterian spirit out of him with a Wannian. However, I am glad the young man is no sneaker, for were a man of the devil's opinion in religion and of old Knowles in politics, he were better open on it full cry than deceive you by hunting counter or running a false scent come wipe. Then iced fray is over, and not like to be stirred again soon, I trust." Encouraged by these words, Alice rose and, bewildered, as she was endeavored to superintend the arrangements for their meal and their repose in their new habitation. But her tears fell so fast they marred her counterfeited diligence, and it was well for her that Phb, though too ignorant and too simple to comprehend the extent of her distress, could afford her material assistance in lack of mere sympathy. With great readiness and address, the damsel set about everything that was requisite for preparing the supper, and the beds now screaming into Dame Jellicot's ear, now whispering into her mistress, and artfully managing, as if she was merely the agent under Alice's orders. When the cold viands were set forth, Sir Henry Lee kindly pressed his daughter to take refreshment, as if to make up indirectly for his previous harshness towards her, while he himself, like an experienced campaigner, showed that neither the mortifications nor brawls of the day nor the thoughts of what was to come tomorrow could diminish his appetite for supper, which was his favorite meal. He ate up 2/3 of the capon, and devoting the first bumper to the happy restoration of Charles II of the name, he finished a quart of wine, for he belonged to a school accustomed to feed the flame of their loyalty with copious brimmers. He even sang a verse of the king shall enjoy his own again, in which Phb half-sobbing and Dame Jellicot screaming against time and tune were contented to lend their aid to cover Mistress Alice's silence. At length the jovial knight betook himself to his rest on the keeper's straw pallet in a recess adjoining to the kitchen, and unaffected by his change of dwelling, slept fast, and deep Alice had less quiet rest in old Goody Jellicot's wicker couch in the inner apartment, while the dame and Phb slept on a mattress stuffed with dry leaves in the same chamber soundly as those whose daily toil gains their daily bread, and whom morning calls up only to renew the toils of yesterday. Chapter the 5th. My tongue pads slowly under this new language, and starts and stumbles at these uncouth phrases. They may be great in worth and weight, but hang upon the native glibness of my language, like Saul's platymer on the shepherd boy, encumbering and not arming hymns. J.B. As Markham Everard pursued his way towards the lodge through one of the long sweeping glades which traversed the forest varying in breadth, till the trees were now so close that the boughs made darkness over his head, then receding farther to let in glimpses of the moon, and anon opening yet wider into little meadows or savannas, on which the moonbeams lay in silvery silence. As he thus proceeded on his lonely course, the various effects produced by that delicious light on the oaks, whose dark leaves, gnarled branches, and massive trunks it gilded more or less partially, might have drawn the attention of a poet or a painter. But if Everard thought of anything saving the painful scene in which he had just played his part, and of which the result seemed the destruction of all his hopes, it was of the necessary guard to be observed in his night walk. The times were dangerous, and unsettled, the roads full of disbanded soldiers, and especially of royalists who made their political opinions a pretext for disturbing the country, with marauding parties and robberies. Deerstealers also, who are ever a desperate banditti, had of late infested Woodstock Chase. In short, the dangers of the place and period were such that Markham Everard wore his loaded pistols at his belt, and carried his drawn sword under his arm, that he might be prepared for whatever peril should cross his path. He heard the bells of Woodstock Church ring curfew just as he was crossing one of the little meadows we have described, and they ceased as he entered an overshadowed and twilight part of the path. Beyond it was there that he heard someone whistling, and as the sound became clearer, it was plain the person was advancing towards him. This could hardly be a friend, for the party to which he belonged rejected, generally speaking, all music, unless psalmody. If a man is merry, let him sing psalms, was a text which they were pleased to interpret as literally, and to as little purpose as they did some others. Yet it was too continued a sound to be a signal amongst nightwalkers, and too light and cheerful to argue any purpose of concealment on the part of the traveller, who presently exchanged his whistling for singing, and trolled forth the following stanza to a jolly tune with which the old Cavaliers were wont to wake the night owl. Hey for Cavaliers, ho for Cavaliers. Pray for Cavaliers. Rub-a-dub-rub, a dub. Have it old Beelzebub. Oliver smokes for fear. I should know that voice, said Everard, uncocking the pistol which he had drawn from his belt, but continuing to hold it in his hand. Then came another fragment. Hash them, slash them. All to pieces, dash them. So ho, cried Markham, who goes there, and for whom? For Church and King, answered a voice, which presently added, no dn me, I mean, against Church and King, and for the people that are uppermost I forget which they are. Roger Wildrake, as I guess, said Everard. The same gentleman of Squattlesea in the moist county of Lincoln. Wildrake, said Markham. Wildgoose, you should be called. You have been moistening your own throat to some purpose, and using it to gabble tunes very suitable to the times, to be sure. Faith, the tune's a pretty tune enough, Mark, only out of fashion, a little more's the pity. What could I expect, said Everard, but to meet some ranting, drunken cavalier as desperate and dangerous as night, and sack usually make them. What if I had rewarded your melody by a ball in the gullet? Why, there would have been a piper paid, that's all, said Wildrake. But wherefore come you this way now? I was about to seek you at the hut. I have been obliged to leave it. I will tell you the cause hereafter, replied Markham. What the old play-hunting Cavalier was cross, or Chloe was unkind. Jest not, Wildrake, is all over with me, said Everard. The devil it is, exclaimed Wildrake, and you take it thus quietly. Zounds, let us back together. I'll plead your cause for you. I know how to tickle up an old knight, and a pretty maiden. Let me alone, for putting you rectus in curia, you canting rogue. D.N. me, Sir Henry Lay, says I, your nephew is a piece of a Puritan at want, denny, but ill uphold him a gentleman, and a pretty fellow for all that. Madam, says I, you may think your cousin looks like a psalm-singing weaver in that bare felt, and with that rascally brown cloak, that band, which looks like a baby's clout, and those loose boots which have a whole calfskin in each of them. But let him wear on the one side of his head a castor with a plume befitting his quality, give him a good Toledo by his side with a broidered belt, and an inlaid hilt, instead of the ton of iron, contained in that basket-hilted black Andrew Ferrara, put a few smart words in his mouth-hand blood, and wounds. Madam, says I. Prithee truce with this nonsense, Wildrake, said Everard, and tell me if you are sober enough to hear a few words of sober reason. Sure, man, I did but crack a brace of quarts with yonder puritanic round-headed soldiers up yonder at the town, and rat me, but I passed myself for the best man of the party, twanged my nose, and turned up my eyes, as I took my canpa. The very wine tasted of hypocrisy. I think the rogue corporals smoked something at lasters, for the common fellows never stir, but they asked me to say grace over another quart. This is just what I wished to speak with you about, Wildrake, said Markham. You hold me, I am sure, for your friend. True as steel chums at college, and at Lincoln's Inn we have been Nissus, and Euryalus Theseus, and Pirithous Orestes and Pylades, and to sum up the whole with a puritanic touch, David and Jonathan, all in one breath, not even politics the wedge that rends families and friendships asunder, as iron rives oak, have been able to split us. True, answered Markham, and when you followed the king to Nottingham, and I enrolled under Essex, we swore at our parting that whichever side was victorious, he of us who adhered to it should protect his less fortunate comrade. Surely, man, surely, and have you not protected me accordingly? Did you not save me from hanging? And am I not indebted to you for the bread I eat? I have but done that which, had the times been otherwise, you, my dear Wildrake, would, I am sure, have done for me. But as I said, that is just what I wish to speak to you about. Why render the task of protecting you more difficult than it must necessarily be? At any rate, why thrust thyself into the company of soldiers, or such like, where thou art sure to be warmed into betraying thyself? Why come hollowing and whooping out Cavalier ditties like a drunken trooper of Prince Rupert, or one of Wilmot's swaggering bodyguards? Because I may have been both one and t'other in my day, for aught that you know, replied Wildrake. But oddsfish, is it necessary I should always be reminding you that our obligation of mutual protection, our league of offensive and defensive, as I may call it, was to be carried into effect without reference to the politics or religion of the party protected, or the least obligation on him to conform to those of his friend? True, said Everard, but with this most necessary qualification, that the party should submit to such outward conformity to the times as should make it more easy and safe for his friend to be of service to him. Now you are perpetually breaking forth to the hazard of your own safety and my credit. I tell you, Mark, and I would tell your namesake the apostle, that you are hard on me. You have practiced sobriety and hypocrisy from your hanging sleeves till your Geneva cassock from the cradle to this day, and it is a thing of nature to you, and you are surprised that a rough, rattling, honest fellow, accustomed to speak truth all his life, and especially when he found it at the bottom of a flask, cannot be so perfect a prig as thyself. Zooks, there is no equality betwixt us. A trained diver might as well, because he can retain his breath for 10 minutes without inconvenience, upbraid a poor devil for being like to burst in 20 seconds at the bottom of 10 fathoms water. And, after all, considering the guise is so new to me, I think I bear myself indifferently well. Tree me. Are there any more news from Worcester fight? asked Everard in a tone so serious that it imposed on his companion, who replied in his genuine character. Worse than me, worse 100 times than reported totally broken Noel hath certainly sold himself to the devil, and his lease will have an end one day. That is all our present comfort. What and would this be your answer to the first redcoat, who asked the question? Said Everard. Methinks you would find a speedy passport to the next corps de garde. Nay, nay, answered Wildrake, I thought you asked me in your own person. Lackaday, a great Mercia, glorifying Mercia, crowning Mercia, vouchsafingen, uplifting I, profess the malignants are scattered from Dan to Beershebasmit and Hip, and Thigh even, until the going down of the sun. Hear you aught of Colonel Thornhaw's wounds? He is dead, answered Wildrake. That's one comfort, the round-headed rascal. Nay, hold, it was but a trip of the tongue. I meant the sweet godly youths. And hear you aught of the young man, King of Scotland, as they call him? Said Ever. Nothing but that he is hunted like a partridge on the mountains. May God deliver him, and confound his enemies. Zoons, Mark Everard, I can fool it no longer. Do you not remember that at the Lincoln's Inn gambles, though you did not mingle much in them, I think I used always to play as well as any of them when it came to the action, but they could never get me to rehearse conformably. It's the same at this day. I hear your voice, and I answer to it in the true tone of my heart. But when I am in the company of your snuffling friends, you have seen me act my part indifferent well. But indifferent indeed, replied Everard. However, there is little call on you to do aught save to be modest and silent, speak little and lay aside, if you can, your big oaths and swaggering looks at your hat, even on your brows. Aye, that is the curse. I have been always noted for the jaunty manner in which I wear my castor hard when a man's merits become his enemies. You must remember you are my clerk. Secretary, answered Wildrake, let it be secretary if you love me. It must be clerk, and nothing else. Plain clerk, and remember to be civil and obedient, replied Everard. But you should not lay on your commands with so much ostentatious superiority, Master Markham. Everard, remember I am your senior of 3 years, standing confound me if I know how to take it. Was ever such a fantastic wronghead for my sake, if not for thine own? Bend thy freakish folly to listen to reason. Think that I have incurred both risk and shame on thy account. Nay, thou art a right good fellow, Mark, replied the Cavalier, and for thy sake I will do much but remember to cough and cry hem when thou seest me like to break bounds. And now tell me whither we are bound for the night. To Woodstock Lodge to look after my uncle's property, answered Markham. Everard, I am informed that soldiers have taken possession. Yet how could that be if thou foundest the party drinking in Woodstock? There was a kind of commissary or steward or some such rogue had gone down to the lodge, replied Wildrake. I had a peep at him. Indeed, replied Everard. I verily, said Wildrake, to speak your own language, why, as I passed through the park, in quest of you scarce half an hour, since I saw a light in the lodge step this way, you will see it yourself. In the northwest angle, returned Everard, it is from a window in what they call Victor Lee's apartment. Well, resumed Wildrake, I had been long one of Lunsford's lads, and well used to patrolling duty, so, rat me, says I, if I leave a light in my rear, without knowing what it means. Besides, Mark, thou hadst said so much to me of thy pretty cousin, I thought I might as well have a peep if I could. Thoughtless, incorrigible man, to what dangers do you expose yourself and your friends in mere wantonness? But go on. By this fair moonshine, I believe thou art jealous, Mark. Everard, replied his gay companion, there is no occasion for in any case. I who was to see the lady was steeled by honor against the charms of my friend's Chloe. Then the lady was not to see me, so could make no comparisons to thy disadvantage. Thou knowest, lastly, as it fell out neither of us saw the other at all. Of that I am well aware. Mrs. Alice left the lodge long before sunset, and never returned. What didst thou see to introduce with such preface? Nay, no great matter, replied Wildrake, only getting upon a sort of buttress, for I can climb like any cat that ever mewed in any gutter, and holding on by the vines and creepers which grew around, I obtained a station where I could see into the inside of that same parlor thou spokest of just now. And what saw'st thou there once more demanded Everard? Nay, no great matter, as I said before, replied the Cavalier, for in these times it is no new thing to see churls carousing in royal or noble chambers. I saw 2 rascallions engaged in emptying a solemn stoup of strong waters, and dispatching a huge venison pasty, which greasy mess for their convenience they had placed on a lady's work-table. One of them was trying an air on a lute. The profane villains, exclaimed Everard, it was Alice's. Well said, comrade, I am glad your phlegm can be moved. I did but throw in these incidents of the lute and the table to try, if it was possible, to get a spark of human spirit out of you, besanctified as you are. What like were the men, said young Everard. The one a slouch-headed, long-cloaked, sour-faced fanatic, like the rest of you, whom I took to be the steward or commissary I heard spoken of in the town. The other was a short, sturdy fellow, with a wood-knife at his girdle, and a long quarterstaff lying beside him, a black-haired knave, with white teeth, and a merry countenancion of the under-rangers or bowbearers of these walks, I fancy. They must have been Desborough's favourite trusty Tomkins, said Everard, and Joceline Jolliffe, the keeper. Tomkins is Desborough's right hand on independent, and hath pourings forth, as he calls them. Some think that his gifts have the better of his grace. I have heard of his abusing opportunities. They were improving them, when I saw them, replied Wildrake, and made the bottle smoke for it when, as the devil would have it, a stone, which had been dislodged from the crumbling buttress, gave way under my weight. A clumsy fellow like thee would have been so long thinking what was to be done that he must needs have followed it before he could make up his mind. But I mark I hopped like a squirrel to an ivy twig, and stood fast, was well nigh shot, though, for the noise alarmed them both. They looked to the oriel, and saw me on the outside. The fanatic fellow took out a pistolas. They have always such texts in readiness, hanging beside the little clasped Bible. Thou know'st the keeper seized his hunting pole. I treated them both to a roar and a grinthu. Must know I can grimace like a baboon. I learned the trick from a French player who could twist his jaws into a pair of nutcrackers, and therewithal I dropped myself sweetly on the grass, and ran off so trippingly, keeping the dark side of the wall as long as I could, that I am well nigh persuaded they thought I was their kinsman. The devil come among them, uncalled. They were abominably startled. Thou art most fearfully rash, Wildrake, said his companion. We are now bound for the house. What if they should remember thee? Why, it is no treason, is it? No one has paid for peeping since Tom of Coventry's days, and if he came in for a reckoning belike, it was for a better treat than mine. But trust me, they will no more know me than a man who had only seen your friend Noel at a conventicle of saints would know the same Oliver on horseback and charging with his lobster-tailed squadron, or the same Noel cracking a jest and a bottle with wicked Waller the poet. Hush not a word of Oliver, as thou dost value thyself, and me. It is ill jesting with the rock you may split on, but here is the gate who will disturb these honest gentlemen's recreations. As he spoke, he applied the large and ponderous knocker to the holder. Rat-a-tat-too, said Wildrake, there is a fine alarm to you cuckolds and roundheads. He then half mimicked, half sung the march so called. Cuckolds, come dig, cuckolds, come dig. Roundabout cuckolds, come dance to my jig. By heaven, this passes midsummer frenzy, said Everard, turning angrily to him. Not a bit, not a bit, replied Wildrake. It is but a slight expectoration, just like what one makes before beginning a long speech. I will be grave for an hour together now. I have got that point of war out of my head. As he spoke, steps were heard in the hall, and the wicket of the great door was partly opened, but secured with a chain, in case of accidents. The visage of Tomkins and that of Joceline beneath it appeared at the chink, illuminated by the lamp, which the latter held in his hand, and Tomkins demanded the meaning of this alarm. I demand instant admittance, said Everard Jolliffe. You know me well. I do, sir, replied Joceline, and could admit you with all my heart. But alas, sir, you see I am not keykeeper. Here is the gentleman whose warrant I must walk by. The Lord help me, seeing times are such as they be. And when that gentleman, who I think may be Master Desborough's valet. His honour's unworthy secretary, and it please you, interposed Tomkins, while Wildrake whispered in Everard's ear, I will be no longer secretary, mark. thou wert quite right, clerk, must be the more gentlemanly calling. And if you are Master Disparow's secretary, I presume you know me and my condition well enough, said Everard, addressing the Independent, not to hesitate to admit me and my attendant to a night's quarters in the lodge. Surely not, said the Independent, that is if your worship thinks you would be better accommodated here than up at the house of entertainment, in the town, which men unprofitably call St. George's Inn. There is but confined accommodation here, your honour, Rand. We have been frayed out of our lives already by the visitation of Satan, albeit his fiery dart is now quenched. This may be all well in its place, Sir Secretary, said Everard, and you may find a corner for it when you are next tempted to play the preacher. But I will take it for no apology for keeping me here in the cold harvest wind, and if not presently received, and suitably too, I will report you to your master for insolence in your office. The Secretary of Disparow did not dare offer farther opposition, for it is well known that Disparow himself only held his consequence as a kinsman of Cromwell, and the Lord General, who is well nigh paramount already, was known to be strongly favourable both to the elder and younger Everard. It is true they were Presbyterians, and he an Independent, and that though sharing those feelings of correct morality and more devoted religious feeling by which with few exceptions the parliamentarian party were distinguished, the Everards were not disposed to carry these attributes to the extreme of enthusiasm practiced by so many others at the time. Yet it was well known that whatever might be Cromwell's own religious creed, he was not uniformly bounded by it in the choice of his favourites, but extended his countenance to those who could serve him, even although, according to the phrase of the time, they came out of the darkness of Egypt. Character of the elder Everard stood very high for wisdom and sagacity. Besides being of a good family and competent fortune, his adherents would lend a dignity to any side he might espouse. Then his son had been a distinguished and successful soldier, remarkable for the discipline he maintained among his men, the bravery which he showed in the time of action, and the humanity with which he was always ready to qualify the consequences of victory. Such men were not to be neglected when many signs combined to show that the parties in the state who had successfully accomplished the deposition and death of the king were speedily to quarrel among themselves about the division of the spoils. The two Everards were therefore much courted by Cromwell, and their influence with him was supposed to be so great that trusty Master Secretary Tomkins cared not to expose himself to risk by contending with Colonel Everard for such a trifle as a night's lodging. Joceline was active on his side. More lights were obtained, more wood thrown on the fire, and the two newly arrived strangers were introduced into Victor Lee's parlour, as it was called from the picture over the chimney-piece, which we have already described. It was several minutes ere Colonel Everard could recover his general stoicism of deportment, so strongly was he impressed by finding himself in the apartment under whose roof he had passed so many of the happiest hours of his life. There was the cabinet which he had seen opened with such feelings of delight when Sir Henry Lee deigned to give him instructions in fishing and to exhibit hooks and lines together with all the materials for making the artificial fly. Then, little known, there hung the ancient family picture which, from some odd mysterious expressions of his uncle relating to it, had become to his boyhood, nay, his early youth, a subject of curiosity and of fear. He remembered how, when left alone in the apartment, the searching eye of the old warrior seemed always bent upon his, in whatever part of the room he placed himself, and how his childish imagination was perturbed at a phenomenon for which he could not account. With these came 1,000 dearer and warmer recollections of his early attachment to his pretty cousin Alice, when he assisted her at her lessons, brought water for her flowers, or accompanied her while she sung, and he remembered that, while her father looked at them with a good-humoured and careless smile, he had once heard him mutter, "And if it should turn out so, it might be best for both," and the theories of happiness he had reared on these words. All these visions had been dispelled by the trumpet of war, which called Sir Henry Lee and himself to opposite sides, and the transactions of this very day had shown that even Everard's success as a soldier and a statesman seemed absolutely to prohibit the chance of their being revived. He was waked out of this unpleasing reverie by the approach of Joceline, who, being possibly a seasoned toper, had made the additional arrangements with more expedition and accuracy than could have been expected from a person engaged, as he had been since nightfall. He now wished to know the colonel's directions for the night. Would he eat anything? No. Did his honor choose to accept Sir Henry Lee's bed, which was ready prepared? Yes. That of Mistress Alice Lee should be prepared for the secretary. On pain of thine ears no, replied Everard. Where then was the worthy secretary to be quartered? In the dog kennel, if you list, replied Colonel Everard, but added he, stepping to the sleeping apartment of Alice, which opened from the parlour, locking it, and taking out the key, no one shall profane this chamber. Had his honour any other commands for the night? None, save to clear the apartment of yonder man my clerk, will remain with me. I have orders, which must be written out yet. Stay, thou gavest my letter this morning to Mistress Alice. I Roman 999. Tell me, good Joceline, what she said when she received it. She seemed much concerned, sir, and indeed I think that she wept a little, but indeed she seemed very much distressed. And what message did she send to me? None, may it please your honor. She began to say, tell my cousin Everard that I will communicate my uncle's kind purpose to my father, if I can get fitting opportunity, but that I greatly fear. And there checked herself as it were, and said, I will write to my cousin, and as it may be late ere I have an opportunity of speaking with my father, do thou come for my answer. After service so I went to church myself to while away the time, but when I returned to the chase, I found this man had summoned my master to surrender, and right or wrong, I must put him in possession of the lodge. I would fain have given your honor a hint that the old knight and my young mistress were like to take you on the form, but I could not mend the matter. Thou hast done well, good fellow, and I will remember thee. And now, my masters, he said, advancing to the brace of clerks or secretaries, who had in the meanwhile sate quietly down beside the stone bottle, and made up acquaintance over a glass of its contents, let me remind you that the night wears late. There is something cries tinkle tinkle in the bottle, yet said Wildrake in reply. Hem hem hem, coughed the colonel of the Parliament service, and if his lips did not curse his companion's imprudence, I will not answer for what arose in his heart. Well, he said, observing that Wildrake had filled his own glass, and Tomkins, take that parting glass and be gone. Would you not be pleased to hear first, said Wildrake, how this honest gentleman saw the devil tonight look through a pane of yonder window, and how he thinks he had a mighty strong resemblance to your worship's humble slave and varlet scribbler? Would you but hear this, sir, and just sip a glass of this very recommendable strong waters? I will drink none, sir, said Colonel Everard sternly, and I have to tell you that you have drunken a glass too much already. Mr. Tomkins, sir, I wish you good night. A word in season at parting, said Tomkins, standing up behind the long leathern back of a chair, hemming and snuffling, as if preparing for an exhortation. Excuse me, sir, replied Markham Everard sternly, you are not now sufficiently yourself to guide the devotion of others. Woe be to them that reject, said the secretary of the commissioners, stalking out of the room. The rest was lost in shutting the door, or suppressed for fear of offence. And now, fool Wildrake, begone to thy bed yonder, it lies pointing to the knight's apartment. What thou hast secured the ladies for thyself, I saw thee put the key in thy pocket. I would note indeed, I could not sleep in that apartment. I can sleep nowhere, but I will watch in this armchair. I have made him place wood for repairing the fire. Good, now go to bed thyself, and sleep off thy liquor. Liquor, I laugh thee to scorn. Mark, thou art a milksop, and the son of a milksop, and knowst not what a good fellow can do in the way of crushing an honest cup. The whole vices of his faction are in this poor fellow, individually, said the colonel to himself, eyeing his protégé askance, as the other retreated into the bedroom, with no very steady pace. He is reckless, intemperate, dissolute. If I cannot get him safely shipped for France, he will certainly be both his own ruin and mine. Yet withal he is kind, brave, and generous, and would have kept the faith with me, which he now expects from me. And in what consists the merit of our truth, if we observe not our plighted word, when we have promised to our hurt? I will take the liberty, however, to secure myself against farther interruption on his part. So saying, he locked the door of communication betwixt the sleeping room to which the Cavalier had retreated and the parlor, and then after pacing the floor thoughtfully returned to his seat, trimmed the lamp, and drew out a number of letters. "I will read these over once more," he said, "that if possible the thought of public affairs may expel this keen sense of personal sorrow. Gracious Providence, where is this to end? We have sacrificed the peace of our families, the warmest wishes of our young hearts, to right the country in which we were born, and to free her from oppression, yet it appears that every step we have made towards liberty has but brought us in view of new and more terrific perils, as he who travels in a mountainous region is by every step which elevates him higher placed in a situation of more imminent hazard." He read long and attentively various tedious and embarrassed letters, in which the writers, placing before him the glory of God and the freedom and liberties of England as their supreme ends, could not by all the ambiguatory expressions they made use of prevent the shrewd eye of Markham Everard from seeing that self-interest and views of ambition were the principal moving springs at the bottom of their plots. Chapter the 6th. Sleep steals on us, even like his brother Death. We know not when it comes, we know it must come. We may affect to scorn and to contemn it. For 'tis the highest pride of human misery to say it knows not of an opiate. Yet the reft parent, the despairing lover, even the poor wretch who waits for execution, feels this oblivion against which he thought his woes had armed his senses steal upon him, and through the fenceless, citadeled body surprise that haughty garrisoned mind. Herbert. Colonel Everard experienced the truth contained in the verses of the quaint old bard, whom we have quoted above, amid private grief and anxiety for a country long a prey to civil war, and not likely to fall soon under any fixed or well-established form of government. Everard and his father had, like many others, turned their eyes to General Cromwell as the person whose valor had made him the darling of the army, whose strong sagacity had hitherto predominated over the high talents by which he had been assailed in Parliament as well as over his enemies in the field, and who was alone in the situation to settle the nation, as the phrase then went, or in other words, to dictate the mode of government. The father and son were both reputed to stand high in the general's favor, but Markham Everard was conscious of some particulars which induced him to doubt whether Cromwell actually and at heart bore either to his father or to himself that goodwill which was generally believed. He knew him for a profound politician who could veil for any length of time his real sentiments of men and things, until they could be displayed without prejudice to his interest, and he moreover knew that the general was not likely to forget the opposition which the Presbyterian party had offered to what Oliver called the great matter of trial, namely, an execution of the king. In this opposition his father and he had anxiously concurred, nor had the arguments nor even the half-expressed threats of Cromwell induced them to flinch from that course, far less to permit their names to be introduced into the commission nominated to sit in judgment on that memorable occasion. This hesitation had occasioned some temporary coldness between the general and the Everards, father and son, but as the latter remained in the army and bore arms under Cromwell, both in Scotland and finally at Worcester, his services very frequently called forth the approbation of his commander. After the fight of Worcester in particular, he was among the number of those officers on whom Oliver, rather considering the actual and practical extent of his own power than the name under which he exercised, it was with difficulty withheld from imposing the dignity of knights bannerets at his own will and pleasure. It therefore seemed that all recollection of former disagreement was obliterated, and that the Everards had regained their former stronghold in the general's affections. There were indeed several who doubted this, and who endeavored to bring over this distinguished young officer to some other of the parties which divided the infant commonwealth. But to these proposals he turned a deaf ear. Enough of blood, he said, had been spilled. It was time that the nation should have repose under a firmly established government of strength sufficient to protect property and of lenity enough to encourage the return of tranquility. This, he thought, could only be accomplished by means of Cromwell, and the greater part of England was of the same opinion. It is true that in thus submitting to the domination of a successful soldier, those who did so forgot the principles upon which they had drawn the sword against the late king. But in revolutions, stern and high principles are often obliged to give way to the current of existing circumstances, and in many a case where wars have been waged for points of metaphysical right, they have been at last gladly terminated upon the mere hope of obtaining general tranquillity, as after many a long siege a garrison is often glad to submit on mere security for life and limb. Colonel Everard therefore felt that the support which he afforded Cromwell was only under the idea that amid a choice of evils, the least was likely to ensue from a man of the general's wisdom and valor being placed at the head of the state, and he was sensible that Oliver himself was likely to consider his attachment as lukewarm and imperfect, and measure his gratitude for it upon the same limited scale. In the meanwhile, however, circumstances compelled him to make trial of the general's friendship, the sequestration of Woodstock, and the warrant to the commissioners to dispose of it as national property had been long granted, but the interest of the elder Everard had for weeks and months deferred its execution. The hour was now approaching when the blow could be no longer parried, especially as Sir Henry Lee on his side resisted every proposal of submitting himself to the existing government, and was therefore now that his hour of grace was past enrolled in the list of stubborn and irreclaimable malignants with whom the Council of State was determined no longer to keep terms the only mode of protecting the old knight, and his daughter was to interest, if possible, the general himself in the matter, and revolving all the circumstances connected with their intercourse. Colonel Everard felt that a request which would so immediately interfere with the interests of Desborough, the brother-in-law of Cromwell, and one of the present commissioners, was putting to a very severe trial the friendship of the latter, yet no alternative remained. With this view, and agreeably to a request from Cromwell, who at parting had been very urgent to have his written opinion upon public affairs, Colonel Everard passed the earlier part of the night in arranging his ideas upon the state of the Commonwealth, in a plan which he thought likely to be acceptable to Cromwell, as it exhorted him, under the aid of Providence, to become the saviour of the state by convoking a free parliament, and by their aid placing himself at the head of some form of liberal and established government, which might supersede the state of anarchy in which the nation was otherwise likely to be merged, taking a general view of the totally broken condition of the royalists and of the various factions which now convulsed the state. He showed how this might be done without bloodshed or violence. From this topic, he descended to the propriety of keeping up the becoming state of the executive government in whose hands soever it should be lodged, and thus showed Cromwell as the future stadtholder or consul or lieutenant general of Great Britain and Ireland a prospect of domain and residence becoming his dignity. Then he naturally passed to the disparking and destroying of the royal residences of England, made a woeful picture of the demolition which impended over Woodstock, and interceded for the preservation of that beautiful seat as a matter of personal favour, in which he found himself deeply interested. Colonel Everard, when he had finished his letter, did not find himself greatly risen in his own opinion. In the course of his political conduct he had, till this hour, avoided mixing up personal motives with his public grounds of action, and yet he now felt himself making such a composition. But he comforted himself, or at least silenced this unpleasing recollection, with the consideration that the weal of Britain, studied under the aspect of the times, absolutely required that Cromwell should be at the head of the government, and that the interest of Sir Henry Lee, or rather his safety and his existence, no less emphatically demanded the preservation of Woodstock and his residence. There was it a fault of his that the same road should lead to both these ends, or that his private interest and that of the country should happen to mix in the same letter. He hardened himself therefore to the act made up, and addressed his packet to the Lord General, and then sealed it with his seal of arms. This done, he lay back in the chair, and in spite of his expectations to the contrary, fell asleep in the course of his reflections, anxious and harassing as they were, and did not awaken until the cold grey light of dawn was peeping through the eastern oriel. He started at first, rousing himself with the sensation of one who awakes in a place unknown to him, but the localities instantly forced themselves on his recollection, the lamp burning dimly in the socket, the wood fire almost extinguished in its own white embers, the gloomy picture over the chimney-piece, the sealed packet on the table, all reminded him of the events of yesterday, and his deliberations of the succeeding night, there is no help for it, he said, it must be Cromwell or anarchy, and probably the sense that his title, as head of the executive government, is derived merely from popular consent, may check the too natural proneness of power to render itself arbitrary if he govern by parliaments, and with regard to the privileges of the subject, wherefore not Oliver as well as Charles, but I must take measures for having this conveyed safely to the hands of this future sovereign prince. It will be well to take the first word of influence with him, since there must be many who will not hesitate to recommend counsels more violent and precipitate. He determined to entrust the important packet to the charge of Wildrake, whose rashness was never so distinguished as when by any chance he was left idle and unemployed besides. Even if his faith had not been otherwise unimpeachable, the obligations which he owed to his friend Everard must have rendered it such. These conclusions passed through Colonel Everard's mind as, collecting the remains of wood in the chimney, he gathered them into a hearty blaze to remove the uncomfortable feeling of dullness which pervaded his limbs, and by the time he was a little more warm again, sunk into a slumber, which was only dispelled by the beams of morning peeping into his apartment. He arose, roused himself, walked up and down the room, and looked from the large oriel window on the nearest objects, which were the untrimmed hedges and neglected walks of a certain wilderness, as it is called in ancient treatises on gardening, which kept of yore well ordered, and in all the pride of the topiary art presented a succession of yew trees, cut into fantastic forms of close alleys and of open walks, filling about 2 or 3 acres of ground on that side of the lodge, and forming a boundary between its immediate precincts and the open park. Its enclosure was now broken down in many places, and the hinds with their fawns fed free and unstartled up to the very windows of the Sylvan Palace. This had been a favorite scene of Markham's sports. When a boy he could still distinguish, though now grown out of shape, the verdant battlements of a Gothic castle, all created by the gardener's shears, at which he was accustomed to shoot his arrows, or stalking before it, like the knight-errants of whom he read, was wont to blow his horn and bid defiance to the supposed giant or Paynim knight by whom it was garrisoned. He remembered how he used to train his cousin, though several years younger than himself, to bear a part in those revels of his boyish fancy, and to play the character of an elfin page or a fairy or an enchanted princess. He remembered too many particulars of their later acquaintance, from which he had been almost necessarily led to the conclusion that from an early period their parents had entertained some idea that there might be a well-fitted match betwixt his fair cousin and himself. 1,000 visions formed in so bright a prospect had vanished along with it, but now returned like shadows to remind him of all he had lost and, for the sake of England, his proud consciousness replied of England, in danger of becoming the prey at once of bigotry and tyranny, and he strengthened himself with the recollection, if I have sacrificed my private happiness, it is that my country may enjoy liberty of conscience and personal freedom, which under a weak prince and usurping statesman she was but too likely to have lost. But the busy fiend in his breast would not be repulsed by the bold answer. Has thy resistance it demanded availed? Thy country, Markham Everard, lies not England, after so much bloodshed and so much misery as lo, beneath the sword of a fortunate soldier, as formerly under the scepter of an encroaching prince, are Parliament, or what remains of them, fitted to contend with a leader master of his soldiers' hearts, as bold and subtle as he is impenetrable in his designs, this general who holds the army, and by that the fate of the nation in his hand, will he lay down his power, because philosophy would pronounce it his duty to become a subject. He dared not answer that his knowledge of Cromwell authorized him to expect any such act of self-denial, yet still he considered that in times of such infinite difficulty that must be the best government, however little desirable in itself, which should most speedily restore peace to the land, and stop the wounds which the contending parties were daily inflicting on each other. He imagined that Cromwell was the only authority under which a steady government could be formed, and therefore had attached himself to his fortune, though not without considerable and recurring doubts, how far serving the views of this impenetrable and mysterious general was consistent with the principles under which he had assumed arms. While these things passed in his mind, Everard looked upon the packet which lay on the table addressed to the Lord General, and which he had made up before sleep. He hesitated several times when he remembered its purport, and in what degree he must stand committed with that personage, and bound to support his plans of aggrandizement, when once that communication was in Oliver Cromwell's possession. Yet it must be so, he said at last, with a deep sigh. Among the contending parties, he is the strongest, the wisest, and most moderate and ambitious. Though he be perhaps not the most dangerous, someone must be trusted with power to preserve and enforce general order, and who can possess or wield such power like him, that is head of the victorious armies of England, come what will in future peace, and the restoration of law, ought to be our first and most pressing object. This remnant of a parliament cannot keep their ground against the army by mere appeal to the sanction of opinion. If they design to reduce the soldiery, it must be by actual warfare, and the land has been too long steeped in blood. But Cromwell may, and I trust, will make a moderate accommodation with them on grounds by which peace may be preserved, and it is to this which we must look and trust for a settlement of the kingdom, alas, and for the chance of protecting my obstinate kinsman from the consequences of his honest though absurd pertinacity. Silencing some internal feelings of doubt and reluctance by such reasoning as this, Markham Everard continued in his resolution to unite himself with Cromwell in the struggle which was evidently approaching betwixt the civil and military authorities, not as the course which, if at perfect liberty, he would have preferred adopting, but as the best choice between two dangerous extremities to which the times had reduced him. He could not help trembling, however, when he recollected that his father, though hitherto the admirer of Cromwell as the implement by whom so many marvels had been wrought in England, might not be disposed to unite with his interest against that of the Long Parliament, of which he had been, till partly laid aside by continued indisposition, an active and leading member. This doubt also he was obliged to swallow or strangle as he might, but consoled himself with the ready argument that it was impossible his father could see matters in another light than that in which they occurred to himself. Chapter the 7th. Determined at length to dispatch his packet to the general, without delay, Colonel Everard approached the door of the apartment, in which, as was evident from the heavy breathing within, the prisoner Wildrake enjoyed a deep slumber under the influence of liquor at once, and of fatigue in turning the key. The bolt, which was rather rusty, made a resistance so noisy as partly to attract the sleeper's attention, though not to awake him. Everard stood by his bedside, as he heard him mutter, "Is it morning already, jailer? Why, you dog, and you had but a cast of humanity in you, you would qualify your vile news with a cup of sack hanging. Is sorry work, my master sans sorrows dry. Up, Wildrake, up, thou Eloman dreamer," said his friend, shaking him by the collar. "Hands off," answered the sleeper. "I can climb a ladder without help, I trow." He then sate up in the bed, and opening his eyes stared around him, and exclaimed, "Zounds, Mark, is it only thou? I thought it was all over, with mefeters were struck from my legs, rope drawn round my gullet irons, knocked off my handchimpen, cravat tucked on, all ready for a dance in the open element, upon slight footing. Truce with thy folly, Wildrake, sure the devil of drink, to whom thou hast, I think, sold thyself for a hogshead of sack," interrupted Wildrake. "The bargain was made in a cellar in the Vintry." "I am as mad as thou art to trust anything to thee," said Markham. "I scarce believe thou hast thy senses yet." "What should ail me?" said Wildrake. "I trust I have not tasted liquor in my sleep, saving that I dreamed of drinking small beer with old Noel of his own brewing. But do not look so glum, man. I am the same Roger Wildrake that I ever was, as wild as a mallard, but as true as a gamecock. I am thine own chum, man, bound to thee by thy kind deeds. Divinctus beneficiator is Latin for it. And where is the thing thou wilt charge me with that I wilt not or dare not execute? Were it to pick the devil's teeth with my rapier after he had breakfasted upon Roundheads." "You will drive me mad," said Everard, "when I am about to entrust all I have most valuable on earth to your management. Your conduct and language are those of a mere bedlamite. Last night I made allowance for thy drunken fury, but who can endure thy morning madness? It is unsafe for thyself, and me, Wildrake, is unkind, I might say ungrateful." "Nay, do not say that, my friend," said the Cavalier with some show of feeling, "and do not judge of me with a severity that cannot apply to such as I am. We, who have lost our all in these sad jars, who are compelled to shift for our living not from day to day, but from meal to meal, we, whose only hiding place is the jail, whose prospect of final repose is the gallows. What canst thou expect from us, but to bear such a lot with a light heart, since we should break down under it with a heavy one? This was spoken in a tone of feeling which found a responding string in Everard's bosom. He took his friend's hand and pressed it kindly. Nay, if I seemed harsh to thee, Wildrake, I profess it was for thine own sake more than mine. I know thou hast at the bottom of thy levity as deep a principle of honour and feeling as ever governed a human heart. But thou art thoughtless, thou art rash, and I protest to thee that wert thou to betray thyself in this matter, in which I trust thee the evil consequences to myself would not afflict me more than the thought of putting thee into such danger. Nay, if you take it on that tone, Mark, said the Cavalier, making an effort to laugh, evidently that he might conceal a tendency to different emotion, thou wilt make children of us both, babes and sucklings. By the hilt of this bilbo, come, trust me, I can be cautious. When time requires it, no man ever saw me drink. When an alert was expected, and not one poor pint of wine will I taste, until I have managed this matter for thee well. I am thy secretary clerk. I had forgot and carry thy dispatches to Cromwell, taking good heed not to be surprised or choused out of my lump of loyalty, striking his finger on the packet, and I am to deliver it to the most loyal hands, to which it is most humbly addressed. At Zooks, Mark, think of it a moment longer. Surely thou wilt not carry thy perverseness so far as to strike in with this blood-minded rebel. Bid me give him 3 inches of my dudgeon dagger, and I will do it much more willingly than present him with thy packet. Go to, replied Everard, this is beyond our bargain. If you will help me, it is well. If not, let me lose no time in debating with thee, since I think every moment an age, till the packet is in the general's possession. It is the only way left me to obtain some protection and a place of refuge for my uncle and his daughter. That being the case, said the Cavalier, I will not spare the spur. My nag up yonder at the town will be ready for the road in a trice, and thou mayst reckon on my being with old Nolthy general, I mean in as short time as man and horse may consume betwixt Woodstock and Windsor, where I think I shall for the present find thy friend keeping possession where he has slain. Hush not a word of that. Since we parted last night, I have shaped thee a path which will suit thee better than to assume the decency of language and of outward manner, of which thou hast so little. I have acquainted the general that thou hast been by bad example and bad education, which is to be interpreted by contraries, I hope, said Wildrake, for sure I have been as well born and bred up as any lad of Leicestershire might desire. Now I prithee hush. Thou hast, I say, by bad example become at one time a malignant and mixed in the party of the late king, but seeing what things were wrought in the nation by the general, thou hast come to a clearness touching his calling to be a great implement in the settlement of these distracted kingdoms. This account of thee will not only lead him to pass over some of thy eccentricities should they break out in spite of thee, but will also give thee an interest with him as being more especially attached to his own person. Doubtless, said Wildrake, as every fisher loves best the trouts that are of his own tickling. It is likely, I think, he will send thee hither with letters to me, said the colonel, enabling me to put a stop to the proceedings of these sequestrators, and to give poor old Sir Henry Lee permission to linger out his days among the oaks he loves to look upon. I have made this my request to General Cromwell, and I think my father's friendship and my own may stretch so far on his regard, without risk of cracking especially standing matters, as they now dost understand. Entirely well, said the Cavalier. Stretch, quotha, I would rather stretch a rope than hold commerce with the old kinkling ruffian. But I have said I will be guided by the Markham, and rat me, but I will. Be cautious, then, said Everard. Mark well what he does, and say more especially what he does, for Oliver is one of those whose mind is better known by his actions than by his words, and stay, I warrant thee thou wert setting off without a cross in thy purse. Too true, Mark, said Wildrake, the last noble melted last night among yonder blackguard troopers of yours. Well, Roger, replied the colonel, that is easily mended. So saying, he slipped his purse into his friend's hand. But art thou not an inconsiderate weather-brained fellow to set forth, as thou wert about to do, without anything to bear thy charges? What couldst thou have done? Faith, I never thought of that. I must have cried stand, I suppose, to the first pursy townsman or greasy grazier that I met. Oh, the heath, it is many a good fellow's shift in these bad times. Go to, said Everard, be cautious, None of your loose acquaintance rule your tongue-wear of the wine-pot, for there is little danger if thou couldst only, but keep thyself sober, be moderate in speech, and forbear oaths or vaunting. In short, metamorphose myself into such a prig as thou art. Mark, well said Wildrake, so far as outside will go, I think I can make a Hopian high balmy one as well as thou canst. Ah, those were merry days, when we saw Mills present balmy at the Fortune Playhouse, Mark, ere I had lost my laced cloak, and the jewel in my ear, or thou hadst gotten the wrinkle on thy brow, and the puritanic twist of thy moustache. They were like most worldly pleasures, Wildrake replied, Everard, sweet in the mouth, and bitter in digestion, but away with thee. And when thou bringst back my answer, thou wilt find me either here, or at St. George's Inn, at the little borough. Good luck to thee, be but cautious how thou bearest thyself. The colonel remained in deep meditation. I think, he said, I have not pledged myself too far to the general. A breach between him and the Parliament seems inevitable, and would throw England back into civil war, of which all men are wearied. He may dislike my messenger, yet that I do not greatly fear. He knows I would choose such as I can myself depend on, and hath dealt enough with the stricter sort to be aware that there are among them, as well as elsewhere, men who can hide two faces under one hood. Chapter the 8th. For there, in lofty air, was seen to stand the stern protector of the conquered land. Draw in that look with which he wept and swore, turned out the members, and made fast the door, ridding the house of every knave and drone. Forced though it grieved his soul to rule alone the frank courtship crab. Leaving Colonel Everard to his meditations, we follow the jolly Cavalier, his companion, who before mounting at the George, did not fail to treat himself to his morning draught of eggs and muscadine to enable him to face the harvest wind. Although he had suffered himself to be sunk in the extravagant license which was practiced by the Cavaliers, as if to oppose their conduct in every point to the preciseness of their enemies, yet Wildrake, well-born and well-educated, and endowed with good natural parts, and a heart which even debauchery and the wild life of a roaring Cavalier had not been able entirely to corrupt, moved on his present embassy with a strange mixture of feelings, such as perhaps he had never in his life before experienced. His feelings as a loyalist led him to detest Cromwell, whom in other circumstances he would scarce have wished to see except in a field of battle, where he could have had the pleasure to exchange pistol shots with him. But with this hatred there was mixed a certain degree of fear, always victorious, wherever he fought. The remarkable person whom Wildrake was now approaching had acquired that influence over the minds of his enemies which constant success is so apt to inspire. He dreaded, while they hated him, and joined to these feelings was a restless meddling curiosity, which made a particular feature in Wildrake's character, who, having long had little business of his own, and caring nothing about that which he had, was easily attracted by the desire of seeing whatever was curious or interesting around him. I should like to see the old rascal, after all he said, were it but to say that I had seen him. He reached Windsor in the afternoon, and felt on his arrival the strongest inclination to take up his residence at some of his old haunts, when he had occasionally frequented that fair town in gayer days, but resisting all temptations of this kind, he went courageously to the principal inn from which its ancient emblem, the Garter, had long disappeared. The master, too, whom Wildrake experienced in his knowledge of landlords and hostelries, had remembered a dashing mine host of Queen Bess School, had now sobered down to the temper of the times, shook his head when he spoke of the Parliament, wielded his spigot with the gravity of a priest conducting a sacrifice, wished England a happy issue out of all her difficulties, and greatly lauded his excellency. The Lord General Wildrake also remarked that his wine was better than it was wont to be, the Puritans having an excellent gift at detecting every fallacy in that matter, and that his measures were less, and his charges larger, circumstances which he was induced to attend to by mine host talking a good deal about his conscience. He was told by this important personage that the Lord General received frankly all sorts of persons, and that he might obtain access to him next morning at 8 o'clock for the trouble of presenting himself at the castle gate, and announcing himself as the bearer of dispatches to his excellency. To the castle, the disguised Cavalier repaired at the hour appointed. Admittance was freely permitted to him by the red-coated soldier, who with austere looks and his musket on his shoulder, mounted guard at the external gate of that noble building. Wildrake passed through the underward or court gazing, as he passed upon the beautiful chapel, which had but lately received in darkness and silence the unhonored remains of the slaughtered King of England. Rough as Wildrake was, the recollection of this circumstance affected him so strongly that he had nearly turned back in a sort of horror, rather than face the dark and daring man to whom, amongst all the actors in that melancholy affair, its tragic conclusion was chiefly to be imputed. But he felt the necessity of subduing all sentiments of this nature, and compelled himself to proceed in a negotiation entrusted to his conduct by one to whom he was so much obliged as Colonel Everard. At the ascent, which passed by the round tower, he looked to the ensign staff, from which the banner of England was wont to float. It was gone with all its rich emblazonry, its gorgeous quarterings and splendid embroidery, and in its room waved that of the Commonwealth, the cross of St. George in its colours of blue and red, not yet intersected by the diagonal cross of Scotland, which was soon after assumed, as if in evidence of England's conquest over her ancient enemy. This change of ensigns increased the train of his gloomy reflections, in which, although contrary to his wont, he became so deeply wrapped that the first thing which recalled him to himself was the challenge from the sentinel, accompanied with a stroke of the butt of his musket on the pavement, with an emphasis which made Wildrake start. "Whither away, and who are you?" "The bearer of a packet," answered Wildrake, "to the worshipful the Lord General." "Stand till I call the officer of the guard." The corporal made his appearance, distinguished above those of his command by a double quantity of band round his neck, a double height of steeple-crowned hat, a larger allowance of cloak, and a treble proportion of sour gravity of aspect. It might be read on his countenance that he was one of those resolute enthusiasts to whom Oliver owed his conquests, whose religious zeal made them even more than a match for the high-spirited and high-born Cavaliers who exhausted their valor in vain defense of their sovereign's person and crown. He looked with grave solemnity at Wildrake, as if he was making in his own mind an inventory of his features and dress, and having fully perused them, he required to know his business. "My business," said Wildrake, as firmly as he could, for the close investigation of this man had given him some unpleasant nervous sensations. "Me business is with your general." "With his excellency, the Lord General, thou wouldst say," replied the corporal. "Thy speech, my friend, savours too little of the reverence due to his excellency." "DN his excellency" was at the lips of the Cavalier, but prudence kept guard, and permitted not the offensive words to escape the barrier. He only bowed and was silent. "Follow me," said the starched figure whom he addressed, and Wildrake followed him accordingly into the guardhouse, which exhibited an interior characteristic of the times, and very different from what such military stations present at the present day. By the fire sat 2 or 3 musketeers, listening to one who was expounding some religious mystery to them. He began half beneath his breath, but in tones of great volubility, which tones, as he approached the conclusion, became sharp and eager, as challenging either instant answer or silent acquiescence. The audience seemed to listen to the speaker with immovable features, only answering him with clouds of tobacco smoke, which they rolled from under their thick mustaches. On a bench lay a soldier, on his face, whether asleep or in a fit of contemplation. It was impossible to decide. In the midst of the floor stood an officer, as he seemed by his embroidered shoulder belt and scarf round his waist, otherwise very plainly attired, who was engaged in drilling a stout bumpkin lately enlisted to the manual, as it was then used. The motions and words of command were 20 at the very least, and until they were regularly brought to an end, the corporal did not permit Wildrake either to sit down or move forward beyond the threshold of the guardhouse, so he had to listen in succession to "poise your musket rest," "your musket cock," "your musket handle," "your primer sand," many other forgotten words of discipline, until at length the words "order your musket" ended the drill. "For the time, thy name, friend," said the officer to the recruit when the lesson was over. "Ephraim," answered the fellow, with an affected twang through the nose. "And what besides Ephraim?" "Ephraim Cobb, from the goodly city of Gloucester, where I have dwelt for 7 years, serving apprentice to a praiseworthy cordwainer." "It is a goodly craft," answered the officer, but casting in thy lot with ours, doubt not that thou shalt be set beyond thine all, and thy last to boot." A grim smile of the speaker accompanied this poor attempt at a pun, and then turning round to the corporal, who stood 2 paces off, with the face of one who seemed desirous of speaking, said, "How now, corporal, what tidings?" "Here is one with a packet, and please your excellency," said the corporal. "Surely my spirit doth not rejoice in him, seeing I esteem him as a wolf in sheep's clothing." By these words Wildrake learned that he was in the actual presence of the remarkable person to whom he was commissioned, and he paused to consider in what manner he ought to address him. The figure of Oliver Cromwell was, as is generally known, in no way prepossessing. He was of middle stature, strong and coarsely made, with harsh and severe features, indicative, however, of much natural sagacity and depth of thought. His eyes were grey and piercing, his nose too large in proportion to his other features, and of a reddish hue. His manner of speaking, when he had the purpose to make himself distinctly understood, was energetic and forcible. Though neither graceful nor eloquent, no man could on such occasion put his meaning into fewer and more decisive words. But when, as it often happened, he had a mind to play the orator for the benefit of people's ears, without enlightening their understanding, Cromwell was wont to invest his meaning, or that which seemed to be his meaning, in such a mist of words, surrounding it with so many exclusions and exceptions, and fortifying it with such a labyrinth of parentheses, that though one of the most shrewd men in England, he was perhaps the most unintelligible speaker that ever perplexed an audience. It has been long since said by the historian that a collection of the Protector's speeches would make, with a few exceptions, the most nonsensical book in the world, but he ought to have added that nothing could be more nervous, concise, and intelligible than what he really intended should be understood. It was also remarked of Cromwell that though born of a good family both by father and mother, and although he had the usual opportunities of education and breeding connected with such an advantage, the fanatic democratic ruler could never acquire, or else disdained to practice, the courtesies usually exercised among the higher classes in their intercourse with each other. His demeanor was so blunt as sometimes might be termed clownish, yet there was in his language and manner a force and energy corresponding to his character which impressed, or if it did not impose, respect. And there were even times when that dark and subtle spirit expanded itself so as almost to conciliate affection. The turn for humor, which displayed itself by fits, was broad and of a low and sometimes practical character. Something there was in his disposition congenial to that of his countrymen, a contempt of folly, a hatred of affectation, and a dislike of ceremony, which, joined to the strong intrinsic qualities of sense and courage, made him in many respects not an unfit representative of the democracy of England. His religion must always be a subject of much doubt, and probably of doubt which he himself could hardly have cleared up unquestionably. There was a time in his life when he was sincerely enthusiastic, and when his natural temper, slightly subject to hypochondria, was strongly agitated by the same fanaticism which influenced so many persons of the time. On the other hand, there were periods during his political career when we certainly do him no injustice in charging him with a hypocritical affectation. We shall probably judge him and others of the same age most truly if we suppose that their religious professions were partly influential in their own breasts, partly assumed in compliance with their own interest, and so ingenious is the human heart in deceiving itself as well as others, that it is probable neither Cromwell himself nor those making similar pretensions to distinguished piety could exactly have fixed the point at which their enthusiasm terminated and their hypocrisy commenced, or rather, it was a point not fixed in itself, but fluctuating with the state of health, of good or bad fortune, of high or low spirits, affecting the individual at the period. Such was the celebrated person who, turning round on Wildrake and scanning his countenance closely, seemed so little satisfied with what he beheld that he instinctively hitched forward his belt so as to bring the handle of his tuck-sword within his reach, but yet folding his arms in his cloak, as if upon second thoughts, laying aside suspicion or thinking precaution beneath him, he asked the Cavalier what he was and whence he came. "A poor gentleman, sir, that is my lord," answered Wildrake, "last from Woodstock." "And what may your tidings be, sir gentleman?" said Cromwell, with an emphasis truly, I have seen those most willing to take upon them that title bear themselves somewhat short of wise men, and good men, and true men, with all their gentility yet gentlemen, was a good title in old England, when men remembered what it was construed to mean. You say truly, sir, replied Wildrake, suppressing with difficulty some of his usual wild expletives. Formerly gentlemen were found in gentlemen's places, but now the world is so changed that you shall find the broidered belt has changed place with the under spur-leather. Say'st thou me, said the general, I profess thou art a bold companion that can bandy words, so wantonly thou ringst somewhat too loud to be good metal, methinks. And once again, what are thy tidings with me? This packet, said Wildrake, commended to your hands by Colonel Markham Everard. Alas, I must have mistaken thee, answered Cromwell, mollified at the mention of a man's name, whom he had great desire to make his own. Forgive us, good friend, for such we doubt not thou art. Sit thee down, and commune with thyself as thou mayst. Until we have examined the contents of thy packet, let him be looked to, and have what he lacks. So saying, the general left the guard-house, where Wildrake took his seat in the corner, and awaited with patience the issue of his mission. The soldiers now thought themselves obliged to treat him with more consideration, and offered him a pipe of Trinidado and a black jack filled with October, but the look of Cromwell and the dangerous situation in which he might be placed by the least chance of detection induced Wildrake to decline these hospitable offers, and stretching back in his chair and affecting slumber, he escaped notice or conversation, until a sort of aide-de-camp or military officer in attendance came to summon him to Cromwell's presence. By this person he was guided to a postern gate through which he entered the body of the castle, and penetrating through many private passages and staircases, he at length was introduced into a small cabinet or parlour, in which was much rich furniture, some bearing the royal cipher displayed, but all confused and disarranged together, with several paintings in massive frames having their faces turned towards the wall, as if they had been taken down for the purpose of being removed. In this scene of disorder, the victorious general of the Commonwealth was seated in a large easy-chair covered with damask, and deeply embroidered, the splendor of which made a strong contrast with the plain and even homely character of his apparel, although in look and action he seemed like one who felt that the seat which might have in former days held a prince was not too much distinguished for his own fortunes and ambition. Wildrake stood before him, nor did he ask him to sit down. Pearson, said Cromwell, addressing himself to the officer in attendance, wait in the gallery, but be within. Call Pearson bode, and was retiring, who are in the gallery beside. Worthy Mr. Gordon, the chaplain was holding forth, but now to Colonel Overton, and 4 captains of your Excellency's regiment. We would have it so, said the general, we would not there were any corner in our dwelling where the hungry soul might not meet with manna, was the good man carried onward in his discourse. Mightily borne through, said Pearson, and he was touching the rightful claims which the army and especially your Excellency hath acquired by becoming the instruments in the great were not instruments to be broken asunder and cast away when the day of their service is over, but to be preserved and held precious and prized for their honorable and faithful labors, for which they have fought and marched and fasted and prayed and suffered cold and sorrow, while others who would now gladly see them disbanded and broken and cashiered eat of the fat and drink of the strong. A good man, said Cromwell, and did he touch upon this so feelingly, I could say something, but not now. Begone, Pearson, to the gallery. Let not our friends lay aside their swords, but watch as well as pray. Pearson retired, and the general, holding the letter of Everard in his hand, looked again for a long while fixedly at Wildrake, as if considering in what strain he should address him. When he did speak, it was at first in one of those ambiguous discourses which we have already described, and by which it was very difficult for anyone to understand his meaning. If indeed he knew himself, we shall be as concise in our statement as our desire to give the very words of a man so extraordinary will permit. This letter, he said, you have brought us from your master or patron Markham Everard, truly an excellent and honorable gentleman, as ever bore a sword upon his thigh, and one who hath ever distinguished himself in the great work of delivering these 3 poor unhappy nations. Answer me not, I know what thou wouldst say. And this letter he hath sent to me by thee his clerk or secretary, in whom he hath confidence, and in whom. He prays me to have trust, that there may be a careful messenger between us. And lastly, he hath sent thee to me. Do not answer. I know what thou wouldst say to me, who albeit I am of that small consideration, that it would be too much honor for me even to bear a halberd in this great and victorious army of England, am nevertheless exalted to the rank of holding the guidance and the leading staff thereof. Nay, do not answer, my friend. I know what thou wouldst say now, when communing thus together our discourse taketh, in respect to what I have said, a threefold argument or division: first, as it concerneth thy master; secondly, as it concerneth us and our office; thirdly, and lastly, as it toucheth thyself now, as concerning this good and worthy gentleman, Colonel Markham Everard. Truly, he hath played the man from the beginning of these unhappy buffetings, not turning to the right or to the left, but holding ever in his eye the mark at which he aimed. I truly a faithful, honorable gentleman, and one who may well call me friend, and truly I am pleased to think that he doth so. Nevertheless, in this vale of tears, we must be governed less by our private respects and partialities than by those higher principles and points of duty, whereupon the good Colonel Markham Everard hath ever framed his purposes, as truly I have endeavored to form mine, that we may all act as becometh good Englishmen and worthy patriots. Then as for Woodstock, it is a great thing which the good Colonel asks, that it should be taken from the spoil of the godly, and left in keeping of the men of Moab, and especially of the malignant Henry Lay, whose hand hath been ever against us, when he might find room to raise it. I say he hath asked a great thing both in respect of himself and me, for we of this poor but godly army of England are holden by those of the Parliament as men who should render in spoil for them, but be no sharer of it ourselves, even as the buck which the hounds pull to earth furnisheth no part of their own food, but they are lashed off from the carcass with whips like those which require punishment for their forwardness, not reward for their services. Yet I speak not this so much in respect of this grant of Woodstock, in regard that perhaps their lordships of the council, and also the committeemen of this Parliament, may graciously think they have given me a portion in the matter, in relation that my kinsman Desborough hath an interest allowed him therein, which interest, as he hath well deserved it for his true and faithful service to these unhappy and devoted countries, so it would ill become me to diminish the same to his prejudice, unless it were upon great and public respects. Thus thou seest how it stands with me, my honest friend, and in what mind I stand touching thy master's request to me, which yet I do not say that I can altogether or unconditionally grant or refuse, but only tell my simple thoughts with regard thereto. Thou understandest me, I doubt not. Now Roger Wildrake, with all the attention he had been able to pay to the Lord General's speech, had got so much confused among the various clauses of the harangue that his brain was bewildered like that of a country clown when he chances to get himself involved among a crowd of carriages, and cannot stir a step to get out of the way of one of them without being in danger of being ridden over by the others. The general saw his look of perplexity and began a new oration to the same purpose, as before spoke of his love for his kind friend, the colonel, his regard for his pious and godly kinsman master Desborough, the great importance of the palace and park of Woodstock, determination of the Parliament that it should be confiscated, and the produce brought into the coffers of the state, his own deep veneration for the authority of Parliament, and his no less deep sense of the injustice done to the army. How it was his wish and will that all matters should be settled in an amicable and friendly manner, without self-seeking debate or strife betwixt those who had been the hands acting, and such as had been the heads governing in that great national cause. How he was willing, truly willing, to contribute to this work by laying down not his commission only, but his life also, if it were requested of him, or could be granted with safety to the poor soldiers, to whom, silly poor men, he was bound to be as a father, seeing that they had followed him with the duty and affection of children. And here he arrived at another dead pause, leaving Wildrake as uncertain as before whether it was or was not his purpose to grant Colonel Everard the powers he had asked for the protection of Woodstock against the parliamentary commissioners. Internally, he began to entertain hopes that the justice of heaven or the effects of remorse had confounded the regicide's understanding, but no, could see nothing but sagacity in that steady, stern eye, which, while the tongue poured forth its periphrastic language in such profusion, seemed to watch with severe accuracy the effect which his oratory produced on the listener. Egad, thought the Cavalier to himself, becoming a little familiar with the situation in which he was placed, and rather impatient of a conversation which led to no visible conclusion or termination. If Noel were the devil himself, as he is the devil's darling, I will not be thus nosled by him. I'll e'en brusque it a little if he goes on at this rate, and try if I can bring him to a more intelligible mode of speaking. Entertaining this bold purpose, but half afraid to execute it, Wildrake lay by for an opportunity of making the attempt. While Cromwell was apparently unable to express his own meaning, he was already beginning a third panegyric upon Colonel Everard, with sundry varied expressions of his own wish to oblige him, when Wildrake took the opportunity to strike in on the generals, making one of his oratorical pauses. "So please you," he said bluntly, "your worship has already spoken on two topics of your discourse, your own worthiness, and that of my master Colonel Everard. But to enable me to do mine errand, it would be necessary to bestow a few words on the third head." "The third," said Cromwell. "I," said Wildrake, "which in your honour's subdivision of your discourse touched on my unworthy self. What am I to Dowhet portion am I to have in this matter?" Oliver started at once from the tone of voice he had hitherto used, and which somewhat resembled the purring of a domestic cat, into the growl of the tiger. "When about to spring thy portion, jailbird," he exclaimed, "the gallows thou shalt hang as high as Haman if thou betray counsel. But," he added, softening his voice, "keep it like a true man, and my favour will be the making of thee. Come hither, thou art bold. See, though somewhat saucy, thou hast been a malignant, so writes my worthy friend Colonel Everard. But thou hast now given up that falling cause. I tell thee, friend, not all that the Parliament or the army could do would have pulled down the Stuarts out of their high places, saving that heaven had a controversy with them. Well, it is a sweet and comely thing to buckle on one's armour in behalf of heaven's cause. Otherwise, truly, for mine own part, these men might have remained upon the throne even unto this day. Neither do I blame any for aiding them, until these successive great judgments have overwhelmed them, and their house. I am not a bloody man, having in me the feeling of human frailty, but, friend, whosoever putteth his hand to the plough in the great actings which are now on foot in these nations had best beware that he do not look back, for rely upon my simple word, that if you fail me, I will not spare on you 1 foot's length of the gallows of Haman. Let me therefore know at a word if the leaven of thy malignancy is altogether drubbed out of your honourable lordship," said the Cavalier, shrugging up his shoulders, "has done that for most of us, so far as cudgelling to some tune can perform it." "Say'st thou," said the general, with a grim smile on his lip, which seemed to intimate that he was not quite inaccessible to flattery. "Yea, truly, thou dost not lie in that we have been an instrument, neither are we, as I have already hinted, so severely bent against those who have striven against us as malignants as others may be. The Parliamentmen best know their own interest and their own pleasure, but to my poor thinking it is full time to close these jars, and to allow men of all kinds the means of doing service to their country. And we think it will be thy fault if thou art not employed to good purpose for the state and thyself, on condition thou puttest away the old man entirely from thee, and givest thy earnest attention to what I have to tell thee." "Your lordship need not doubt my attention," said the Cavalier, and the Republican general, after another pause, as one who gave his confidence, not without hesitation, proceeded to explain his views with a distinctness which he seldom used, yet not without his being a little biased now and then by his long habits of circumlocution, which indeed he never laid entirely aside save in the field of battle. "Thou seest," he said, "my friend, how things stand with me. The Parliament, I care not who knows it, love me not, still less do the Council of State, by whom they manage the executive government of the kingdom. I cannot tell why they nourish suspicion against me, unless it is because I will not deliver this poor innocent army, which has followed me in so many military actions, to be now pulled asunder, broken piecemeal, and reduced, so that they who have protected the state at the expense of their blood will not have perchance the means of feeding themselves by their labour, which methinks were hard measure, since it is taking from Esau his birthright, even without giving him a poor mess of pottage." "Esau is likely to help himself, I think," replied Wildrake. "Truly thou sayst wisely," replied the general. "It is ill starving an armed man if there is food to be had for tacking, nevertheless, far be it from me to encourage rebellion or want of due subordination to these our rulers. I would only petition in a due and becoming a sweet and harmonious manner that they would listen to our conditions and consider our necessities. But, sir, looking on me and estimating me so little as they do, you must think that it would be a provocation in me towards the Council of State as well as the Parliament, if simply to gratify your worthy master I were to act contrary to their purposes or deny currency to the commission under their authority, which is as yet the highest in the state, and long may it be so for me to carry on the sequestration which they intend. And would it not also be said that I was lending myself to the malignant interest, affording this den of the bloodthirsty and lascivious tyrants of yore to be in this our day a place of refuge to that old and inveterate Amalekite Sir Henry Lay, to keep possession of the place in which he hath so long glorified himself? Truly, it would be a perilous matter. Am I then to report, said Wildrake, and it please you that you cannot stead Colonel Everard in this matter? Unconditionally, I but taken conditionally, the answer may be otherwise, answered Cromwell. I see thou art not able to fathom my purpose, and therefore I will partly unfold it to thee, but take notice that should thy tongue betray my counsel, save in so far as carrying it to thy master, by all the blood which has been shed in these wild times, thou shalt die 1,000 deaths in one. Do not fear me, sir, said Wildrake, whose natural boldness and carelessness of character was for the present time borne down and quelled like that of falcons in the presence of the eagle. Hear me then, said Cromwell, and let no syllable escape thee. Knowest thou not the young Lay, whom they call Albert, a malignant like his father, and one who went up with the young man to that last ruffle which we had with him at Worcester? May we be grateful for the victory. I know there is such a young gentleman as Albert Lee, said Wildrake. And knowest thou not I speak not by way of prying into the good colonel's secrets, but only as it behoves me to know something of the matter, that I may best judge how I am to serve him? Knowest thou not that thy master Markham Everard is a suitor after the sister of this same malignant, a daughter of the old keeper called Sir Henry Lee? All this I have heard, said Wildrake, nor can I deny that I believe in it. Well then, go to when the young man Charles Stuart fled from the field of Worcester, and was by sharp chase and pursuit compelled to separate himself from his followers. I know by sure intelligence that this Albert Lee was one of the last who remained with him, if not indeed the very last. It was devilish like him, said the Cavalier, without sufficiently weighing his expressions, considering in what presence they were to be uttered, and ill uphold him with my rapier to be a true chip of the old block. Ha, swearest thou, said the general, is this thy reformation? I never swear, so please you, replied Wildrake, recollecting himself, except there is some mention of malignants and Cavaliers in my hearing, and then the old habit returns, and I swear like one of Goring's troopers. Out upon thee, said the general, what can it avail thee to practice a profanity so horrible to the ears of others, and which brings no emolument to him who uses it? There are doubtless more profitable sins in the world than the barren and unprofitable vice of swearing, was the answer which rose to the lips of the Cavalier, but that was exchanged for a profession of regret for having given offence. The truth was the discourse began to take a turn which rendered it more interesting than ever to Wildrake, who therefore determined not to lose the opportunity for obtaining possession of the secret that seemed to be suspended on Cromwell's lips, and that could only be through means of keeping guard upon his own. What sort of a house is Woodstock? Said the general abruptly. An old mansion, said Wildrake in reply, and so far as I could judge, by a single night's lodgings, having abundance of backstairs, also subterranean passages, and all the communications underground, which are common in old ravenists of the sort. And places for concealing priests, unquestionably, said Cromwell. It is seldom that such ancient houses lack secret stalls wherein to mew up these calves of Bethel. Your honour's excellency, said Wildrake, may swear to that. I swear not at all, replied the general dryly, but what thinkst thou, good fellow? I will ask thee a blunt question. Where will those 2 Worcester fugitives, that thou wottest of, be more likely to take shelter, and that they must be sheltered somewhere, I well knowthen, in this same old palace, with all the corners and concealment, whereof young Albert hath been acquainted ever since his earliest infancy. Truly, said Wildrake, making an effort to answer the question with seeming indifference, while the possibility of such an event and its consequences flashed fearfully upon his mind. Truly, I should be of your honour's opinion, but that I think the company who by the commission of Parliament have occupied Woodstock are likely to fright them thence, as a cat scares doves from a pigeon house. The neighbourhood with reverence of Generals Desborough and Harrison will suit ill with fugitives from Worcester field. I thought as much, and so indeed would I have it, answered the General. Long may it be ere our names shall be aught but a terror to our enemies. But in this matter, if thou art an active plotter for thy master's interest, thou mightst, I should think, work out something favourable to his present object. My brain is too poor to reach the depth of your honourable purpose, said Wildrake. Listen then, and let it be to profit, answered Cromwell. Assuredly, the conquest at Worcester was a great and crowning mercy, yet might we seem to be but small in our thankfulness for the same, did we not do what in us lies towards the ultimate improvement and final conclusion of the great work, which has been thus prosperous in our hands. Professing in pure humility and singleness of heart that we do not in any way deserve our instrumentality to be remembered, nay, would rather pray and entreat that our name and fortunes were forgotten, than that the great work were in itself incomplete, nevertheless truly placed, as we now are. It concerns us more nearly than others, that is, if so poor creatures should at all speak of themselves as concerned, whether more or less, with these changes which have been wrought around, not, I say, by ourselves or our own power, but by the destiny to which we were called, fulfilling the same with all meekness and humility. I say, it concerns us nearly that all things should be done in conformity with the great work which hath been wrought, and is yet working in these lands. Such is my plain and simple meaning. Nevertheless, it is much to be desired that this young man, this King of Scots, as he called himself, this Charles Stuart, should not escape forth from the nation where his arrival has wrought so much disturbance and bloodshed. I have no doubt, said the Cavalier, looking down, that your lordship's wisdom hath directed all things as they may best lead towards such a consummation, and I pray your pains may be paid as they deserve. I thank thee, friend, said Cromwell, with much humility. Doubtless we shall meet our reward, being in the hands of a good paymaster, who never passeth Saturday night. But understand me, friend, I desire no more than my own share in the good work. I would heartily do what poor kindness I can to your worthy master, and even to you in your degree, for such as I do not converse with ordinary men, that our presence may be forgotten like an everyday's occurrence. We speak to men like thee for their reward or their punishment, and I trust it will be the former which thou in thine office wilt merit at my hand. Your honour, said Wildrake, speaks like one accustomed to command. True men's minds are likened to those of my degree by fear and reverence, said the General. But enough of that. Desiring, as I do, no other dependency on my special person, than is alike to us all upon that which is above us. But I would desire to cast this golden ball into your master's lap. He hath served against this Charles Stuart and his father, but he is a kinsman near to the old knight Lee, and stands well affected towards his daughter. Thou also wilt keep a watch, my friend. That ruffling look of thine will procure thee the confidence of every malignant, and the prey cannot approach this cover, as though to shelter like a coney in the rocks, but thou wilt be sensible of his presence. I make a shift to comprehend your excellency, said the Cavalier, and I thank you heartily for the good opinion you have put upon me, and which I pray I may have some handsome opportunity of deserving, that I may show my gratitude by the event. But still with reverence, your excellency's scheme seems unlikely. While Woodstock remains in possession of the sequestrators, both the old knight and his son, and far more such a fugitive, as your honour hinted at, will take special care not to approach it till they are removed. It is for that I have been dealing with thee thus long, said the General. I told thee that I was something unwilling, upon slight occasion, to dispossess the sequestrators by my own proper warrant, although having perhaps sufficient authority in the state both to do so and to despise the murmurs of those who blame me. In brief, I would be both to tamper with my privileges and make experiments between their strength and the powers of the commission granted by others, without pressing need or at least great prospect of advantage. So if thy colonel will undertake for his love of the Republic to find the means of preventing its worst and nearest danger, which must needs occur from the escape of this young man, and will do his endeavor to stay him in case his flight should lead him to Woodstock, which I hold very likely, I will give thee an order to these sequestrators to evacuate the palace instantly, and to the next troop of my regiment, which lies at Oxford, to turn them out by the shoulders, if they make any scruples, I, even for example's sake, if they drag Disborough out foremost, though he be wedded to my sister. So please you, sir, said Wildrake, and with your most powerful warrant, I trust, I might expel the commissioners, even without the aid of your most warlike and devout troopers. That is what I am least anxious about, replied the general. I should like to see the best of them sit, after I had nodded to them, to begone, always excepting the worshipful house, in whose name our commissions run, but who, as some think, will be done with politics, ere it be time to renew them. Therefore, what chiefly concerns me to know is whether thy master will embrace a traffic which hath such a fair promise of profit with it. I am well convinced that with a scout like thee, who hast been in the Cavaliers' quarters, and canst, I should guess, resume thy drinking ruffianly health-quaffing manners, whenever thou hast a mind, he must discover where this Stuart hath ensconced himself. Either the young Lee will visit the old one in person, or he will write to him, or hold communication with him by letter. At all events, Markham Everard, and thou must have an eye in every hair of your head. While he spoke, a flush passed over his brow. He rose from his chair, and paced the apartment in agitation. Woe to you, if you suffer the young adventurer to escape. You had better be in the deepest dungeon in Europe than breathe the air of England, should you but dream of playing me false. I have spoken freely to the fellow, more freely than is my wont. The time required it, but to share my confidence is like keeping a watch over a powder magazine. The least and most insignificant spark blows thee to ashes. Tell your master what I said, but not how I said it. Fie, that I should have been betrayed into this distemperature of passion. Begone, Sirrah Pearson shall bring thee sealed orders. Yet stay, thou hast something to ask. I would know, said Wildrake, to whom the visible anxiety of the general gave some confidence, what is the figure of this young gallant, in case I should find him? A tall, raw-boned, swarthy lad, they say. He has shot up into here. Is his picture by a good hand some time since he turned round one of the portraits, which stood with its face against the wall, but it proved not to be that of Charles II, but of his unhappy father. The first motion of Cromwell indicated a purpose of hastily replacing the picture, and it seemed as if an effort were necessary to repress his disinclination to look upon it, but he did repress it, and placing the picture against the wall, withdrew slowly and sternly, as if in defiance of his own feelings. He was determined to gain a place from which to see it to advantage. It was well for Wildrake that his dangerous companion had not turned an eye on him, for his blood also kindled when he saw the portrait of his master in the hands of the chief author of his death. Being a fierce and desperate man, he commanded his passion with great difficulty, and if on its first violence he had been provided with a suitable weapon, it is possible Cromwell would never have ascended higher in his bold ascent towards supreme power. But this natural and sudden flash of indignation, which rushed through the veins of an ordinary man like Wildrake, was presently subdued, when confronted with the strong yet stifled emotion displayed by so powerful a character as Cromwell. As the Cavalier looked on his dark and bold countenance, agitated by inward and indescribable feelings, he found his own violence of spirit die away and lose itself in fear and wonder. So true it is that as greater lights swallow up and extinguish the display of those which are less, so men of great capacious and overruling minds bear aside and subdue in their climax of passion the more feeble wills and passions of others, as when a river joins a brook, the fiercer torrent shoulders aside the smaller stream. Wildrake stood a silent, inactive, and almost a terrified spectator, while Cromwell, assuming a firm sternness of eye and manner, as one who compels himself to look on what some strong internal feeling renders painful and disgustful to him, proceeded in brief and interrupted expressions, but yet with a firm voice, to comment on the portrait of the late king. His words seemed less addressed to Wildrake than to be the spontaneous unburdening of his own bosom swelling under recollection of the past and anticipation of the future. That Flemish painter, he said that Antonio van de Quata power, he a steel may mutilate warriors may waste, and destroy still, the king stands uninjured by time, and our grandchildren, while they read his history may look on his image, and compare the melancholy features with the woeful tale it was a stern necessity it was an awful deed, the calm pride. Of that eye might have ruled worlds of crouching Frenchmen, or supple Italians, or formal Spaniards, but its glances only roused the native courage of the stern Englishman lay not on poor sinful man, whose breath is in his nostrils, the blame that he falls, when heaven never gave him strength of nerves to stand the weak rider, is thrown by his unruly horse and trampled to death's strongest man, the best cavalier springs to the empty saddle, and uses bit and spur, till the fiery steed knows its master who blames him, who mounted aloft rides, triumphantly amongst the people, for having succeeded where the unskilful and feeble fell, and died verily, he hath his reward, then what is that piece of painted canvas to me more than others know, let him show to others the reproaches of that cold calm face, that proud yet complaining, I those who have acted on higher respects, have no cause to start at painted shadows, not wealth, nor power brought me from my obscurity, the oppressed consciences, the injured liberties of England, were the banner that I followed. He raised his voice so high, as if pleading in his own defense before some tribunal, that Pearson, the officer in attendance, looked into the apartment, and observing his master with his eyes kindling his arm, extended his foot advanced, and his voice raised like a general, in the act of commanding the advance of his army, he instantly withdrew. It was other than selfish regards that drew me forth to action, continued Cromwell, and I dare the world a living or dead, I challengito assert, that I armed for a private cause, or as a means of enlarging my fortunes, neither was there a trooper in the regiment who came there with less of personal ill will to yonder unhappy. At this moment the door of the apartment opened, and a gentlewoman entered who from her resemblance to the general, although her features were soft and feminine, might be immediately recognized as his daughter. She walked up to Cromwell gently, but firmly passed her arm through his, and said to him, in a persuasive tone, "Father, this is not well. You have promised me this should not happen." The general hung down his head, like one who was either ashamed of the passion to which he had given way, or of the influence which was exercised over him. He yielded, however, to the affectionate impulse, and left the apartment without again turning his head towards the portrait which had so much affected him, or looking towards Wildrake, who remained fixed in astonishment. Chapter the 9th. Dr. Go to you have known what you should not. Macbeth. Wildrake was left in the cabinet, as we have said, astonished, and alone. It was often noised about that Cromwell, the deep and sagacious statesman, the calm and intrepid commander, he who had overcome such difficulties, and ascended to such heights, that he seemed already to bestride the land which he had conquered, had, like many other men of great genius, a constitutional taint of melancholy, which sometimes displayed itself both in words and actions, and had been first observed in that sudden and striking change, when, abandoning entirely the dissolute freaks of his youth, he embraced a very strict course of religious observances, which upon some occasions he seemed to consider as bringing him into more near and close contact with the spiritual world. This extraordinary man is said sometimes, during that period of his life, to have given way to spiritual delusions, or as he himself conceived them, prophetic inspirations of approaching grandeur, and of strange, deep, and mysterious agencies, in which he was in future to be engaged in the same manner as his younger years had been marked by fits of exuberant and excessive frolic and debaucheries. Something of this kind seemed to explain the ebullition of passion which he had now manifested. With wonder at what he had witnessed, Wildrake felt some anxiety on his own account. Though not the most reflecting of mortals, he had sense enough to know that it is dangerous to be a witness of the infirmities of men high in power, and he was left so long by himself as induced him to entertain some secret doubts whether the general might not be tempted to take means of confining or removing a witness who had seen him lowered, as it seemed, by the suggestions of his own conscience, beneath that lofty flight which in general he affected to sustain above the rest of the sublunary world. In this, however, he wronged Cromwell, who was free either from an extreme degree of jealous suspicion, or from anything which approached towards bloodthirstiness. Pearson appeared after a lapse of about an hour, and intimating to Wildrake that he was to follow, conducted him into a distant apartment in which he found the general seated on a couch. His daughter was in the apartment, but remained at some distance, apparently busied with some female needlework, and scarce turned her head as Pearson and Wildrake entered. At a sign from the Lord General, Wildrake approached him as before. "Comrade," he said, "your old friends, the Cavaliers, look on me as their enemy, and conduct themselves towards me as if they desired to make me such. I profess they are laboring to their own prejudice, for I regard, and have ever regarded them as honest and honorable fools, who are silly enough to run their necks into nooses and their heads against stone walls, that a man called Stuart and no other should be king over them. Fools, are there no words made of letters that would sound as well as Charles Stuart, with that magic title beside them? Why, the word king is like a lighted lamp that throws the same bright gilding upon any combination of the alphabet, and yet you must shed your blood for a name. But thou for thy part shalt have no wrong from me. Here is an order well warranted to clear the lodge at Woodstock, and abandon it to thy master's keeping, or those whom he shall appoint. He will have his uncle and pretty cousin with him. Doubtless fare thee well. Think on what I told thee. They say beauty is a lodestone to yonder long lad thou dost wot of, but I reckon he has other stars at present to direct his course than bright eyes and fair hair. Be it as it may, thou know'st my purpose. Spear out, peer out, keep a constant and careful lookout on every ragged patch that wanders by hedgerow or laneth. These are days when a beggar's cloak may cover a king's ransom. There are some broad Portugal pieces for thee, something strange to thy pouch. I ween. Once more think on what thou hast heard." And he added in a lower and more impressive tone of voice, "Forget what thou hast seen my service to thy master, and yet once again remember and forget." Wildrake made his obeisance, and returning to his inn left Windsor with all possible speed. It was afternoon in the same day when the Cavalier rejoined his Roundhead friend, who was anxiously expecting him at the inn in Woodstock, appointed for their rendezvous. "Where hast thou been? What hast thou seen? What strange uncertainty is in thy looks, and why dost thou not answer me?" "Because," said Wildrake, laying aside his riding cloak and rapier, "you ask so many questions at once. A man has but one tongue to answer with, and mine is well-nigh glued to the roof of my mouth." "Will drink unloosen it," said the Colonel, "though I dare say thou hast tried that spell at every alehouse on the road. Call for what thou wouldst have, man, only be quick." "Colonel Everard," answered Wildrake, "I have not tasted so much as a cup of cold water this day." "Then thou art out of humour for that reason," said the Colonel. "Salve thy sore with brandy if thou wilt, but leave being so fantastic and unlike to thyself as thou showest in this silent mood." "Colonel Everard," replied the Cavalier very gravely, "I am an altered man." "I think thou dost alter," said Everard, "every day in the year, and every hour of the day. Come, good, now tell me, hast thou seen the general, and got his warrant for clearing out the sequestrators from Woodstock?" "I have seen the devil," said Wildrake, "and have, as thou sayst, got a warrant from him." "Give it me hastily," said Everard, catching at the packet. "Forgive me, Mark," said Wildrake, "if thou knewest the purpose with which this deed is granted. If thou knewest what, it is not my purpose to tell thee what manner of hopes are founded on thy accepting it. I have that opinion of thee, Mark Everard, that thou wouldst as soon take a red-hot horseshoe from the anvil with thy bare hand as receive into it this slip of paper." "Come, come," said Everard, "this comes of some of your exalted ideas of loyalty, which, excellent within certain bounds, drive us mad. When encouraged up to some heights, do not think, since I must needs speak plainly with thee, that I see without sorrow the downfall of our ancient monarchy and the substitution of another form of government in its stead, but ought my regret for the past to prevent my acquiescing and aiding in such measures as are likely to settle the future. The royal cause is ruined. Hadst thou, and every Cavalier in England, sworn the contrary, ruined, not to rise again for many a day, at least the Parliament, so often drafted and drained of those who are courageous enough to maintain their own freedom of opinion, is now reduced to a handful of statesmen who have lost the respect of the people from the length of time during which they have held the supreme management of affairs. They cannot stand long unless they were to reduce the army, and the army late servants are now masters, and will refuse to be reduced. They know their strength, and that they may be an army subsisting on pay and free quarters throughout England, as long as they will, I tell thee, Wildrake, unless we look to the only man who can rule and manage them, we may expect military law throughout the land, and I for mine own part look for any preservation of our privileges that may be vouchsafed to us only through the wisdom and forbearance of Cromwell. Now you have my secret. You are aware that I am not doing the best I would, but the best I can I wish not so ardently, as thou perhaps see it. I do wish that the king could have been restored on good terms of composition, safe for us, and for himself. And now, good Wildrake, rebel as thou thinkest me, make me no worse a rebel than an unwilling one. God knows, I never laid aside love and reverence to the king, even in drawing my sword against his ill advisers. Ah, plague on you, said Wildrake, that is the very cant of it. That's what you all say. All of you fought against the king in pure love and loyalty, and not otherwise. However, I see your drift, and I own that I like it better than I expected. The army is your bear now, and old Noel is your bearward, and you are like a country constable who makes interest with the bearward, that he may prevent him from letting bruin loose. Well, there may come a day when the sun will shine on our side of the fence, and thereon shall you and all the good fair-weather folks who love the stronger party come and make common cause with us. Without much attending to what his friends said, Colonel Everard carefully studied the warrant of Cromwell. It is bolder and more peremptory than I expected. He said the general must feel himself strong when he opposes his own authority so directly to that of the Council of State and the Parliament. You will not hesitate to act upon it, said Wildrake. That I certainly will not, answered Everard, but I must wait till I have the assistance of the mayor, who I think will gladly see these fellows ejected from the lodge. I must not go altogether upon military authority. If possible, then stepping to the door of the apartment, he dispatched a servant of the house, in quest of the chief magistrate, desiring he should be made acquainted that Colonel Everard desired to see him with as little loss of time as possible. You are sure he will come like a dog at a whistle, said Wildrake. The word captain or colonel makes the fat citizen trot in these days, when one sword is worth 50 corporation charters. But there are dragoons yonder, as well as the grim-faced knave, whom I frightened the other evening, when I showed my face in at the window. Think'st thou the knaves will show no rough play? The general's warrant will weigh more with them than a dozen acts of Parliament, said Everard. But it is time thou eatest, if thou hast in truth ridden from Windsor hither without baiting. I care not about it, said Wildrake. I tell thee your general gave me a breakfast which I think will serve me one while, if I am ever able to digest it. By the mass, it lay so heavy on my conscience that I carried it to church to see if I could digest it there with my other sins, but not a whit. To church, to the door of the church, thou meanest, said Everard. I know thy way thou art ever want to pull thy hat off reverently at the threshold, but for crossing it, that day seldom comes. Well, replied Wildrake, and if I do pull off my castor and kneel, is it not seemly to show the same respects in a church which we offer in a palace? It is a dainty matter, is it not, to see your Anabaptists and Brownists, and the rest of you gather to a sermon with as little ceremony as hogs to a trough? But here comes food, and now for a grace, if I can remember one. Everard was too much interested about the fate of his uncle and his fair cousin, and the prospect of restoring them to their quiet home under the protection of that formidable truncheon, which was already regarded as the leading staff of England, to remark that certainly a great alteration had taken place in the manners and outward behavior, at least, of his companion. His demeanor frequently evinced a sort of struggle betwixt old habits of indulgence and some newly formed resolutions of abstinence, and it was almost ludicrous to see how often the hand of the neophyte directed itself naturally to a large black leathern jack, which contained 2 double flagons of strong ale, and how often diverted from its purpose by the better reflections of the reformed toper, it seized instead upon a large ewer of salubrious and pure water. It was not difficult to see that the task of sobriety was not yet become easy, and that if it had the recommendation of the intellectual portion of the party who had resolved upon it, the outward man yielded a reluctant and restive compliance. But honest Wildrake had been dreadfully frightened at the course proposed to him by Cromwell, and with a feeling not peculiar to the Catholic religion, had formed a solemn resolution within his own mind that if he came off safe, and with honor from this dangerous interview, he would show his sense of heaven's favor by renouncing some of the sins which most easily beset him, and especially that of intemperance, to which, like many of his wild compeers, he was too much addicted. This resolution or vow was partly prudential as well as religious, for it occurred to him as very possible that some matters of a difficult and delicate nature might be thrown into his hands at the present emergency, during the conduct of which it would be fitting for him to act by some better oracle than that of the bottle celebrated by Rabelais. In full compliance with this prudent determination, he touched neither the ale nor the brandy which were placed before him, and declined peremptorily the sack with which his friend would have garnished the board. Nevertheless, just as the boy removed the trenchers and napkins together with the large blackjack which we have already mentioned, and was 1 or 2 steps on his way to the door, the sinewy arm of the Cavalier, which seemed to elongate itself on purpose, as it extended far beyond the folds of the threadbare jacket, arrested the progress of the retiring Ganymede, and seizing on the blackjack, conveyed it to the lips, which were gently breathing forth the aspiration "DN, I mean, heaven forgive me, our poor creatures of Cleon modest sip, must be permitted to our frailty." So murmuring, he glued the huge flagon to his lips, and as the head was slowly and gradually inclined backwards in proportion as the right hand elevated the bottom of the pitcher, Everard had great doubts whether the drinker and the cup were likely to part, until the whole contents of the latter had been transferred to the person of the former. Roger Wildrake stinted, however, when by a moderate computation he had swallowed at one draught about 1.5 quarts. He then replaced it on the salver, fetched a long breath to refresh his lungs, bade the boy get him gone with the rest of the liquors in a tone which inferred some dread of his constancy, and then turning to his friend Everard, he expatiated in praise of moderation, observing that the mouthful which he had just taken had been of more service to him than if he had remained quaffing healths at table for 4 hours together. His friend made no reply, but could not help being privately of opinion that Wildrake's temperance had done as much execution on the tankard in his single draught as some more moderate topers might have effected if they had sat sipping for an evening. But the subject was changed by the entrance of the landlord, who came to announce to his honor Colonel Everard that the worshipful mayor of Woodstock with the Rev. Master Holdenough were come to wait upon him. Chapter the 10th. Here we have one head. Upon 2, Boadicea 2-headed bullock is but an ass to such a prodigy. These 2 have but one meaning, thought and counsel, and when the single noddle has spoke out, the 4 legs scrape assent to it. Old play. In the goodly form of the honest mayor, there was a bustling mixture of importance and embarrassment, like the deportment of a man who was conscious that he had an important part to act, if he could but exactly discover what that part was. But both were mingled with much pleasure at seeing Everard, and he frequently repeated his welcomes and all hails before he could be brought to attend to what that gentleman said in reply. "Good worthy Colonel, you are indeed a desirable sight to Woodstock at all times, being, as I may say, almost our townsman, as you have dwelt so much and so long at the palace. Truly, the matter begins almost to pass my wit, though I have transacted the affairs of this borough for many a long day, and you are come to my assistance like. Tanquam deus ex machina, as the ethnic poet hath it said, Master Holdenough, although I do not often quote from such books. Indeed, Master Markham Everard, or worthy Colonel, as I ought rather to say, you are simply the most welcome man who has come to Woodstock since the days of old King Harry. I had some business with you, my good friend," said the Colonel, addressing the mayor. "I shall be glad, if it should so happen at the same time, that I may find occasion to pleasure you or your worthy pastor." "No question you can do so, good sir," interposed Master Holdenough. "You have the heart, sir, and you have the hand, and we are much in want of good counsel, and that from a man of action. I am aware, worthy Colonel, that you and your worthy father have ever borne yourselves in these turmoils like men of a truly Christian and moderate spirit, striving to pour oil into the wounds of the land, which some would rub with vitriol and pepper, and we know you are faithful children of that church, which we have reformed from its papistical and prelatical tenets." "My good and reverend friend," said Everard, I respect the piety and learning of many of your teachers, but I am also for liberty of conscience. To all men I neither side with sectaries, nor do I desire to see them the object of suppression by violence. Sir, said the Presbyterian hastily, all this hath a fair sound, but I would you should think what a fine country and church we are like to have of it, amidst the errors, blasphemies, and schisms, which are daily introduced into the church and kingdom of England, so that worthy Master Edwards in his Gangrena declareth that our native country is about to become the very sink and cesspool of all schisms, heresies, blasphemies, confusions, as the army of Hannibal was said to be the refuse of all nations. Clavis omnium gentium. Believe me, worthy colonel, that they of the honorable house view all this over lightly, and with the winking connivance of old Eli, these instructors, the schismatics, shoulder the orthodox ministers out of their pulpits, thrust themselves into families, and break up the peace thereof, stealing away men's hearts from the established faith. My good Master Holdenough, replied the colonel, interrupting the zealous preacher, there is ground of sorrow for all these unhappy discords, and I hold with you that the fiery spirits of the present time have raised men's minds at once above sober-minded and sincere religion, and above decorum and common sense. But there is no help save patience. Enthusiasm is a stream that may foam off in its own time, whereas it is sure to bear down every barrier which is directly opposed to it. But what are these schismatical proceedings to our present purpose? Why, partly this, sir, said Holdenough, although perhaps you may make less of it than I should have thought before we met. I was myself, I, Nehemiah Holdenough, he added consequentially, was forcibly expelled from my own pulpit, even as a man should have been thrust out of his own house by an alien and an intruder, a wolf, who was not at the trouble even to put on sheep's clothing, but came in his native wolfish attire of buff and bandolier, and held forth in my stead to the people who are to me as a flock to the lawful shepherd. It is too true, Sir. Master Mayor saw it, and strove to take such order to prevent it, as man might. Though turning to the mayor, I think still you might have striven a little more. Good now, good Master Holdenough, do not let us go back on that question, said the mayor. Guy of Warwick or Bevis of Hampton might do something with this generation, but truly they are too many and too strong for the mayor of Woodstock. I think Master Mayor speaks very good sense, said the colonel. If the independents are not allowed to preach, I fear me they will not fight, and then, if you were to have another rising of Cavaliers. There are worse folks may rise than Cavaliers, said Holdenough. How, sir, replied Colonel Everard, let me remind you, Master Holdenough, that is no safe language in the present state of the nation. I say, said the Presbyterian, there are worse folk may rise than Cavaliers, and I will prove what I say. The devil is worse than the worst Cavalier that ever drank a health or swore an oath hand. The devil has arisen at Woodstock Lodge. I truly hath, he said the mayor bodily and visibly in figure and form. An awful time we live in. Gentlemen, I really know not how I am to understand you, said Everard. Why, it was even about the devil we came to speak with you, said the mayor, but the worthy minister is always so hot upon the sectaries, which are the devil's brats, and nearly akin to him, said Master Holdenough. But true it is that the growth of these sects has brought up the evil one even upon the face of the earth, to look after his own interest where he finds it most thriving. Master Holdenough, said the colonel, if you speak figuratively, I have already told you that I have neither the means nor the skill sufficient to temper these religious heats. But if you design to say that there has been an actual apparition of the devil, I presume to think that you, with your doctrine and your learning, would be a fitter match for him than a soldier like me. True, sir, and I have that confidence in the commission which I hold that I would take the field against the foul fiend without a moment's delay, said Holdenough. But the place in which he hath of late appeared, being Woodstock, is filled with those dangerous and impious persons of whom I have been but now complaining, and though confident in my own resources, I dare venture in disputation with their great master himself. Yet without your protection, most worthy colonel, I see not that I may with prudence trust myself with the tossing and goring ox Desparrow, or the bloody and devouring bear Harrison, or the cold and poisonous snake Bletzen, all of whom are now at the lodge doing license and taking spoil as they think meet. And as all men say, the devil hath come to make a fourth with them. In good truth, worthy and noble, sir, said the mayor, it is even as Master Holdenough say, sir, privileges are declared void, our cattle seized. In the very pastures they talk of cutting down and disparking the fair chase, which has been so long the pleasure of so many kings, and making Woodstock of as little note as any paltry village, I assure you. We heard of your arrival with joy, and wondered at your keeping yourself so close in your lodgings. We know no one save your father or you that are like to stand the poor burgess's friend in this extremity, since almost all the gentry around are malignants, and under sequestration. We trust therefore you will make strong intercession in our behalf. Certainly, Master Mayor, said the colonel, who saw himself with pleasure anticipated. It was my very purpose to have interfered in this matter, and I did but keep myself alone until I should be furnished with some authority from the Lord General. Powers from the Lord General, said the mayor, thrusting the clergyman with his elbow. Dost thou hear that? What cock will fight, that cock we shall carry it now over their necks, and Woodstock shall be brave Woodstock still. Keep thine elbow from my side, friend, said Holdenough, annoyed by the action which the mayor had suited to his words, and may the Lord send that Cromwell prove not as sharp to the people of England as thy bones against my person. Yet I approve that we should use his authority to stop the course of these men's proceedings. Let us set out, then, said Colonel Everard, and I trust we shall find the gentlemen reasonable and obedient. The functionaries, laic and clerical, assented with much joy, and the colonel required and received Wildrake's assistance in putting on his cloak and rapier, as if he had been the dependent whose part he acted. The Cavalier contrived, however, while doing him these menial offices, to give his friend a shrewd pinch, in order to maintain the footing of secret equality betwixt them. The colonel was saluted, as they passed through the streets, by many of the anxious inhabitants, who seemed to consider his intervention as affording the only chance of saving their fine park, and the rights of the corporation, as well as of individuals, from ruin and confiscation. As they entered the park, the colonel asked his companions, "What is this you say of apparitions being seen amongst them?" "Why, colonel," said the clergyman, "you know yourself that Woodstock was always haunted." "I have lived therein many a day," said the colonel, "and I know I never saw the least sign of it, although idle people spoke of the house as they do of all old mansions, and gave the apartments ghosts and spectres to fill up the places of as many of the deceased, great as had ever dwelt there." "Nay, but good colonel," said the clergyman, "I trust you have not reached the prevailing sin of the times, and become indifferent to the testimony in favor of apparitions, which appears so conclusive to all but atheists and advocates for witches." "I would not absolutely disbelieve what is so generally affirmed," said the colonel, "but my reason leads me to doubt most of the stories which I have heard of this sort, and my own experience never went to confirm any of them." "Ay, but trust me," said Holdenough, "there was always a demon of one or the other species about this Woodstock, not a man or woman in the town, but has heard stories of apparitions in the forest or about the old castle. Sometimes it is a pack of hounds that sweep along, and the whoops and halloos of the huntsmen, and the winding of horns, and the galloping of horse, which is heard as if first more distant, and then close around yond. Then anon it is a solitary huntsman who asks if you can tell him which way the stag has gone. He is always dressed in green, but the fashion of his clothes is some 500 years old. This is what we call demon meridianum noonday spectre." "My worthy and reverend sir," said the colonel, "I have lived at Woodstock many seasons, and have traversed the chase at all hours. Trust me, what you hear from the villagers is the growth of their idle folly and superstition." "Colonel," replied Holdenough, "a negative proves nothing. What signifies craving your pardon that you have not seen anything, be it earthly or be it of the other world, to detract from the evidence of a score of people who have? And besides, there is the demon nocturnum, the being that walketh by night. He has been among these independents and schismatics last night. I, colonel, you may stare, but it is even Sothi may try whether he will mend their gifts, as they profanely call them, of exposition and prayer. No, sir, I trow to master the foul fiend there goeth some competent knowledge of theology, and an acquaintance of the humane letters. I and a regular clerical education and clerical calling. I do not in the least doubt, said the colonel, the efficacy of your qualifications to lay the devil, but still, I think some odd mistake has occasioned this confusion amongst them. If there has any such in reality existed, Desborough is a blockhead to be sure, and Harrison is fanatic enough to believe anything. But there is Bletson, on the other hand, who believes nothing. What do you know of this matter, good Master Mayor? In sooth, and it was Master Bletson who gave the first alarm, replied the magistrate, or at least the first distinct one. You see, sir, I was in bed with my wife and no one else, and I was as fast asleep as a man can desire to be at 2 hours after midnight when, behold you, they came knocking at my bedroom door to tell me there was an alarm in Woodstock, and that the bell of the lodge was ringing at that dead hour of the night as hard as ever it rung when it called the court to dinner. Well, but the cause of this alarm, said the colonel. You shall hear, worthy colonel, you shall hear, answered the mayor, waving his hand with dignity, for he was one of those persons who will not be hurried out of their own pace. So Mrs. Mayor would have persuaded me in her love and affection, poor wretch, that to rise at such an hour out of my own warm bed was like to bring on my old complaint, lumbago, and that I should send the people to Alderman Dutton. Alderman Devil, Mrs. Mayor, said I beg your reverence's pardon for using such a phrase. Do you think I am going to lie abed when the town is on fire, and the Cavaliers up, and the devil to pay? I beg pardon again, parson, but here we are before the gate of the palace. Will it not please you to enter? I would first hear the end of your story, said the colonel, that is, Master Mayor, if it happens to have an end. Everything hath an end, said the mayor, and that which we call a pudding hath too. Your worship will forgive me for being facetious. Where was I? Oh, I jumped out of bed, and put on my red plush breeches with the blue nether stocks, for I always make a point of being dressed suitably to my dignity, night and day, summer or winter, Colonel Everard. And I took the constable along with me, in case the alarm should be raised by night-walkers or thieves, and called up worthy Master Holdenough out of his bed, in case it should turn out to be the devil, and so I thought I was provided for the worst. And so away we came, and by the soldiers who came to the town with Master Tomkins, who had been called to arms, came marching down to Woodstock as fast as their feet would carry them. So I gave our people the sign to let them pass us and outmarch us, as it were, and this for a twofold reason. I will be satisfied, interrupted the colonel, with one good reason. You desired the redcoats should have the first of the fray. True, sir, very true, and also that they should have the last of it, in respect that fighting is their especial business. However, we came on at a slow pace as men who are determined to do their duty without fear or favor, when suddenly we saw something white haste away up the avenue towards the town, when 6 of our constables and assistants fled at once, as conceiving it to be an apparition called the White Woman of Woodstock. Look you there, colonel, said Master Holdenough, I told you there were demons of more kinds than one which haunt the ancient scenes of royal debauchery and cruelty. I hope you stood your own ground, Master Mayor, said the colonel. Ease most assuredly that is I did not, strictly speaking, keep my ground, but the town clerk and I retreated, colonel, and without confusion or dishonor, and took post behind worthy Master Holdenough, who with the spirit of a lion threw himself in the way of the supposed spectre, and attacked it with such a cicerary of Latin as might have scared the devil himself, and thereby plainly discovered that it was no devil at all, nor white woman, neither woman of any color, but worshipful Master Bletson, a member of the House of Commons, and one of the commissioners sent hither upon this unhappy sequestration of the wood chase and lodge of Woodstock. And this was all you saw of the demon, said the colonel. Truly yes, answered the mayor, and I had no wish to see more. However, we conveyed Master Bletson as in duty bound back to the lodge, and he was ever maundering by the way how that he met a party of scarlet devils incarnate marching down to the lodge. But to my poor thinking, it must have been the independent dragoons who had just passed us. And more incarnate devils I would never wish to see, said Wildrake, who could remain silent no longer. His voice, so suddenly heard, showed how much the mayor's nerves were still alarmed. For he started and jumped aside with an alacrity of which no one would at first sight suppose a man of his portly dignity to have been capable. Everard imposed silence on his intrusive attendant, and desirous to hear the conclusion of this strange story, requested the mayor to tell him how the matter ended, and whether they stopped the supposed spectre. Truly, worthy sir, said the mayor, Master Holdenough was quite venturous upon confronting, as it were the devil, and compelling him to appear under the real form of Master Joshua Bletson, Member of Parliament for the borough of Little Faith. In sooth, Master Mayor, said the divine, I were strangely ignorant of my own commission, and its immunities, if I were to value opposing myself to Satan or any independent in his likeness, all of whom in the name of him I serve I do defy, spit at, and trample under my feet. And because Master Mayor is something tedious, I will briefly inform your honor that we saw little of the enemy that night, save what Master Bletson said in the first feeling of his terrors, and save what we might collect from the disordered appearance of the Honorable Colonel Desparrow and Major General Harrison. And what plight were they in, I pray you, demanded the colonel. Why, worthy sir, every one might see with half an eye that they had been engaged in a fight wherein they had not been honored with perfect victory, seeing that General Harrison was stalking up and down the parlor with his drawn sword in his hand, talking to himself, his doublet unbuttoned, his points untrussed, his garters loose, and like to throw him down as he now and then trode on them, and gaping and grinning like a mad player. And yonder sate Desparrow, with a dry pottle of sack before him, which he had just emptied, and which, though the element in which he trusted had not restored him sense enough to speak or courage enough to look over his shoulder, he had a Bible in his hand, forsooth, as if it would of itself make battle against the evil one. But I peered over his shoulder, and alas, the good gentleman held the bottom of the page uppermost. It was as if one of your musketeers, noble and valued sir, were to present the butt of his piece at the enemy, instead of the muzzle. Ha ha ha! It was a sight to judge of schismatics, by both in point of head, and in point of heart, in point of skill, and in point of courage. O Colonel, then was the time to see the true character of an authorized pastor of souls over those unhappy men who leap into the fold without due and legal authority, and will forsooth preach, teach, and exhort, and blasphemously term the doctrine of the church saltless porridge and dry chips. I have no doubt you were ready to meet the danger, reverend sir, but I would fain know of what nature it was, and from whence it was to be apprehended. Was it for me to make such inquiry, said the clergyman triumphantly? Is it for a brave soldier to number his enemies, or inquire from what quarter they are to come? No, sir, I was there, with match-lighted bullet in my mouth, and my harquebus, shouldered to encounter as many devils as hell could pour in, were they countless as motes in the sunbeam. And although they came from all points of the compass, the papists talk of the temptation of St. Anthony Shaw, let them double all the myriads which the brain of a crazy Dutch painter hath invented, and you will find a poor Presbyterian divini will answer for one at least who, not in his own strength, but his masters, will receive the assault in such sort that far from returning against him, as against yonder poor hound day after day and night after night, he will at once pack them off, as with a vengeance, to the uttermost parts of Assyria. Still, said the colonel, I pray to know whether you saw anything upon which to exercise your pious learning. So answered the divine, no, truly I saw nothing, nor did I look for anything. Thieves will not attack well-armed travelers, nor will devils or evil spirits come against one who bears in his bosom the word of truth in the very language in which it was first dictated. No, sir, they shun a divine who can understand the holy text, as a crow is said to keep wide of a gun loaded with hail shot. They had walked a little way back upon their road to give time for this conversation, and the colonel, perceiving it, was about to lead to no satisfactory explanation of the real cause of alarm on the preceding night, turned round, and observing it was time they should go to the lodge, began to move in that direction with his three companions. It had now become dark, and the towers of Woodstock arose high above the umbrageous shroud which the forest spread around the ancient and venerable mansion. From one of the highest turrets, which could still be distinguished, as it rose against the clear blue sky, there gleamed a light like that of a candle within the building. The mayor stopped short, and catching fast hold of the divine, and then of Colonel Everard, exclaimed in a trembling and hasty but suppressed tone, "Do you see yonder light?" "I marry do," I said, Colonel Everard, "and what does that matter, a light in a retrotroom of such an old mansion as Woodstock is no subject of wonder, I trow. But a light from Rosamond's tower is surely so, said the mayor. True, said the colonel, something surprised, when after a careful examination he satisfied himself that the worthy magistrate's conjecture was right, that is indeed Rosamond's tower. And as the drawbridge by which it was accessible has been destroyed for centuries, it is hard to say what chance could have lighted a lamp in such an inaccessible place. That light burns with no earthly fuel, said the mayor, neither from whale, nor olive oil, nor beeswax, nor mut's suit, either. I dealt in these commodities, colonel, before I went into my present line, and I can assure you I could distinguish the sort of light they give one from another at a greater distance than yonder turret. Look you, that is no earthly flame. See you not something blue and reddish upon the edges that bodes full well where it comes from, colonel? In my opinion, we had better go back to sup at the town, and leave the devil and the redcoats to settle their matters together for tonight. And then, when we come back the next morning, we will have a pull with the party that chances to keep afield. You will do as you please, Master Mayor, said Everard, but my duty requires me that I should see the commissioners tonight. And mine requires me to see the foul fiend, said Master Holdenough. If he dare make himself visible to me, I wonder not that, knowing who is approaching, he betakes himself to the very citadel, the inner, and the last defences of this ancient and haunted mansion. He is dainty, I warrant you, and must dwell where is a relish of luxury and murder. About the walls of his chamber in yonder turret sinned Rosamond, and in yonder turret she suffered, and there she sits, or more likely the enemy in her shape, as I have heard true men of Woodstock tell. I wait on you, good colonel. Master Mayor will do as he pleases. The strong man hath fortified himself in his dwelling house, but lo, there cometh another stronger than he. For me, said the mayor, who am as unlearned as I am unwarlike, I will not engage either with the powers of the earth or the prince of the powers of the air. And I would we were again at Woodstock. And hark, ye good fellow, slapping Wildrake on the shoulder, I will bestow on thee a shilling wet and a shilling dry, if thou wilt go back with me. Gadzooker's, Master Mayor, said Wildrake, neither flattered by the magistrate's familiarity of address, nor captivated by his munificence. I wonder who the devil made you and me fellows. And besides, do you think I would go back to Woodstock with your worshipful Codshead, when by good management I may get a peep of fair Rosamond, and see whether she was that choice and incomparable piece of ware which the world has been told of by rhymers and ballad-makers? Speak less lightly and wantonly, friend, said the divine. We are to resist the devil that he may flee from us, and not to tamper with him or enter into his counsels or traffic with the merchandise of his great Vanity Fair. Mind what the good man says, Wildrake, said the colonel, and take heed another time how thou dost suffer thy wit to outrun discretion. I am beholden to the reverend gentleman for his advice, answered Wildrake, upon whose tongue it was difficult to impose any curb, whatever, even when his own safety rendered it most desirable. But Gadzooker's, let him have had what experience he will in fighting with the devil. He never saw one so black as I had a tussle with not 100 years ago. How, friend, said the clergyman, who understood everything literally, when apparitions were mentioned, have you had so late a visitation of Satan? Believe me, then, that I wonder why thou darest to entertain his name so often and so lightly, as I see thou dost use it in thy ordinary discourse. But when and where didst thou see the evil one? Everard hastily interposed, lest by something yet more strongly alluding to Cromwell his imprudent squire should in mere wantonness betray his interview with the general. The young man raves, he said, of a dream which he had the other night, when he and I slept together in Victor Lee's chamber, belonging to the ranger's apartments at the lodge. Thanks for help at a pinch, good patron, said Wildrake, whispering into Everard's ear, who in vain endeavoured to shake him off. A fib never failed a fanatic. You also spoke something too lightly of these matters, considering the work which we have in hand, worthy colonel, said the Presbyterian divine. Believe me, the young man, thy servant, was more likely to see visions than to dream merely idle dreams in that apartment, for I have always heard that next to Rosamond's tower, in which, as I said, she played the wanton, and was afterwards poisoned by Queen Eleanor, Victor Lee's chamber was the place in the lodge of Woodstock, more peculiarly the haunt of evil spirits. I pray you, young man, tell me this dream or vision of yours." "With all my heart, sir," said Wildrakethan, addressing his patron who began to interfere. He said, "Tush, sir, you have had the discourse for an hour, and why should not I hold forth in my turn by this darkness? If you keep me silent any longer, I will turn independent preacher, and stand up in your despite for the freedom of private judgment and, so reverend sir, I was dreaming of a carnal divertisement called a bull baiting, and methought they were venturing dogs at head, as merrily as ere I saw them at Tutbury bull running, and methought I heard some one say, there was the devil come to have a sight of the bull ring. Well, I thought that gadswoons, I would have a peep at his infernal majesty, so I looked, and there was a butcher in greasy woolen with his steel by his side, but he was none of the devil, and there was a drunken Cavalier with his mouth full of oaths, and his stomach full of emptiness, and a gold-laced waistcoat in a very dilapidated condition, and a ragged hat with a piece of a feather in it, and he was none of the devil neither, and here was a miller, his hands dusty with meal, and every atom of it stolen, and there was a vintner, his green apron stained with wine, and every drop of it sophisticated, but neither was the old gentleman I looked for to be detected among these artisans of iniquity. At length, sir, I saw a grave person with cropped hair, a pair of longish and projecting ears, a band as broad as a slobbering bib under his chin, a brown coat surmounted by a Geneva cloak, and I had old Nicholas at once in his genuine paraphernalia by. "Shame, shame," said Colonel Everard, "what behaved thus to an old gentleman and a divine?" "Nay, let him proceed," said the minister with perfect equanimity. "If thy friend or secretary is gibing, I must have less patience than becomes my profession, if I could not bear an idle jest, and forgive him who makes it, or, if on the other hand, the enemy has really presented himself to the young man in such a guise as he intimates, wherefore should we be surprised that he, who can take upon him the form of an angel of light, should be able to assume that of a frail and peaceable mortal, whose spiritual calling and profession ought indeed to induce him to make his life an example to others, but whose conduct nevertheless, such is the imperfection of our unassisted nature, sometimes rather presents us with a warning of what we should shun. Now by the mass, honest domain, I mean reverend sir, I crave you 1,000 pardons, said Wildrake, penetrated by the quietness and patience of the presbyter's rebuke. By St. George, if quiet patience will do it, thou art fit to play a game at foils with the devil himself, and I would be contented to hold stakes. As he concluded an apology which was certainly not uncalled for, and seemed to be received in perfectly good part, they approached so close to the exterior door of the lodge that they were challenged with the emphatic stand by a sentinel who mounted guard. Their Colonel Everard, replied a friend, and the sentinel, repeating his command, stand friend, proceeded to call the corporal of the guard. The corporal came forth, and at the same time turned out his guard. Colonel Everard gave his name and designation, as well as those of his companions, on which the corporal said he doubted not there would be orders for his instant admission. But in the first place, Master Tomkins must be consulted, that he might learn their honour's mind. How, sir, said the colonel, do you, knowing who I am, presume to keep me on the outside of your post? Not if your honour pleases to enter, said the corporal, and undertakes to be my warranty, but such are the orders of my post. Nay, then do your duty, said the colonel, but are the Cavaliers up, or what is the matter that you keep so close and strict a watch? The fellow gave no distinct answer, but muttered between his mustaches something about the enemy and the roaring lion who goeth about seeking whom he may devour. Presently afterwards, Tomkins appeared, followed by 2 servants bearing lights in great standing brass candlesticks. They marched before Colonel Everard and his party, keeping as close to each other as 2 cloves of the same orange, and starting from time to time and shuddering. As they passed through sundry intricate passages, they led up a large and ample wooden staircase, the banisters, rail, and lining of which were executed in black oak, and finally into a long saloon or parlour, where there was a prodigious fire, and about 12 candles of the largest size, distributed in sconces against the wall. There were seated the commissioners who now held in their power the ancient mansion and royal domain of Woodstock. Chapter the 11th. The bloody bear, an independent beast, unlicked to forms in groans, his hate expressed. Next him the buffoon ape, as atheists use, mimicked all sects, and had his own to choose. Hind and panther. The strong light in the parlor which we have described served to enable Everard easily to recognize his acquaintances, Desborough, Harrison, and Bletson, who had assembled round an oak table of large dimensions, placed near the blazing chimney on which were arranged wine and ale, and materials for smoking. Then the general indulgence of the time, there was a species of movable cupboard set betwixt the table, and the door calculated originally for a display of plate upon grand occasions, but at present only used as a screen, which purpose it served so effectually that ere he had coasted around it, Everard heard the following fragment of what Desborough was saying in his strong course. Voice sent him to share with us, warrant it was always his excellency my brother-in-law's way if he made a treat for 5 friends, he would invite more than the table could hold. I have known him ask 3 men to eat 2 eggs. Hush, hush, said Bletson, and the servants making their appearance from behind the tall cupboard, announced Colonel Everard. It may not be uninteresting to the reader to have a description of the party into which he now entered. Desborough was a stout bull-necked man of middle size, with heavy vulgar features, grizzled bushy eyebrows, and wall-eyes. The flourish of his powerful relative's fortunes had burst forth in the finery of his dress, which was much more ornamented than was usual among the Roundheads. There was embroidery on his cloak, and lace upon his band. His hat displayed feather with a golden clasp, and all his habiliments were those of a Cavalier or follower of the court, rather than the plain dress of a parliamentarian officer. But heaven knows, there was little of court-like grace or dignity in the person or demeanor of the individual who became his fine suit, as the hog on the signpost does his gilded armor. It was not that he was positively deformed or misshaped, for taken in detail, the figure was well enough, but his limbs seemed to act upon different and contradictory principles. They were not, as the play says, in a concatenation according. Lithe right hand moved as if it were upon bad terms with the left, and the legs showed an inclination to foot it in different and opposite directions. In short, to use an extravagant comparison, the members of Colonel Desborough seemed rather to resemble the disputatious representatives of a federative congress than the well-ordered union of the orders of the state in a firm and well-compacted monarchy where each holds his own place and all obey the dictates of a common head. General Harrison, the second of the commissioners, was a tall, thin, middle-aged man who had risen into his high situation in the army and his intimacy with Cromwell by his dauntless courage in the field, and the popularity he had acquired by his exalted enthusiasm amongst the military saints, sectaries, and independents who composed the strength of the existing army. Harrison was of mean extraction and bred up to his father's employment of a butcher. Nevertheless, his appearance, though coarse, was not vulgar like that of Desborough, who had so much the advantage of him in birth and education. He had a masculine height and strength of figure, was well made, and in his manner announced a rough military character which might be feared, but could not easily become the object of contempt or ridicule. His aquiline nose and dark black eyes set off to some advantage a countenance otherwise irregular, and the wild enthusiasm that sometimes sparkled in them as he dilated on his opinions to others, and often seemed to slumber under his long dark eyelashes as he mused upon them himself, gave something strikingly wild and even noble to his aspect. He was one of the chief leaders of those who are called Fifth Monarchy men, who, going even beyond the general fanaticism of the age, presumptuously interpreted the book of the Revelations after their own fancies, considered that the second advent of the Messiah and the millennium or reign of the saints upon earth was close at hand, and that they themselves, illuminated, as they believed, with the power of foreseeing these approaching events, were the chosen instruments for the establishment of the new reign or Fifth Monarchy, as it was called, and were fated also to win its honors, whether celestial or terrestrial. When this spirit of enthusiasm, which operated like a partial insanity, was not immediately affecting Harrison's mind, he was a shrewd, worldly man, and a good soldier, one who missed no opportunity of mending his fortune, and who, in expecting the exaltation of the Fifth Monarchy, was in the meanwhile ready instrument for the establishment of the Lord General's supremacy, whether it was owing to his early occupation and habits of indifference to pain or bloodshed, acquired in the shambles to natural disposition and want of feeling, or finally to the awakened character of his enthusiasm, which made him look upon those who opposed him as opposing the divine will, and therefore meriting no favor or mercy, is not easy to say, but all agreed that after a victory or the successful storm of a town Harrison was one of the most cruel and pitiless men in Cromwell's army, always urging some misapplied text to authorize the continued execution of the fugitives and sometimes even putting to death those who had surrendered themselves prisoners. It was said that at times the recollection of some of those cruelties troubled his conscience and disturbed the dreams of beatification in which his imagination indulged. When Everard entered the apartment, this true representative of the fanatic soldiers of the day, who filled those ranks and regiments which Cromwell had politically kept on foot, while he procured the reduction of those in which the Presbyterian interest predominated, was seated a little apart from the others, his legs crossed, and stretched out at length towards the fire, his head resting on his elbow, and turned upwards, as if studying with the most profound gravity the half-seen carving of the Gothic roof. Bletson remains to be mentioned, who in person and figure was diametrically different from the other two. There was neither foppery nor slovenliness in his exterior, nor had he any marks of military service or rank about his person. A small walking rapier seemed merely worn as a badge of his rank, as a gentleman without his hand, having the least purpose of becoming acquainted with the hilt, or his eye with the blade. His countenance was thin and acute, marked with lines which thought rather than age had traced upon it, and a habitual sneer on his countenance, even when he least wished to express contempt on his features, seemed to assure the individual addressed that in Bletson he conversed with a person of intellect far superior to his own. This was a triumph of intellect only, however, for on all occasions of difference respecting speculative opinions, and indeed on all controversies whatsoever, Bletson avoided the ultimate ratio of blows and knocks. Yet this peaceful gentleman had found himself obliged to serve personally in the parliamentary army at the commencement of the Civil War, till happening unluckily to come in contact with the fiery Prince Rupert, his retreat was judged so precipitate that it required all the shelter that his friends could afford to keep him free of an impeachment or a court-martial. But as Bletson spoke well and with great effect in the House of Commons, which was his natural sphere, and was on that account high in the estimation of his party, his behavior at Edgehill was passed over, and he continued to take an active share in all the political events of that bustling period, though he faced not again the actual front of war. Bletson's theoretical politics had long inclined him to espouse the opinions of Harrington and others who adopted the visionary idea of establishing a pure democratical republic in so extensive a country as Britain. This was a rash theory, where there is such an infinite difference betwixt ranks, habits, education, and moral sway. There is such an immense disproportion betwixt the wealth of individuals, and where a large portion of the inhabitants consist of the inferior classes of the large towns and manufacturing districts, men unfitted to bear that share in the direction of a state which must be exercised by the members of a republic in the proper sense of the word. Accordingly, as soon as the experiment was made, it became obvious that no such form of government could be adopted with the smallest chance of stability, and the question came only to be whether the remnant, or, as it was vulgarly called, the rump of the Long Parliament, now reduced by the seclusion of so many of the members to a few scores of persons, should continue, in spite of their unpopularity, to rule the affairs of Britain, whether they should cast all loose by dissolving themselves and issuing writs to convoke a new parliament, the composition of which no one could answer for any more than for the measures they might take when assembled, or lastly, whether Cromwell, as actually happened, was not to throw the sword into the balance, and boldly possess himself of that power which the remnant of the Parliament were unable to hold, and yet afraid to resign. Such being the state of parties, the Council of State, in distributing the good things in their gift, endeavored to soothe and gratify the army as a beggar flings crusts to a growling mastiff. In this view, Desborough had been created a commissioner in the Woodstock matter to gratify Cromwell. Harrison to soothe the fierce Fifth Monarchy men, and Bletson as a sincere republican and one of their own leaven. But if they supposed Bletson had the least intention of becoming a martyr to his republicanism, or submitting to any serious loss on account of it, they much mistook the man. He entertained their principles sincerely, and not the less that they were found impracticable for the miscarriage of his experiment. No more converts the political speculator than the explosion of a retort undeceives an alchemist, but Bletson was quite prepared to submit to Cromwell or anyone else who might be possessed of the actual authority. He was a ready subject in practice to the powers existing, and made little difference betwixt various kinds of government, holding in theory all to be nearly equal in imperfection. So soon as they diverged from the model of Harrington's Oceana, Cromwell had already been tampering with him like wax between his finger and thumb, and which he was ready shortly to seal with smiling at the same time to himself, when he beheld the Council of State giving rewards to Bletson as their faithful adherent, while he himself was secure of his allegiance, how soon soever the expected change of government should take place. But Bletson was still more attached to his metaphysical than his political creed, and carried his doctrines of the perfectibility of mankind as far as he did those respecting the conceivable perfection of a model of government. And as in the one case, he declared against all power which did not emanate from the people themselves, so in his moral speculations he was unwilling to refer any of the phenomena of nature to a final cause. When pushed indeed very hard, Bletson was compelled to mutter some inarticulate and unintelligible doctrines concerning an animus mundi, or creative power in the works of nature, by which she originally called into existence, and still continues to preserve her works to this power. He said some of the purest metaphysicians rendered a certain degree of homage, nor was he himself inclined absolutely to censure those who by the institution of holidays, choral dances, songs, and harmless feasts and libations might be disposed to celebrate the great goddess nature, at least dancing, singing, feasting, and sporting, being conformable things to both young and old. They might as well sport, dance, and feast in honor of such appointed holidays as under any other pretext. But then this moderate show of religion was to be practiced under such exceptions as are admitted by the Highgate Oath, and no one was to be compelled to dance, drink, sing, or feast whose taste did not happen to incline them to such divertisements, nor was anyone to be obliged to worship the creative power, whether under the name of the animus mundi or any other whatsoever. The interference of the deity in the affairs of mankind he entirely disowned, having proved to his own satisfaction that the idea originated entirely in priestcraft. In short, with the shadowy metaphysical exception aforesaid, Mr. Joshua Bletson of Darlington, member for Little Faith, came as near the predicament of an atheist as it is perhaps possible for a man to do. But we say this with the necessary salvo, for we have known many like Bletson whose curtains have been shrewdly shaken by superstition, though their fears were unsanctioned by any religious faith. The devils, we are assured, believe and tremble, but on earth there are many who in worse plight than even the natural children of perdition tremble without believing and fear even while they blaspheme. It follows, of course, that nothing could be treated with more scorn by Mr. Bletson than the debates about prelacy and presbytery, about presbytery and independency, about Quakers and Anabaptists, Muggletonians and Brownists, and all the various sects with which the Civil War had commenced, and by which its dissensions were still continued. It was, he said, as if beasts of burden should quarrel amongst themselves about the fashion of their halters and pack-saddles, instead of embracing a favorable opportunity of throwing them aside. Other witty and pithy remarks he used to make when time and place suited, for instance, at the club called the Rota, frequented by St. John, and established by Harrington for the free discussion of political and religious subjects. But when Bletson was out of this academy or stronghold of philosophy, he was very cautious how he carried his contempt of the general prejudice in favor of religion and Christianity further than an implied objection or a sneer. If he had an opportunity of talking in private with an ingenuous and intelligent youth, he sometimes attempted to make a proselyte and showed much address in bribing the vanity of inexperience by suggesting that a mind like his ought to spurn the prejudices impressed upon it in childhood, and when assuming the latus clavis of reason, assuring him that such as he, laying aside the bulla of juvenile incapacity, as Bletson called it, should proceed to examine and decide for himself. It frequently happened that the youth was induced to adopt the doctrines in whole or in part of the sage who had seen his natural genius and who had urged him to exert it in examining, detecting, and declaring for himself, and thus flattery gave proselytes to infidelity, which could not have been gained by all the powerful eloquence or artful sophistry of the infidel. These attempts to extend the influence of what was called free-thinking and philosophy were carried on, as we have hinted, with a caution dictated by the timidity of the philosopher's disposition. He was conscious his doctrines were suspected, and his proceedings watched by the two principal sects of Prelatists and Presbyterians, who, however inimical to each other, were still more hostile to one who was an opponent not only to a church establishment of any kind, but to every denomination of Christianity. He found it more easy to shroud himself among the independents, whose demands were for a general liberty of conscience or an unlimited toleration, and whose faith, differing in all respects and particulars, was by some pushed into such wild errors as to get totally beyond the bounds of every species of Christianity and approach very near to infidelity itself, as extremes of each kind are said to approach each other. Bletson mixed a good deal among those sectaries, and such was his confidence in his own logic, an address that he is supposed to have entertained hopes of bringing to his opinions in time the enthusiastic vein as well as the no less enthusiastic Harrison, provided he could but get them to resign their visions of a fifth monarchy, and induce them to be contented with a reign of philosophers in England for the natural period of their lives, instead of the reign of the saints during the millennium. Such was the singular group into which Everard was now introduced, showing in their various opinions upon how many devious coasts human nature may make shipwreck, when she has once let go her hold on the anchor which religion has given her to lean upon. The acute self-conceit and worldly learning of Bletson, rash and ignorant conclusions of the fierce and underbred Harrison, leading them into the opposite extremes of enthusiasm and infidelity, while Desborough, constitutionally stupid, thought nothing about religion at all, and while the others were active in making sail on different but equally erroneous courses, he might be said to perish like a vessel which springs a leak and founders in the roadstead. It was wonderful to behold what a strange variety of mistakes and errors on the part of the king, and his ministers on the part of the Parliament, and their leaders on the part of the allied kingdoms of Scotland and England, towards each other had combined to rear up men of such dangerous opinions and interested characters among the arbiters of the destiny of Britain. Those who argue for party's sake will see all the faults on the one side without deigning to look at those on the other. Those who study history for instruction will perceive that nothing but the want of concession on either side, and the deadly height to which the animosity of the King's and Parliament's parties had arisen, could have so totally overthrown the well-placed balance of the English Constitution. But we hasten to quit political reflections, the rather that ours, we believe, will please neither Whig nor Tory. Chapter the 12th. 3 Form a collegian, you give us 4. Let him bring his share with him. Beaumont and Fletcher. Mr. Bletson arose and paid his respects to Colonel Everard, with the ease and courtesy of a gentleman of the time, though on every account grieved at his intrusion as a religious man who held his free-thinking principles in detestation, and would effectually prevent his conversion of Harrison and even of Desborough, if anything could be moulded out of such a clod, to the worship of the animus mundi. Moreover, Bletson knew Everard to be a man of steady probity and by no means disposed to close with a scheme on which he had successfully sounded the other two, and which was calculated to assure the commissioners of some little private indemnification for the trouble they were to give themselves in the public business. The philosopher was yet less pleased when he saw the magistrate, the pastor, who had met him in his flight of the preceding evening, when he had been seen parma non bene relicta, with cloak and doublet left behind him. The presence of Colonel Everard was as unpleasing to Desborough as to Bletson, but the former, having no philosophy in him, nor an idea that it was possible for any man to resist helping himself out of untold money, was chiefly embarrassed by the thought that the plunder which they might be able to achieve out of their trust might, by this unwelcome addition to their number, be divided into 4 parts instead of 3, and this reflection added to the natural awkwardness with which he grumbled forth a sort of welcome addressed to Everard. As for Harrison, he remained like one on higher thoughts, intent his posture, unmoved, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as before, and in no way indicating the least consciousness that the company had been more than doubled around him. Meantime Everard took his place at the table as a man who assumed his own right, and pointed to his companions to sit down nearer the foot of the board. Wildrake so far misunderstood his signals as to sit down above the mayor, but rallying his recollection at a look from his patron, he rose and took his place lower, whistling, however, as he went, a sound at which the company stared as at a freedom highly unbecoming. To complete his indecorum, he seized upon a pipe, and filling it from a large tobacco box, was soon immersed in a cloud of his own raising, from which a hand shortly after emerged, seized on the blackjack of ale, withdrew it within the vapory sanctuary, and after a potential draught replaced it upon the table, its owner beginning to renew the cloud, which his intermitted exercise of the tube had almost allowed to subside. Nobody made any observation on his conduct out of respect, probably to Colonel Everard, who bit his lip, but continued silent, aware that censure might extract some escapade more unequivocally characteristic of a Cavalier from his refractory companion. As silence seemed awkward, and the others made no advances to break it beyond the ordinary salutation, Colonel Everard at length said, "I presume, gentlemen, that you are somewhat surprised at my arrival here, and thus intruding myself into your meeting." "Why the dickens should we be surprised, Colonel?" said Desborough. "We know His Excellency, my brother-in-law Knowles, I mean my Lord Cromwell's, way of overquartering his men in the towns. He marches through. Thou hast obtained a share in our commission." "And in that," said Bletson, smiling, and bowing, "the Lord General has given us the most acceptable colleague that could have been added to our number. No doubt your authority for joining with us must be under warrant of the Council of State." "Of that, gentlemen," said the Colonel, "I will presently advise you." He took out his warrant accordingly, and was about to communicate the contents, but observing that there were 3 or 4 half-empty flasks upon the table, that Desborough looked more stupid than usual, and that the philosopher's eyes were reeling in his head, notwithstanding the temperance of Bletson's usual habits, he concluded that they had been fortifying themselves against the horrors of the haunted mansion by laying in a store of what is called Dutch courage, and therefore prudently resolved to postpone his more important business with them till the cooler hour of morning. He therefore, instead of presenting the general's warrant superseding their commission, contented himself with replying, "My business has of course some reference to your proceedings here, but here I excuse my curiosity, reverend gentleman," pointing to Holdenough, "who has told me that you are so strangely embarrassed here as to require both the civil and spiritual authority to enable you to keep possession of Woodstock." "Before we go into that matter," said Bletson, blushing up to the eyes at the recollection of his own fears, so manifestly displayed, yet so inconsistent with his principles, "I should like to know who this other stranger is who has come with the worthy magistrate and the no less worthy Presbyterian." "Meaning me," said Wildrake, laying his pipe aside, "Gadzooks, the time hath been that I could have answered the question with a better title, but at present I am only his honour's poor clerk, or secretary, whichever is the current phrase." "'Fore George, my lively blade, thou art a frank fellow of thy tattle," said Desborough. "There is my secretary Tomkins, whom men sillily enough call Fibbet, and the Honourable Lieutenant General Harrison's secretary Bibbet, who are now at supper below stairs, that durst not for their ears speak a phrase above their breath in the presence of their betters, unless to answer a question." "Yes, Colonel Everard," said the philosopher with his quiet smile, glad, apparently, to divert the conversation from the topic of last night's alarm and recollections, which humbled his self-love and self-satisfaction eyes. "And when Master Fibbet and Master Bibbet do speak, their affirmations are as much in a common mould of mutual attestation as their names would accord in the verses of a poet. If Master Fibbet happens to tell a fiction, Master Bibbet swears it as truth. If Master Bibbet chances to have gotten drunk in the fear of the Lord, Master Fibbet swears he is sober. I have called my own secretary Gibbet, though his name chances to be only Gibbon, a worthy Israelite at your service, but as pure a youth as ever picked a lambone at Paschal. But I call him Gibbet merely to make up the holy trefoil with another rhyme. This squire of thine, Colonel Everard, looks as if he might be worthy to be coupled with the rest of the fraternity." Not I truly, said the Cavalier, ill be coupled with no Jew that was ever whelped, and no Jewess neither. Scorn not for that, young man, said the philosopher, the Jews are in point of religion the elder brethren you know. The Jews older than the Christians, said Disparrow for George, they will have thee before the General Assembly, Bletson, if thou venturest to say so. Wildrake laughed without ceremony at the gross ignorance of Disparrow, and was joined by a sniggling response from behind the cupboard, which when inquired into proved to be produced by the serving men, these worthies timorous as their betters, when they were supposed to have left the room, had only withdrawn to their present place of concealment. How now, ye rogues, said Bletson angrily, do you not know your duty better? We beg your worthy honours' pardon, said one of the men, but we dared not go downstairs without a light. A light, ye cowardly poltroons, said the philosopher. What o show which of you looks palest when a rat squeaks, but take a candlestick. And begone, you cowardly villains, the devils you are so much afraid of must be but paltry kites, if they hawk at such bats as you are. The servants, without replying, took up one of the candlesticks, and prepared to retreat. Trusty Tomkins at the head of the troop, when suddenly, as they arrived at the door of the parlour, which had been left half open, it was shut violently. The three terrified domestics tumbled back into the middle of the room, as if a shot had been discharged in their face, and all who were at the table started to their feet. Colonel Everard was incapable of a moment's fear, even if anything frightful had been seen, but he remained stationary to see what his companions would do, and to get at the bottom, if possible, of the cause of their alarm upon an occasion so trifling. The philosopher seemed to think that he was the person chiefly concerned to show manhood on the occasion. He walked to the door, accordingly murmuring at the cowardice of the servants, but at such a snail's pace that it seemed he would most willingly have been anticipated by anyone whom his reproaches had roused to exertion. Cowardly blockheads, he said at last, seizing hold of the handle of the door, but without turning it effectually round. Dare you not open a door? Still fumbling with the lock, dare you not go down a staircase without a light? Here, bring me the candle, you cowardly villains, by heaven something sighs on the outside. As he spoke, he let go the handle of the parlour door, and stepped back a pace or two into the apartment, with cheeks as pale as the band he wore. Deus adjutor muse, said the Presbyterian clergyman, rising from his seat. Give place, sir, addressing Bletson. It would seem I know more of this matter than thou, and I bless heaven I am armed for the conflict. Bold as a grenadier about to mount a breach, yet with the same belief in the existence of a great danger to be encountered, as well as the same reliance in the goodness of his cause, the worthy man stepped before the philosophical Bletson, and taking a light from a sconce in one hand, quietly opened the door with the other, and standing in the threshold, said, Here is nothing. And who expected to see anything, said Bletson, excepting those terrified oafs who take fright at every puff of wind that whistles through the passages of this old dungeon. Mark you, Master Tomkins, said one of the waiting men in a whisper to the steward, see how boldly the minister pressed forward before all of them. Ah, Master Tomkins, our parson, is the real commissioned officer of the churchier lapreachers, are no better than a parcel of clubmen and volunteers. Follow me, those who list, said Master Holdenough, or go before me, those who choose. I will walk through the habitable places of this house before I leave it, and satisfy myself whether Satan hath really mingled himself among these dreary dens of ancient wickedness, or whether, like the wicked of whom holy David speaketh, we are afraid and flee when no one pursueth. Harrison, who had heard these words, sprung from his seat, and drawing his sword, exclaimed, Were there as many fiends in the house as there are hairs on my head upon this cause, I will charge them up to their very trenches. So saying, he brandished his weapon, and pressed to the head of the column, where he moved side by side with the minister. The mayor of Woodstock next joined the body, thinking himself safer, perhaps, in the company of his pastor, and the whole train moved forward in close order, accompanied by the servants bearing lights to search the lodge for some cause of that panic with which they seemed to be suddenly seized. Nay, take me with you, my friends, said Colonel Everard, who had looked on in surprise, and was now about to follow the party when Bletson laid hold on his cloak and begged him to remain. "You see, my good colonel," he said, affecting a courage which his shaking voice belied, "here are only you and I, and honest Despereaux, left behind in garrison. While all the others are absent on a sally, we must not hazard the whole troops in one sortie. That were unmilitary, ha ha ha." "In the name of heaven, what means all this?" said Everard. "I heard a foolish tale about apparitions as I came this way, and now I find you all half mad with fear, and cannot get a word of sense. Among so many of you, fie, Colonel Despereaux, Master Bletzentry, to compose yourselves, and let me know in heaven's name the cause of all this disturbance. One would be apt to think your brains were turned." "And so mine well may," said Despereaux, "I, and overturned too, since my bed last night was turned upside down, and I was placed for 10 minutes heels uppermost, and head downmost, like a bullock going to be shod." "What means this nonsense? Master Bletzen Despereaux must have had the nightmare." "No faith, Colonel, the goblins, or whatever else they were, had been favourable to honest Despereaux, for they reposed the whole of his person on that part of his body which, hark, did you not hear some thingies, the central point of gravity, namely his head?" "Did you see anything to alarm you?" said the colonel. "Nothing," said Bletzen, "but we heard hellish noises, as all our people did, and I, believing little of ghosts and apparitions, concluded the Cavaliers were taking us at advantage, so remembering Rainsborough's fate, I e'en jumped the window and ran to Woodstock to call the soldiers to the rescue of Harrison and Despereaux." "And did you not first go to see what the danger was?" "Oh, my good friend, you forget that I laid down my commission at the time of the self-denying ordinance. It would have been quite inconsistent with my duty as a parliamentman to be brawling amidst a set of ruffians without any military authority. Nohen, the Parliament commanded me to sheath my sword, Colonel. I have too much veneration for their authority to be found again with it drawn in my hand." "But the Parliament," said Despereaux hastily, "did not command you to use your heels when your hands could have saved a man from choking. Odds dickens, you might have stopped when you saw my bed canted heels uppermost and me half stifled in the bedclothes. You might, I say, have stopped and lent a hand to put it to rights, instead of jumping out of the window like a newshorn sheep, so soon as you had run across my room." "Nay, worshipful Master Despereaux," said Bletzen, winking at Everard to show that he was playing on his thick-skulled colleague, "how could I tell your particular mode of reposing? There are many tastes. I have known men who slept by choice on a slope or angle of 4 to 5. "Yes, but did ever a man sleep standing on his head, except by miracle?" said Despereaux. "Now as to miracle," said the philosopher, confident in the presence of Everard. Besides, that an opportunity of scoffing at religion really in some degree diverted his fury, leave these out of the question, seeing that the evidence on such subjects seems as little qualified to carry conviction as a horsehair to land a leviathan. A loud clap of thunder or a noise as formidable rang through the lodge as the scoffer had ended, which struck him pale and motionless, and made Despereaux throw himself on his knees and repeat exclamations and prayers in much admired confusion. "There must be contrivance here," exclaimed Everard, and snatching one of the candles from a sconce, he rushed out of the apartment, little heeding the entreaties of the philosopher, who, in the extremity of his distress, conjured him by the animus mundi to remain to the assistance of a distressed philosopher, endangered by witches, and a parliamentman assaulted by ruffians. As for Despereaux, he only gaped like a clown in a pantomime, and doubtful whether to follow or stop his natural indolence prevailed, and he sat still. When on the landing-place of the stairs Everard paused a moment to consider which was the best course to take, he heard the voices of men talking fast and loud, like people who wished to drown their fears in the lower story, and aware that nothing could be discovered by those whose inquiries were conducted in a manner so noisy, he resolved to proceed in a different direction, and examine the second floor which he had now gained. He had known every corner, both of the inhabited and uninhabited part of the mansion, and availed himself of the candle to traverse 2 or 3 intricate passages which he was afraid he might not remember with sufficient accuracy. This movement conveyed him to a sort of oil de boeuf, an octagon vestibule or small hall, from which various rooms opened. Amongst these doors, Everard selected that which led to a very long, narrow, and dilapidated gallery built in the time of Henry Roman VIII, and which, running along the whole southwest side of the building, communicated at different points with the rest of the mansion. This, he thought, was likely to be the post occupied by those who proposed to act the sprites upon the occasion, especially as its length and shape gave him some idea that it was a spot where the bold thunder might in many ways be imitated. Determined to ascertain the truth, if possible, he placed his light on a table in the vestibule and applied himself to open the door into the gallery. At this point, he found himself strongly opposed either by a bolt drawn, or as he rather conceived by somebody from within resisting his attempt. He was induced to believe the latter because the resistance slackened and was renewed like that of human strength, instead of presenting the permanent opposition of an inanimate obstacle. Though Everard was a strong and active young man, he exhausted his strength in the vain attempt to open the door, and having paused to take breath, was about to renew his efforts with foot and shoulder, and to call at the same time for assistance, when to his surprise on again attempting the door more gently in order to ascertain, if possible, where the strength of the opposing obstacle was situated, he found it gave way to a very slight impulse. Some impediment fell broken to the ground, and the door flew wide open. The gust of wind, occasioned by the sudden opening of the door, blew out the candle, and Everard was left in darkness, save where the moonshine, which the long cider row of latticed windows dimmed, could imperfectly force its way into the gallery, which lay in ghostly length before him. The melancholy and doubtful twilight was increased by a quantity of creeping plants on the outside, which, since all had been neglected in these ancient halls, now completely overgrown, had in some instances greatly diminished, and in others almost quite choked up the space of the lattices extending between the heavy stone shaftwork which divided the windows, both lengthways and across. On the other side there were no windows at all, and the gallery had been once hung round with paintings, chiefly portraits, by which that side of the apartment had been adorned. Most of the pictures had been removed, yet the empty frames of some and the tattered remnants of others were still visible along the extent of the waste gallery, the look of which was so desolate, and it appeared so well adapted for mischief, supposing there were enemies near him, that Everard could not help pausing at the entrance, and recommending himself to God ere drawing his sword. He advanced into the apartment, treading as lightly as possible, and keeping in the shadow as much as he could. Markham Everard was by no means superstitious, but he had the usual credulity of the times, and though he did not yield easily to tales of supernatural visitations, yet he could not help thinking he was in the very situation where, if such things were ever permitted, they might be expected to take place, while his own stealthy and ill-assured pace, his drawn weapon and extended arms, being the very attitude and action of doubt and suspicion, tended to increase in his mind the gloomy feelings of which they are the usual indications, and with which they are constantly associated under such unpleasant impressions. And conscious of the neighborhood of something unfriendly, Colonel Everard had already advanced about half along the gallery when he heard some one sigh very near him, and a low, soft voice pronounce his name. "Here I am," he replied, while his heart beat thick and short. "Who calls on Markham Everard?" Another sigh was the only answer. "Speak," said the colonel, "whoever or whatsoever you are, and tell with what intent and purpose you are lurking in these apartments." "With a better intent than yours," returned the soft voice. "Than mine," answered Everard in great surprise. "Who are you that dare judge of my intents?" "What or who are you, Markham Everard, who wander by moonlight through these deserted halls of royalty, where none should be but those who mourn their downfall or are sworn to avenge it?" "It isn't, yet it cannot be," said Everard. "Yet it is, and must be Alice Lee the devil, or you speaks. Answer me, I conjure you, speak open, lion. What dangerous scheme are you engaged? Where is your father? Why are you here? Wherefore do you run so deadly a venture? Speak, I conjure you, Alice Lee." "She whom you call on is at the distance of miles from this spot. What if her genius speaks when she is absent? What if the soul of an ancestress of hers and yours were now addressing you? What if—" "Nay," answered Everard, "but what if the dearest of human beings has caught a touch of her father's enthusiasm? What if she is exposing her person to danger, her reputation to scandal, by traversing in disguise and darkness a house filled with armed men? Speak to me, my fair cousin, in your own person. I am furnished with powers to protect my uncle Sir Henrito protect you too, dearest Alice, even against the consequences of this visionary and wild attempt. Speak, I see where you are, and with all my respect, I cannot submit to be thus practiced upon. Trust your cousin Markham with your hand, and believe that he will die or place you in honorable safety." As he spoke, he exercised his eyes as keenly as possible to detect where the speaker stood, and it seemed to him that about 3 yards from him there was a shadowy form of which he could not discern even the outline, placed, as it was, within the deep and prolonged shadow thrown by a space of wall intervening betwixt 2 windows upon that side of the room from which the light was admitted. He endeavored to calculate as well as he could the distance betwixt himself and the object which he watched, under the impression that if by using a slight degree of compulsion he could detach his beloved Alice from the confederacy into which he supposed her father's zeal for the cause of royalty had engaged her, he would be rendering them both the most essential favor. He could not indeed but conclude that, however successfully, the plot which he conceived to be in agitation had proceeded against the timid Bletson, the stupid Desparrow, and the crazy Harrison, there was little doubt that at length their artifices must necessarily bring shame and danger on those engaged in it. It must also be remembered that Everard's affection to his cousin, although of the most respectful and devoted character, partook less of the distant veneration which a lover of those days entertained for the lady whom he worshipped with humble diffidence, than of the fond and familiar feelings which a brother entertains towards a younger sister whom he thinks himself entitled to guide, advise, and even in some degree to control. So kindly and intimate had been their intercourse, that he had little more hesitation in endeavoring to arrest her progress in the dangerous course in which she seemed to be engaged, even at the risk of giving her momentary offense, than he would have had in snatching her from a torrent or conflagration, at the chance of hurting her by the violence of his grasp. All this passed through his mind in the course of a single minute. He resolved at all events to detain her on the spot, and compel, if possible, an explanation from her. With this purpose, Everard again conjured his cousin, in the name of heaven, to give up this idle and dangerous mummery, and lending an accurate ear to her answer, endeavored from the sound to calculate as nearly as possible the distance between them. "I am not she for whom you take me," said the voice, "and dearer regards than aught connected with her life or death bid me warn you to keep aloof and leave this place." "Not till I have convinced you of your childish folly," said the colonel, springing forward, and endeavoring to catch hold of her who spoke to him, but no female form was within his grasp. On the contrary, he was met by a shock which could come from no woman's arm, and which was rude enough to stretch him on his back on the floor. At the same time, he felt the point of a sword at his throat, and his hands so completely mastered that not the slightest defense remained to him. "A cry for assistance," said a voice near him, but not that which he had hitherto heard, "will be stifled in your blood. No harm is meant. Yaub wise, and be silent." The fear of death, which Everard had often braved in the field of battle, became more intense as he felt himself in the hands of unknown assassins, and totally devoid of all means of defense. The sharp point of the sword pricked his bare throat, and the foot of him who held it was upon his breast. He felt as if a single thrust would put an end to life and all the feverish joys and sorrows which agitate us so strangely, and from which we are yet so reluctant to part. Large drops of perspiration stood upon his forehead. His heart throbbed as if it would burst from its confinement in the bosom. Experienced the agony which fear imposes on the brave man, acute in proportion to that which pain inflicts when it subdues the robust and healthy. Cousin Elisa attempted to speak, and the sword's point pressed his throat yet more closely. "Cousin, let me not be murdered in a manner so fearful." "I tell you," replied the voice, "that you speak to one who is not here, but your life is not aimed at, provided you swear on your faith as a Christian, and your honor as a gentleman, that you will conceal what has happened, whether from the people below or from any other person. On this condition you may rise, and if you seek her, you will find Alice Lee at Joseline's cottage in the forest." "Since I may not help myself otherwise," said Everard, "I swear, as I have a sense of religion and honor, I will say nothing of this violence, nor make any search after those who are concerned in it." "For that we care nothing," said the voice. "Thou hast an example how well thou mayst catch mischief on thy own part, but we are in case to defy thee, rise and begone. The foot the sword spent were withdrawn, and Everard was about to start up hastily when the voice, in the same softness of tone which distinguished it at first, said, "No haste to cold and bare steel is yet around thee, no, the words dying away as at a distance. Thou art free, be secret and be safe." Markham Everard arose, and in rising embarrassed his feet with his own sword, which he had dropped when springing forward. As he supposed to lay hold of his fair cousin, he snatched it up in haste, and as his hand clasped the hilt, his courage, which had given way under the apprehension of instant death, began to return. He considered with almost his usual composure what was to be done next. Deeply affronted at the disgrace which he had sustained, he questioned for an instant whether he ought to keep his extorted promise, or should not rather summon assistance, and make haste to discover and seize those who had been recently engaged in such violence on his person. But these persons be they who they would have had his life in their power, had pledged his word in ransom of it, and, what was more, he could not divest himself of the idea that his beloved Alice was a confidant, at least, if not an actor in the confederacy which had thus baffled him. This prepossession determined his conduct, for though angry at supposing she must have been accessory to his personal ill-treatment, he could not in any event think of an instant search through the mansion which might have compromised her safety or that of his uncle. "But I will to the hut," he said, "I will instantly to the hut, ascertain her share in this wild and dangerous confederacy, and snatch her from ruin if it be possible." As under the influence of the resolution which he had formed, Everard groped his way through the gallery and regained the vestibule, he heard his name called by the well-known voice of Wildrake. "What, hulloa, Colonel Everard, Mark Everard, it is dark as the devil's mouth. Speak, where are you? The witches are keeping their hellish Sabbath here, as I think. Where are you?" "Here, here," answered Everard. "Cease your bawling, turn to the left, and you will meet me." Guided by his voice, Wildrake soon appeared with a light in one hand, and his drawn sword in the other. "Where have you been?" he said. "What has detained you here? Are Bletson and the brute Desparrow terrified out of their lives, and Harrison raving mad, because the devil will not be civil enough to rise to fight him in single duello?" "Saw or heard you nothing as you came along?" said Everard. "Nothing," said his friend, "excepting that, when I first entered this cursed ruinous labyrinth, the light was struck out of my hand, as if by a switch, which obliged me to return for another. I must come by a horse instantly, Wildrake, and another for thyself, if it be possible." "We can take 2 of those belonging to the troopers," answered Wildrake. "But for what purpose should we run away like rats at this time in the evening? Is the house falling?" "I cannot answer you," said the colonel, pushing forward into a room where there were some remains of furniture. Here the Cavalier took a more strict view of his person, and exclaimed in wonder, "What the devil have you been fighting with, Markham, that has bedizened you after this sorry fashion?" "Fighting!" exclaimed Everard. "Yes," replied his trusty attendant, "I say fighting. Look at yourself in the mirror." He did, and saw he was covered with dust and blood. The latter proceeded from a scratch which he had received in the throat. As he struggled to extricate himself, with unaffected alarm Wildrake undid his friend's collar, and with eager haste proceeded to examine the wound, his hands trembling and his eyes glistening with apprehension for his benefactor's life. When, in spite of Everard's opposition, he had examined the hurt and found it trifling, he resumed the natural wildness of his character, perhaps the more readily that he had felt shame in departing from it into one which expressed more of feeling than he would be thought to possess. "If that be the devil's work, Mark," said he, "the foul fiend's claws are not nigh so formidable as they are represented, but no one shall say that your blood has been shed unrevenged. While Roger Wildrake was by your side, where left you this same imp, I will back to the field of fight, confront him with my rapier, and were his nails 10-penny nails, and his teeth as long as those of a harrow, he shall render me reason for the injury he has done you." "Madness, madness," exclaimed Everard. "I had this trifling hurt by a fallow basin, and towel will wipe it away. Meanwhile, if you will ever do me kindness, get the true forces, command them for the service of the public. In the name of His Excellency, the General, I will but wash and join you in an instant before the gate." Well, I will serve you, Everard, as a mute serves the grand signia, without knowing why or wherefore. But will you go without seeing these people below? Without seeing anyone, said Everard. Lose no time, for God's sake. He found out the non-commissioned officer, and demanded the horses in a tone of authority, to which the corporal yielded undisputed obedience, as one well aware of Colonel Everard's military rank and consequence, so all was in a minute or two ready for the expedition. Chapter the 13th. She kneeled and saint-like cast her eyes to heaven and prayed devoutly. King Henry Roman VIII Colonel Everard's departure at the late hour, for so it was then thought of 7, in the evening excited much speculation. There was a gathering of menials and dependents in the outer chamber or hall, for no one doubted that his sudden departure was owing to his having, as they expressed it, seen something. And all desired to know how a man of such acknowledged courage as Everard looked under the awe of a recent apparition. But he gave them no time to make comments, for striding through the hall, wrapped in his riding suit, he threw himself on horseback and rode furiously through the chase towards the hut of the keeper Jolliffe. It was the disposition of Markham Everard to be hot, keen, earnest, impatient, and decisive, to a degree of precipitation. The acquired habits which education had taught, and which the strong moral and religious discipline of his sect had greatly strengthened, were such as to enable him to conceal as well as to check this constitutional violence, and to place him upon his guard against indulging it. But when in the high tide of violent excitation, the natural impetuosity of the young soldier's temper was sometimes apt to overcome these artificial obstacles, and then, like a torrent foaming over a weir, it became more furious, as if in revenge for the constrained calm which it had been for some time obliged to assume in these instances. He was accustomed to see only that point to which his thoughts were bent, and to move straight towards it, whether a moral object or the storming of a breach, without either calculating or even appearing to see the difficulties which were before him. At present his ruling and impelling motive was to detach his beloved cousin, if possible, from the dangerous and discreditable machinations in which he suspected her to have engaged, or, on the other hand, to discover that she really had no concern with these stratagems. He should know how to judge of that. In some measure, he thought, by finding her present or absent at the hut towards which he was now galloping, he had read, indeed, in some ballad or minstrel's tale, of a singular deception practiced on a jealous old man by means of a subterranean communication between his house and that of a neighbor, which the lady in question made use of to present herself in the two places alternately with such speed and so much address that, after repeated experiments, the dotard was deceived into the opinion that his wife and the lady who was so very like her, and to whom his neighbor paid so much attention, were two different persons. But in the present case, there was no room for such a deception. The distance was too great, and as he took by much the nearest way from the castle and rode full speed, it would be impossible, he knew, for his cousin, who was a timorous horsewoman, even by daylight, to have got home before him. Her father might indeed be displeased at his interference, but what title had he to be, so as not Alice Lee, the near relation of his blood, the dearest object of his heart? And would he now abstain from an effort to save her from the consequences of a silly and wild conspiracy, because the old knight's spleen might be awakened by Everard's making his appearance at their present dwelling contrary to his commands? No, he would endure the old man's harsh language, as he endured the blast of the autumn wind, which was howling around him and swinging the crashing branches of the trees under which he passed, but could not oppose or even retard his journey. If he found not Alice, as he had reason to believe she would be absent to Sir Henry Lee himself, he would explain what he had witnessed. However she might have become accessory to the juggling tricks performed at Woodstock, he could not but think it was without her father's knowledge, so severe a judge was the old knight of female propriety, and so strict an assertor of female decorum. He would take the same opportunity, he thought, of stating to him the well-grounded hopes he entertained that his dwelling at the lodge might be prolonged, and the sequestrators removed from the royal mansion and domains by other means than those of the absurd species of intimidation, which seemed to be resorted to scare them from thence. All this seemed to be so much within the line of his duty as a relative that it was not until he halted at the door of the ranger's hut and threw his bridle into Wildrake's hand that Everard recollected the fiery, high, and unbending character of Sir Henry Lee, and felt even when his fingers were on the latch a reluctance to intrude himself upon the presence of the irritable old knight. But there was no time for hesitation. Bevis, who had already bayed more than once from within the lodge, was growing impatient, and Everard had but just time to bid Wildrake hold the horses until he should send Joceline to his assistance, when old Joan unpinned the door to demand who was without at that time of the night. To have attempted anything like an explanation with poor Dame Joan would have been quite hopeless. The colonel therefore put her gently aside, and shaking himself loose from the hold she had laid on his cloak, entered the kitchen of Joceline's dwelling. Bevis, who had advanced to support Joan in her opposition, humbled his lion-port with that wonderful instinct which makes his race remember so long those with whom they have been familiar, and acknowledged his master's relative by doing homage in his fashion with his head and tail. Colonel Everard, more uncertain in his purpose every moment as the necessity of its execution drew near, stole over the floor like one who treads in a sick chamber, and opening the door of the interior apartment with a slow and trembling hand, as he would have withdrawn the curtains of a dying friend, he saw within the scene which we are about to describe. Sir Henry Lee sat in a wicker armchair. By the fire he was wrapped in a cloak, and his limbs extended on a stool, as if he were suffering from gout or indisposition. His long white beard, flowing over the dark-colored garment, gave him more the appearance of a hermit than of an aged soldier or man of quality, and that character was increased by the deep and devout attention with which he listened to a respectable old man whose dilapidated dress showed still something of the clerical habit, and who, with a low but full and deep voice, was reading the evening service. According to the Church of England, Alice Lee kneeled at the feet of her father, and made the responses with a voice that might have suited the choir of angels, and a modest and serious devotion, which suited the melody of her tone. The face of the officiating clergyman would have been good-looking had it not been disfigured with a black patch, which covered the left eye and a part of his face, and had not the features which were visible been marked with the traces of care and suffering. When Colonel Everard entered, the clergyman raised his finger as cautioning him to forbear disturbing the divine service of the evening, and pointed to a seat to which, struck deeply with the scene he had witnessed, the intruder stole with as light a step as possible, and knelt devoutly down as one of the little congregation. Everard had been bred by his father what was called a Puritan, a member of a sect who, in the primitive sense of the word, were persons that did not accept against the doctrines of the Church of England, or even in all respects against its hierarchy, but chiefly dissented from it on the subject of certain ceremonies, habits, and forms of ritual which were insisted upon by the celebrated and unfortunate Laud with ill-timed tenacity. But even if from the habits of his father's house Everard's opinions had been diametrically opposed to the doctrines of the English Church, he must have been reconciled to them by the regularity with which the service was performed in his uncle's family at Woodstock, who, during the blossom of his fortunes, generally had a chaplain residing in the lodge for that special purpose. Yet deep as was the habitual veneration with which he heard the impressive service of the church, Everard's eyes could not help straying towards Alice, and his thoughts wandering to the purpose of his presence there. She seemed to have recognized him at once, for there was a deeper glow than usual upon her cheek. Her fingers trembled as they turned the leaves of her prayer book, and her voice, lately as firm as it was melodious, faltered. When she repeated the responses, it appeared to Everard, as far as he could collect by the stolen glances which he directed towards her, that the character of her beauty, as well as of her outward appearance, had changed with her fortunes. The beautiful and high-born young lady had now approached as nearly as possible to the brown stuff dress of an ordinary village maiden, but what she had lost in gaiety of appearance, she had gained, as it seemed, in dignity. Her beautiful light brown tresses, now folded around her head, and only curled where nature had so arranged them, gave her an air of simplicity which did not exist when her headdress showed the skill of a curious tirewoman. A light, joyous air, with something of a humorous expression, which seemed to be looking for amusement, had vanished before the touch of affliction, and a calm melancholy supplied its place. which seemed on the watch to administer comfort to others. Perhaps the former arch, though innocent expression of countenance, was uppermost in her lover's recollection, when he concluded that Alice had acted a part in the disturbances which had taken place at the lodge. It is certain that, when he now looked upon her, it was with shame for having nourished such a suspicion, and the resolution to believe rather that the devil had imitated her voice, than that a creature who seemed so much above the feelings of this world, and so nearly allied to the purity of the next, should have had the indelicacy to mingle in such maneuvers as he himself and others had been subjected to. These thoughts shot through his mind, in spite of the impropriety of indulging them at such a moment. The service now approached the close, and a good deal to Colonel Everard's surprise, as well as confusion, the officiating priest in firm and audible tone, and with every attribute of dignity, prayed to the Almighty to bless and preserve our sovereign Lord King Charles, the lawful and undoubted king of these realms. The petition, in those days most dangerous, was pronounced with a full raised and distinct articulation, as if the priest challenged all who heard him to dissent, if they dared. If the Republican officer did not assent to the petition, he thought at least it was no time to protest against it. The service was concluded in the usual manner, and the little congregation arose. It now included Wildrake, who had entered during the latter prayer, and was the first of the party to speak, running up to the priest and shaking him by the hand, most heartily, swearing at the same time that he truly rejoiced to see him. The good clergyman returned the pressure with a smile, observing he should have believed his asseveration without an oath. In the meanwhile, Colonel Everard, approaching his uncle's seat, made a deep inclination of respect, first to Sir Henry Lee, and then to Alice, whose colour now spread from her cheek to her brow and bosom. "I have to crave your excuse," said the Colonel with hesitation, "for having chosen for my visit, which I dare not hope would be very agreeable at any time, a season most peculiarly unsuitable." "So far from it, nephew," answered Sir Henry, with much more mildness of manner than Everard had dared to expect, "that your visits at other times would be much more welcome, had we the fortune to see you often at our hours of worship." "I hope the time will soon come, sir, when Englishmen of all sects and denominations," replied Everard, "will be free in conscience to worship in common the great Father, whom they all after their manner call by that affectionate name." "I hope so too, nephew," said the old man in the same unaltered tone, "and we will not at present dispute whether you would have the Church of England coalesce with the conventicle, or the conventicle conform to the Church. It was, I ween, not to settle jarring creeds that you have honoured our poor dwelling, where, to say the truth, we dared scarce have expected to see you again, so coarse was our last welcome." "I should be happy to believe," said Colonel Everard, hesitating, "that in short, my presence was not now so unwelcome here as on that occasion." "Nephew," said Sir Henry, "I will be frank with you. When you were last here, I thought you had stolen from me a precious pearl, which at one time it would have been my pride and happiness to have bestowed on you, but which, being such as you have been of late, I would bury in the depths of the earth, rather than give to your keeping. This somewhat chafed as honest will says the rash humour which my mother gave me. I thought I was robbed, and I thought I saw the robber before me. I am mistaken, I am not robbed, and the attempt without the deed I can pardon." "I would not willingly seek offence in your words, sir," said Colonel Everard, "when their general purport sounds kind, but I can protest before heaven that my views and wishes towards you and your family are as void of selfish hopes and selfish ends as they are fraught with love to you and to yours." "Let us hear them, man. We are not much accustomed to good wishes nowadays, and their very rarity will make them welcome." "I would willingly, Sir Henry, since you might not choose me to give you a more affectionate name, convert those wishes into something effectual for your comfort. Your fate, as the world now stands, is bad, and I fear like to be worse." "Worse than I expect it cannot be, nephew. I do not shrink before my changes of fortune. I shall wear coarser clothes, I shall feed on more ordinary food. Men will not doff their cap to me as they were wont when I was the great and the wealthy. What of that? Old Harry Lee loved his honour better than his title, his faith better than his land and lordship. Have I not seen the 30th of January? I am neither philomath nor astrologer. but old will teaches me that when green leaves fall winter is at hand, and that darkness will come when the sun sets. Bethink you, sir, said Colonel Everard, if without any submission asked any oath, taken any engagement, imposed express or tacit, excepting that you are not to excite disturbances in the public peace, you can be restored to your residence in the lodge, and your usual fortunes and perquisities, there I have great reason to hope this may be permitted, if not expressly at least on sufferance. Yes, I understand you, I am to be treated like the royal coin, marked with the ensign of the rump to make it pass current. Although I am too old to have the royal insignia grinded off from me kinsman, I will have none of this. I have lived at the lodge too long, and let me tell you I had left it in scorn long since, but for the orders of one whom I may yet live to do service to. I will take nothing from the usurpers, be their name Rump or Cromwell. They one devil or legion I will not take from them, an old cap to cover my grey hair's cast cloak, to protect my frail limbs from the cold. They shall not say they have by their unwilling bounty made Abraham rich. I will live, as I will die the loyal Lee. May I hope you will think of it, sir, and that you will perhaps, considering what slight submission is asked, give me a better answer. Sir, if I retract my opinion, which is not my wont, you shall hear of it. And now, cousin, have you more to say? We keep that worthy clergyman in the outer room. Something I had to say, something touching my cousin Alice, said Everard with embarrassment, but I fear that the prejudices of both are so strong against me. Sir, I dare turn my daughter loose to you. I will go join the good doctor in Dame Joan's apartment. I am not unwilling that you should know that the girl hath in all reasonable sort the exercise of her free will. He withdrew and left the cousins together. Colonel Everard advanced to Alice and was about to take her hand. She drew back, took the seat which her father had occupied, and pointed out to him one at some distance. Are we then so much estranged, my dearest Alice? He said. We will speak of that presently, she replied. In the first place, let me ask the cause of your visit here at so late an hour. You heard, said Everard, what I stated to your father. I did, but that seems to have been only part of your errand. Something there seemed to be which applied particularly to me. It was a fancy, a strange mistake, answered Everard. May I ask if you have been abroad this evening? Certainly not, she replied. I have small temptation to wander from my present home, poor as it is, and whilst here I have important duties to discharge. But why does Colonel Everard ask so strange a question? Tell me in turn why your cousin Markham has lost the name of friendship and kindred, and even of some nearer feeling, and then I will answer you, Alice. It is soon answered, she said. When you drew your sword against my father's cause, almost against his person, I studied more than I should have done to find excuse for you. I knew, that is, I thought I knew your high feelings of public duty. I knew the opinions in which you had been bred up, and I said I will not even for this cast him off who opposes his king, because he is loyal to his country. You endeavored to avert the great and concluding tragedy of the 30th of January, and it confirmed me in my opinion that Markham Everard might be misled, but could not be base or selfish. And what has changed your opinion, Alice? Or who dare, said Everard, reddening, attach such epithets to the name of Markham Everard? I'm no subject, she said, for exercising your valor, Colonel Everard, nor do I mean to offend, but you will find enough of others who will avow that Colonel Everard is truckling to the usurper Cromwell, and that all his fair pretexts of forwarding his country's liberties are but a screen for driving a bargain with the successful encroacher, and obtaining the best terms he can for himself and his family. For myself, never. But for your family, you have, yes, I am well assured that you have pointed out to the military tyrant the way in which he and his satraps may master the government. Do you think my father or I would accept an asylum purchased at the price of England's liberty and your honor? Gracious heaven, Alice, what is this? You accuse me of pursuing the very course which so lately had your approbation. When you spoke with authority of your father and recommended our submission to the existing government, such as it was, I own, I thought that my father's grey head might without dishonor have remained under the roof where it had so long been sheltered, but did your father sanction your becoming the advisor of yonder ambitious soldier to a new course of innovation, and his abettor in the establishment of a new species of tyranny? It is one thing to submit to oppression, another to be the agent of tyrant sand, O Markham there bloodhound. How bloodhound, what mean you? I own it is true, I could see with content the wounds of this bleeding country, staunched even at the expense of beholding Cromwell, after his matchless rise, take a yet farther step to power. But to be his bloodhound, what is your meaning? It is false. Then I thought I could swear it had been false. What in the name of God is it you ask? It is false that you are engaged to betray the young King of Scotland. Betray him, I betray him, or any fugitive, never. I would he were well out of England. I would lend him my aid to escape, were he in the house at this instant, and think in acting so I did his enemies good service, by preventing their soiling themselves with his blood. But betray him never. I knew it, I was sure it was impossible. Oh, be yet more honest, disengage yourself from yonder gloomy and ambitious soldier, shun him and his schemes, which are formed in injustice, and can only be realized in yet more blood. Believe me, replied Everard, that I choose the line of policy best befitting the times. Choose that, she said, which best befits duty, Markham, which best befits truth and honor. Do your duty, and let Providence decide the rest. Farewell. We tempt my father's patience too far. You know his temper. Farewell, Markham. She extended her hand, which he pressed to his lips, and left the apartment, a silent bow to his uncle, and a sign to Wildrake, whom he found in the kitchen of the cabin, were the only tokens of recognition exhibited, and leaving the hut he was soon mounted, and with his companion advanced on his return to the lodge. Chapter the 14th. Deeds are done on earth, which have their punishment ere the earth closes. Upon the perpetrators be it the working of the remorse, stirred fancy, or the vision, distinct and real, of unearthly being. All ages witness that beside the couch of the fell homicide oft stalks the ghost of him he slew, and shows the shadowy wound. Old play. Everard had come to Jocelyn's hut as fast as horse could bear him, and with the same impetuosity of purpose as of speed. He saw no choice in the course to be pursued, and felt in his own imagination the strongest right to direct and even reprove his cousin beloved, as she was on account of the dangerous machinations with which she appeared to have connected herself. He returned slowly, and in a very different mood. Not only had Alice, prudent as beautiful, appeared completely free from the weakness of conduct, which seemed to give him some authority over her, but her views of policy, if less practicable, were so much more direct and noble than his own, as led him to question whether he had not compromised himself too rashly with Cromwell, even although the state of the country was so greatly divided and torn by faction that the promotion of the general to the possession of the executive government seemed the only chance of escaping a renewal of the civil war. The more exalted and purer sentiments of Alice lowered him in his own eyes, and though unshaken in his opinion that it were better the vessel should be steered by a pilot having no good title to the office than that she should run upon the breakers, he felt that he was not espousing the most direct, manly, and disinterested side of the question. As he rode on immersed in these unpleasant contemplations, and considerably lessened in his own esteem by what had happened, Wildrake, who rode by his side, and was no friend to long silence, began to enter into conversation. "I have been thinking, Mark," said he, "that if you and I had been called to the bar, as, by the by, has been in danger of happening to me in more senses than one, I say, had we become barristers, I would have had the better oiled tongue of the tooth fairer art of persuasion." "Perhaps so," replied Everard, "though I never heard thee use any save to induce an usurer to lend thee money, or a taverner to abate a reckoning. And yet this day, or rather night, I could have, as I think, made a conquest which baffled you." "Indeed," said the colonel, becoming attentive. "Why, look you," said Wildrake, "it was a main object with you to induce Mistress Alice Lee. By heaven, she is an exquisite creature. I approve of your taste, Mark. I say you desire to persuade her, and the stout old Trojan her father, to consent to return to the lodge, and live there quietly and under connivance like gentlefolk, instead of lodging in a hut hardly fit to harbor a Tom of Bedlam." Thou art right, such indeed was a great part of my object in this visit, answered Everard. But perhaps you also expected to visit there yourself, and so keep watch over pretty Mistress Lee. I never entertained so selfish a thought, said Everard, and if this nocturnal disturbance at the mansion were explained and ended, I would instantly take my departure. Your friend Noel would expect something more from you, said Wildrake. He would expect, in case the knight's reputation for loyalty should draw any of our poor exiles and wanderers about the lodge, that you should be on the watch, and ready to snap them, in a word, as far as I can understand his long-winded speeches, he would have Woodstock a trap your uncle, and his pretty daughter the bait of toasted cheese, craving your Chloe's pardon for the comparison you, the springfall, which should bar their escape, his lordship himself, being the great Grimalkin, to whom they are to be given over to be devoured. Dared Cromwell mention this to thee in express terms, said Everard, pulling up his horse, and stopping in the midst of the road. Nay, not in express terms, which I do not believe he ever used in his life. You might as well expect a drunken man to go straight forward, but he insinuated as much to me, and indicated that you might deserve well of him. Gadzo, the damnable proposal sticks in my throat, be betraying our noble and rightful king. Here he pulled off his hat, whom God grant in health and wealth long to reign, as the worthy clergyman says, though I fear just now his majesty is both sick and sorry, and never a penny in his pouch to boot. This tallies with what Alice hinted, said Everard, but how could she know it? Didst thou give her any hint of such a thing? I replied the Cavalier, I who never saw Mistress Alice in my life, till tonight, and then only for an instant. Sooks, man, how is that possible? True, replied Everard, and seemed lost in thought. At length he spoke. I should call Cromwell to account for his bad opinion of me, for even though not seriously expressed, but as I am convinced, it was with the sole view of proving you, and perhaps myself, it was nevertheless a misconstruction to be resented. I'll carry a cartel for you with all my heart and soul, said Wildrake, and turn out with his godliness second, with as good will as I ever drank a glass of sack. Sure, replied Everard, those in his high place fight no single combats, but tell me, Roger Wildrake, didst thou thyself think me capable of the falsehood and treachery implied in such a message? I exclaimed, Wildrake Markham. Everard, you have been my early friend, my constant benefactor. When Colchester was reduced, you saved me from the gallows, and since that thou hast 20 times saved me from starving. But by heaven, if I thought you capable of such villainy as your general recommended be yonder blue sky, and all the works of creation which it bends over, I would stab you with my own hand. Death, replied Everard, I should indeed deserve, but not from you perhaps, but fortunately I cannot. If I would be guilty of the treachery you would punish. Know that I had this day secret notice, and from Cromwell himself, that the young man has escaped by sea from Bristol. Now God Almighty be blessed, who protected him through so many dangers, exclaimed Wildrake. Huzzah up, hearts, Cavaliers, hey for Cavaliers, God bless King Charles Moon, and stars catch my hat, and he threw it up as high as he could into the air. The celestial bodies which he invoked did not receive the present dispatched to them, but as in the case of Sir Henry Leys, scabbard, an old gnarled oak, became a second time the receptacle of a waif and stray of loyal enthusiasm. Wildrake looked rather foolish at the circumstance, and his friend took the opportunity of admonishing him. Art thou not ashamed to bear thee so like a schoolboy? Why, said Wildrake, I have but sent a Puritan's hat upon a loyal errand. I laugh to think how many of the schoolboys thou talk'st of will be cheated into climbing the pollard next year, expecting to find the nest of some unknown bird in yonder unmeasured margin of felts. Hush now, for God's sake, and let us speak calmly, said Everard. Charles has escaped, and I am glad of it. I would willingly have seen him on his father's throne by composition, but not by the force of the Scottish army and the incensed and vengeful royalists. Master Markham, Everard, began the Cavalier, interrupting him. Nay, hush, dear Wildrake, said Everard, let us not dispute a point on which we cannot agree, and give me leave to go on. I say, since the young man has escaped, Cromwell's offensive and injurious stipulation falls to the ground, and I see not why my uncle and his family should not again enter their own house under the same terms of connivance as many other royalists. What may be incumbent on me is different, nor can I determine my course until I have an interview with the general, which, as I think, will end in his confessing that he threw in this offensive proposal to sound us both. It is much in his manner, for he is blunt, and never sees or feels the punctilious honor which the gallants of the day stretch to such delicacy. Ill acquit him of having any punctilio about him, said Wildrake, either touching honor or honesty. Now, to come back to where we started, supposing you are not to reside in person at the lodge, and to forbear even visiting there unless on invitation. When such a thing can be brought about, I tell you frankly, I think your uncle and his daughter might be induced to come back to the lodge, and reside there, as usual. At least the clergyman, that worthy old cock, gave me to hope as much. He had been hasty in bestowing his confidence, said Everard. True, replied Wildrake, he confided in me at once, for he instantly saw my regard for the church. I thank heaven I never passed a clergyman in his canonicals without pulling my hat off, and thou knowest the most desperate duel I ever fought was with young Grayless of the Inner Temple, for taking the wall of the Reverend Dr. Bunsar. I can gain a chaplain's ear instantly. Gadzooks, they know whom they have to trust to in such a one as Roman one. Dost thou think then, said Colonel Everard, or rather, does this clergyman think, that if they were secure of intrusion from me, the family would return to the lodge, supposing the intruding commissioners gone, and this nocturnal disturbance explained and ended? The old knight, answered Wildrake, may be wrought upon by the doctor to return, if he is secure against intrusion. As for disturbances, the stout old boy, so far as I can learn in 2 minutes' conversation, laughs at all this turmoil as the work of mere imagination, the consequence of the remorse of their own evil consciences, and says that goblin or devil was never heard of at Woodstock until it became the residence of such men as they who have now usurped the possession. There is more than imagination in it, said Everard. I have personal reason to know there is some conspiracy carrying on to render the house untenable by the commissioners. I acquit my uncle of accession to such a silly trick, but I must see it ended ere I can agree to his and my cousins residing where such a confederacy exists, for they are likely to be considered as the contrivers of such pranks, be the actual agent who he may. With reference to your better acquaintance with the gentleman Everard, I should rather suspect the old father of Puritans, I beg your pardon again, has something to do with the business. And if so, Lucifer will never look near the true old knight's beard, nor abide a glance of yonder maiden's innocent blue eyes. I will uphold them as safe as pure gold in a miser's chest. Sawest thou aught thyself which makes thee think thus? Not a quill of the devil's pinion, saw I, replied Wildrake. He supposes himself too secure of an old Cavalier, who must steal, hang, or drown in the long run, so he gives himself no trouble to look after the assured booty. But I heard the serving fellows prate of what they had seen and heard, and though their tales were confused enough, yet if there was any truth among them at all, I should say the devil must have been in the dance. But holla, here comes some one upon us. Stand, friend, who art thou? A poor day labourer in the great work of England, Joseph Tomkins, by name, secretary to a godly and well-endowed leader in this poor Christian army of England, called General Harrison. What news, Master Tomkins? Said Everard, and why are you on the road at this late hour? I speak to the worthy Colonel Everard, as I judge, said Tomkins, and truly I am glad of meeting your honour. Heaven knows I need such assistance as yours. O worthy Master Everard, here has been a sounding of trumpets, and a breaking of vials, and a pouring forth. And prithee tell me in brief, what is the matter? Where is thy master? And, in a word, what has happened? My master is close by, parading it in the little meadow beside the hugest oak, which is called by the name of the late man. Ride but 2 steps forward, and you may see him walking swiftly to and fro, advancing all the while the naked weapon. Upon proceeding as directed, but with as little noise as possible, they descried a man whom of course they concluded must be Harrison, walking to and fro beneath the king's oak as a sentinel under arms. But with more wildness of demeanour, the tramp of the horses did not escape his ear, and they heard him call out as if at the head of the brigade, lower pikes against cavalry. Here comes Prince Rupert. Stand fast, and you shall turn them aside, as a bull would toss a curdog. Lower your pikes, still my heart's the end, secured against your foot. on your right knee front rank spare, not for the spoiling of your blue aprons ha zerabable, that is the word. In the name of heaven, about whom, or what is he talking, said Everard, wherefore does he go about with his weapon drawn? Truly, sir, when aught disturbs my master General Harrison, he is something wrapped in the spirit, and conceives that he is commanding a reserve of pikes at the great battle of Armageddonand. For his weapon, alack, worthy sir, wherefore should he keep Sheffield steel in calves' leather, when there are fiends to be combat incarnate fiends on earth, and raging infernal fiends under the earth? This is intolerable, said Everard. Listen to me, Tomkins, thou art not now in the pulpit, and I desire none of thy preaching language. I know thou canst speak intelligibly. When thou art so minded, remember I may serve or harm thee, and as you hope or fear anything on my part, answer straightforward what has happened to drive out thy master to the wild wood at this time of night. Forsooth, worthy and honoured sir, I will speak with the precision I may. True it is, and of verity, that the breath of man which is in his nostrils goeth forth and returneth. Hark you, sir, said Colonel Everard, take care where you ramble in your correspondence with me. You have heard how, at the great battle of Dunbar in Scotland, the general himself held a pistol to the head of Lieutenant Hugh, threatening to shoot him through the brain if he did not give up holding forth, and put his squadron in line to the front. Take care, sir. Verily, the lieutenant then charged with an even and unbroken order, said Tomkins, and bore 1,000 plaids and bonnets over the beach before him into the sea. Neither shall I pretermit or postpone your honour's commands, but speedily obey them, and that without delay. Go to, fellow, thou knowest what I would have said. Everard, speak at once. I know thou canst, if thou wilt. Trusty Tomkins is better known than he thinks for. Worthy sir, said Tomkins, in a much less paraphrastic style, I will obey your worship as far as the spirit will permit. Truly, it was not an hour since, when my worshipful master, being at table with Master Bibbet and myself, not to mention the worshipful Master Bletson and Colonel Desborough, and behold, there was a violent knocking at the gate, as of one in haste. Now, of a certainty, so much had our household been harassed with witches and spirits and other objects of sound and sight, that the sentinels could not be brought to abide upon their posts without doors, and it was only by a provision of beef and strong liquors that we were able to maintain a guard of 3 men in the hall, who nevertheless ventured not to open the door lest they should be surprised with some of the goblins, wherewith their imaginations were overwhelmed, and they heard the knocking, which increased until it seemed that the door was well nigh about to be beaten down. Worthy Master Bibbet was a little overcome with liquor, as is his fashion. Good man, about this time of the evening, not that he is in the least given to ebriety, but simply that since the Scottish campaign he hath had a perpetual ague, which obliges him so to nourish his frame against the damps of the night. Wherefore, as it is well known to your honour that I discharge the office of a faithful servant, as well to Major General Harrison and the other commissioners, as to my just and lawful master Colonel Desborough. I know all that, and now that thou art trusted by both, I pray to heaven thou mayest merit the trust, said Colonel Everard. And devoutly do I pray, said Tomkins, that your worshipful prayers may be answered with favour, for certainly to be called and entitled Honest Joe and Trusty Tomkins is to me more than ever would be an earl's title, were such things to be granted anew in this regenerated government. Well, go on, honour. If thou dalliest much longer, I will make bold to dispute the article of your honesty. I like short tales, sir, and doubt what is told with a long, unnecessary train of words. Well, good sir, be not hasty. As I said before, the doors rattled, till you would have thought the knocking was reiterated in every room of the palace. The bell rung out for company, though we could not find that any one told the clapper, and the guards let off their firelocks merely because they knew not what better to do. So Master Bibbet being, as I said, unsusceptible of his duty, I went down with my poor rapier to the door, and demanded who was there, and I was answered in a voice, which I must say was much like another voice, that it was one wanting Major General Harrison. So as it was then late, I answered mildly that General Harrison was betaking himself to his rest, and that any who wished to speak to him must return on the morrow morning, for that after nightfall, the door of the palace, being in the room of a garrison, would be open to no one So the voice replied, and bid me open directly, without which he would blow the folding leaves of the door into the middle of the hall, and therewithal the noise recommenced that we thought the house would have fallen, and I was in some measure constrained to open the door, even like a besieged garrison, which can hold out no longer. By my honor, and it was stoutly done of you, I must say, said Wildrake, who had been listening with much interest, I am a bold daredevil enough yet, when I had 2 inches of oak plank between the actual fiend and me, hang him, that would demolish the barrier between us, say I would as soon when aboard bore a hole in the ship, and let in the waves, for you know, we always compare the devil to the deep sea. Prithee peace, Wildrake, said Everard, and let him go on with his history well. And what saw'st thou when the door was opened, great devil, with his horns and claws? Thou wilt say, no doubt. No, sir, I will say nothing, but what is true. When I undid the door, one man stood there, and he to seeming a man of no extraordinary appearance. He was wrapped in a taffeta cloak of a scarlet colour, and with a red lining. He seemed as if he might have been in his time a very handsome man, but there was something of paleness and sorrow in his face. A long lovelock and long hair he wore, even after the abomination of the Cavaliers, and the unloveliness, as learned Master Cromwell termed it, of lovelocks, a jewel in his era blue scarf over his shoulder, like a military commander for the king, and a hat with a white plume bearing a peculiar hatband. Some unhappy officer of Cavaliers, of whom so many are in hiding and seeking shelter through the country, briefly replied Everard. True, worthy sir, as a judicious exposition, but there was something about this man, if he was a man whom I for one could not look upon without trembling, nor the musketeers who were in the hall, without betraying much alarm and swallowing, as they will themselves, aver the very bullets which they had in their mouths for loading their carabines and muskets, nay, the wolf and deer dogs, that are the fiercest of their kind, fled from this visitor, and crept into holes and corners, moaning and wailing in a low and broken tone. He came into the middle of the hall, and still he seemed no more than an ordinary man, only somewhat fantastically dressed, in a doublet of black velvet, pinked upon scarlet satin under his cloak, a jewel in his ear, with large roses in his shoes, and a kerchief in his hand, which he sometimes pressed against his left side. Gracious heavens, said Wildrake, coming close up to Everard, and whispering in his ear, with accents which terror rendered tremulous, a mood of mind, most unusual to the daring man, who seemed now overcome by it, must have been poor Dick Robison, the player, in the very dress in which I have seen him play Philaster, and drunk a jolly bottle with him after it at the Mermaid. I remember how many frolics we had together, and all his little fantastic fashions. He served for his old master Charles in Mohun's troop, and was murdered by this butcher's dog, as I have heard, after surrender at the battle of Naseby. Hush, I have heard of the deed, said Everard, for God's sake hear the man to an end. Did this visitor speak to thee, my friend? Yes, sir, in a pleasing tone of voice, but somewhat fanciful in the articulation, and like one who is speaking to an audience, as from a bar or a pulpit, more than in the voice of ordinary men on ordinary matters. He desired to see Major General Harrison. He did, and you, said Everard, infected by the spirit of the time, which, as is well known, leaned to credulity upon all matters of supernatural agency. What did you do? I went up to the parlor, and related that such a person inquired for him. He started when I told him, and eagerly desired to know the man's dress. But no sooner did I mention his dress, and the jewel in his ear, than he said, Begone, tell him, I will not admit him to speech of me. Say that I defy him, and will make my defiance good at the great battle in the valley of Armageddon, when the voice of the angel shall call all fowls which fly under the face of heaven to feed on the flesh of the captain, and the soldier, the war horse, and his rider. Say to the evil one, I have power to appeal our conflict, even till that day, and that in the front of that fearful day he will again meet with Harrison. I went back with this answer to the stranger, and his face was writhed into such a deadly frown, as a human brow hath seldom worn. Return to him, he said, and say it is my hour, and that if he come not instantly down to speak with me, I will mount the stairs to him. Say that I command him to descend by the token that on the field of Naseby he did not the work negligently. I have heard, whispered Wildrake, who felt more and more strongly the contagion of superstition, that these words were blasphemously used by Harrison when he shot my poor friend Dick. What happened next, said Everard, see that thou speakest the truth. As gospel unexpounded by a steepleman, said the Independent, yet truly, it is but little I have to say. I saw my master come down with a blank yet resolved air, and when he entered the hall, and saw the stranger, he made a pause, the other waved on him, as if to follow, and walked out at the portal. My worthy patron seemed, as if he were about to follow, yet again paused, when this visitant, be he man or fiend, re-entered, and said, obey thy doom. By pathless march, by greenwood tree, it is thy weird to follow me through the ghastly moonlight, to follow me through the shadows of night, to follow me, comrade, still art thou bound. I conjure thee by the unstaunched wound, I conjure thee by the last words I spoke, when the body slept and the spirit awoke, in the very last pangs of the deadly stroke. So saying, he stalked out, and my master followed him into the wood. I followed also at a distance, but when I came up, my master was alone, and bearing himself as you now behold him. Thou hast had a wonderful memory, friend, said the colonel coldly, to remember these rhymes in a single recitation. There seems something of practice in all this. A single recitation, my honored sir, exclaimed the Independent. Alack, the rhyme is seldom out of my poor master's mouth, when as sometimes haps, he is less triumphant in his wrestles with Satan, but it was the first time I ever heard it uttered by another, and to say truth, he ever seems to repeat it unwillingly as a child after his pedagogue, and as it was not indited by his own head, as the psalmist saith. It is singular, said Everard, I have heard, and read that the spirits of the slaughtered have strange power over the slayer, but I am astonished to have it insisted upon that there may be truth in such tales. Roger Wildrake, what art thou afraid of, Manwy? Dost thou shift thy place thus? Fear it is not fear it, is hate deadly hate. I see the murderer of poor Dick before me, and see, he throws himself into a posture of fence. Sassacest, thou brood of a butcher's mastiff, thou shalt not want an antagonist. Ere anyone could stop him, Wildrake threw aside his cloak, drew his sword, and almost with a single bound cleared the distance betwixt him and Harrison, and crossed swords with the latter as he stood brandishing his weapon, as if in immediate expectation of an assailant. Accordingly, the Republican general was not for an instant taken at unawares, but the moment the swords clashed, he shouted, "Ha, I feel thee now, thou hast come in body at last. Welcome, welcometh, sword of the Lord and of Gideon." Part them, cried Everard, as he and Tomkins, at first astonished at the suddenness of the affray, hastened to interfere. Everard, seizing on the Cavalier, drew him forcibly backwards, and Tomkins contrived with risk and difficulty to master Harrison's sword, while the general exclaimed, "Ha, to want this fight, demons." Wildrake, on his side, swore a dreadful oath, and added, "Markham, you have cancelled every obligation I owed you. They are all out of sight gone, d.n. me." "You have indeed acquitted these obligations rarely," said Everard, "who knows how this affair shall be explained and answered." "I will answer it with my life," said Wildrake. "Good, now be silent," said Tomkins, "and let me manage. It shall be so ordered that the good general shall never know that he hath encountered with a mortal man. Only let that man of Moab put his sword into the scabbard's rest, and be still." "Wildrake, let me entreat thee to sheathe thy sword," said Everard, "else on my life thou must turn it against me." "No, 'fore George, not so mad as that neither, but ill have another day with him." "Thou another day!" exclaimed Harrison, whose eye had still remained fixed on the spot where he found such palpable resistance. "Yes, I know thee well, day by day, week by week. Thou makest the same idle request, for thou knowest that my heart quivers at thy voice, but my hand trembles not when opposed to thine. The spirit is willing to the combat if the flesh be weak, when opposed to that which is not of the flesh." "Now peace, all, for heaven's sake," said the steward Tomkins, then added, addressing his master, "There is no one here, if it please your excellency, but Tomkins and the worthy Colonel Everard. General Harrison, as sometimes happens in cases of partial insanity, that is, supposing his to have been a case of mental delusion, though firmly and entirely persuaded of the truth of his own visions, yet was not willing to speak on the subject to those who he knew would regard them as imaginary. Upon this occasion he assumed the appearance of perfect ease and composure after the violent agitation he had just manifested in a manner which showed how anxious he was to disguise his real feelings from Everard, whom he considered so unlikely to participate in them. He saluted the colonel with profound ceremony and talked of the fineness of the evening, which had summoned him forth of the lodge to take a turn in the park, and enjoy the favourable weather. He then took Everard by the arm and walked back with him towards the lodge, Wildrake and Tomkins following close behind, and leading the horses. Everard, desirous to gain some light on these mysterious incidents, endeavoured to come on the subject more than once by a mode of interrogation which Harrison, for madmen, are very often unwilling to enter on the subject of their mental delusion, parried with some skill, or addressed himself for aid to his steward Tomkins, who was in the habit of being voucher for his master upon all occasions, which led to Desborough's ingenious nickname of Fibbet. "And wherefore had you your sword drawn, my worthy general," said Everard, "when you were only on an evening walk of pleasure?" "Truly, excellent colonel, these are times when men must watch with their loins girded, and their lights burning, and their weapons drawn. The day draweth nigh, believe me or not, as you will, that men must watch lest they be found naked and unarmed, when the 7 trumpets shall sound boot and saddle, and the pipes of Jezer shall strike up horse and away." "True, good general, but methought I saw you making passes, even now, as if you were fighting," said Everard. "I'm of a strange fantasy, friend Everard," answered Harrison, "and when I walk alone and happen, as but now, to have my weapon drawn, I sometimes, for exercise sake, will practice a thrust against such a tree, as that it is a silly pride men have in the use of weapons. I have been accounted a master of fence, and have fought for prizes when I was unregenerated, and before I was called to do my part in the great work, entering as a trooper into our victorious general's 1st regiment of horse." "But methought," said Everard, "I heard a weapon clash with yours." "How a weapon clash with my sword? How could that be, Tomkins?" "Truly, sir," said Tomkins, "it must have been a bough of the tree. They have them of all kinds here, and your honour may have pushed against one of them, which the Brazilians call ironwood, a block of which, being struck with a hammer, saith perches in his pilgrimage, ringeth like an anvil." "Truly it may be so," said Harrison, "for those rulers who are gone assembled in this their abode of pleasure many strange trees and plants, though they gathered not of the fruit of that tree which beareth 12 manner of fruits, or of those leaves which are for the healing of the nations." Everard pursued his investigation, for he was struck with the manner in which Harrison evaded his questions, and the dexterity with which he threw his transcendental and fanatical notions like a sort of veil over the darker visions excited by remorse and conscious guilt. "But," said he, "if I may trust my eyes and ears, I cannot but still think that you had a real antagonist. Nay, I am sure I saw a fellow in a dark-coloured jerkin retreat through the wood." "Did you?" said Harrison with a tone of surprise, while his voice faltered in spite of him. "Who could he be, Tomkins? Did you see the fellow Colonel Everard talks of, with the napkin in his hand, the bloody napkin, which he always pressed to his side?" This last expression, in which Harrison gave a mark different from that which Everard had assigned, but corresponding to Tomkins' original description of the supposed spectre, had more effect on Everard, in confirming the steward's story, than anything he had witnessed or heard. The voucher answered the draft upon him as promptly as usual that he had seen such a fellow glide past them into the thicket, that he dared to say he was some deer-stealer, for he had heard they were become very audacious. "Look ye there now, Master Everard," said Harrison, hurrying from the subject, "is it not time now that we should lay aside our controversies and join hand in hand to repairing the breaches of our Zion, happy and contented? Were I, my excellent friend, to be a treader of mortar or a bearer of a hod upon this occasion under our great leader, with whom Providence has gone forth in this great national controversy, and truly so devoutly do I hold by our excellent and victorious General Oliver, whom heaven long preserveth, that, were he to command me, I should not scruple to pluck forth of his high place the man whom they call Speaker, even as I lent a poor hand to pluck down the man whom they called King. Wherefore, as I know your judgment holdeth with mine on this matter, let me urge unto you lovingly that we may act as brethren, and build up the breaches, and re-establish the bulwarks of our English Zion, whereby we shall be doubtless chosen as pillars and buttresses under our excellent Lord General, for supporting and sustaining the same, and endowed with proper revenues, and incomes both spiritual and temporal, to serve as a pedestal on which we may stand, seeing that otherwise our foundation will be on the loose. Sand nevertheless continued, his mind again diverging from his views of temporal ambition into his visions of the fifth monarchy. These things are but vanity in respect of the opening of the book, which is sealed, for all things approach speedily towards lightning and thundering, and unloosing of the great dragon from the bottomless pit, wherein he is chained. With this mingled strain of earthly politics and fanatical prediction, Harrison so overpowered Colonel Everard as to leave him no time to urge him farther on the particular circumstances of his nocturnal skirmish, concerning which it is plain he had no desire to be interrogated. They now reached the lodge of Woodstock. Chapter the 15th. Now the wasted brands do glow, while the screech-hole sounding loud puts the wretch that lies in woe in remembrance of a shroud. Now it is the time of night, that the graves all gaping wide, every one lets out its sprite in the churchway paths to glide. Midsummer night's dream. Before the gate of the palace, the guards were now doubled. Everard demanded the reason of this from the corporal, whom he found in the hall with his soldiers sitting or sleeping around a great fire, maintained at the expense of the carved chairs and benches with fragments of which it was furnished. Why, verily, answered the man, the corpse de guard, as your worship says, will be harassed to pieces by such duty. Nevertheless, fear hath gone abroad among us, and no man will mount guard alone. We have drawn in, however, one or two of our outposts from Banbury and elsewhere, and we are to have a relief from Oxford tomorrow. Everard continued minute inquiries concerning the sentinels that were posted within as well as without the lodge, and found that as they had been stationed under the eye of Harrison himself, the rules of prudent discipline had been exactly observed in the distribution of the posts. There remained nothing therefore for Colonel Everard to do, but, remembering his own adventure of the evening, to recommend that an additional sentinel should be placed with a companion, if judged indispensable, in that vestibule or anteroom, from which the long gallery where he had met with the rencontre and other suites of apartments diverged. The corporal respectfully promised all obedience to his orders. The servingmen being called appeared also in double force. Everard demanded to know whether the commissioners had gone to bed, or whether he could get speech with them. They are in their bedroom, forsooth, replied one of the fellows, but I think they be not yet undressed. What, said Everard, are Colonel Desborough and Master Bletson both in the same sleeping apartment? Their honours have so chosen, it, said the man, and their honours' secretaries remain upon guard all night. It is the fashion to double guards all over the house, said Wildrake. Had I a glimpse of a tolerably good-looking housemaid, now I should know how to fall into the fashion. Peace, fool, said Everard, and where are the mayor and Master Holdenough? The mayor is returned to the borough on horseback behind the trooper who goes to Oxford for the reinforcement, and the man of the steeple house hath quartered himself in the chamber which Colonel Desborough had last night, being that in which he is most likely to meet their honour. Understands the Lord pity us, we are a harassed family. And where be General Harrison's knaves, said Tomkins, that they do not marshal him to his apartment? Here hareha, Master Tomkins, said three fellows pressing forward, with the same consternation on their faces, which seemed to pervade the whole inhabitants of Woodstock. Away with you, then, said Tomkins. Speak not to his worship, you see, he is not in the humour. Indeed, observed Colonel Everard, he looks singularly wan. His features seem writhen as by a palsy stroke, and though he was talking so fast while we came along, he hath not opened his mouth since we came to the light. It is his manner after such visitations, said Tomkins. Give his honour your arms, Zedekiah, and Jonathan to lead him off. I will follow instantly. You, Nicodemus Tari, to wait upon mate, is not well walking alone in this mansion. Master Tomkins, said Everard, I have heard of you often, as a sharp, intelligent man. Tell me fairly, are you in earnest afraid of anything supernatural haunting this house? I would be loth to run the chance, sir, said Tomkins very gravely. By looking on my worshipful master, you may form a guess how the living look after they have spoken with the dead. He bowed low, and took his leave. Everard proceeded to the chamber, which the two remaining commissioners had for comfort's sake chosen to inhabit in company. They were preparing for bed. As he went into their apartment, both started. As the door opened, both rejoiced, when they saw it was only Everard who entered. "Hark ye hither," said Bletson, pulling him aside. "Saw'st thou ever ass equal to Desperate? Fellow is as big as an ox, and as timorous as a sheep. He has insisted on my sleeping here to protect him. Shall we have a merry night, Aunt? Ha, we will, if thou wilt take the third bed, which was prepared for Harrison. But he is gone out like a mooncalf to look for the Valley of Armageddon in the park of Woodstock. General Harrison has returned with me, but now," said Everard. "Nay, but as I shall live, he comes not into our apartment," said Despereaux, overhearing his answer. "No man that has been supping for aught I know with the devil has a right to sleep among Christian folk." "He does not propose," so said Everard. "He sleeps, as I understand, apart and alone." "Not quite alone, I dare say," said Despereaux, "for Harrison hath a sort of attraction for goblins. They fly round him like moths about a candle. But, I prithee, good Everard, do thou stay with us. I know not how it is, but although thou hast not thy religion always in thy mouth, nor speakest many hard words about it like Harrison, or makest long preachments like a certain most honourable relation of mine, who shall be nameless, yet somehow I feel myself safer in thy company than with any of them. As for this Bletson, he is such a mere blasphemer that I fear the devil will carry him away ere morning." "Did you ever hear such a paltry coward?" said Bletson, apart to Everard du Tarry. "However, mine honoured colonel, I know your zeal to assist the distressed, and you see Despereaux is in that predicament that he will require near him more than one example to prevent him thinking of ghosts and fiends." "I am sorry I cannot oblige you, gentlemen," said Everard, "but I have settled my mind to sleep in Victor Lee's apartment, so I wish you good night, and if you would repose without disturbance, I would advise that you commend yourselves during the watches of the night to him, unto whom night is even as midday. I had intended to have spoke with you this evening on the subject of my being here, but I will defer the conference till tomorrow, when I think I will be able to show you excellent reasons for leaving Woodstock." "We have seen plenty such already," said Despereaux. "For one, I came here to serve the estate with some moderate advantage to myself for my trouble. But if I am set upon my head again tonight, as I was the night before, I would not stay longer to gain a king's crown, for I am sure my neck would be unfitted to bear the weight of it." "Good night," exclaimed Everard, and was about to go when Bletson again pressed close, and whispered to him, "Hark thee, Colonel, you know my friendship for thee. I do implore thee to leave the door of thy apartment open, that if thou meetest with any disturbance, I may hear thee call, and be with thee upon the very instant. Do this, dear Everard. My fears for thee will keep me awake else, for I know that notwithstanding your excellent sense, you entertain some of those superstitious ideas which we suck in with our mother's milk, and which constitute the ground of our fears in situations like the present. Therefore leave thy door open, if you love me, that you may have ready assistance from me in case of need." "My master," said Wildrake, "trusts first in his Bible, sir, and then in his good sword. He has no idea that the devil can be baffled by the charm of two men lying in one room, still less that the foul fiend can be argued out of existence by the nullifidians of the rota." Everard seized his imprudent friend by the collar and dragged him off, as he was speaking, keeping fast hold of him till they were both in the chamber of Victor Lee, where they had slept on a former occasion. Even then, he continued to hold Wildrake until the servant had arranged the lights and was dismissed from the room. Then, letting him go, addressed him with the upbraiding question, "Art thou not a prudent and sagacious person, who in times like these seekst every opportunity to argue yourself into a broil, or embroil yourself in an argument out on you?" "I out on me, indeed," said the Cavalier. "Out on me for a poor tame-spirited creature that submits to be bandied about in this manner by a man who is neither better born nor better bred than myself. I tell thee, Mark, you make an unfair use of your advantages over me. Why will you not let me go from you and live and die after my own fashion?" "Because before we had been a week separate, I should hear of your dying after the fashion of a dog. Come, my good friend, what madness was it in thee to fall foul on Harrison, and then to enter into useless argument with Bletson? Why, we are in the devil's house, I think, and I would willingly give the landlord his due, wherever I travel, to have sent him Harrison or Bletson, now just as a lunch to stop his appetite till Crom. Hush, stone walls have ears, said Everard, looking around him. Here stands thy night drink, look to thy arms, for we must be as careful, as if the avenger of blood were behind us. Yonder is thy bed, and I, as thou seest, have one prepared in the parlour. The door only divides us, which I will leave open in case thou shouldst holler for assistance, as yonder Nullifidian hath it. But how hast thou got all this so well put in order, good patron? I gave the steward Tomkins notice of my purpose to sleep here. A strange fellow, that, said Wildrake, and as I judge has taken measure of every one's footall, seems to pass through his hands. He is, I have understood, replied Everard, one of the men formed by the timeshers, a ready gift of preaching and expounding, which keeps him in high terms with the Independents, and recommends himself to the more moderate people by his intelligence and activity. Has his sincerity ever been doubted, said Wildrake? Never that I heard of, said the colonel. On the contrary, he has been familiarly called Honest Joe and Trusty Tomkins. For my part, I believe his sincerity has always kept pace with his interest. But come, finish thy cup, and to bed, what, all emptied at one draught. At succours, yes, me vow forbids me to make two on't, but never furth nightcap will only warm my brain, not clog it. So man or devil, give me notice, if you are disturbed, and rely on me in a twinkling. So saying, the Cavalier retreated into his separate apartment, and Colonel Everard, taking off the most cumbrous part of his dress, lay down in his hose and doublet, and composed himself to rest. He was awakened from sleep by a slow and solemn strain of music, which died away, as at a distance. He started up, and felt for his arms, which he found close beside him. His temporary bed being without curtains, he could look around him without difficulty. But as there remained in the chimney only a few red embers of the fire which he had arranged before, he went to sleep. It was impossible he could discern anything. He felt, therefore, in spite of his natural courage, that undefined and thrilling species of tremor which attends a sense that danger is near, and an uncertainty concerning its cause and character. Reluctant as he was to yield belief to supernatural occurrences, we have already said he was not absolutely incredulous, as perhaps even in this more skeptical age there are many fewer complete and absolute infidels on this particular than give themselves out for such. Uncertain whether he had not dreamed of these sounds, which seemed yet in his ears, he was unwilling to risk the raillery of his friend. By summoning him to his assistance, he sat up, therefore, in his bed, not without experiencing that nervous agitation to which brave men as well as cowards are subject, with this difference, that the one sinks under it like the vine under the hailstorm, and the other collects his energies to shake it off, as the cedar of Lebanon is said to elevate its boughs to disperse the snow which accumulates upon them. The story of Harrison, in his own absolute despite, and notwithstanding a secret suspicion which he had of trick or connivance, returned on his mind at this dead and solitary hour. Harrison, he remembered, had described the vision by a circumstance of its appearance different from that which his own remark had been calculated to suggest to the mind of the visionary. That bloody napkin, always pressed to the side, was then a circumstance present either to his bodily eye or to that of his agitated imagination. Did then the murdered revisit the living haunts of those who had forced them from the stage, with all their sins unaccounted for? And if they did, might not the same permission authorize other visitations of a similar nature to warn, to instruct, to punish? Rash are they, was his conclusion, and credulous who receive as truth every tale of the kind. But no less rash may it be to limit the power of the Creator over the works which he has made, and to suppose that, by the permission of the author of nature, the laws of nature may not in peculiar cases, and for high purposes, be temporarily suspended. While these thoughts passed through Everard's mind, feelings unknown to him, even when he stood first on the rough and perilous edge of battle, gained ground upon him. He feared he knew not what, and where an open and discernible peril would have drawn out his courage, the absolute uncertainty of his situation increased his sense of the danger. He felt an almost irresistible desire to spring from his bed and heap fuel on the dying embers, expecting by the blaze see some strange sight in his chamber. he was also strongly tempted to awaken Wildrake, but shame stronger than fear itself checked these impulses. What should it be thought that Markham Everard held one of the best soldiers who had drawn a sword in this sad war? Markham Everard, who had obtained such distinguished rank in the army of the Parliament, though so young in years, was afraid of remaining by himself in a twilight room at midnight. It never should be said. This was, however, no charm for his unpleasant current of thought. There rushed on his mind the various traditions of Victor Lee's chamber, which, though he had often despised them as vague, unauthenticated, and inconsistent rumors, engendered by ancient superstition and transmitted from generation to generation by loquacious credulity, had something in them which did not tend to allay the present unpleasant state of his nerves. Then, when he recollected the events of that very afternoon, the weapon pressed against his throat and the strong arm which threw him backward on the floor, if the remembrance served to contradict the idea of flitting phantoms and unreal daggers, it certainly induced him to believe that there was in some part of this extensive mansion a party of Cavaliers or malignants harbored who might arise in the night, overpower the guards, and execute upon them, all but on Harrison in particular, as one of the regicide judges, that vengeance which was so eagerly thirsted for by the attached followers of the slaughtered monarch. He endeavored to console himself on this subject by the number and position of the guards, yet still was dissatisfied with himself for not having taken yet more exact precautions, and for keeping an extorted promise of silence which might consign so many of his party to the danger of assassination. These thoughts, connected with his military duties, awakened another train of reflections. He bethought himself that all he could now do was to visit the sentries and ascertain that they were awake, alert, on the watch, and so situated that in time of need they might be ready to support each other. This better befits me, he thought, than to be here like a child frightening myself with the old woman's legend which I have laughed at when a boy. What? Although old Victor Lee was a sacrilegious man, as common report goes, and brewed ale in the font which he brought from the ancient palace of Holyrood, while church and building were in flames, and what although his eldest son was when a child scalded to death in the same vessel, how many churches have been demolished since his time, how many fonts desecrated, so many indeed, that with the vengeance of heaven to visit such aggressions in a supernatural manner, no corner in England, no, not the most petty parish church, but would have its apparition. Tush, these are idle fancies, unworthy especially to be entertained by those educated to believe that sanctity resides in the intention and the act, not in the buildings or fonts or the form of worship. As thus he called together the articles of his Calvinistic creed, the bell of the great clock, a token seldom silent in such narratives, tolled 3, and was immediately followed by the hoarse call of the sentinels through vault and gallery upstairs, and beneath, challenging and answering each other with the usual watchword "All's well." Their voices mingled with the deep boom of the bell, yet ceased before that was silent, and when they had died away the tingling echo of the prolonged knell was scarcely audible ere, yet that last distant tingling had finally subsided into silence. It seemed as if it again was awakened, and Everard could hardly judge at first whether a new echo had taken up the falling cadence, or whether some other and separate sound was disturbing anew the silence to which the deep knell had, as its voice ceased, consigned the ancient mansion and the woods around it. But the doubt was soon cleared up. The musical tones, which had mingled with the dying echoes of the knell, seemed at first to prolong and afterwards to survive them, a wild strain of melody beginning at a distance and growing louder as it advanced, seemed to pass from room to room, from cabinet to gallery, from hall to bower, through the deserted and dishonored ruins of the ancient residence of so many sovereigns, and as it approached no soldier gave alarm, nor did any of the numerous guests of various degrees, who spent an unpleasant and terrified night in that ancient mansion, seem to dare to announce to each other the inexplicable cause of apprehension. Everard's excited state of mind did not permit him to be so passive. The sounds approached so nigh that it seemed they were performing in the very next apartment a solemn service for the dead, when he gave the alarm by calling loudly to his trusty attendant and friend Wildrake, who slumbered in the next chamber with only a door betwixt them and even that ajar. Wildrake, up, dost thou not hear the alarm? There was no answer from Wildrake, though the musical sounds, which now rung through the apartment, as if the performers had actually been within its precincts, would have been sufficient to awaken a sleeping person, even without the shout of his comrade and patron. "Alarm Roger!" Wildrake Alarm again, called Everard, getting out of bed and grasping his weapons. "Get a light and cry alarm." There was no answer. His voice died away, as the sound of the music seemed also to die, and the same soft, sweet voice, which still to his thinking resembled that of Alice Lee, was heard in his apartment, and as he thought at no distance from him. "Your comrade will not answer," said the low, soft voice. "Those only hear the alarm whose consciences feel the call." "Again this mummery," said Everard. "I am better armed than I was of late," and but for the sound of that voice, the speaker had bought his trifling dear. It was singular, we may observe in passing, that the instant the distinct sounds of the human voice were heard by Everard, all idea of supernatural interference was at an end, and the charm by which he had been formerly fettered appeared to be broken. So much is the influence of imaginary or superstitious terror dependent, so far as respects strong judgments, at least upon what is vague or ambiguous, and so readily do distinct tones and express ideas bring such judgments back to the current of ordinary life. The voice returned answer, as addressing his thoughts as well as his words. "We laugh at the weapons thou thinkest should terrify us over the guardians of Woodstock. They have no power. Fire, if thou wilt, and try the effect of thy weapons. But no, it is not our purpose to harm thee. Thou art of a falcon breed, and noble in thy disposition, though unreclaimed and ill-nurtured. Thou hauntest with kites and carrion crows. Wing thy flight from hence on the morrow. For if thou tarriest with the bats, owls, vultures, and ravens, which have thought to nestle here, thou wilt inevitably share their fate. Away then, that these halls may be swept and garnished for the reception of those who have a better right to inhabit them." Everard answered in a raised voice once more, "I warn you, think not to defy me in vain. I am no child to be frightened by goblins' tales, and no coward, armed as I am, to be alarmed at the threats of banditti. If I give you a moment's indulgence, it is for the sake of dear and misguided friends who may be concerned with this dangerous gamble. No, I can bring a troop of soldiers round the castle who will search its most inward recesses for the author of this audacious frolic, and if that search should fail, it will cost but a few barrels of gunpowder to make the mansion a heap of ruins and bury under them the authors of such an ill-judged pastime." "You speak proudly, Sir Colonel," said another voice, similar to that harsher and stronger tone by which he had been addressed in the gallery. "Try your courage in this direction." "You should not dare me twice," said Colonel Everard. "Had I a glimpse of light to take aim by." As he spoke, a sudden gleam of light was thrown with a brilliancy which almost dazzled the speaker, showing distinctly a form somewhat resembling that of Victor Lee as represented in his picture, holding in one hand a lady completely veiled, and in the other his leading staff or truncheon. Both figures were animated, and as it appeared standing within 6 feet of him. "Were it not for the woman," said Everard, "I would not be thus mortally dared." "Spare not for the female form, but do your worst," replied the same voice. "I defy you." "Repeat your defiance when I have counted thrice," said Everard, "and take the punishment of your insolence. Once I have cocked my pistol, twice I never missed my aim. By all that is sacred I fire. If you do not withdraw, when I pronounce the next number, I will shoot you dead. Where you stand I am yet unwilling to shed blood. I give you another chance of flight and set thrice." Everard aimed at the bosom and discharged his pistol. The figure waved its arm in an attitude of scorn, and a loud laugh arose, during which the light, as gradually growing weaker, danced and glimmered upon the apparition of the aged knight, and then disappeared. Everard's lifeblood ran cold to his heart. Had he been of human mould, he thought the bullet must have pierced him, but I have neither will nor power to fight with supernatural beings. The feeling of oppression was now so strong as to be actually sickening. He groped his way, however, to the fireside, and flung on the embers, which were yet gleaming, a handful of dry fuel. It presently blazed, and afforded him light to see the room in every direction. He looked cautiously, almost timidly, around, and half expected some horrible phantom to become visible, but he saw nothing save the old furniture, the reading desk, and other articles which had been left in the same state as when Sir Henry Lee departed. he felt an uncontrollable desire, mingled with much repugnance, to look at the portrait of the ancient knight, which the form he had seen so strongly resembled. He hesitated betwixt the opposing feelings, but at length snatched, with desperate resolution, the taper which he had extinguished, and relighted it. Ere the blaze of the fuel had again died away, he held it up to the ancient portrait of Victor Lee, and gazed on it with eager curiosity, not unmingled with fear. Almost the childish terrors of his earlier days returned, and he thought the severe pale eye of the ancient warrior followed his, and menaced him with its displeasure. And although he quickly argued himself out of such an absurd belief, yet the mixed feelings of his mind were expressed in words that seemed half addressed to the ancient portrait. "Soul of my mother's ancestor," he said, "be it for weal or for woe, by designing men or by supernatural beings, that these ancient halls are disturbed, I am resolved to leave them on the morrow." "I rejoice to hear it with all my soul," said a voice behind him. He turned, saw a tall figure in white, with a sort of turban upon its head, and dropping the candle in the exertion, instantly grappled with it. "Thou at least art palpable," he said. "Palpable," answered he whom he grasped so strongly as death. "Methinks you might know that without the risk of choking me, and if you loose me not, I'll show you that two can play at the game of wrestling." "Roger Wildrake," said Everard, letting the Cavalier loose, and stepping back. "Roger Wildrake, I truly, did you take me for Roger Bacon, come to help you raise the devil, for the place smells of sulphur consumedly. It is the pistol I fired, did you not hear it?" "Why, yes, it was the first thing waked me, for that nightcap which I pulled on made me sleep like a dormouse. Sure, I feel my brains giddy with it yet." "And wherefore came you not on the instant? I never needed help more." "I came as fast as I could," answered Wildrake, "but it was some time ere I got my senses collected, for I was dreaming of that cursed field at Naseby, and then the door of my room was shut and hard to open, till I played the locksmith with my foot." "How it was open when I went to bed," said Everard. "It was locked when I came out of bed, though," said Wildrake, "and I marvel you heard me not when I forced it open." "My mind was occupied otherwise," said Everard. "Well," said Wildrake, "but what has happened here? Am I bolt upright and ready to fight if this yawning fit will give me leave? Mother Redcap's mightiest is weaker than I drank last night by a bushel to a barleycorn. I have quaffed the very elixir of malt hayo." "And some opiate besides, I should think," said Everard. Very likeless, then the pistol shot would not waken me, even me who, with but an ordinary grace cup, sleep as lightly as a maiden on the 1st of May, when she watches for the earliest beam to go to gather dew. But what are you about to do next?" "Nothing," answered Everard. "Nothing," said Wildrake, in surprise. "I speak it," said Colonel Everard, "less for your information than for that of others who may hear me, that I will leave the lodge this morning, and if it is possible, remove the commissioners." "Hark," said Wildrake, "do you not hear some noise like the distant sound of the applause of a theatre? The goblins of the place rejoice in your departure." "I shall leave Woodstock," said Everard, "to the occupation of my uncle Sir Henry Lee, and his family, if they choose to resume it. Not that I am frightened into this as a concession to the series of artifices which have been played off on this occasion, but solely because such was my intention from the beginning. But let me warn," he added, raising his voicelet, "me warn the parties concerned in this combination, that though it may pass off successfully on a fool like Desborough, a visionary like Harrison, a coward like Bletson." Here a voice distinctly spoke, as standing near Thema, a wise, moderate, and resolute person like Colonel Everard. "By heaven," the voice came from the picture, said Wildrake, drawing his sword, "I will pink his plated armor for him." "Offer no violence," said Everard, startled at the interruption, but resuming with firmness what he was saying, "let those engaged be aware that however this string of artifices may be immediately successful, it must, when closely looked into, be attended with the punishment of all concerned, the total demolition of Woodstock, and the irremediable downfall of the family of Ley. Let all concerned think of this, and desist in time." He paused and almost expected a reply, but none such came. "It is a very odd thing," said Wildrake, "beauty o' me brain cannot compass it just now. It whirls round like a toast in in a bowl of muscadine. I must sit down here and discuss it at leisure. Gramercy, good elbow chair. So saying, he threw himself, or rather sank gradually, down on a large easy-chair, which had been often pressed by the weight of stout Sir Henry Lee, and in an instant was sound asleep. Everard was far from feeling the same inclination for slumber, yet his mind was relieved of the apprehension of any farther visitation that night, for he considered his treaty to evacuate Woodstock as made known to, and accepted in all probability, by those whom the intrusion of the commissioners had induced to take such singular measures for expelling them. His opinion, which had for a time bent towards a belief in something supernatural in the disturbances, had now returned to the more rational mode of accounting for them by dexterous combination, for which such a mansion as Woodstock afforded so many facilities. He heaped the hearth with fuel, lighted the candle, and examining poor Wildrake's situation, adjusted him as easily in the chair as he could. The Cavalier, stirring his limbs, no more than an infant, his situation went far in his patron's opinion to infer trick and confederacy for ghosts. Have no occasion to drug men's possets. He threw himself on the bed, and while he thought these strange circumstances over, a sweet and low strain of music stole through the chamber, the words "Good night, good night, good night," thrice repeated each time in a softer and more distant tone, seeming to assure him that the goblins and he were at truce, if not at peace, and that he had no more disturbance to expect that night. He had scarcely the courage to call out a good night, for after all his conviction of the existence of a trick, it was so well performed as to bring with it a feeling of fear, just like what an audience experience during the performance of a tragic scene which they know to be unreal, and which yet affects their passions by its near approach to nature. Sleep overtook him at last, and left him not till broad daylight on the ensuing morning. Chapter the 16th. And yonder shines Aurora's harbinger, at whose approach ghosts, wandering here and there, troop home to churchyard. Midsummer night's dream. With the fresh air and the rising of morning, every feeling of the preceding night had passed away from Colonel Everard's mind, excepting wonder how the effects which he had witnessed could be produced. He examined the whole room, sounding bolt, floor, and wainscot with his knuckles and cane, but was unable to discern any secret passages, while the door secured by a strong crossbolt, and the lock besides remained as firm as when he had fastened it on the preceding evening. Apparition resembling Victor Lee next called his attention. Ridiculous stories had been often circulated of this figure, or one exactly resembling it, having been met with by night among the waste apartments and corridors of the old palace, and Markham Everard had often heard such in his childhood. He was angry to recollect his own deficiency of courage and the thrill which he felt on the preceding night, when by confederacy doubtless such an object was placed before his eyes. Surely, he said, this fit of childish folly could not make me miss my aim. More likely that the bullet had been withdrawn clandestinely from the pistol. He examined that which was undischarged, found the bullet in it. He investigated the apartment opposite to the point at which he had fired, and at 5 feet from the floor, in a direct line between the bedside and the place where the appearance had been seen, a pistol ball had recently buried itself in the wainscot. He had little doubt, therefore, that he had fired in a just direction, and indeed to have arrived at the place where it was lodged. The bullet must have passed through the appearance at which he aimed, and proceeded point-blank to the wall beyond. This was mysterious, and induced him to doubt whether the art of witchcraft or conjuration had not been called in to assist the machinations of those daring conspirators, who being themselves mortal might nevertheless, according to the universal creed of the times, have invoked and obtained assistance from the inhabitants of another world. His next investigation respected the picture of Victor Lee itself. He examined it minutely as he stood on the floor before it, and compared its pale, shadowy, faintly traced outlines, its faded colors, the stern repose of the eye, and death-like pallidness of the countenance, with its different aspect on the preceding night, when illuminated by the artificial light which fell full upon it, while it left every other part of the room in comparative darkness. The features seemed then to have an unnatural glow, while the rising and falling of the flame in the chimney gave the head and limbs something which resembled the appearance of actual motion. Now seen by day, it was a mere picture of the hard and ancient school of Holbein. Last night, it seemed for the moment something more determined to get to the bottom of this contrivance. If possible, Everard, by the assistance of a table and chair, examined the portrait still more closely, and endeavored to ascertain the existence of any private spring by which it might be slipped aside, a contrivance not unfrequent in ancient buildings, which usually abounded with means of access and escape, communicated to none but the lords of the castle or their immediate confidants. But the panel on which Victor Lee was painted was firmly fixed in the wainscoting of the apartment of which it made a part, and the colonel satisfied himself that it could not have been used for the purpose which he had suspected. He next aroused his faithful Squire Wildrake, who, notwithstanding his deep share of the blessedness of sleep, had scarce even yet got rid of the effects of the grace cup of the preceding evening. It was the reward, according to his own view of the matter, of his temperance, one single draught, having made him sleep more late and more sound than a matter of half a dozen, or from thence to a dozen pulls, would have done, when he was guilty of the enormity of reresuppers one, and of drinking deep after them. Had your temperate draught, said Everard, been but a thought more strongly seasoned, Wildrake, thou hadst slept so sound that the last trump only could have waked thee. And then answered Wildrake, I should have waked with a headache, Mark, for I see my modest sip has not exempted me from that epilogue. But let us go forth and see how the night, which we have passed so strangely, has been spent by the rest of them. I suspect they are all right willing to evacuate Woodstock, unless they have either rested better than we, or at least been more lucky in lodgings. In that case, I will dispatch thee down to Jocelyn's hut to negotiate the re-entrance of Sir Henry Lee and his family into their old apartments, where my interest with the general being joined with the indifferent repute of the place itself, I think they have little chance of being disturbed either by the present or by any new commissioners. But how are they to defend themselves against the fiends, my gallant colonel? Said Wildrake. Methinks, had I an interest in yonder pretty girl, such as thou dost boast, I should be loth to expose her to the terrors of a residence at Woodstock, where these devils, I beg their pardon, for I suppose they hear every word we say. These merry goblins make such gay work from twilight till morning. My dear Wildrake, said the colonel, I as well as you believe it possible that our speech may be overheard, but I care not, and will speak my mind plainly. I trust Sir Henry and Alice are not engaged in this silly plot. I cannot reconcile it with the pride of the one, the modesty of the other, nor the good sense of both, that any motive could engage them in so strange a conjunction. But the fiends are all of your own political persuasion, Wildrake, all true blue Cavaliers, and I am convinced that Sir Henry and Alice Lee, though they be unconnected with them, have not the slightest cause to be apprehensive of their goblin machinations. Besides, Sir Henry and Jocelyn must know every corner about the place. It will be far more difficult to play off any ghostly machinery upon him than upon strangers. But let us to our toilet, and when water and brush have done their work, we will inquire what is next to be done. Nay, that wretched Puritan's garb of mine is hardly worth brushing, said Wildrake, and but for this hundredweight of rusty iron with which thou hast bedizened me, I look more like a bankrupt Quaker than anything else, but ill make you as spruce as ever was a canting rogue of your party. So saying, and humming at the same time the Cavalier tune, though for a time we see Whitehall, with cobwebs hung around the wall, yet heaven shall make amends for all, when the king shall enjoy his own again. Thou forgettest who are without, said Colonel Everard. No, I remember who are within, replied his friend. I only sing to my merry goblins, who will like me all the better for it. Tush, man, the devils are my bonos socios, and when I see them, I will warrant they prove such roaring boys as I knew when I served under Lunford, and goring fellows with long nails, that nothing escaped bottomless stomachs, that nothing filled mad for pillaging, ranting, drinking and fighting, sleeping rough on the trenches, and dying stubbornly in their boots. Ah, those merry days are gone well. It is the fashion to make a grave face on't among Cavaliers, and specially the parsons that have lost their tither-pigs. But I was fitted for the element of the time, and never did, or can desire merrier days than I had during that same barbarous, bloody, and unnatural rebellion. Thou wert ever a wild sea-bird, Roger, even according to your name, liking the gale better than the calm, the boisterous ocean better than the smooth lake, and your rough wild struggle against the wind than daily food, ease, and quiet. Sure a fig for your smooth lake, and your old woman to feed me with brewer's grains, and the poor drake obliged to come swattering. Whenever she whistles Everard, I like to feel the wind rustle against my pinion snow, diving now on the crest of the wave, now in ocean, now in sky. That is the Wildrake's joy, my grave one. And in the Civil War, so it went with us down in one county up, in another beaten, today victorious, tomorrow no, starving in some barren leaguer no, revelling in a Presbyterian's pantry, his cellars his playteckist, his old judicial thumbering his pretty serving wench, all at command. Hush, friend, said Everard, remember, I hold that persuasion more the pity, mark more the pity, said Wildrake. But as you say, it is needless talking of it. Let us e'en go and see how your Presbyterian pastor Mr. Holdenough has fared, and whether he has proved more able to foil the foul fiend than have you his disciple and auditor. They left the apartment accordingly, and were overwhelmed with the various incoherent accounts of sentinels, and others, all of whom had seen or heard something extraordinary in the course of the night. It is needless to describe particularly the various rumors, which each contributed to the common stock, with the greater alacrity, that in such cases there seems always to be a sort of disgrace in not having seen or suffered as much as others. The most moderate of the narrators only talked of sounds like the mewing of a cat or the growling of a dog, especially the squeaking of a pig they heard also as if it had been nails driven and saws used, and the clashing of fetters, and the rustling of silk gowns, and the notes of music, and in short all sorts of sounds which have nothing to do with each other. Others swore they had smelt savours of various kinds, chiefly bituminous, indicating a satanic derivation. Others did not indeed swear, but protested to visions of men in armour, horses without heads, asses with horns, and cows with 6 legs, not to mention black figures, whose cloven hoofs gave plain information what realm they belonged to. But these strongly attested cases of nocturnal disturbances among the sentinels had been so general as to prevent alarm and succour on any particular point, so that those who were on duty called in vain on the corps-de-garde, who were trembling on their own post, and an alert enemy might have done complete execution on the whole garrison. But amid this general alert, no violence appeared to be meant, and annoyance, not injury, seemed to have been the goblin's object, excepting in the case of one poor fellow, a trooper who had followed Harrison in half his battles, and now was sentinel in that very vestibule upon which Everard had recommended them to mount a guard. He had presented his carabine at something which came suddenly upon him when it was rested out his hands, and he himself knocked down with the butt end of it his broken head, and the drenched bedding of Desparrow, upon whom a tub of ditchwater had been emptied during his sleep, were the only pieces of real evidence to attest the disturbances of the night. The reports from Harrison's apartment were as delivered by the grave Master Tomkins, that truly the general had passed the night undisturbed, though there was still upon him a deep sleep, and a folding of the hands to slumber, from which Everard argued that the machinators had esteemed Harrison's part of the reckoning sufficiently paid off on the preceding evening. He then proceeded to the apartment doubly garrisoned by the worshipful Desparrow and the philosophical Bletson. They were both up and dressing themselves, the former open-mouthed in his feeling of fear and suffering. Indeed, no sooner had Everard entered than the ducked and dismayed colonel made a dismal complaint of the way he had spent the night, and murmured not a little against his worshipful kinsman for imposing a task upon him which inferred so much annoyance. Could not his excellency, my kinsman Noel, he said, have given his poor relative and brother-in-law a sop somewhere else than out of this Woodstock, which seems to be the devil's own porridge-pot? I cannot sup broth with the devil. I have no long spoonot Roman one. Could he not have quartered me in some quiet corner, and given this haunted place to some of his preachers and prayers who know the Bible as well as the muster roll, whereas I know the 4 hoofs of a clean-going nag, or the points of a team of oxen, better than all the books of Moses? But I will give it over at once, and for ever hopes of earthly gain shall never make me run the risk of being carried away bodily by the devil, besides being set upon my head one whole night, and soused with ditchwater the next. No, I am too wise for that. Master Bletson had a different part to act. He complained of no personal annoyances. On the contrary, he declared he should have slept as well as ever he did in his life, but for the abominable disturbances around him of men calling to arms every half hour, when so much as a cat trotted by one of their posts, he would rather, he said, have slept among a whole Sabaoth of witches, if such creatures could be found. Then you think there are no such things as apparitions, Master Bletson, said Everard. I used to be skeptical on the subject, but on my life tonight has been a strange one. Dreams, 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 my simple colonel, said Bletson, though his pale face and shaking limbs belied the assumed courage with which he spoke. Old Chaucer, sir, hath told us the real moral on't. He was an old frequenter of the forest of Woodstock here. Chaser, said Desborough, some huntsman belike by his name. Does he walk like Hearn at Windsor? Chaucer, said Bletson, my dear Desborough, is one of those wonderful fellows, as Colonel Everard knows, who live many 100 years after they are buried, and whose words haunt our ears after their bones are long mouldered in the dust. Aye, well, answered Desborough, to whom this description of the old poet was unintelligible. I for one desire his room, rather than his company, one of your conjurers, I warrant him. But what says he to the matter? Only a slight spell, which I will take the freedom to repeat to Colonel Everard, said Bletson, but which would be as bad as Greek to the Desborough. Old Geoffrey lays the whole blame of our nocturnal disturbance on superfluity of humours, which causen folk to dread in their dreams, of arrows and of fire with red gleams, right as the humour of melancholy causeth many a man in sleep to cry, for fear of great bulls and bears black, and others that black devils will them take. While he was thus declaiming, Everard observed a book sticking out from beneath the pillow of the bed lately occupied by the honourable member. Is that Chaucer? He said, making to the volume. I would like to look at the passage. Chaucer, said Bletson, hastening to interfere. Not that is Lucretius, my darling Lucretius. I cannot let you see it. I have some private marks. But by this time Everard had the book in his hand. Lucretius, he said, no, Master Bletson, this is not Lucretius, but a fitter comforter in dread or in danger. Why should you be ashamed of it? Only, Bletson, instead of resting your head, if you can but anchor your heart upon this volume, it may serve you in better stead than Lucretius or Chaucer either. Why, what book is it? Said Bletson, his pale cheek colouring with the shame of detection. Oh, the Bible, throwing it down contemptuously. Some book of my fellow Gibans. These Jews have been always superstitious ever, since Juvenal's time, thou knowest. Qualiacunc voles, Judi somnia vendunt. He left me the old book for spell. I warrant you for tease, a well-meaning fool. He would scarce have left the New Testament, as well as the Old, said Everard. Come, my dear Bletson, do not be ashamed of the wisest thing you ever did in your life, supposing you took your Bible in an hour of apprehension, with a view to profit by the contents. Bletson's vanity was so much galled that it overcame his constitutional cowardice. His little thin fingers quivered for eagerness, his neck and cheeks were as red as scarlet, and his articulation was as thick and vehement, in short, as if he had been no philosopher. Master Everard, he said, you are a man of the sword, sir, and sir, you seem to suppose yourself entitled to say whatever comes into your mind with respect to civilians, sir. But I would have you remember, sir, that there are bounds beyond which human patience may be urged, sir, and jests, which no man of honour will endure, sir, and therefore I expect an apology for your present language, Colonel Everard, and this unmannerly jesting, sirrah, you may chance to hear from me in a way that will not please you. Everard could not help smiling at this explosion of valour engendered by irritated self-love. Look you, Master Bletson, he said, I have been a soldier, that is true, but I was never a bloody-minded one, and as a Christian I am unwilling to enlarge the kingdom of darkness by sending a new vassal thither before his time. If heaven gives you time to repent, I see no reason why my hand should deprive you of it, which were we to have a rencontre, would be your fate in the thrust of a sword or the pulling of trigger. I therefore prefer to apologize, and I call Desborough, if he has recovered his wits, to bear evidence that I do apologize for having suspected you, who are completely the slave of your own vanity, of any tendency, however slight, towards grace or good sense. And I farther apologize for the time that I have wasted in endeavoring to wash an Ethiopian white, or in recommending rational inquiry to a self-willed atheist. Bletson, overjoyed at the turn the matter had taken, for the defiance was scarce out of his mouth, ere he began to tremble for the consequences, answered, with great eagerness and servility of manner, nay, dearest Colonel, say no more of it. An apology is all that is necessary among men of honor. It neither leaves dishonor with him who asks it, nor infers degradation on him who makes it. Not such an apology as I have made, I trust, said the Colonel. No, not in the least, answered Bletson. An apology serves me just as well as another, and Desparrow will bear witness you have made one, and that is all there can be said on the subject. Master Desparrow and you, rejoined the Colonel, will take care how the matter is reported, I dare say, and I only recommend to both that if mentioned at all it may be told correctly. Nay, we will not mention it at all, said Bletson. We will forget it from this moment. Only never suppose me capable of superstitious weakness. Had I been afraid of an apparent and real danger, such fear is natural to man, and I will not deny that the mood of mind may have happened to me as well as to others, but to be thought capable of resorting to spells and sleeping with books under my pillow to secure myself against ghosts, and my word, it was enough to provoke one to quarrel for the moment with his very best friend. And now, Colonel, what is to be done? And how is our duty to be executed at this accursed place? If I should get such a wetting as Desparrow's, why, I should die of catarrh, though you see it hurts him no more than a bucket of water thrown over a post-horse. You are, I presume, a brother in our commission. How are you of opinion we should proceed? Why, in good time, here comes Harrison, said Everard, and I will lay my commission from the Lord General before you all, which, as you see, Colonel Desparrow commands you to desist from acting on your present authority, and intimates his pleasure accordingly that you withdraw from this place. Desparrow took the paper and examined the signature. It is Noel's signature, sure enough, said he, dropping his underjaw only every time of late. He has made the Oliver as large as a giant, while the Cromwell creeps after like a dwarf, as if the surname were like to disappear one of these days altogether. But is His Excellency our kinsman Noel Cromwell, since he has the surname, yet so unreasonable as to think his relations and friends are to be set upon their heads till they have the crick in their neck, drenched, as if they had been plunged in a horseman, frightened day and night by all sort of devils, witches, and fairies, and get not a penny of smart money. Adzooks, forgive me for swearing. If that's the case, I had better home to my farm and mind team and herd than dangle after such a thankless person, though I have wived his sister. She was poor enough when I took her for as high as Noel holds his head now. It is not my purpose, said Bletson, to stir debate in this honorable meeting, and no one will doubt the veneration and attachment which I bear to our noble general, whom the current of events and his own matchless qualities of courage and constancy have raised so high in these deplorable days. If I were to term him a direct and immediate emanation of the animus mundi itself, something which nature had produced in her proudest hour, while exerting herself, as is her law, for the preservation of the creatures to whom she has given existence, should scarce exhaust the ideas which I entertain of him, always protesting that I am by no means to be held as admitting, but merely as granting for the sake of argument, the possible existence of that species of emanation or exhalation from the animus mundi of which I have made mention. I appeal to you, Colonel Desparrow, who are His Excellency's relation to you, Colonel Everard, who hold the dearer title of his friend, whether I have overrated my zeal in his behalf. Everard bowed at this pause, but Desparrow gave a more complete authentication. Nay, I can bear witness to that. I have seen when you were willing to tie his points, or brush his cloak, or the like, and to be treated thus ungratefully and gudgeoned of the opportunities which had been given you. It is not for that, said Bletson, waving his hand gracefully. You do me wrong, Master Desparrow, you do indeed, kind sir, although I know you meant it not. No, sir, no partial consideration of private interest prevailed on me to undertake this charge. It was conferred on me by the Parliament of England, in whose name this war commenced, and by the Council of State, who are the conservators of England's liberty, and the chance and serene hope of serving the country, the confidence that e'en you, Master Desparrow, and you, worthy General Harrison, superior, as I am to all selfish considerations, stow, which I am sure you also, good Colonel Everard, would be superior, had you been named in this commission, as I would to heaven you had. I say the hope of serving the country with the aid of such respectable associates, one and all of them as well as you. Colonel Everard, supposing you to have been of the number, induced me to accept of this opportunity, whereby I might gratuitously, with your assistance, render so much advantage to our dear mother, the Commonwealth of England. Such was my hope, me trust, me confidence, and now comes my Lord General's warrant to dissolve the authority by which we are entitled to act. Gentlemen, I ask this honorable meeting, with all respect to His Excellency, whether his commission be paramount to that from which he himself directly holds his commission. No one will say so. I ask whether he has climbed into the seat from which the late man descended, or hath a great seal or means to proceed by prerogative. In such a case, I cannot see reason to believe it, and therefore I must resist such doctrine. I am, in your judgment, my brave and honorable colleagues. But touching my own poor opinion, I feel myself under the unhappy necessity of proceeding in our commission, as if the interruption had not taken place, with this addition, that the Board of Sequestrators should sit by day at this same lodge of Woodstock, but that to reconcile the minds of weak brethren who may be afflicted by superstitious rumors, as well as to avoid any practice on our persons by the malignants who, I am convinced, are busy in this neighborhood, we should remove our sittings after sunset to the George Inn in the neighboring borough. Good Master Bletson, replied Colonel Everard, it is not for me to reply to you, but you may know in what characters this army of England and their general write their authority. I fear me the annotation on this precept of the general will be expressed by the march of a troop of horse from Oxford. To see it executed, I believe there are orders out for that effect, and you know by late experience that the soldier will obey his general equally against king and parliament. That obedience is conditional, said Harrison, starting fiercely up. Knowst thou not, Markham Everard, that I have followed the man Cromwell as close as the bulldog follows his master, and so I will yet, but I am no spaniel either to be beaten, or to have the food I have earned snatched from me as if I were a vile cur whose wages are a whipping and free leave to wear my own skin. I looked amongst the three of us that we might honestly and piously, and with advantage to the Commonwealth, have gained out of this commission 3 or it may be £5,000, and does Cromwell imagine I will part with it for a rough word? No man goeth a warfare on his own charges. He that serves the altar must live by the altar, and the saints must have means to provide them with good harness and fresh horses against the unsealing and the pouring forth. Does Cromwell think I am so much of a tame tiger as to permit him to rend from me at pleasure the miserable dole he hath thrown me? Of a surety I will resist, and the men who are here being chiefly of my own regiment, men who wait, and who expect with lamps burning and loins girded, and each one his weapon bound upon his thigh, will aid me to make this house good against every assault, even against Cromwell himself, until the latter coming Sela. And I said Disborough will levy troops, and protect your outquarters, not choosing at present to close myself up in garrison. And I said Bletson will do my part, and hie me to town, and lay the matter before Parliament, arising in my place for that effect. Everard was little moved by all these threats. The only formidable one, indeed, was that of Harrison, whose enthusiasm joined with his courage and obstinacy and character among the fanatics of his own principles, made him a dangerous enemy. Before trying any arguments with the refractory Major General, Everard endeavored to moderate his feelings, and threw something in about the late disturbances. Talk not to me of supernatural disturbances, young man, talk not to me of enemies in the body or out of the body. Am I not the champion chosen and commissioned to encounter and to conquer the great dragon and the beast which cometh out of the sea? Am I not to command the left wing and 2 regiments of the centre, when the saints shall encounter with the countless legions of Gog and Magog? I tell thee that my name is written on the sea of glass mingled with fire, and that I will keep this place of Woodstock against all mortal men, and against all devils, whether in field or chamber, in the forest or in the meadow, even till the saints reign in the fullness of their glory. Everard saw it was then time to produce 2 or 3 lines under Cromwell's hand, which he had received from the general subsequently to the communication through Wildrake. The information they contained was calculated to allay the disappointment of the commissioners. This document assigned as the reason of superseding the Woodstock Commission that he should probably propose to the Parliament to require the assistance of General Harrison, Colonel Desborough, and Master Bletson, the honourable member for Littlefaith, in a much greater matter, namely the disposing of the royal property and disparking of the King's forest at Windsor. So soon as this idea was started, all parties pricked up their ears, and their drooping and gloomy and vindictive looks began to give place to courteous smiles, and to a cheerfulness which laughed in their eyes and turned their moustaches upwards. Colonel Desborough acquitted his right honourable and excellent cousin and kinsman of all species of unkindness. Master Bletson discovered that the interest of the state was trebly concerned in the good administration of Windsor more than in that of Woodstock, as, for Harrison, he exclaimed without disguise or hesitation that the gleaning of the grapes of Windsor was better than the vintage of Woodstock, thus speaking the glance of his dark eye expressed as much triumph in the proposed earthly advantage, as if it had not been according to his vain persuasion to be shortly exchanged for his share in the general reign of the millennium. His delight, in short, resembled the joy of an eagle who preys upon a lamb in the evening, with not the less relish, because she descries in the distant landscape 100,000 men about to join battle with daybreak, and to give her an endless feast on the hearts and lifeblood of the valiant. Yet though all agreed that they would be obedient to the general's pleasure in this matter, Bletson proposed as a precautionary measure, in which all agreed that they should take up their abode for some time in the town of Woodstock, to wait for their new commissions respecting Windsor, and this, upon the prudential consideration that it was best not to slip one knot until another was first tied. Each commissioner therefore wrote to Oliver individually, stating in his own way the depth and height, length and breadth of his attachment to him. Each expressed himself resolved to obey the general's injunctions to the uttermost, but with the same scrupulous devotion to the Parliament, each found himself at a loss how to lay down the commission entrusted to them by that body, and therefore felt bound, in conscience, to take up his residence at the borough of Woodstock, that he might not seem to abandon the charge committed to them, until they should be called to administrate the weightier matter of Windsor, to which they expressed their willingness instantly to devote themselves according to His Excellency's pleasure. This was the general style of their letters, varied by the characteristic flourishes of the writers. Desborough, for example, said something about the religious duty of providing for one's own household. Only, he blundered the text. Bletson wrote long and big words about the political obligation incumbent on every member of the community, on every person, to sacrifice his time and talents to the service of his country, while Harrison talked of the littleness of present affairs in comparison of the approaching tremendous change of all things beneath the sun. But although the garnishing of the various epistles was different, the result came to the same, that they were determined, at least, to keep sight of Woodstock until they were well assured of some better and more profitable commission. Everard also wrote a letter in the most grateful terms to Cromwell, which would probably have been less warm had he known more distinctly than his follower chose to tell him the expectation under which the wily general had granted his request. He acquainted His Excellency with his purpose of continuing at Woodstock, partly to assure himself of the motions of the three commissioners, and to watch whether they did not again enter upon the execution of the trust which they had for the present renounced, and partly to see that some extraordinary circumstances which had taken place in the lodge, and which would doubtless transpire, were not followed by any explosion to the disturbance of the public peace. He knew, as he expressed himself, that His Excellency was so much the friend of order that he would rather disturbances or insurrections were prevented than punished, and he conjured the general to repose confidence in his exertions for the public service by every mode within his power, not aware, it will be observed, in what peculiar sense his general pledge might be interpreted. These letters, being made up into a packet, were forwarded to Windsor by a trooper detached on that errand. Chapter the 17th. We do that in our zeal. Our calmer moments are afraid to answer. Anonymous. While the commissioners were preparing to remove themselves from the lodge to the inn at the borough of Woodstock, with all that state and bustle which attend the movements of great persons, and especially of such to whom greatness is not entirely familiar, Everard held some colloquy with the Presbyterian clergyman, Master Holdenough, who had issued from the apartment which he had occupied, as it were in defiance of the spirits, by whom the mansion was supposed to be disturbed, and whose pale cheek and pensive brow gave token that he had not passed the night more comfortably than the other inmates of the lodge of Woodstock. Colonel Everard, having offered to procure the reverend gentleman some refreshment, received this reply this day: "Shall I not taste food saving that which we are assured of as sufficient for our sustenance, where it is promised that our bread shall be given us, and our water shall be sure? Not that I fast in the papistical opinion that it adds to those merits, which are but an accumulation of filthy rags, but because I hold it needful that no grosser sustenance should this day cloud my understanding or render less pure and vivid the thanks I owe to heaven for a most wonderful preservation." "Master Holdenough," said Everard, "you are, I know, both a good man and a bold one, and I saw you last night courageously go upon your sacred duty when soldiers and tried ones seemed considerably alarmed." "Too courageous to venturous," was Master Holdenough's reply, the boldness of whose aspect seemed completely to have died away. "We are frail creatures, Master Everard, and frailest when we think ourselves strongest. O Colonel Everard," he added after a pause, and as if the confidence was partly involuntary, "I have seen that which I shall never survive." "You surprise me, reverend sir," said Everard. "May I request you will speak more plainly? I have heard some stories of this wild night, nay, have witnessed strange things myself, but methinks I would be much interested in knowing the nature of your disturbance." "Sir," said the clergyman, "you are a discreet gentleman, and though I would not willingly that these heretics, schismatics, Brownists, Muggletonians, Anabaptists, and so forth had such an opportunity of triumph as my defeat in this matter would have afforded them, yet with you who have been ever a faithful follower of our church, and are pledged to the good cause by the great National League and Covenant, surely I would be more open. Sit we down therefore, and let me call for a glass of pure water, for as yet I feel some bodily faltering, though I thank heaven I am in mind resolute and composed as a merely mortal man may after such a vision. They say, worthy colonel, that looking on such things foretells or causes speedy death. I know not if it be true, but if so, I only depart like the tired sentinel when his officer releases him from his post, and glad shall I be to close these wearied eyes against the sight, and shut these harassed ears against the croaking, as of frogs, of Antinomians and Pelagians and Socinians and Arminians and Arians and Nullifidians, which have come up into our England, like those filthy reptiles, into the house of Pharaoh." Here one of the servants who had been summoned entered with a cup of water, gazing at the same time in the face of the clergyman, as if his stupid grey eyes were endeavoring to read what tragic tale was written on his brow, and shaking his empty skull as he left the room with the air of one who was proud of having discovered that all was not exactly right, though he could not so well guess what was wrong. Colonel Everard invited the good man to take some refreshment more genial than the pure element, but he declined. "I am in some sort a champion," he said, "and though I have been foiled in the late controversy with the enemy, still I have my trumpet to give the alarm, and my sharp sword to smite withal. Therefore, like the Nazarites of old, I will eat nothing that cometh of the vine, neither drink wine nor strong drink, until these my days of combat shall have passed away." Kindly and respectfully, the colonel anew pressed Master Holdenough to communicate the events that had befallen him on the preceding night, and the good clergyman proceeded as follows, with that little characteristic touch of vanity in his narrative, which naturally arose out of the part he had played in the world, and the influence which he had exercised over the minds of others. "I was a young man at the University of Cambridge," he said, "when I was particularly bound in friendship to a fellow student, perhaps because we were esteemed, though it is vain to mention it, the most hopeful scholars at our college, and so equally advanced that it was difficult perhaps to say which was the greater proficient in his studies. Only our tutor, Master Purefoy, used to say that if my comrade had the advantage of me in gifts, I had the better of him in grace, for he was attached to the profane learning of the classics, always unprofitable, often impious and impure, and I had light enough to turn my studies into the sacred tongues. Also we differed in our opinions touching the Church of England, for he held Arminian opinions, with laud and those who would connect our ecclesiastical establishment with the civil, and make the church dependent on the breath of an earthly man. In fine, he favored prelacy, both in essentials and ceremonial. And although we parted with tears and embraces, it was to follow very different courses he obtained a living, and became a great controversial writer in behalf of the bishops, and of the court. I also, as is well known to you, to the best of my poor abilities, sharpened my pen in the cause of the poor oppressed people, whose tender consciences rejected the rites and ceremonies more befitting a papistical than a reformed church, and which, according to the blinded policy of the court, were enforced by pains and penalties. Then came the civil war, and ickled thereunto by my conscience, nothing fearing or suspecting what miserable consequences have chanced through the rise of these independents, consented to lend my countenance and labor to the great work, by becoming chaplain to Colonel Harrison's regiment. Not that I mingled with carnal weapons in the field, which heaven forbid that a minister of the altar should, but I preached, exhorted, and in time of need was a surgeon as well to the wounds of the body as of the soul. Now it fell towards the end of the war that a party of malignants had seized on a strong house in the shire of Shrewsbury, situated on a small island, advanced into a lake, and accessible only by a small and narrow causeway. From thence they made excursions, and vexed the country, and high time it was to suppress them, so that part of our regiment went to reduce them, and I was requested to go, for they were few in number to take in so strong a place. And the colonel judged that my exhortations would make them do valiantly, and so, contrary to my wont, I went forth with them even to the field, where there was valiant fighting on both sides. Nevertheless, the malignants, shooting their wall-pieces at us, had so much the advantage that after bursting their gates with a salvo of our cannon, Colonel Harrison ordered his men to advance on the causeway and try to carry the place by storm. Nonetheless, although our men did valiantly, advancing in good order, yet being galled on every side by the fire, they at length fell into disorder, and were retreating with much loss. Harrison himself valiantly bringing up the rear, and defending them as he could against the enemy, who sallied forth in pursuit of them, to smite them hip and thigh. Now, Colonel Everard, I am a man of a quick and vehement temper, by nature, though better teaching than the old law hath made me mild and patient, as you now see me. I could not bear to see our Israelites flying before the Philistines, so I rushed upon the causeway with the Bible in one hand and a halberd which I had caught up in the other, and turned back the foremost fugitives by threatening to strike them down, pointing out to them at the same time a priest in his cassock, as they call it, who was among the malignants, and asking them whether they would not do as much for a true servant of heaven as the uncircumcised would. For a priest of Baal, my words and strokes prevailed. They turned at once, and shouting out, "Down with Baal and his worshippers," they charged the malignants so unexpectedly home, that they not only drove them back into their house of garrison, but entered it with them, as the phrase is, pell-mell. I also was there, partly hurried on by the crowd, partly to prevail on our enraged soldiers to give quarter, for it grieved my heart to see Christians and Englishmen hashed down with swords and gunstocks like curs in the street, when there is an alarm of maddogs in this way, the soldiers fighting and slaughtering. And I, calling to them to stay their hand, we gained the very roof of the building, which was in part leaded, and to which, as a last tower of refuge, those of the Cavaliers who yet escaped had retired. I was myself, I may say, forced up the narrow winding staircase by our soldiers, who rushed on like dogs of chase upon their prey. And when extricated from the passage, I found myself in the midst of a horrid scene. The scattered defenders were some resisting with the fury of despair, some on their knees, imploring for compassion in words and tones to break a man's heart when he thinks on them. Some were calling on God for mercy, and it was time for man had none. They were stricken down, thrust through, flung from the battlements into the lake, and the wild cries of the victors, mingled with the groans, shrieks, and clamors of the vanquished, made a sound so horrible that only death can erase it from my memory. And the men who butchered their fellow creatures thus were neither pagans from distant savage lands, nor ruffians, the refuse and offscourings of our own people. They were in calm blood reasonable, nay, religious men, maintaining a fair repute, both heavenward and earthward. O Master Everard, your trade of war should be feared and avoided, since it converts such men into wolves towards their fellow creatures. It is a stern necessity, said Everard, looking down, and as such alone is justifiable. But proceed, reverend sir. I see not how this storm and incident, but e'en too frequent on both sides during the late war, connects with the affair of last night. You shall hear anon, said Mr. Holdenough, then paused, as one who makes an effort to compose himself, before continuing a relation, the tenor of which agitated him with much violence in this infernal tumult. He resumed, for surely nothing on earth could so much resemble hell as when men go thus loose in mortal malice on their fellow creatures. I saw the same priest whom I had distinguished on the causeway with one or two other malignants, pressed into a corner by the assailants, and defending themselves to the last as those who had no hope. I saw him, I knew him, O Colonel Everard. He grasped Everard's hand with his own left hand, and pressed the palm of his right to his face and forehead, sobbing aloud. It was your college companion, said Everard, anticipating the catastrophe. Mine ancient, mine only friend with whom I had spent the happy days of youth. I rushed forward, I struggled, I entreated, but my eagerness left me neither voice nor language, was drowned in the wretched cry, which I had myself raised down, with the priest of Baal, slay Matin, slay him were he. Between the altars forced over the battlements, but struggling for life, I could see him cling to one of those projections which were formed to carry the water from the leads, but they hacked at his arms and hands. I heard the heavy fall into the bottomless abyss below. Excuse me, I cannot go on. He may have escaped. Oh no, no, North Tower was 4 stories in height. Even those who threw themselves into the lake from the lower windows to escape by swimming had no safety, for mounted troopers on the shore caught the same bloodthirsty humor which had seized the storming party, galloped around the margin of the lake, and shot those who were struggling for life in the water, or cut them down as they strove to get to land. They were all cut off and destroyed. Oh, may the blood shed on that day remain silent, oh, that the earth may receive it in her recesses, oh, that it may be mingled forever with the dark waters of that lake, so that it may never cry for vengeance against those whose anger was fierce, and who slaughtered in their wrath. And, oh, may the erring man be forgiven who came into their assembly and lent his voice to encourage their cruelty. O Albany, my brother, I have lamented for thee even as David for Jonathan 1. He was taken prisoner by the Parliament, remained long in their custody, and was treated with great severity. He made his escape for about a year in 1647, was retaken, and again escaped in 1648, and heading an insurrection of Cavaliers, seized on a strong-moated house in Lincolnshire called Woodford House. He gained the place without resistance, and there are among Peck's Desiderata Curiosa several accounts of his death, among which we shall transcribe that of Bishop Kenneth, as the most correct and concise. I have been on the spot, saith his lordship, and made all possible inquiries, and find that the relation given by Mr. Wood may be a little rectified and supplied. Mr. Hudson and his party did not fly to Woodford, but had quietly taken possession of it, and held it for a garrison with a good party of horse, who made a stout defence and frequent sallies against a party of the Parliament at Stamford, till the colonel commanding them sent a stronger detachment under a captain, his own kinsman, who was shot from the house, upon which the colonel himself came up to renew the attack and to demand surrender, and brought them to capitulate upon terms of safe quarter. But the colonel, in base revenge, commanded that they should not spare that rogue Hudson, upon which Hudson fought his way up to the leads, and when he saw they were pushing in upon him, threw himself over the battlements. Another account says he caught hold of a spout or outstone and hung by the hands, as intending to fall into the moat beneath, till they cut off his wrists and let him drop, and then ran down to hunt him in the water, where they found him paddling with his stumps, and barbarously knocked him on the head. Peck's Desiderata Curiosa, Book Roman 9, other accounts mention he was refused the poor charity of coming to die on land by one Egborough servant to Mr. Spinks the intruder into the parsonage. A man called Walker, a chandler or grocer, cut out the tongue of the unfortunate divine, and showed it as a trophy through the country, but it was remarked with vindictive satisfaction that Egborough was killed by the bursting of his own gun, and that Walker, obliged to abandon his trade through poverty, became a scorned mendicant. For some time, a grave was not vouchsafed to the remains of this brave and loyal divine, till one of the other party said, "Since he is dead, let him be buried." The good man sobbed aloud, and so much did Colonel Everard sympathize with his emotions that he forbore to press him upon the subject of his own curiosity, until the full tide of remorseful passion had for the time abated. It was, however, fierce, and agitating the more so perhaps, that indulgence in strong mental feeling of any kind was foreign to the severe and ascetic character of the man, and was therefore the more overpowering when it had at once surmounted all restraints. Large tears flowed down the trembling features of his thin and usually stern, or at least austere countenance. He eagerly returned the compression of Everard's hand, as if thankful for the sympathy which the caress implied. Presently after, Master Holdenough wiped his eyes, withdrew his hand gently from that of Everard, shaking it kindly as they parted, and proceeded with more composure. "Forgive me this burst of passionate feeling, worthy Colonel. I am conscious it little becomes a man of my cloth, who should be the bearer of consolation to others, to give way in mine own person to an extremity of grief weak, at least, if indeed it is not sinful. For what are we that we should weep and murmur touching that which is permitted? But Albany was to me as a brother. The happiest days of my life, ere my call to mingle myself in the strife of the land had awakened me to my duties, was spent in his company. But I will make the rest of my story short here." He drew his chair close to that of Everard, and spoke in a solemn and mysterious tone of voice, almost lowered to a whisper. "I saw him last night." "Saw him? Saw whom?" said Everard. "Can you mean the person whom I saw so ruthlessly slaughtered?" said the clergyman. "My ancient college friend, Joseph Albany." "Master Holdenough, your cloth and your character alike must prevent your jesting on such a subject as this." "Jesting?" answered Holdenough. "I would as soon jest on my deathbed as soon jest upon the Bible." "But you must have been deceived," answered Everard hastily. "This tragical story necessarily often returns to your mind, and in moments when the imagination overcomes the evidence of the outward senses, your fancy must have presented to you an unreal appearance. Nothing more likely, when the mind is on the stretch after something supernatural, than that the imagination should supply the place with a chimera, while the overexcited feelings render it difficult to dispel the delusion." "Colonel Everard," replied Holdenough, with austerity, "in discharge of my duty, I must not fear the face of man, and therefore I tell you plainly, as I have done before with more observance, that when you bring your carnal learning and judgment, as it is but too much your nature to do, to investigate the hidden things of another world, you might as well measure with the palm of your hand the waters of the Isis. Indeed, good sir, you err in this, and give men too much pretense to confound your honorable name with which advocates freethinkers and atheists, even with such as this man Bletson, who, if the discipline of the Church had its hand strengthened, as it was in the beginning of the great conflict, would have been long ere now cast out of the pale, and delivered over to the punishment of the flesh, that his spirit might, if possible, be yet saved." "You mistake, Master Holdenough," said Colonel Everard. "I do not deny the existence of such preternatural visitations, because I cannot and dare not raise the voice of my own opinion against the testimony of ages supported by such learned men as yourself. Nevertheless, though I grant the possibility of such things, I have scarce yet heard of an instance in my days so well fortified by evidence that I could at once and distinctly say this must have happened by supernatural agency, and not otherwise." "Hear then what I have to tell," said the divine, "on the faith of a man, a Christian, and what is more, a servant of our holy Church. And therefore, though unworthy an elder and a teacher among Christians, I had taken my post yester evening in the half-furnished apartment, wherein hangs a huge mirror which might have served Goliath of Gath to have admired himself in, when clothed from head to foot in his brazen armor. I the rather chose this place, because they informed me it was the nearest habitable room to the gallery, in which they say you had been yourself assailed that evening. By the evil one was it so, I pray you? By someone with no good intentions. I was assailed in that apartment." "So far," said Colonel Everard, "you were correctly informed. Well, I chose my post, as well as I might, even as a resolved general approaches his camp, and casts up his mound as nearly as he can to the besieged city. And of a truth, Colonel Everard, if I felt some sensation of bodily fear, for even Elias and the prophets who commanded the elements had a portion in our frail nature, much more such a poor sinful being as myself. It was my hope and my courage high, and I thought of the texts which I might use, not in the wicked sense of periapts or spells, as the blinded papists employ them together, with the sign of the cross and other fruitless forms, but as nourishing and supporting that true trust and confidence in the blessed promises, being the true shield of faith, wherewith the fiery darts of Satan may be withstood and quenched, and thus armed and prepared I sate me down to read at the same time, to write, that I might compel my mind to attend to those subjects which became the situation in which I was placed, as preventing any unlicensed excursions of the fancy, and leaving no room for my imagination to brood over idle fears. So I methodized and wrote down what I thought meet for the time, and peradventure some hungry souls may yet profit by the food which I then prepared. It was wisely and worthily done, good and reverend. So replied Colonel Everard, I pray you to proceed. While I was thus employed, sir, and had been upon the matter for about 3 hours, not yielding to weariness, a strange thrilling came over my senses, and the large and old-fashioned apartment seemed to wax larger, more gloomy, and more cavernous, while the air of the night grew more cold and chill. I know not if it was that the fire began to decay, or whether there cometh before such things as were then about to happen a breath and atmosphere, as it were of terror, as Job saith in a well-known passage, fear came upon me, and trembling which made my bones to shake, and there was a tingling noise in my ears, and a dizziness in my brain, so that I felt like those who call for aid when there is no danger, and was even prompted to flee when I saw no one to pursue. It was then that something seemed to pass behind me, casting a reflection on the great mirror before which I had placed my writing table, and which I saw by assistance of the large standing light, which was then in front of the glass. And I looked up, and I saw in the glass distinctly the appearance of a man. As sure as these words issue from my mouth, it was no other than the same Joseph Albanythe, companion of my youth, whom I had seen precipitated down the battlements of Clydesborough Castle into the deep lake below. What did you do? It suddenly rushed on my mind, said the divine, that the stoical philosopher Athenodorus had eluded the horrors of such a vision by patiently pursuing his studies, and it shot at the same time across my mind that I, a Christian divine and a steward of the mysteries, had less reason to fear evil and better matter on which to employ my thoughts than was possessed by a heathen who was blinded even by his own wisdom. So instead of betraying any alarm or even turning my head around, I pursued my writing, but with a beating heart, I admit, and with a throbbing hand. If you could write at all, said the colonel, with such an impression on your mind, you may take the head of the English army for dauntless resolution. Our courage is not our own, colonel, said the divine, and not as ours should it be vaunted of. And again, when you speak of this strange vision as an impression on my fancy, and not a reality obvious to my senses, let me tell you once more, your worldly wisdom is but foolishness touching the things that are not worldly. Did you not look again upon the mirror, said the colonel. I did, when I had copied out the comfortable text, Thou shalt tread down Satan under thy feet. And what did you then see? The reflection of the same Joseph Albany, said Holdenough, passing slowly as from behind my chair, same in member and lineament that I had known him in his youth, excepting that his cheek had the marks of the more advanced age at which he died, and was very pale. What did you then? I turned from the glass, and plainly saw the figure which had made the reflection in the mirror retreating towards the door, not fast nor slow, but with a gliding steady pace. It turned again when near the door, and again showed me its pale ghastly countenance before it disappeared. But how it left the room, whether by the door or otherwise, my spirits were too much hurried to remark exactly, nor have I been able by any effort of recollection distinctly to remember. This is a strange, and as coming from you, a most excellently well-attested apparition, answered Everard, and yet, Master Holdenough, if the other world has been actually displayed as you apprehend, and I will not dispute the possibility, assure yourself, there are also wicked men concerned in these machinations. I myself have undergone some rencounters with visitants who possessed bodily strength, and wore, I am sure, earthly weapons. Oh, doubtless, doubtless, replied Master Holdenough, Beelzebub loves to charge with horse and foot mingled, as was the fashion of the old Scottish General Davy. Leslie, he has his devils in the body, as well as his devils disembodied, and uses the one to support and back the other. It may be as you say, reverend sir, answered the colonel, but what do you advise in this case? For that I must consult with my brethren, said the divine, and if there be but left in our borders 5 ministers of the true kirk, we will charge Satan in full body, and you shall see whether we have not power over him to resist, till he shall flee from us, but failing that ghostly armament against these strange and unearthly enemies. Truly, I would recommend that as a house of witchcraft and abomination, this polluted den of ancient tyranny and prostitution should be totally consumed by fire, lest Satan, establishing his headquarters so much to his mind, should find a garrison and a fastness from which he might sally forth to infest the whole neighborhood. Certain it is that I would recommend to no Christian soul to inhabit the mansion, and if deserted it would become a place for wizards to play their pranks and witches to establish their Sabbath, and those who like Demas go about after the wealth of this world, seeking for gold and silver, to practice spells and charms to the prejudice of the souls of the covetous. Trust me, therefore, it were better that it were spoiled and broken down, not leaving one stone upon another. I say nay to that, my good friend, said the colonel, for the Lord General hath permitted by his license my mother's brother Sir Henry Lee, and his family, to return into the house of his fathers, being indeed the only roof under which he hath any chance of obtaining shelter for his grey hairs. And was this done by your advice, Markham Everard, said the divine austerely. Certainly it was returned the colonel, and wherefore should I not exert mine influence to obtain a place of refuge for the brother of my mother? Now as sure as thy soul liveth, answered the presbyter, I had believed this from no tongue. But thine own tell me, was it not this very Sir Henry Lee, who by the force of his buffcoats and his green jerkins enforced the papist Lay's order to remove the altar to the eastern end of the church at Woodstock? And did not he swear by his beard that he would hang in the very street of Woodstock whoever should deny to drink the king's health? Hand is not his hand red with the blood of the saints? And hath there been a ruffler in the field for prelacy and high prerogative more unmitigable or fiercer? All this may have been, as you say, good Master Holdenough, answered the colonel, but my uncle is now old and feeble, and hath scarce a single follower remaining, and his daughter is a being whom to look upon would make the sternest weep for pity. A being who is dearer to Everard, said Holdenough, than his good name, his faith to his friends, his duty to his religion. This is no time to speak with sugared lips. The paths in which you tread are dangerous. You are striving to raise the papistical candlestick, which heaven in its justice removed out of its Placido, bring back to this hall of sorceries those very sinners who are bewitched with them. I will not permit the land to be abused by their witchcrafts. They shall not come hither. He spoke this with vehemence, and striking his stick against the ground, and the colonel, very much dissatisfied, began to express himself haughtily in return. You had better consider your power to accomplish your threats, Master Holdenough, he said, before you urge them so peremptorily. And have I not the power to bind and to loose, said the clergyman. It is a power little available, save over those of your own church, said Everard, with a tone something contemptuous. Take heed, said the divine, who though an excellent was, as we have elsewhere seen, an irritable man, do not insult me, but think honorably of the messenger for the sake of him, whose commission he carries. Do not, I say, defy me. I am bound to discharge my duty, were it to the displeasing of my twin brother. I can see naught your office has to do in the matter, said Colonel Everard, and I on my side give you warning not to attempt to meddle beyond your commission. Why do you hold me already to be as submissive as one of your grenadiers, replied the clergyman, his acute features trembling with a sense of indignity, so as even to agitate his grey hair. But beware, sir, I am not so powerless as you suppose. I will invoke every true Christian in Woodstock to gird up his loins, and resist the restoration of prelacy, oppression, and malignancy within our borders. I will stir up the wrath of the righteous against the oppressor, the Ishmaelite, the Edomite, and against his race, against those who support him, and encourage him to rear up his horn. I will call aloud and spare not, and arouse the many whose love hath waxed cold, and the multitude who care for none of these things. There shall be a remnant to listen to me, and I will take the stick of Joseph, which was in the hand of Ephraim, and go down to cleanse this place of witches and sorcerers, and of enchantments, and will cry and exhort, saying, will you plead for Baal, will you serve him? Nay, take the prophets of Baal, let not a man escape. Master Holdenough, Master Holdenough, said Colonel Everard, with much impatience, by the tale yourself, told me you have exhorted upon that text once too often already. The old man struck his palm forcibly against his forehead, and fell back into a chair, as these words were uttered as suddenly, and as much without power of resistance, as if the colonel had fired a pistol through his head, instantly regretting the reproach, which he had suffered to escape him. In his impatience, Everard hastened to apologize, and to offer every conciliatory excuse, however inconsistent, which occurred to him on the moment, but the old man was too deeply affected, rejected his hand, lent no ear to what he said, and finally started up, saying sternly, "You have abused my confidence, sir, abused it vilely, to turn it into my own reproach. Had I been a man of the sword, you dared not but enjoy your triumph, sir, over an old man, and your father's friend strike at the wound his imprudent confidence showed you." "Nay, my worthy and excellent friend," said the colonel. "Friend," answered the old man, starting up, "we are foes, sir, foes now and forever." So saying, and starting from the seat into which he had rather fallen than thrown himself, he ran out of the room with a precipitation of step, which he was apt to use upon occasions of irritable feeling, and which was certainly more eager than dignified, especially as he muttered while he ran, and seemed as if he were keeping up his own passion by recounting over and over the offense which he had received. "So said Colonel Everard, and there was not strife enough between mine uncle and the people of Woodstock already, but I must needs increase it by chafing this irritable and quick-tempered old man, eager, as I knew him to be in his ideas of church government, and stiff in his prejudices respecting all who dissent from him. The mob of Woodstock will rise, for though he would not get a score of them to stand by him in any honest or intelligible purpose, yet let him cry havoc and destruction, and I will warrant he has followers enow. And my uncle is equally wild and unpersuadable, for the value of all the estate he ever had, he would not allow a score of troopers to be quartered in the house for defence. And if he be alone or has but Jocelyn to stand by him, he will be as sure to fire upon those who come to attack the lodge, as if he had 100 men in garrison. And then what can chance but danger and blood?" This progress of melancholy anticipation was interrupted by the return of Master Holdenough, who, hurrying into the room with the same precipitate pace at which he had left it, ran straight up to the colonel, and said, "Take my hand, Markham, take my hand hastily, for the old Adam is whispering at my heart that it is a disgrace to hold it extended so long." "Most heartily do I receive your hand, my venerable friend," said Everard, "and I trust in sign of renewed amity." "Surely, surely," said the divine, shaking his hand kindly, "thou hast, it is true, spoken bitterly, but thou hast spoken truth in good time, and I think though your words were sever with a good and kindly purpose, verily, and of a truth it were sinful in me again to be hasty in provoking violence, remembering that which you have upbraided me with." "Forgive me, good Master Holdenough," said Colonel Everard, "it was a hasty word, I meant not in serious earnest to upbraid." "Peace, I pray you, peace," said the divine, "I say the allusion to that which you have most justly upbraided me with, though the charge aroused the gall of the old man within me, the inward tempter being ever on the watch to bring us to his luriot, instead of being resented, to have been acknowledged by me as a favor, for so are the wounds of a friend termed faithful, and surely I, who have by one unhappy exhortation to battle and strife sent the living to the dead end, I fear, brought back even the dead among the living, should now study peace and goodwill and reconciliation of difference, leaving punishment to the great being whose laws are broken, and vengeance to him who hath said, I will repay it." The old man's mortified features lighted up with a humble confidence as he made this acknowledgment, and Colonel Everard, who knew the constitutional infirmities and the early prejudices of professional consequence and exclusive party opinion, which he must have subdued ere arriving at such a tone of candor, hastened to express his admiration of his Christian charity, mingled with reproaches on himself for having so deeply injured his feelings. "Think not of it, think not of it, excellent young man," said Holdenough. "We have both erred, I in suffering my zeal to outrun my charity, you perhaps in pressing hard on an old and peevish man who had so lately poured out his sufferings into your friendly bosom. Be it all forgotten, let your friends, if they are not deterred by what has happened, at this manner of Woodstock resume their habitation as soon as they will, if they can protect themselves against the powers of the air. Believe me, that if I can prevent it by aught in my power, they shall have no annoyance from earthly neighbours. And assure yourself, good sir, that my voice is still worth something with the worthy mayor, and the good aldermen, and the better sort of housekeepers up yonder in the town, although the lower classes are blown about with every wind of doctrine. And yet farther be assured, Colonel, that should your mother's brother or any of his family learn that they have taken up a rash bargain in returning to this unhappy and unhallowed house, or should they find any qualms in their own hearts and consciences which require a ghostly comforter, Nehemiah Holdenough will be as much at their command by night or day as if they had been bred up within the holy pale of the church, in which he is an unworthy minister. And neither the awe of what is fearful to be seen within these walls, nor his knowledge of their blinded and carnal state as bred up under a prelatic dispensation, shall prevent him doing what lies in his poor abilities for their protection and edification. I feel all the force of your kindness, Reverend Sir, said Colonel Everard, but I do not think it likely that my uncle will give you trouble on either score. He is a man much accustomed to be his own protector in temporal danger, and in spiritual doubts, to trust to his own prayers and those of his church. I trust I have not been superfluous in offering mine assistance, said the old man, something jealous that his proffered spiritual aid had been held rather intrusive. I ask pardon. If that is the case, I humbly ask pardon. I would not willingly be superfluous. The colonel hastened to appease this new alarm of the watchful jealousy of his consequence, which joined with a natural heat of temper which he could not always subdue, were the good man's only faults. They had regained their former friendly footing when Roger Wildrake returned from the hut of Joceline and whispered his master that his embassy had been successful. The colonel then addressed the divine and informed him that as the commissioners had already given up Woodstock, and as his uncle Sir Henry Lee proposed to return to the lodge about noon, he would, if his reverence pleased, attend him up to the borough. Will you not tarry, said the reverend man, with something like inquisitive apprehension in his voice, to welcome your relatives upon their return to this their house? No, my good friend, said Colonel Everard, the part which I have taken in these unhappy broils, perhaps also the mode of worship in which I have been educated, have so prejudiced me in mine uncle's opinion that I must be for some time a stranger to his house and family. Indeed, I rejoice to hear it with all my heart and soul, said the divine. Excuse my frankness, I do indeed rejoice. I had thought no matter what I had thought, I would not again give offence. But truly, though the maiden hath a pleasant feature, and he, as all men say, is in human things unexceptionable, yet but, I give you pain in sooth, I will say no more unless you ask my sincere and unprejudiced advice, which you shall command, but which I will not press on you superfluously. Wend we to the borough, toge the pleasant solitude of the forest may dispose us to open our hearts to each other. They did walk up to the little town in company, and somewhat to Master Holdenough's surprise the colonel, though they talked on various subjects, did not request of him any ghostly advice on the subject of his love to his fair cousin. While greatly beyond the expectation of the soldier, the clergyman kept his word, and in his own phrase was not so superfluous as to offer upon so delicate a point his unasked counsel. Chapter the 18th. Then are the harpies gone yet, ere we perch. Where such foul birds have roosted, let us cleanse the foul obscenity they've left behind them. Agamemnon's. The embassy of Wildrake had been successful chiefly through the mediation of the episcopal divine, whom we formerly found acting in the character of a chaplain to the family, and whose voice had great influence on many accounts with its master. A little before high noon, Sir Henry Lee, with his small household, were again in unchallenged possession of their old apartments at the lodge of Woodstock, and the combined exertions of Joceline Jolliffe, of Phbe, and of old Joan were employed in putting to rights what the late intruders had left in great disorder. Sir Henry Lee had, like all persons of quality of that period, a love of order amounting to precision, and felt like a fine lady whose dress has been disordered in a crowd, insulted and humiliated by the rude confusion into which his household goods had been thrown, and impatient, till his mansion was purified. From all marks of intrusion in his anger, he uttered more orders than the limited number of his domestics were likely to find time or hands to execute. The villains have left such sulphureous steams behind them too, said the old knight, as if old Davy Leslie and the whole Scottish army had quartered among them. It may be near as bad, said Joceline, for men say for certain it was the devil came down bodily among them and made them troop off. Then said the knight, is the Prince of Darkness a gentleman as old? Will Shakespeare says he never interferes with those of his own coat, for the Lees have been here father and son these 500 years, without disquiet, and no sooner came these misbegotten churls than he plays his own part among them. Well, one thing he and they have left us, said Jolliffe, which we may thank them for, and that is such a well-filled larder and buttery as has been seldom seen in Woodstock Lodge, this many a day carcasses of mutton, large rounds of beef, barrels of confectioners, where pipes and runlets of sack muscadine ale, and what not. We shall have a royal time on't through half the winter, and Joan must get to salting and pickling presently. Out, villains, said the knight, are we to feed on the fragments of such scum of the earth, as these? Cast them forth instantly, nay, checking himself, that were a sin, but give them to the poor, or see them sent to the owners. And hark ye, I will none of their strong liquors, I would rather drink like a hermit all my life than seem to pledge such scoundrels as these in their leavings, like a miserable drawer, who drains off the ends of the bottles, after the guests have paid their reckoning and gone off. And hark ye, I will taste no water from the cistern out of which these slaves have been serving themselves. Fetch me down a pitcher from Rosamond's spring. Alice heard this injunction, and well guessing there was enough for the other members of the family to do, she quietly took a small pitcher, and flinging a cloak around her, walked out in person to procure Sir Henry the water, which he desired. Meantime Joceline said with some hesitation that a man still remained belonging to the party of these strangers, who was directing about the removal of some trunks and mails which belonged to the commissioners, and who could receive his honour's commands about the provisions. Let him come hither. The dialogue was held in the hall. Why do you hesitate and drumble in that manner? Only, sir, said Joceline, only perhaps your honour might not wish to see him, being the same who not long since. He paused. Sent my rapier a-hawking through the firmament. Thou wouldst say, why, when did I take spleen at a man for standing his ground against me? Roundhead, as he is man, I like him the better of that, not the worse. I hunger and thirst to have another turn with him. I have thought on his passado ever since, and I believe were it to try again, I know a feat would control it. Fetch him directly. Trusty Tomkins was presently ushered in, bearing himself with an iron gravity which neither the terrors of the preceding night nor the dignified demeanour of the highborn personage before whom he stood were able for an instant to overcome. How now, good fellow, said Sir Henry, I would fain see something more of thy fence, which baffled me the other evening. But truly, I think the light was somewhat too faint for my old eyes. Take a foil, man, I walk here in the hall, as Hamlet says, and tease the breathing time of day with me. Take a foil, then, in thy hand. Since it is your worship's desire, said the steward, letting fall his long cloak, and taking the foil in his hand. Now, said the knight, if your fitness speaks, mine is ready. Methinks the very stepping on this same old pavement hath charmed away the gout, which threatened me. Saucer, I tread as firm as a gamecock. They began the play with great spirit, and whether the old knight really fought more coolly with the blunt than with the sharp weapon, or whether the steward gave him some grains of advantage in this merely sportive encounter, it is certain Sir Henry had the better in the assault. His success put him into excellent humour. There, said he, I found your trick, nay, you cheat me not twice the same way. There was a very palpable hit. Why, had I had but light enough the other night, but its skills not speaking of it here, we leave off. I must not fight, as we unwise Cavaliers did with you roundhead rascals, beating you so often that we taught you to beat us at last. And good, now tell me why you are leaving your larder so full here. Do you think I or my family can use broken victuals? What, have you no better employment for your rounds of sequestrated beef than to leave them behind you when you shift your quarters? So please your honour, said Tomkins, it may be that you desire not the flesh of beeves, of rams, or of goats. Nevertheless, when you know that the provisions were provided and paid for out of your own rents, and stock at ditchly sequestrated to the use of the state more than a year, since it may be you will have less scruple to use them for your own behoof. Rest assured that I shall, said Sir Henry, and glad you have helped me to a share of mine own certainly. I was an ass to suspect your masters of subsisting save at honest men's expense. And as for the rumps of beeves, continued Tomkins, with the same solemnity, there is a rump at Westminster, which will stand us of the army much hacking and hewing, yet ere it is discussed to our mind. Sir Henry paused as if to consider what was the meaning of this innuendo, for he was not a person of very quick apprehension, but having at length caught the meaning of it, he burst into an explosion of louder laughter than Joceline had seen him indulge in for a long while. Right knave, he said, I taste, digest it, is the very moral of the puppet show. Faustus raised the devil, as the Parliament raised the army, and then as the devil flies away with Faustus, so will the army fly away with the Parliament, or the rump, as thou call'st it, or sitting part of the so-called Parliament, and then look you, friend, the very devil of all hath my willing consent to fly away with the army in its turn, from the highest general down to the lowest drumboy. Nay, never look fierce, for the matter, remember, there is daylight enough now for a game at sharps. Trusty Tomkins appeared to think it best to suppress his displeasure, and observing that the wains were ready to transport the commissioner's property to the borough, took a grave leave of Sir Henry Lee. Meantime, the old man continued to pace his recovered hall, rubbing his hands, and evincing greater signs of glee than he had shown since the fatal 30th of January. Here we are again in the old Frank Jolliffe, well victualled too. How the knave solved my point of conscience, saith dullest of them, is a special casuist, where the question concerns profit. Look out, if there are not some of our own ragged regiment lurking about to whom a bellyful would be a godsend. Joceline, then his fence, Joceline, though the fellow foins well, very sufficient well, but thou saw'st how I dealt with him when I had fitting light. Joceline. Aye, and so your honour did, said Joceline. You taught him to know the Duke of Norfolk, from Saunders Gardner. Ill warrant him, he will not wish to come under your honour's thumb again. Why, I am waxing old, said Sir Henry, but skill will not rust through age, though sinews must stiffen. But my age is like a lusty winter, as old will says frosty, but kindly. And what if old as we are, we live to see better days? Yet I promise thee, Joceline, I love this jarring betwixt the rogues of the board and the rogues of the sword. When thieves quarrel, true men have a chance of coming by their own. Thus triumphed the old Cavalier in the treble glory of having recovered his dwelling, regained, as he thought, his character as a man of fence, and finally discovered some prospect of a change of times in which he was not without hopes that something might turn up for the royal interest. Meanwhile Alice, with a prouder and a lighter heart than had danced in her bosom for several days, went forth with a gaiety to which she of late had been a stranger, to contribute her assistance to the regulation and supply of the household, by bringing the fresh water wanted from fair Rosamond's well. Perhaps she remembered that, when she was but a girl, her cousin Markham used, among others, to make her perform that duty, as presenting the character of some captive Trojan princess, condemned by her situation to draw the waters from some Grecian spring for the use of the proud victor. At any rate, she certainly joyed to see her father reinstated in his ancient habitation, and the joy was not the less sincere that she knew their return to Woodstock had been procured by means of her cousin, and that even in her father's prejudiced eyes Everard had been in some degree exculpated of the accusations the old knight had brought against him, and that if a reconciliation had not yet taken place, the preliminaries had been established on which such a desirable conclusion might easily be founded. It was like the commencement of a bridge, when the foundation is securely laid, and the piers raised above the influence of the torrent, the throwing of the arches may be accomplished in a subsequent season. The doubtful fate of her only brother might have clouded even this momentary gleam of sunshine, but Alice had been bred up during the close and frequent contest of civil war, and had acquired the habit of hoping in behalf of those dear to her, until hope was lost. In the present case, all reports seemed to assure her of her brother's safety. Besides these causes for gaiety, Alice Lee had the pleasing feeling that she was restored to the habitation and the haunts of her childhood, from which she had not departed without much pain, the more felt perhaps, because suppressed in order to avoid irritating her father's sense of his misfortune. Finally, she enjoyed for the instant the gleam of self-satisfaction by which we see the young and well-disposed so often animated, when they can be in common phrase helpful to those whom they love and perform at the moment of need some of those little domestic tasks which age receives with so much pleasure from the dutiful hands of youth, so that altogether, as she hasted through the remains and vestiges of a wilderness already mentioned, and from thence about a bowshot into the park, to bring a pitcher of water from Rosamond's spring, Alice Lee, her features enlivened, and her complexion, a little raised by the exercise, had for the moment regained the gay and brilliant vivacity of expression which had been the characteristic of her beauty in her earlier and happier days. This fountain of old memory had been once adorned with architectural ornaments in the style of the 16th century, chiefly relating to ancient mythology. All these were now wasted and overthrown, and existed only as moss-covered ruins, while the living spring continued to furnish its daily treasures unrivaled in purity, though the quantity was small, gushing out amid disjointed stones and bubbling through fragments of ancient sculpture. With a light step and laughing brow, the young lady of Lee was approaching the fountain usually so solitary, when she paused on beholding someone seated beside it. She proceeded, however, with confidence, though with a step something less gay, when she observed that the person was a female, some menial perhaps from the town, whom a fanciful mistress occasionally dispatched for the water of a spring, supposed to be peculiarly pure, or some aged woman who made a little trade by carrying it to the better sort of families, and selling it for a trifle. There was no cause therefore for apprehension. Yet the terrors of the times were so great that Alice did not see a stranger even of her own sex, without some apprehension. Denaturalized women had as usual followed the camps of both armies during the Civil War, who, on the one side with open profligacy and profanity, on the other, with the fraudful tone of fanaticism or hypocrisy, exercised nearly in like degree their talents for murder or plunder. But it was broad daylight, the distance from the lodge was but trifling, and though a little alarmed at seeing a stranger where she expected deep solitude, the daughter of the haughty old knight had too much of the lion about her to fear without some determined and decided cause. Alice walked therefore gravely on toward the fount, and composed her looks, as she took a hasty glance of the female who was seated there, and addressed herself to her task of filling her pitcher. The woman whose presence had surprised and somewhat startled Alice Lee was a person of the lower rank, whose red cloak, russet kirtle handkerchief trimmed with Coventry blue, and a coarse steeple hat could not indicate at best anything higher than the wife of a small farmer, or perhaps the helpmate of a bailiff or hind. It was well if she proved nothing worse. Her clothes, indeed, were of good materials, but what the female eye discerns with half a glance, they were indifferently adjusted, and put on this, looked as if they did not belong to the person by whom they were worn, but were articles of which she had become the mistress, by some accident, if not by some successful robbery. Her size, too, as did not escape Alice, even in the short perusal she afforded the stranger, was unusual. Her features swarthy and singularly harsh, and her manner altogether unpropitious. The young lady almost wished, as she stooped to fill her pitcher, that she had rather turned back and sent Joceline on the errand, but repentance was too late now, and she had only to disguise, as well as she could, her unpleasant feelings. The blessings of this bright day to one as bright, as it is said, the stranger, with no unfriendly, though a harsh voice. "I thank you," said Alice in reply, and continued to fill her pitcher busily by assistance of an iron bowl, which remained still chained to one of the stones beside the fountain. "Perhaps, my pretty maiden, if you would accept my help, your work would be sooner done," said the stranger. "I thank you," said Alice, "but had I needed assistance, I could have brought those with me who had rendered it." "I do not doubt of that, my pretty maiden," answered the female. "There are too many lads in Woodstock with eyes in their heads, no doubt. You could have brought with you any one of them who looked on you if you had listed." Alice replied not a syllable, for she did not like the freedom used by the speaker, and was desirous to break off the conversation. "Are you offended, my pretty mistress?" said the stranger, that was far from my purpose. I will put my question otherwise. Are the good dames of Woodstock so careless of their pretty daughters, as to let the flower of them all wander about the wild chase, without a mother or a somebody, to prevent the fox from running away with the lamb? That carelessness, methinks, shows small kindness. Content yourself, good woman, I am not far from protection and assistance, said Alice, who liked less and less the effrontery of her new acquaintance. Alas, my pretty maiden, said the stranger, patting with her large and hard hand the head, which Alice had kept bended down towards the water, which she was laving. It would be difficult to hear such a pipe as yours at the town of Woodstock scream as loud as you would. Alice shook the woman's hand angrily off, took up her pitcher, though not above half full, and as she saw the stranger rise at the same time, said, not without fear doubtless, but with a natural feeling of resentment and dignity, I have no reason to make my cries heard as far as Woodstock. Were there occasion for my crying for help at all, it is nearer at hand. She spoke not without a warrant, for at the moment broke through the bushes, and stood by her side the noble hound Bevis, fixing on the stranger his eyes that glanced fire, raising every hair on his gallant mane, as upright as the bristles of a wild boar when hard pressed, grinning, till a case of teeth, which would have matched those of any wolf in Russia, were displayed in full array, and without either barking or springing, seeming by his low determined growl to await but the signal for dashing at the female, whom he plainly considered as a suspicious person. But the stranger was undaunted. My pretty maiden, she said, you have indeed a formidable guardian there, where cockneys or bumpkins are concerned, but we who have been at the wars know spells for taming such furious dragons, and therefore let not your forfeited protector go loose on me, for he is a noble animal, and nothing but self-defense would induce me to do him injury. So saying, she drew a pistol from her bosom, and cocked it, pointing it towards the dog, as if apprehensive that he would spring upon her. Hold, woman, hold, said Alice. Lay the dog will not do you harm. Down Bevis' couch, down, and ere you attempt to hurt him. No, he is the favourite hound of Sir Henry Lee of Ditchley, the keeper of Woodstock Park, who would severely revenge any injury offered to him. And you, pretty one, are the old knight's housekeeper, doubtless. I have often heard the Leys have good taste. I am his daughter, good woman. His daughter. I was blind, but yet it is true nothing less perfect could answer the description which all the world has given of Mistress Alice Lee. I trust that my folly has given my young mistress no offence, and that she will allow me, in token of reconciliation, to fill her pitcher and carry it as far as she will permit. As you will, good mother, but I am about to return instantly to the lodge, to which in these times I cannot admit strangers. You can follow me no farther than the verge of the wilderness, and I am already too long from home. I will send some one to meet and relieve you of the pitcher. So saying, she turned her back with a feeling of terror which she could hardly account for, and began to walk quickly towards the lodge, thinking thus to get rid of her troublesome acquaintance. But she reckoned without her host, for in a moment her new companion was by her side, not running indeed, but walking with prodigious long unwomanly strides, which soon brought her up with the hurried and timid steps of the frightened maiden. But her manner was more respectful than formerly, though her voice sounded remarkably harsh and disagreeable, and her whole appearance suggested an undefined, yet irresistible feeling of apprehension. Pardon a stranger, lovely Mistress Alice, said her persecutor, that was not capable of distinguishing between a lady of your high quality and a peasant wench, and who spoke to you with a degree of freedom ill-befitting your rank certainly and condition, and which I fear has given you offence. No offence whatever, replied Alice, but, good woman, I am near home, and can excuse your farther company. You are unknown to me. But it follows not, said the stranger, that your fortunes may not be known to me, fair Mistress Alice. Look, on my swarthy brow England breeds none such, and in the lands from which I come the sun, which blackens our complexion, pours to make amends rays of knowledge into our brains, which are denied to those of your lukewarm climate. Let me look upon your pretty hand attempting to possess herself of it, and I promise you shall hear what will please you. I hear what does not please me, said Alice with dignity. You must carry your tricks of fortune-telling and palmistry to the women of the villagery of the gentry, hold them to be either imposture or unlawful knowledge. Yet you would fain hear of a certain colonel, I warrant you, whom certain unhappy circumstances have separated from his family, you would give better than silver, if I could assure you that you would see him in a day or two, perhaps sooner. I know nothing of what you speak, good woman. If you want alms, there is a piece of silver. It is all I have in my purse. It were pity that I should take it, said the female, and yet give it me, for the princess in the fairy tale must ever deserve by her generosity the bounty of the benevolent fairy, before she is rewarded by her protection. Take it, give me my pitcher, said Alice, and begone, yonder comes one of my father's servants. What ho, Joceline, Joceline. The old fortune teller hastily dropped something into the pitcher as she restored it to Alice Lee, and plying her long limbs disappeared speedily under cover of the wood. Bevis turned and barked and showed some inclination to harass the retreat of this suspicious person, yet as if uncertain ran towards Jolliffe and fawned on him as to demand his advice and encouragement. Joceline pacified the animal, and coming up to his young lady asked her with surprise what was the matter, and whether she had been frightened. Alice made light of her alarm, for which indeed she could not have assigned any very competent reason, for the manners of the woman, though bold and intrusive, were not menacing. She only said she had met a fortune teller by Rosamond's Well, and had had some difficulty in shaking her off. "Ah, the gypsy thief," said Joceline. "How well she scented there was food in the pantry. Have noses like ravens, these strollers. Look you, Mistress Alice, you shall not see a raven or a carrion crow in all the blue sky for a mile round you, but let a sheep drop suddenly down on the greensward, and before the poor creature's dead, you shall see a dozen of such guests croaking, as if inviting each other to the banquet. Just so it is with these sturdy beggars. You will see few enough of them when there's nothing to give, but when hoe's in the pot, they will have share on't." "You are so proud of your fresh supply of provender," said Alice, "that you suspect all of a design on't. I do not think this woman will venture near your kitchen, Joceline." "It will be best for her health," said Joceline, "lest I give her a ducking for digestion. But give me the pitcher, Mistress Elisameter. I bear it. Then you, how now, what jingles at the bottom? Have you lifted the pebbles as well as the water?" "I think the woman dropped something into the pitcher," said Alice. "Nay, we must look to that, for it is like to be a charm, and we have enough of the devil's whereabout Woodstock already will not spare for the water. I can run back and fill the pitcher." He poured out the water upon the grass, and at the bottom of the pitcher was found a gold ring in which was set a ruby, apparently of some value. "Nay, if this be not enchantment, I know not what is," said Joceline. "Truly, Mistress Alice, I think you had better throw away this gimcrack. Such gifts from such hands are a kind of press money which the devil uses for enlisting his regiment of witches, and if they take but so much as a bean from him, they become his bondslaves for life. You look at the gewgaw, but tomorrow you will find a lead ring and a common pebble in its stead." "Nay, Joceline, I think it will be better to find out that dark-complexioned woman, and return to her what seems of some value. So cause enquiry to be made, and be sure you return her ring. It seems too valuable to be destroyed." That is always the way with women," murmured Joceline. "You will never get the best of them, but she is willing to save a bit of finery. Well, Mistress Alice, I trust that you are too young and too pretty to be enlisted in a regiment of witches." "I shall not be afraid of it till you turn conjurer," said Alice. "So hasten to the well where you are like still to find the woman, and let her know that Alice Lee desires none of her gifts any more than she did of her society." So saying, the young lady pursued her way to the lodge, while Joceline went down to Rosamond's Well to execute her commission. But the fortune teller, or whoever she might be, was nowhere to be found. Neither finding that to be the case, did Joceline give himself much trouble in tracking her father. "If this ring, which I dare say the jade stole somewhere," said the underkeeper to himself, "be worth a few nobles, it is better in honest hands than in that of vagabonds. My master has a right to all waifs and strays, and certainly such a ring in possession of a gypsy must be a waif, so I shall confiscate it without scruple, and apply the produce to the support of Sir Henry's household, which is like to be poor enough. Thank heaven my military experience has taught me how to carry hooks at my finger ends. That is trooper's law. Yet hang it, after all I had best take it to Mark Everard, and ask his advice. I hold him now to be your learned counsellor in law. where Mistress Alice's affairs are concerned, and my learned doctor, who shall be nameless for such as concern church and state, and Sir Henry Leand, I'll give them leave to give mine umbles to the kites and ravens, if they find me conferring my confidence where it is not safe. Chapter the 19th. Being skillless in these parts which to a stranger, unguided and unfriended often prove, rough and inhospitable. 12th night. There was a little attempt at preparation now that the dinner hour was arrived, which showed that in the opinion of his few but faithful domestics, the good knight had returned in triumph to his home. The great tankard exhibiting in bas-relief the figure of Michael subduing the archenemy was placed on the table, and Joceline and Phbe dutifully attended the one behind the chair of Sir Henry, the other to wait upon her young mistress, and both to make out by formal and regular observance the want of a more numerous train. "A health to King Charles," said the old knight, handing the massive tankard to his daughter. "Drink it, my love, though it be rebel ale which they have left us. I will pledge thee for the toast, will excuse the liquor had Noel himself brewed it." The young lady touched the goblet with her lip, and returned it to her father, who took a copious draught. "I will not say blessing on their hearts," said he, "though I must own they drank good ale." "No wonder, sir, they come lightly by the malt, and need not spare it," said Joceline. "Say'st thou," said the knight, "thou shalt finish the tankard thyself, for that very jest's sake." Nor was his follower slow in doing reason to the royal pledge he bowed, and replaced the tankard, saying, after a triumphant glance at the sculpture, "I had a jibe with that same redcoat about the St. Michael just now." "Redcoatha, what redcoat?" said the hasty old man. "Do any of these knaves still lurk about Woodstock? Quoit him downstairs instantly, Joceline. No, we not Galloway nags. So please you, he is in some charge here, and will speedily be gone. It is he who had a rencontre with your honour in the wood. I but I paid him off for it in the hall, as you yourself saw. I was never in better fence in my life, Joceline. That same steward fellow is not so utterly black-hearted a rogue as the most of them, Joceline. He fences well, excellent well. I will have thee try a bout in the hall with him tomorrow, though I think he will be too hard for thee. I know thy strength to an inch." He might say this with some truth, for it was Joceline's fashion, when called on, as sometimes happened, to fence with his patron, just to put forth as much of his strength and skill as obliged the knight, to contend hard for the victory which in the long run he always contrived to yield up to him like a discreet servingman. And what said this round-headed steward of our great St. Michael's standing cup? Marry, he scoffed at our good saint, and said he was little better than one of the golden calves of Bethel, but I told him he should not talk so until one of their own round-headed saints had given the devil as complete a cross-buttock as St. Michael had given him, as T's carved upon the cup there, I trow that made him silent enough, and then he would know whether your honour and Mistress Alice, not to mention old Joan and myself, since it is your honour's pleasure I should take my bed here, were not afraid to sleep in a house that had been so much disturbed. But I told him we feared no fiends or goblins, having the prayers of the church read every evening. Joceline, said Alice, interrupting him, wert thou mad? You know at what risk to ourselves and the good doctor the performance of that duty takes place. "Oh, Mistress Alice," said Joceline, a little abashed, "you may be sure I spoke not a word of the doctor. No, I did not let him into the secret that we had such a reverend chaplain. I think I know the length of this man's foot. We have had a jollification or so together. He is hand and glove with me for as great a fanatic as he is." "Trust him not too far," said the knight. "Nay, I fear thou hast been imprudent already, and that it will be unsafe for the good man to come here after nightfall, as is proposed. These independents have noses like bloodhounds, and can smell out a loyalist under any disguise." "If your honour thinks so," said Joceline, "ill watch for the doctor with good will, and bring him into the lodge by the old condemned postern, and so up to this apartment. And sure this man, Tomkins, would never presume to come hither, and the doctor may have a bed in Woodstock Lodge, and he never the wiser. Or if your honour does not think that safe, I can cut his throat for you, and I would not mind it a pin." "God forbid," said the knight. "He is under our roof, and a guest, though not an invited one. Go, Joceline, it shall be thy penance for having given thy tongue too much license to watch for the good doctor, and to take care of his safety while he continues with us. An October night or two in the forest would finish the good man. He's more like to finish our October than our October is to finish him, said the keeper, and withdrew under the encouraging smile of his patron. He whistled Bevis along with him to share in his watch, and having received exact information where the clergyman was most likely to be found, assured his master that he would give the most pointed attention to his safety when the attendants had withdrawn. Having previously removed the remains of the meal, the old knight, leaning back in his chair, encouraged pleasanter visions than had of late passed through his imagination, until by degrees he was surprised by actual slumber, while his daughter, not venturing to move, but on tiptoe, took some needlework, and bringing it close by the old man's side, employed her fingers on this task, bending her eyes from time to time on her parent with the affectionate zeal, if not the effective power, of a guardian angel. At length, as the light faded away and night came on, she was about to order candles to be brought, but remembering how indifferent a couch Joceline's cottage had afforded, she could not think of interrupting the first sound and refreshing sleep which her father had enjoyed in all probability for the last 2 nights and days. She herself had no other amusement, as she sat facing one of the great oriel windows, the same by which Wildrake had on a former occasion looked in upon Tomkins and Joceline, while at their computations, than watching the clouds, which a lazy wind, sometimes chased from the broad disk of the harvest moon, sometimes permitted to accumulate and exclude her brightness. There is, I know not why, something peculiarly pleasing to the imagination in contemplating the Queen of Night, when she is wading, as the expression is, among the vapors which she has not power to dispel, and which on their side are unable entirely to quench her luster. It is the striking image of patient virtue calmly pursuing her path through good report and bad report, having that excellence in herself which ought to command all admiration, but bedimmed in the eyes of the world by suffering, by misfortune, by calumny. As some such reflections perhaps were passing through Alice's imagination, she became sensible to her surprise and alarm that some one had clambered up upon the window and was looking into the room. The idea of supernatural fear did not in the slightest degree agitate Alice. She was too much accustomed to the place and situation, for folk do not see spectres in the scenes with which they have been familiar from infancy, but danger from marauders in a disturbed country was a more formidable subject of apprehension, and the thought armed Alice, who was naturally high-spirited, with such desperate courage that she snatched a pistol from the wall on which some firearms hung, and while she screamed to her father to awake, had the presence of mind to present it at the intruder. She did so the more readily because she imagined she recognized in the visage, which she partially saw, the features of the woman whom she had met with at Rosamond's Well, and which had appeared to her peculiarly harsh and suspicious. Her father at the same time seized his sword and came forward, while the person at the window, alarmed at these demonstrations and endeavoring to descend missed footing, as had Cavalier Wildrake before, and went down to the earth with no small noise. Nor was the reception on the bosom of our common mother either soft or safe, for, by a most terrific bark and growl, they heard that Bevis had come up and seized on the party ere he or she could gain their feet. "Hold fast, but worry not," said the old knight. "Alice, thou art the queen of wenches. Stand fast here till I run down and secure the rascal." "For God's sake, no, my dearest father." "Alice," exclaimed Joceline, "will be up immediately. Hark, I hear him." There was indeed a bustle below, and more than one light danced to and fro in confusion, while those who bore them called to each other, yet suppressing their voices as they spoke as men who would only be heard by those they addressed. The individual who had fallen under the power of Bevis was most impatient in his situation, and called with least precaution, "Here, leave Forester, take the dog off, else I must shoot him." "If thou dost," said Sir Henry, "from the window I blow they brains out on the spot. Thieves, Joceline, thieves, come up and secure this ruffian Bevis. Hold on." "Back, Bevis, down, sir," cried Joceline. I am coming, Sir Henry. St. Michael, I shall go distracted." A terrible thought suddenly occurred to Alice. Could Joceline have become unfaithful, that he was calling Bevis off the villain, instead of encouraging the trusty dog to secure him Her father meantime, moved perhaps by some suspicion of the same kind, hastily stepped aside out of the moonlight and pulled Alice close to him so as to be invisible from without, yet so placed as to hear what should pass. The scuffle between Bevis and his prisoner seemed to be ended by Joseline's interference, and there was close whispering for an instant as of people in consultation. "All is quiet now," said one voice. "I will up and prepare the way for you," and immediately a form presented itself on the outside of the window, pushed open the lattice, and sprung into the parlor, but almost ere his step was upon the floor, certainly before he had obtained any secure footing, the old knight, who stood ready with his rapier drawn, made a desperate pass, which bore the intruder to the ground. Joceline, who clambered up next with a dark lantern in his hand, uttered a dreadful exclamation when he saw what had happened, crying out, "Lord in heaven, he has slain his own son." "No, no, I tell you no," said the fallen young man, who was indeed young Albert Lee, the only son of the old knight. "I am not hurt. No noise on your lives. Get lights instantly." At the same time, he started from the floor as quickly as he could, under the embarrassment of a cloak and doublet skewered, as it were, together by the rapier of the old knight, whose pass most fortunately had been diverted from the body of Albert by the interruption of his cloak, the blade passing right across his back, piercing the clothes, while the hilt, coming against his side with the whole force of the lunge, had borne him to the ground. Joceline all the while enjoined silence to every one, under the strictest conjurations, silence, as you would long live on earth, silence, as ye would have a place in heaven be, but silent for a few minute is all, our lives depend on it. Meantime he procured lights with inexpressible dispatch, and they then beheld that Sir Henry, on hearing the fatal words, had sunk back on one of the large chairs, without either motion, colour, or sign of life. "O brother, how could you come in this manner?" said Alice. "Ask no questions, good God, for what am I reserved?" He gazed on his father as he spoke, who, with clockled features rigidly fixed, and his arms extended in the most absolute helplessness, looked rather the image of death upon a monument than a being in whom existence was only suspended. "Was my life spared?" said Albert, raising his hands with a wild gesture to heaven, "only to witness such a sight as this? We suffer what heaven permits, young man, we endure our lives, while heaven continues them." Let me approach. The same clergyman who had read the prayers at Joceline's hut now came forward. "Get water," he said instantly, and the helpful hand and light foot of Alice, with the ready-witted tenderness which never stagnates in vain lamentations, while there is any room for hope, provided with incredible celerity all that the clergyman called for. "It is but a swoon," he said, on feeling Sir Henry's palm. "A swoon produced from the instant and unexpected shock. Rouse thee up, Albert. I promise thee it will be nothing save a syncope. A cup, my dearest Alice, and a ribbon or a bandage. I must take some bloodsome aromatics too, if they can be had, my good Alice." But while Alice procured the cup and bandage, stripped her father's sleeve, and seemed by intuition even to anticipate every direction of the Reverend Doctor, her brother, hearing no word and seeing no sign of comfort, stood with both hands clasped and elevated into the air, a monument of speechless despair. Every feature in his face seemed to express the thought, "Here lies my father's corpse, and it is I whose rashness has slain him." But when a few drops of blood began to follow, the Lancet, first falling singly, and then trickling in a freer stream when, in consequence of the application of cold water to the temples and aromatics to the nostrils, the old man sighed feebly, and made an effort to move his limbs, Albert Lee changed his posture at once to throw himself at the feet of the clergyman and kiss, if he would have permitted him, his shoes and the hem of his raiment. "Rise, foolish youth," said the good man with a reproving tone. "Must it be always thus with you? Kneel to heaven, not to the feeblest of its agents. You have been saved once again from great danger. Would you deserve heaven's bounty? Remember, you have been preserved for other purposes than you now think on. Begone, you and Joceline, you have a duty to discharge, and be assured it will go better with your father's recovery, that he see you not for a few minutes. Down to the wilderness, and bring in your attendant." "Thanks, thanks, 1,000 thanks," answered Albert Lee, and springing through the lattice, he disappeared as unexpectedly as he had entered. At the same time, Joceline followed him, and by the same road. Alice, whose fears for her father were now something abated upon this new movement among the persons of the scene, could not resist appealing to her venerable assistant. Good doctor, answer me. But one question: was my brother Albert here just now, or have I dreamed all that has happened for these 10 minutes past? Methinks, but for your presence, I could suppose the whole had passed in my sleep. That horrible thrust, that death-like, corpse-like old man, that soldier in mute despair, I must indeed have dreamed. If you have dreamed, my sweet Alice, said the doctor, I wish every sick nurse had your property, since you have been attending to our patient better during your sleep than most of these old dormice can do when they are most awake. But your dream came through the gate of horn, my pretty darling, which you must remind me to explain to you at leisure. Albert has really been here, and will be here again. Albert, repeated Sir Henry, who names my son? It is I, my kind patron, said the doctor. Permit me to bind up your arm. My wound with all my heart, doctor, said Sir Henry, raising himself, and gathering his recollection by degrees. I knew of old, thou wert body curer as well as soul curer, and served my regiment for surgeon as well as chaplain, but where is the rascal I killed? I never made a fairer stramacan in my life. The shell of my rapier struck against his ribs, so dead he must be, or my right hand has forgot its cunning. Nobody was slain, said the doctor. We must thank God for that, since there were none but friends to slay. Here is a good cloak and doublet, though wounded in a fashion which will require some skill in tailorcraft to cure. But I was your last antagonist, and took a little blood from you merely to prepare you for the pleasure and surprise of seeing your son, who, though hunted pretty close, as you may believe, hath made his way from Worcester hither, where with Joseline's assistance we will care well enough for his safety. It was even for this reason that I pressed you to accept of your nephew's proposal to return to the old lodge, where 100 men might be concealed, though 1,000 were making search to discover them. Never such a place for hide-and-seek as I shall make good when I can find means to publish my wonders of Woodstock. But my son, me dear son, said the knight, shall I not then instantly see him, and wherefore did you not forewarn me of this joyful event? Because I was uncertain of his motions, said the doctor, and rather thought he was bound for the seaside, and that it would be best to tell you of his fate when he was safe on board, and in full sail for France. We had appointed to let you know all when I came hither tonight to join you, but there is a redcoat in the house, whom we care not to trust farther than we could not help. We dared not therefore venture in by the hall, and so prowling round the building, Albert informed us that an old prank of his, when a boy, consisted of entering by this window. A lad, who was with us, would needs make the experiment, as there seemed to be no light in the chamber, and the moonlight, without, made us liable to be detected. His foot slipped, and our friend Bevis came upon us. In good truth, you acted simply, said Sir Henry, to attack a garrison without a summons, but all this is nothing to my son Albert. Where is he? Let me see him. But Sir Henry, wait, said the doctor, till your restored strength. A plague of my restored strength, man, answered the knight, as his old spirit began to awaken within him. Dost not remember that I lay on Edgehillfield all night, bleeding like a bullock from 5 several wounds, and wore my armor within 6 weeks, and you talk to me of the few drops of blood that follow such a scratch as a cat's claw might have made? Nay, if you feel so courageous, said the doctor, I will fetch your son. He is not far distant. So saying, he left the apartment, making a sign to Alice to remain in case any symptoms of her father's weakness should return. It was fortunate, perhaps, that Sir Henry never seemed to recollect the precise nature of the alarm, which had at once and effectually, as the shock of the thunderbolt, for the moment suspended his faculties. Something he said more than once of being certain he had done mischief with that stramacan, as he called it, but his mind did not recur to that danger as having been incurred by his son Alice, glad to see that her father appeared to have forgotten a circumstance so fearful as men often forget the blow or other sudden cause, which has thrown them into a swoon. Readily excused herself from throwing much light on the matter by pleading the general confusion, and in a few minutes Albert cut off all farther inquiry by entering the room followed by the doctor, and throwing himself alternately into the arms of his father and of his sister. Chapter the 20th. The boy Ishak, ye sirrah, what's your name? O Jacobe, I recollect the same. Crabu. The affectionate relatives were united as those who, meeting under great adversity, feel still the happiness of sharing it. In common they embraced again and again, and gave way to those expansions of the heart which at once express and relieved the pressure of mental agitation at length. The tide of emotion began to subside, and Sir Henry, still holding his recovered son by the hand, resumed the command of his feelings which he usually practiced. "So you have seen the last of our battles, Albert," he said, "and the king's colours have fallen for ever before the rebels." "It is but even so," said the young man. "The last cast of the die was thrown, and alas lost at Worcester, and Cromwell's fortune carried it there, as it has wherever he has shown himself." "Well, it can but be for a time, it can but be for a time," answered his father. "The devil is potent, they say, in raising and gratifying favourites, but he can grant but short leases, and the King Albert the Kingin, my earclose close. Our last news were confident that he had escaped from Bristol." "Thank God for that, thank God for that," said the knight. "Where didst thou leave him?" "Our men were almost all cut to pieces at the bridge," Albert replied, "but I followed his Majesty with about 500 other officers and gentlemen who were resolved to die around him, until as our numbers and appearance drew the whole pursuit after us, it pleased his Majesty to dismiss us with many thanks and words of comfort to us in general, and some kind expressions to most of us in especial. He sent his royal greeting to you, sir, in particular, and said more than becomes me to repeat." "Nay, I will hear it every word, boy," said Sir Henry. "Is not the certainty that thou hast discharged thy duty, and that King Charles owns it, enough to console me for all we have lost and suffered? And wouldst thou stint me of it from a false shamefacedness? I will have it out of thee, were it drawn from thee with cords." "It shall need no such compulsion," said the young man. "It was his Majesty's pleasure to bid me tell Sir Henry Lee in his name that if his son could not go before his father in the race of loyalty, he was at least following him closely, and would soon move side by side." "Said he so?" answered the knight. "Old Victor Lee will look down with pride on the Albert, but I forget you must be weary and hungry." "Even so," said Albert, "but these are things which of late I have been in the habit of enduring for safety's sake." "Joceline, what ho, Joceline!" The underkeeper entered and received orders to get supper prepared directly. "My son and Dr. Rochecliffe are half starving," said the knight. "And there is a lad too below," said Joceline. "A page, he says, of Colonel Albert's, whose belly rings cupboard too, and that to no common tune, for I think he could eat a horse. As the Yorkshireman says behind the saddle, he had better eat at the sideboard, for he has devoured a whole loaf of bread and butter as fast as Phbe could cut it, and it has not stayed his stomach for a minutine. Truly, I think you had better keep him under your own eyes, for the steward beneath might ask him troublesome questions if he went below, and then he is impatient, as all your gentlemen pages are, and is saucy among the women." "Whom is it he talks of? What page hast thou got, Albert, that bears himself so ill?" said Sir Henry. "The son of a dear friend, a noble lord of Scotland, who followed the great Montrose's banner, afterwards joined the king in Scotland, and came with him as far as Worcester. He was wounded the day before the battle, and conjured me to take this youth under my charge, which I did something unwillingly, but I could not refuse a father perhaps on his deathbed, pleading for the safety of an only son." "Thou hadst deserved an halter, hadst thou hesitated," said Sir Henry. "The smallest tree can always give some shelter, and it pleases me to think the old stock of Lee is not so totally prostrate, but it may yet be a refuge for the distressed. Fetch the youth in, he is of noble blood, and these are no times of ceremony, shall sit with us at the same table, page though he be, and if you have not schooled him handsomely in his manners, he may not be the worse of some lessons from me." "You will excuse his national drawling accent, sir," said Albert, "though I know you like it not." "I have small cause," Albert answered the knight, "small cause, who stirred up these disunient Scots, who strengthened the hands of Parliament, when their cause was well nigh ruined, the Scots again, who delivered up the king, their countryman, who had flung himself upon their protection, Scots again. But this lad's father, you say, has fought on the part of the noble Montrose, and such a man as the great Marquis may make amends for the degeneracy of a whole nation." "Nay, father," said Albert, "and I must add that though this lad is uncouth and wayward, and as you will see something wilful, yet the king has not a more zealous friend in England, and when occasion offered, he fought stoutly too in his defence. I marvel he comes not." "He hath taken the bath," said Joceline, "and nothing less would serve than that he should have it immediate. Lithe supper, he said, might be got ready in the meantime, and he commands all about him as if he were in his father's old castle, where he might have called long enough, I warrant, without anyone to hear him. Indeed, said Sir Henry, this must be a forward chick of the game to crow so early. What is his name? His name, it escapes me every hour, it is so hard. A one said Albert Kerneguy, is his name. Louis Kerneguy, his father, was Lord Kilstewers of Kincardineshire. Kerneguy and Kilstewers, and kin what I call it truly, said the knight. These northern men's names and titles smack of their originthy sound, like a northwest wind, rumbling and roaring among heather and rocks. It is but the asperities of the Celtic and Saxon dialects, said Dr. Rochecliffe, which according to Verstegen still linger in those northern parts of the island. But peace her, comes supper, and Master Louis Kerneguy. Supper entered accordingly, borne in by Joceline and Phbe, and after it leaning on a huge knotty stick, and having his nose in the air like a questing houndfer, his attention was apparently more fixed on the good provisions that went before him than anything else. Came Master Kerneguy, and seated himself without much ceremony at the lower end of the table. He was a tall, raw-boned lad with a shock head of hair, fiery red like many of his country, while the harshness of his national features was increased by the contrast of his complexion, turned almost black by the exposure to all sorts of weather which in that skulking and rambling mode of life the fugitive royalists had been obliged to encounter. His address was by no means prepossessing, being a mixture of awkwardness and forwardness, and showing in a remarkable degree how a want of easy address may be consistent with an admirable stock of assurance. His face intimated having received some recent scratches, and the care of Dr. Rochecliffe had decorated it with a number of patches which even enhanced its natural plainness, yet the eyes were brilliant and expressive, and amid his ugliness, for it amounted to that degree of irregularity, the face was not deficient in some lines which expressed both sagacity and resolution. The dress of Albert himself was far beneath his quality as the son of Sir Henry Lee and commander of a regiment in the royal service, but that of his page was still more dilapidated, a disastrous green jerkin which had been changed to 100 hues by sun and rain, so that the original could scarce be discovered, huge, cloudily shoes, leathern breeches such as were worn by hedgescourse grey worsted stockings, were the attire of the honourable youth, whose limping gait, while it added to the ungainliness of his manner, showed, at the same time, the extent of his sufferings. His appearance bordered so much upon what is vulgarly called the queer, that even with Alice it would have excited some sense of ridicule, had not compassion been predominant. The grace was said, and the young squire of Ditchley, as well as Dr. Rochecliffe, made an excellent figure at a meal, the like of which in quality and abundance did not seem to have lately fallen to their share, but their feats were child's play to those of the Scottish youth, far from betraying any symptoms of the bread and butter with which he had attempted to close the orifice of his stomach. His appetite appeared to have been sharpened by a 9 days' fast, and the knight was disposed to think that the very genius of famine himself, come forth from his native regions of the north, was in the act of honouring him with a visit, while, as if afraid of losing a moment's exertion, Master Kerneguy never looked either to right or left, or spoke a single word to any at table. I am glad to see that you have brought a good appetite for our country fare, young gentleman, said Sir Henry. Bread of gude, sir, said the page, and yell find flesh isse, find appetite conforming any day o' the year. But the truth is, sir, that the appetizement has been coming on for 3 days or 4, and the meat in this Southland of yours has been scarce and hard to come by. So, sir, I am making up for lost time, as the piper of Sligo said, when he eat a hale side o' mutton. You have been country-bred, young man, said the knight, who, like others of his time, held the reins of discipline rather tight over the rising generation, at least to judge from the youths of Scotland, whom I have seen at his late Majesty's court in former days. They had less appetite and more, as he sought the qualifying phrase which might supply the place of good manners. His guest closed the sentence in his own way, and more meat it may beth, better luck theirs. Sir Henry stared and was silent. His son seemed to think it time to interpose. My dear father, he said, think how many years have run since the 38, when the Scottish troubles first began, and I am sure that you will not wonder that, while the barons of Scotland have been for one cause or other perpetually in the field, the education of their children at home must have been much neglected, and that young men of my friend's age know better how to use a broadsword or to toss a pike than the decent ceremonials of society. The reason is a sufficient one, said the knight, and since thou sayest thy follower Kernigo can fight well, not let him lack victuals a God's name. See, he looks angrily still at yonder cold loin of mutton, for God's sake put it all on his plate. I can bide the bit, and the buffet, said the honourable Master Kernigo, hungry, tyke near mine's abload with a rough bane. Now God hae mercy, Albert, but if this be the son of a Scots peer, said Sir Henry to his son, in a low tone of voice, I would not be the English ploughman who would change manners with him for his ancient blood and his nobility, and his estate to boot, and he has one he has eaten as I am a Christian near 4 pounds of solid butcher's meat, and with the grace of a wolf tugging at the carcass of a dead horse. Oh, he is about to drink at last, so wipes his mouth, though, and dips his fingers in the ewer and dries them, I profess, with the napkin. There is some grace in him after all. Here is wussing all your vera good health, said the youth of quality, and took a draught in proportion to the solids which he had sent, before he then flung his knife and fork awkwardly on the trencher, which he pushed back towards the centre of the table, extended his feet beneath it, till they rested on their heels, folded his arms on his well-replenished stomach, and lolling back in his chair, looked much as if he was about to whistle himself asleep. So said the ninth honourable Master Kernigo, hath laid down his arms, withdraw these things, and give us our glasses, fill them around Joceline. And if the devil or the whole Parliament were within hearing, let them hear Henry Lee of Ditchley drink a health to King Charles, and confusion to his enemies. Amen, said a voice from behind the door. All the company looked at each other in astonishment at a response so little expected. It was followed by a solemn and peculiar tap, such as a kind of Freemasonry had introduced among royalists, and by which they were accustomed to make themselves and their principles known to each other when they met by accident. There is no danger, said Albert, knowing the signet is a friendiate. I wish he had been at a greater distance just now. And why, my son, should you wish the absence of one true man who may perhaps wish to share our abundance on one of those rare occasions when we have superfluity at our disposal? Go, Joceline, see who knocks, and, if a safe man, admit him. And if otherwise, said Joceline, methinks I shall be able to prevent his troubling the good company. No violence, Joceline, on your life, said Albert. Lee and Alice echoed, for God's sake, no violence. No unnecessary violence, at least, said the good knight, for if the time demands it, I will have it seen that I am master of my own house. Joceline Jolliffe nodded assent to all parties, and went on tiptoe to exchange one or two other mysterious symbols. And Knox ere he opened the door, it may be here remarked, that this species of secret association, with its signals of union, existed among the more dissolute and desperate class of Cavaliers, men habituated to the dissipated life which they had been accustomed to in an ill-disciplined army, where everything like order and regularity was too apt to be accounted a badge of Puritanism. These were the roaring boys who met in hedge alehouses, and when they had by any chance obtained a little money or a little credit, determined to create a counter-revolution by declaring their sittings permanent, and proclaimed in the words of one of their choicest ditties, "Well, drink till we bring in triumph back the king." The leaders and gentry of a higher description and more regular morals did not indeed partake such excesses, but they still kept their eye upon a class of persons who, from courage and desperation, were capable of serving on an advantageous occasion the fallen cause of royalty, and recorded the lodges and blind taverns at which they met as wholesale merchants, know the houses of call of the mechanics whom they may have occasion to employ, and can tell where they may find them when need requires it. It is scarce necessary to add that among the lower class, and sometimes even among the higher, there were men found capable of betraying the projects and conspiracies of their associates, whether well or indifferently combined. To the governors of the state, Cromwell in particular had gained some correspondence of this kind of the highest rank, and of the most undoubted character among the royalists, who, if they made scruple of impeaching or betraying individuals who confided in them, had no hesitation in giving the government such general information as served to enable him to disappoint the purposes of any plot or conspiracy. To return to our story in much shorter time than we have spent in reminding the reader of these historical particulars, Jolliffe had made his mystic communication, and being duly answered, as by one of the initiated he undid the door, and there entered our old friend Roger. Wildrake Roundhead in dress, as his safety and dependence on Colonel Everard compelled him to be, but that dress worn in a most cavalier-like manner, and forming a stronger contrast than usual with the demeanour and language of the wearer, to which it was never very congenial. His puritanic hat, the emblem of that of Ralpho in the Prince to Hudibras, or as he called it, his felt umbrella was set most knowingly on one side of the head, as if it had been a Spanish hat, and feather his straight, square-capped, sad-coloured cloak was flung gaily upon one shoulder, as if it had been of threeplied taffeta lined with crimson silk, and he paraded his huge calfskin boots as if they had been silken hose and Spanish leather shoes with roses on the instep, in short the airs which he gave himself of a most thorough-paced wild gallant and cavalier, joined to a glistening of self-satisfaction in his eye and an inimitable swagger in his gait, which completely announced his thoughtless, conceited, and reckless character, formed a most ridiculous contrast to his gravity of attire. It could not, on the other hand, be denied that in spite of the touch of ridicule which attached to his character and the loose morality which he had learned in the dissipation of town pleasures, and afterwards in the disorderly life of a soldier, Wildrake had points about him both to make him feared and respected. He was handsome even in spite of his air of debauched effrontery, a man of the most decided courage, though his vaunting rendered it sometimes doubtful, and entertained a sincere sense of his political principles, such as they were, though he was often so imprudent in asserting and boasting of them, as joined with his dependence on Colonel Everard, induced prudent men to doubt his sincerity. Such as he was, however, he entered the parlour of Victor Lee, where his presence was anything but desirable to the parties present, with a jaunty step, and a consciousness of deserving the best possible reception. This assurance was greatly aided by circumstances which rendered it obvious that if the jocund Cavalier had limited himself to one draught of liquor that evening, in terms of his vow of temperance, it must have been a very deep and long one. Save ye, gentlemen, save, you good Sir Henry Lay, though I have scarce the honour to be known to you, save, you worthy doctor, and a speedy resurrection to the fallen Church of England. You are welcome, sir, said Sir Henry Lee, whose feelings of hospitality and of the fraternal reception due to a royalist sufferer induced him to tolerate this intrusion more than he might have done otherwise. If you have fought or suffered for the king, sir, it is an excuse for joining us and commanding our services in anything in our power. Although at present we are a family party, but I think I saw you in waiting upon Master Markham Everard, who calls himself Colonel Everard. If your message is from him, you may wish to see me in private. Not at all, Sir Henry, not at all. It is true, as my ill hap will have it, that being on the stormy side of the hedge, like all honest men, you understand me, Sir Henry, I am glad, as it were, to gain something from my old friend and comrade's countenance, not by truckling or disowning my principles, sir, I defy such practice, but, in short, by doing him any kindness in my power, when he is pleased to call on me. So I came down here with a message from him to the old round-headed son of I beg the young lady's pardon from the crown of her head, down to the very toes of her slipper, and so, sir, chancing, as I was stumbling out in the dark, I heard you give a toast, sir, which warmed my heart, sir, and ever will, sir, till death chills it, and so I made bold to let you know there was an honest man within hearing. Such was the self-introduction of Master Wildrake, to which the knight replied by asking him to sit down and take a glass of sack to his Majesty's glorious restoration. Wildrake, at this hint, squeezed in without ceremony beside the young Scotsman, and not only pledged his landlord's toast, but seconded its import by volunteering a verse or two of his favourite loyal ditty, "The King shall enjoy his own." Again the heartiness which he threw into his song opened still farther the heart of the old knight, though Albert and Alice looked at each other with looks resentful of the intrusion and desirous to put an end to it. The honourable Master Kerneguy either possessed that happy indifference of temper which does not deign to notice such circumstances, or he was able to assume the appearance of it too. Perfection, as he sat sipping sack and cracking walnuts, without testifying the least sense that an addition had been made to the party. Wildrake, who liked the liquor, and the company showed no unwillingness to repay his landlord by being at the expense of the conversation. You talk of fighting and suffering, Sir Henry Lee. Lord, help us, we have all had our share. All the world knows what Sir Henry Lee has done from Edgefield downwards. Wherever a loyal sword was drawn or a loyal flag fluttered, God help us, I have done something too. My name is Roger Wildrake of Squattlesea, Lincoln. Not that you are ever like to have heard it before, but I was captain in Lunsford's light horse, and afterwards with Goring I was a child-eater, seer, a bay-bolter. I have heard of your regiment's exploits, sir, and perhaps you may find I have seen some of them if we should spend 10 minutes together. And I think I have heard of your name too. I beg to drink your health, Captain Wildrake of Squattlesea, Lincolnshire. Sir Henry, I drink yours in this pint bumper, and upon my knee, and I would do as much for that young gentleman, looking at Alberton the squire of the green cassock too, holding it for green, as the colours are not to my eyes altogether clear and distinguishable. It was a remarkable part of what is called by theatrical folk the byplay of this scene, that Albert was conversing apart with Dr. Rochecliffe in whispers even more than the divine seemed desirous of encouraging, yet to whatever their private conversation referred. It did not deprive the young colonel of the power of listening to what was going forward in the party at large, and interfering from time to time like a watchdog who can distinguish the slightest alarm even when employed in the engrossing process of taking his food. Captain Wildrake, said Albert, you have no objection, I mean my friend, and Ito be communicative on proper occasions. But you, sir, who are so old a sufferer, must needs know that at such casual meetings as this men do not mention their names, unless they are specially wanted. It is a point of conscience, sir, to be able to say if your principal Captain Everard or Colonel Everard, if he be a colonel, should examine you upon oath. I did not know who the persons were whom I heard drink such and such toasts. Faith, I have a better way of it, worthy sir, answered Wildrake. I never can for the life of me remember that there were any such and such toasts drunk at all. It's a strange gift of forgetfulness I have. Well, sir, replied the younger Lee, but we who have unhappily more tenacious memories would willingly abide by the more general rule. O sir, answered Wildrake, with all my heart, I intrude on no man's confidence, D.N. meaned. I only spoke for civility's sake, having the purpose of drinking your health in a good fashion. Then he broke forth into melody. Then let the health go round, around, around, around. Then let the health go round. For though your stocking be of silk, your knee shall kiss the ground, aground, aground, aground. Your knee shall kiss the ground. Urge it no farther, said Sir Henry, addressing his son. Master Wildrake is one of the old schoolone of the Tantivy boys, and we must bear a little, for, if they drink hard they fought well. I will never forget how a party came up and rescued us clerks of Oxford, as they called the regiment I belonged to, out of a cursed imbroglio during the attack on Brentford. I tell you, we were enclosed with the Cockneys' pikes, both front and rear, and we should have come off. But ill had not Lunford's light horse, the babiators, as they called them, charged up to the pike's point, and brought us off. I am glad you thought on that, Sir Henry, said Wildrake. And do you remember what the officer of Lunsford said? I think I do, said Sir Henry, smiling. Well then, did not he call out, when the women were coming down howling like sirens, as they will have none of you, a plump child, that you could give us to break our fast upon? Truth itself, said the knight, and a great fat woman stepped forward with a baby and offered it to the supposed cannibal. All at the table, Master Kerneguy excepted, who seemed to think that good food of any kind required no apology, held up their hands in token of amazement. I said, Wildrake Theham, I crave the lady's pardon again from tip of Topknot to hem of Farthingale, but the cursed creature proved to be a parish nurse, who had been paid for the child half a year in advance. Gad, I took the babe out of the bitchwolf's hand, and I have contrived, though God knows, I have lived in a skeldering sort of way myself, to breed up Bold Breakfast, as I call him, ever since. It was paying dear for a jest, though. Sir, I honor you for your humanity, said the old knight. Sir, I thank you for your courage, sir, I am glad to see you here," said the good knight, his eyes watering almost to overflowing. "So you were the wild officer who cut us out of the toils, oh sir, had you but stopped when I called on you, and allowed us to clear the streets of Brentford with our musketeers, we would have been at London Stone that day, but your good will was the same." "I truly was it," said Wildrake, who now sat triumphant and glorious in his easy-chair, "and here is to all the brave hearts, sir, that fought and fell in that same storm of Brentford. We drove all before us like chaff, till the shops where they sold strong waters and other temptations brought us up. Gad, sir, we the Babiators had too many acquaintances in Brentford, and our stout Prince Rupert was ever better at making way than drawing off. Gad, sir, for my own poor share I did but go into the house of a poor widow lady who maintained a charge of daughters, and whom I had known of old, to get my horse fed a morsel of meat, and so forth, when these cocknepikes of the artillery ground, as you very well call them, rallied, and came in with their armed heads, as boldly as so many Cotswold rams. I sprang downstairs, got to my horse, but, egad, I fancy all my troop had widows and orphan maidens to comfort as well as I, for only 5 of us got together. We cut our way through successfully, and gad, gentlemen, I carried my little breakfast on the pommel before me, and there was such a hollowing and screeching, as if the whole town thought I was to kill, roast, and eat the poor child so soon as I got to quarters. But devil a cockney charged up to my bonny bay, poor lass, to rescue little cakebread. They only cried harrow and out upon me." "Alas, alas," said the knight, "we made ourselves seem worse than we were, and we were too bad to deserve God's blessing even in a good cause. But it is needless to look back. We did not deserve victories when God gave them, for we never improved them like good soldiers or like Christian men. And so we gave these canting scoundrels the advantage of us, for they assumed out of mere hypocrisy the discipline and orderly behavior which we who drew our swords in a better cause ought to have practiced out of true principle. But here is my hand, Captain. I have often wished to see the honest fellow who charged up so smartly in our behalf, and I reverence you for the care you took of the poor child. I am glad this dilapidated place has still some hospitality to offer you, although we cannot treat you to roasted babes or stewed sucklings. Say, Captain. Truth, Sir Henry, the scandal was sore against us on that score. I remember Lacy, who was an old play actor and a lieutenant in ours, made drollery on it, in a play which was sometimes acted at Oxford, when our hearts were something up cold, I think, the old troop." So saying, and feeling more familiar as his merits were known, he hitched his chair up against that of the Scottish lad who was seated next him, and who, in shifting his place, was awkward enough to disturb, in his turn, Alice Lee, who sate opposite, and a little offended, or at least embarrassed, drew her chair away from the table. "I crave pardon," said the Honourable Master Kerneguy, "but sir, to Master Wildrake, ye hae e'en gad me hurt the young lady's shank." "I crave your pardon, sir, and much more that of the fair lady, as is reasonable, though rat me, sir, if it was I set your chair atrundling in that way. Zook, sir, I have brought with me no plague, nor pestilence, nor other infectious disorder, that ye should have started away as if I had been a leper, and discomposed the lady, which I would have prevented with my life. Sir, if ye be northern born, as your tongue bespeaks, egad it was I ran the risk in drawing near you, so there was small reason for you to bolt." "Master Wildrake," said Albert, interfering, "this young gentleman is a stranger, as well as you, under protection of Sir Henry's hospitality, and it cannot be agreeable for my father to see disputes arise among his guests. You may mistake the young gentleman's quality from his present appearance. Seth is the Honourable Master Louis Kerneguy, sir, son of my Lord Kilstewers of Kincardineshire, one who has fought for the king, young as he is." "No dispute shall rise through me, sir, none through me," said Wildrake. "Your exposition sufficeth, Sir Master Louis Gernigo, son of my Lord Kilsteer in Gringardineshire. I am your humble slave, sir, and drink your health, in token that I honour you and all true Scots who draw their Andrew Ferraras on the right side, sir." "Ise beholden to you, and thank you, sir," said the young man, with some haughtiness of manner, which hardly corresponded with his rusticity, "and I wuss your health in a civil way." Most judicious persons would have here dropped the conversation, but it was one of Wildrake's marked peculiarities that he could never let matters stand when they were well. He continued to plague the shy, proud, and awkward lad with his observations. "You speak your national dialect pretty strongly, Master Gernigo," said he, but I think not quite the language of the gallants that I have known among the Scottish Cavaliers I knew, for example, some of the Gordons and others of good repute, who always put an F for WH, as fought for what fan for when, and the like. Albert Lee here interposed, and said that the provinces of Scotland, like those of England, had their different modes of pronunciation. "You are very right, sir," said Wildrake. "I reckon myself now a pretty good speaker of their cursed jargono offence young gentlemen, and yet when I took a turn with some of Montrose's folk in the South Highlands, as they call their beastly wildernesses, no offence again, I chanced to be by myself, and to lose my way when I said to a shepherd fellow, making my mouth as wide, and my voice as broad as I could, whore am I ganging till confound me, if the fellow could answer me, unless, indeed, he was sulky as the bumpkins will be now, and then to the gentleman of the sword." This was familiarly spoken, and though partly addressed to Albert, was still more directed to his immediate neighbour the young Scotsman, who seemed from bashfulness or some other reason rather shy of his intimacy. To one or two personal touches from Wildrake's elbow administered during his last speech by way of a practical appeal to him in particular, he only answered misunderstandings were to be expected when men converse in national dialects. Wildrake, now considerably drunker than he ought to have been in civil company, caught up the phrase, and repeated it. Misunderstanding, sir, I do not know how I am to construe that, sir, but to judge from the information of these scratches on your honourable visnomy, I should augur that you had been of late at misunderstanding with the cat, sir." "You are mistaken, then, friend, for it was with the dowg," answered the Scotsman dryly, and cast a look towards Albert. "We had some trouble with the watchdogs in entering so late in the evening," said Albert in explanation, "and this youth had a fall among some rubbish by which he came by these scratches." "And now, dear Sir Henry," said Dr. Rochecliffe, "allow us to remind you of your gout, and our long journey. I do it the rather that my good friend your son has been during the whole time of supper putting questions to me aside, which had much better be reserved till tomorrow. May we therefore ask permission to retire to our night's rest?" "These private committees in a merry meeting," said Wildrake, "are a solecism in breeding. They always put me in mind of the cursed committees at Westminster. But shall we roost before we rouse the nightle with a catch?" "How canst thou quote Shakespeare?" said Sir Henry, pleased at discovering a new good quality in his acquaintance, whose military services were otherwise, but just able to counterbalance the intrusive freedom of his conversation. "In the name of Mary, will he continue at whom I never saw, though I have seen many of his comrades, as Allan Hemmings, and so on. We will have a single catch, and one rouse about, and then to bed." After the usual discussion about the choice of the song, and the parts which each was to bear, they united their voices in trolling a loyal glee which was popular among the party at the time, and in fact believed to be composed by no less a person than Dr. Rochecliffe himself. "Glee for King Charles. Bring the bowl which you boast. Fill it up to the brim. 'Tis to him we love most, and to all who love him. Brave gallants, stand up, and avaunt, ye base carles. Were there death in the cup? Here's a health to King Charles, though he wanders through dangers, unaided, unknown, dependent on strangers, estranged from his own, though 'tis under our breath, amidst forfeits and perils. Here's to honour and faith, and a health to King Charles. Let such honours abound as the time can afford. The knee on the ground, and the hand on the sword. But the time shall come round, when mid lords, dukes, and earls, the loud trumpets shall sound. Here's a health to King Charles." After this display of loyalty and a final libation, the party took leave of each other. For the night Sir Henry offered his old acquaintance Wildrake a bed for the evening, who weighed the matter somewhat in this fashion: "Why, to speak truth, my patron will expect me at the borough, but then he is used to my staying out of doors, and it's then there's the devil that they say haunts Woodstock. But with the blessing of this reverend doctor, I defy him and all his works. I saw him not when I slept here twice before, and I am sure if he was absent, then he has not come back with Sir Henry Lee, and his family, so I accept your courtesy, Sir Henry, and I thank you as a Cavalier of Lunsford, should thank one of the fighting clerks of Oxon Guard. Bless the king, I care not who hears it, in confusion to Noel. And his red nose, off he went accordingly, with a bottle swagger guided by Joceline, to whom Albert in the meantime had whispered to be sure to quarter him far enough from the rest of the family. Young Lee then saluted his sister, and with the formality of those times asked, and received his father's blessing with an affectionate embrace. His page seemed desirous to imitate one part of his example, but was repelled by Alice, who only replied to his offered salute. With a curtsy, he next bowed his head in an awkward fashion to her father, who wished him a good night. I am glad to see, young man, he said, that you have at least learned the reverence due. To age it should always be paid, sir, because in doing so you render that honor to others which you will expect yourself to receive. When you approach the close of your life, more will I speak with you at leisure on your duties as a page, which office in former days used to be the very school of chivalry, whereas of late, by the disorderly times, it has become little better than a school of wild and disordered license, which made rare Ben Jonson exclaim. Nay, father, said Albert, interposing, you must consider this day's fatigue, and the poor lad is almost asleep on his legs tomorrow. He will listen with more profit to your kind admonitions, and you, Louis, remember at least one part of your due to take the candles, and light usher Joceline comes to show us the way once more. Good night, good Dr. Rochecliffe, good night all. Chapter the 21st. Groom, hail, noble prince. King Richard thanks noble peer. The cheapest of us is a groat too dear. Richard, Roman 2. Albert and his page were ushered by Joceline to what was called the Spanish chamber, a huge old scrambling bedroom, rather in a dilapidated condition, but furnished with a large standing for the master, and a trucklebed for the domestic, as was common at a much later period in old English houses, where the gentleman often required the assistance of a groom of the chambers to help him to bed. If the hospitality had been exuberant, the walls were covered with hangings of cordovan, leather stamped with gold, and representing fights between the Spaniards and Morisco's bullfeasts and other sports peculiar to the peninsula from which it took its name of the Spanish chamber. These hangings were in some places entirely torn down, in others defaced and hanging in tatters, but Albert stopped not to make observations anxious. It seemed to get Joceline out of the room, which he achieved by hastily answering his offers of fresh fuel and more liquor in the negative, and returning with equal conciseness the underkeeper's good wishes for the evening. He at length retired somewhat unwillingly, and as if he thought that his young master might have bestowed a few more words upon a faithful old retainer after so long absence. Jolliffe was no sooner gone than before a single word was spoken between Albert Lee and his page. The former hastened to the door, examined lock, latch, and bolt, and made them fast with the most scrupulous attention. He superadded to these precautions that of a long screwbolt which he brought out of his pocket, and which he screwed on to the staple in such a manner as to render it impossible to withdraw it or open the door unless, by breaking it down, the page held a light to him during the operation, which his master went through with much exactness and dexterity. But when Albert arose from his knee, on which he had rested during the accomplishment of this task, the manner of the companions was on the sudden entirely changed towards each other. The Honourable Master Kerneguy, from a cubbish lout of a raw Scotsman, seemed to have acquired at once all the grace and ease of motion and manner which could be given by an acquaintance of the earliest and most familiar kind with the best company of the time. He gave the light he held to Albert with the easy indifference of a superior who rather graces than troubles his dependent by giving him some slight service to perform. Albert, with the greatest appearance of deference, assumed in his turn the character of torchbearer, and lighted his page across the chamber without turning his back upon him. As he did so, he then set the light on the table by the bedside, and approaching the young man with deep reverence, received from him the soiled green jacket with the same profound respect as if he had been a first lord of the bedchamber or other officer of the household of the highest distinction, disrobing his sovereign of the mantle of the garter. The person to whom this ceremony was addressed endured it for a minute or two with profound gravity, and then bursting out a-laughing, exclaimed to Albert, what a devil means all this formality thou complimentest with these miserable rags, as if they were silks and sables, and with poor Louis Kerneguy, as if he were the King of Great Britain. And if your Majesty's commands, and the circumstances of the time have made me for a moment seem to forget that you are my sovereign. Surely I may be permitted to render my homage as such while you are in your own royal palace of Woodstock." "Truly," replied the disguised monarch, "the sovereign and the palace are not ill-matched. These tattered hangings and my ragged jerkin suit each other admirably. This Woodstock is the bower where the royal Norman revelled with the fair Rosamond Clifford. Why, it is a place of assignation for owls." Then, suddenly recollecting himself with his natural courtesy, he added, as if fearing he might have hurt Albert's feelings, "But the more obscure and retired it is, the fitter for our purpose, Lee. And if it does seem to be a roost for owls, as there is no denying, why, we know it has nevertheless brought up eagles." He threw himself as he spoke upon a chair, and indolently, but gracefully received the kind offices of Albert, who undid the coarse buttonings of the leathern gamashes which defended his legs, and spoke to him the whilst. "What a fine specimen of the olden time is your father, Sir Henry. It is strange I should not have seen him before, but I heard my father often speak of him as being among the flower of our real old English gentry. By the mode in which he began to school me, I can guess you had a tight taskmaster of him. Albert, I warrant you never wore hat in his presence, eh?" "I never cocked it, at least in his presence, please your majesty, as I have seen some youngsters do," answered Albert. "Indeed, if I had, it must have been a stout beaver to have saved me from a broken head." "Oh, I doubt it not," replied the king, "a fine old gentleman, but with that methinks in his countenance that assures you he would not hate the child in sparing the rod. Hark ye, Albert, suppose the same glorious restoration come round which, if drinking to its arrival can hasten, it should not be far distant, for in that particular our adherents never neglect their duty. Suppose it come therefore, and that thy father, as must be of course, becomes an earl, and one of the privy council. Oddsfish, man, I shall be as much afraid of him as ever was my grandfather Henry Quater of Old Sully. Imagine there was such a trinket now about the court as the fair Rosamond or la belle Gabrielle. What a work there would be of pages and grooms of the chamber to get the pretty rogue clandestinely shuffled out by the backstairs like a prohibited commodity when the step of the Earl of Woodstock was heard in the antechamber. "I am glad to see your majesty's summary after your fatiguing journey." "The fatigue was nothing, man," said Charles, "a kind welcome, and a good meal made amends for all that, but they must have suspected thee of bringing a wolf from the braes of Badenoch along with you, instead of a tulligid being with no more than the usual allowance of mortal stowage for provisions. I was really ashamed of my appetite, but thou knowest I had eat nothing for 24 hours, save the raw egg you stole for me from the old woman's henroost. I tell thee I blushed to show myself so ravenous before that high-bred and respectable old gentleman your father, and the very pretty girl your sister. A cousin, is she?" "She is my sister," said Albert Lee dryly, and added in the same breath, "Your majesty's appetite suited well enough with the character of a raw northern lad. Would your majesty now please to retire to rest?" "Not for a minute or two," said the king, retaining his seat. "Why, man, I have scarce had my tongue unchained today, and to talk with that northern twang, and besides the fatigue of being obliged to speak every word in character, gad, it's like walking as the galley slaves do on the continent with a 24-pound shot chained to their legs. They may drag it along, but they cannot move with comfort. And by the way, thou art slack in paying me my well-deserved tribute of compliment on my counterfeiting. Did I not play Louis Kerneguy as round as a ring? If your majesty asks my serious opinion, perhaps I may be forgiven if I say your dialect was somewhat too coarse for a Scottish youth of high birth, and your behavior perhaps a little too churlish. I thought too, though I pretend not to be skilful, that some of your Scottish sounded as if it were not genuine." "Not genuine there is no pleasing the Albertois who should speak genuine Scottish, but myself was I not their king for a matter of 10 months, and if I did not get knowledge of their language, I wonder what else I got by it. Did not East Country and South Country and West Country and Highlands croak and shriek about me, as the deep guttural, the broad drawl, and the high sharp yelp predominated by turns? Oddsfish, man, have I not been speeched at by their orators, addressed by their senators, rebuked by their kirkmen? Have I not sate on the cutter-stool moan again, assuming the northern dialect, and thought it grace of worthy Mrs. John Gillespie that I was permitted to do penance in my own privy chamber, instead of the face of the congregation. And wilt thou tell me after all, that I cannot speak Scotch enough to baffle an Oxon knight and his family? May it please your majesty, I begun by saying I was no judge of the Scottish language. Peshawit is mere envy, just so you said at Norton's that I was too courteous and civil for a young page. No, you think me too rude. And there is a medium, if one could find it, said Albert, defending his opinion in the same tone in which the king attacked him so this morning. When you were in the woman's dress, you raised your petticoats rather unbecomingly high as you waded through the first little stream. And when I told you of it, to mend the matter you draggled through the next, without raising them at all. Oh, the devil take the woman's dress, said Charles. I hope I shall never be driven to that disguise again. Why, my ugly face was enough to put gowns, caps, and kirtles out of fashion. For ever the very dogs fled from me had I passed any hamlet that had but 5 huts in it. I could not have escaped the cucking stool. I was a libel on womankind. These leathern conveniences are none of the gayest, but they are propria qui maribus and right. Glad am I to be repossessed of them. I can tell you too, my friend, I shall resume all my masculine privileges with my proper habiliments. And as you say I have been too coarse tonight, I will behave myself like a courtier to Mistress Alice tomorrow. I made a sort of acquaintance with her already when I seemed to be of the same sex with herself, and found out there are other colonels in the wind besides you, Colonel Albert Lee. May it please your majesty, said Alberton, then stopped short from the difficulty of finding words to express the unpleasant nature of his feelings. They could not escape Charles, but he proceeded without scruple. I pique myself on seeing as far into the hearts of young ladies as most folk, though God knows they are sometimes too deep for the wisest of us. But I mentioned to your sister in my character of Fortunatilla, thinking, poor simple man, that a country girl must have no one but her brother to dream about, that she was anxious about a certain colonel. I had hit the theme, but not the person, for I alluded to you, Albert, and I presume the blush was too deep ever to be given to brother. So up she got, and away she flew from me like a lapwing. I can excuse her for looking at myself in the well, I think. If I had met such a creature, as I seemed, I should have called fire and faggot against it. Now, what think you, Albert, who can this colonel be that more than rivals you in your sister's affection? Albert, who well knew that the king's mode of thinking where the fair sex was concerned was far more gay than delicate, endeavored to put a stop to the present topic by a grave answer. His sister, he said, had been in some measure educated with the son of her maternal uncle Markham Everard, but as his father and he himself had adopted the cause of the Roundheads, the families had in consequence been at variance, and any projects which might have been formerly entertained were of course long since dismissed on all sides. You are wrong, Albert, you are wrong, said the king, pitilessly pursuing his jest. You colonels, whether you wear blue or orange sashes, are too pretty fellows to be dismissed so easily when once you have acquired an interest. But Mistress Alice, so pretty, and who wishes the restoration of the king with such a look and accent, as if she were an angel whose prayers must needs bring it down, must not be allowed to retain any thoughts of a canting Roundhead. What say you? Will you give me leave to take her to task about it after all? I am the party most concerned in maintaining true allegiance among my subjects, and if I gain the pretty maiden's good, will that of the sweethearts will soon follow. This was jolly King Edward's way. Edward the Fourth, you know, the king-making Earl of Warwick, the Cromwell of his day, dethroned him more than once, but he had the hearts of the merry dames of London, and the purses and veins of the cockneys bled freely, till they brought him home again. How say you shall I shake off my northern slough, and speak with Alice in my own character, showing what education and manners have done for me, to make the best amends they can for an ugly face. May it please your majesty, said Albert, in an altered and embarrassed tone, I did not expect. Here he stopped, not able to find words adequate at the same time to express his sentiments, and respectful enough to the king while in his father's house, and under his own protection. And what is it that Master Lee does not expect, said Charles, with marked gravity on his part. Again Albert attempted a reply, but advanced no farther than I would hope, if it please your majesty. When he again stopped short, his deep and hereditary respect for his sovereign and his sense of the hospitality due to his misfortunes preventing his giving utterance to his irritated feelings. "And what does Colonel Albert Lee hope?" said Charles, in the same dry and cold manner in which he had before spoken. "No answer now. I hope that Colonel Lay does not see in a silly jest anything offensive to the honor of his family, since methinks that were an indifferent compliment to his sister, his father, and himself, not to mention Charles Stuart, whom he calls his king, and I expect that I shall not be so hardly construed as to be supposed capable of forgetting that Mistress Alice Lee is the daughter of my faithful subject and host, and the sister of my guide and preserver. Come, Albert," he added, changing at once to his naturally frank and unceremonious manner, "you forget how long I have been abroad, where men, women, and children talk gallantry morning, noon, and night with no more serious thought than just to pass away the time, and I forget, too, that you are of the old-fashioned English school, a son after Sir Henry's own heart, and don't understand raillery upon such subjects. But I ask your pardon, Albert, sincerely, if I have really hurt you." So saying, he extended his hand to Colonel Lay, who, feeling he had been rather too hasty in construing the king's jest in an unpleasant sense, kissed it with reverence, and attempted an apology. Not a word," said the good-natured prince, raising his penitent adherent, as he attempted to kneel. "We understand each other. You are somewhat afraid of the gay reputation which I acquired in Scotland, but I assure you I will be as stupid as you or your cousin Colonel could desire in presence of Mistress Alice Lee, and only bestow my gallantry, should I have any to throw away, upon the pretty little waiting maid who attended at supper. Unless you should have monopolized her ear for your own benefit, Colonel Albert." "It is monopolized, sure enough, though not by me, if it please your majesty, but by Jocelyn Joliffe, the underkeeper, whom we must not disoblige, as we have trusted him so far already, and may have occasion to repose even entire confidence in him. I half think he suspects who Louis Kerneguy may in reality be." "You are an engrossing set, you wooers of Woodstock," said the king, laughing. "Now, if I had a fancy as a Frenchman, would not fail to have in such a case to make pretty speeches to the deaf old woman I saw in the kitchen. As a pizoller, I dare say I should be told that her ear was engrossed for Dr. Rochecliffe's sole use." "I marvel at your majesty's good spirits," said Albert, "that after a day of danger, fatigue, and accidents, you should feel the power of amusing yourself thus. That is to say, the groom of the chambers wishes his majesty would go to sleep. Well, one word or two on more serious business, and I have been completely directed by you and Rochecliffe. I have changed my disguise from female to male upon the instant, and altered my destination from Hampshire to take shelter here. Do you still hold it the wiser course?" "I have great confidence in Dr. Rochecliffe," replied Albert, whose acquaintance with the scattered royalists enables him to gain the most accurate intelligence. His pride in the extent of his correspondence, and the complication of his plots and schemes for your majesty's service, is indeed the very food he lives upon, but his sagacity is equal to his vanity. I repose, besides, the utmost faith in Joliffe of my father and sister. I would say nothing, yet I would not without reason extend the knowledge of your majesty's person farther than it is indispensably necessary." "Is it handsome in me," said Charles, pausing, "to withhold my full confidence from Sir Henry Lee? Your majesty heard of his almost death swoon of last night. What would agitate him most deeply must not be hastily communicated." "True, but are we safe from a visit of the redcoats? They have them in Woodstock as well as in Oxford," said Charles. "Dr. Rochecliffe says not unwisely," answered Lee, "that it is best sitting near the fire when the chimney smokes, and that Woodstock, so lately in possession of the sequestrators, and still in the vicinity of the soldiers, will be less suspected and more carelessly searched than more distant corners, which might seem to promise more safety. Besides," he added, "Rochecliffe is in possession of curious and important news concerning the state of matters at Woodstock, highly favorable to your majesty's being concealed in the palace for 2 or 3 days till shipping is provided. The Parliament, or usurping Council of State, had sent down sequestrators whom their own evil conscience, assisted perhaps by the tricks of some daring Cavaliers, had frightened out of the lodge, without much desire to come back again. Then the more formidable usurper Cromwell had granted a warrant of possession to Colonel Everard, who had only used it for the purpose of repossessing his uncle in the lodge, and who kept watch in person at the little burrow, to see that Sir Henry was not disturbed. What Mistress Alice's colonel said the king that sounds alarming for Grant, that he keeps the other fellows at bay. Think you not, Master Albert, he will have 100 errands a day to bring him here in person. Dr. Rochecliffe says, answered Lee, the treaty between Sir Henry and his nephew binds the latter not to approach the lodge, unless invite. Indeed, it was not without great difficulty, and strongly arguing the good consequences it might produce to your Majesty's cause, that my father could be prevailed on to occupy Woodstock at all. But be assured he will be in no hurry to send an invitation to the colonel. And be you assured that the colonel will come without waiting for one, said Charles. Folk cannot judge rightly where sisters are concerned. They are too familiar with the magnet to judge of its powers of attraction. Everard will be here, as if drawn by Cartrope's fetters, not to talk of promises, will not hold him, and then methinks we are in some danger. I hope not, said Albert. In the first place, I know Markham is a slave to his word. Besides, were any chance to bring him here, I think I could pass your Majesty upon him without difficulty as Louis Kerneguy. Then, although my cousin and I have not been on good terms for these some years, I believe him incapable of betraying your Majesty. And lastly, if I saw the least danger of it, I would, were he 10 times the son of my mother's sister, run my sword through his body ere he had time to execute his purpose. There is but another question, said Charles, and I will release you. Albert, you seem to think yourself secure from search. It may be so, but in any other country, this tale of goblins which is flying about would bring down priests and ministers of justice to examine the reality of the story, and mobs of idle people to satisfy their curiosity. Respecting the first, sir, we hope and understand that Colonel Everard's influence will prevent any immediate inquiry for the sake of preserving undisturbed the peace of his uncle's family. And as for any one coming without some sort of authority, the whole neighbors have so much love and fear of my father, and are besides so horribly alarmed about the goblins of Woodstock, that fear will silence curiosity. On the whole then, said Charles, the chances of safety seem to be in favor of the plan we have adopted, which is all I can hope for in a condition where absolute safety is out of the question. The bishop recommended Dr. Rochecliffe as one of the most ingenious, boldest, and most loyal sons of the Church of England. You, Albert Lee, have marked your fidelity by 100 proofs to you and your local knowledge. I submit myself, and now prepare our arms to live. I will not be taken, yet I will not believe that a son of the King of England and heir of her throne could be destined to danger in his own palace, and under the guard of the loyal Lees. Albert Lee laid pistols and swords in readiness by the king's bed and his own, and Charles, after some slight apology, took his place in the larger and better bed with a sigh of pleasure. As from one who had not lately enjoyed such an indulgence, he bid good night to his faithful attendant, who deposited himself on his truckle, and both monarch and subject were soon fast asleep. Chapter the 22nd. Give Sir Nicholas Threlkeld praise. Hear it, good man, old in days. Thou tree of succor and of rest, to this young bird that was distressed. Beneath thy branches he did stay, and he was free to sport and play, when falcons were abroad for prey. Wordsworth. The fugitive prince slept in spite of danger, with the profound repose which youth and fatigue inspire, but the young Cavalier, his guide and guard, spent a more restless night, starting from time to time, and listening anxious, notwithstanding Dr. Rochecliffe's assurances, to procure yet more particular knowledge concerning the state of things around them than he had been yet able to collect. He rose early after daybreak, but although he moved with as little noise as was possible, the slumbers of the hunted prince were easily disturbed. He started up in his bed and asked if there was any alarm. None, please your Majesty, replied Lee, only thinking on the questions your Majesty was asking last night, and the various chances there are of your Majesty's safety being endangered from unforeseen accidents. I thought of going thus early both to communicate with Dr. Rochecliffe and to keep such a lookout as befits the place where are lodged for the time the fortunes of England. I fear I must request of your majesty, for your own gracious security, that you have the goodness to condescend to secure the door with your own hand after I go out." "Oh, talk not to majesty for heaven's sake, dear Albert," answered the poor king, endeavoring in vain to put on a part of his clothes in order to traverse the room when a king's doublet and hose are so ragged that he can no more find his way into them than he could have travelled through the forest of Dean without a guide. Good faith, there should be an end of majesty, until it chances to be better accommodated. Besides, there is the chance of these big words bolting out at unawares, when there are ears to hear them whom we might think dangerous. "Your commands shall be obeyed," said Lee, who had now succeeded in opening the door from which he took his departure, leaving the king, who had hustled along the floor for that purpose with his dress, woefully ill, arranged to make it fast again behind him, and begging him in no case to open to anyone unless he or Rochecliffe were of the party who summoned him. Albert then set out in quest of Dr. Rochecliffe's apartment, which was only known to himself and the faithful Jolliffe, and had at different times accommodated that steady churchman with a place of concealment, when from his bold and busy temper, which led him into the most extensive and hazardous machinations on the king's behalf, he had been strictly sought after by the opposite party of late the inquest after him had died. Entirely away, as he had prudently withdrawn himself from the scene of his intrigues, since the loss of the Battle of Worcester, he had been afloat again, and more active than ever, and had by friends and correspondents, and especially the bishop, have been the means of directing the king's flight towards Woodstock, although it was not until the very day of his arrival that he could promise him a safe reception at that ancient mansion. Albert Lee, though he revered both the undaunted spirit and ready resources of the bustling and intriguing churchman, felt he had not been enabled by him to answer some of Charles' questions yesternight in a way so distinct as one trusted with the king's safety ought to have done, and it was now his object to make himself personally acquainted, if possible, with the various bearings of so weighty a matter as became a man on whom so much of the responsibility was likely to descend. Even his local knowledge was scarce adequate to find the doctor's secret apartment had he not traced his way after a genial flavor of roasted game through divers blind passages, and up and down certain very useless stairs, through cupboards and hatchways, and so forth to a species of sanctum sanctorum where Joceline Jolliffe was ministering to the good doctor, a solemn breakfast of wildfowl with a cup of small beer stirred with a sprig of rosemary, which Dr. Rochecliffe preferred to all strong potations. Beside him sat Bevis on his tail, slobbering and looking amiable, moved by the rare smell of the breakfast, which had quite overcome his native dignity of disposition. The chamber in which the doctor had established himself was a little octangular room, with walls of great thickness, within which were fabricated various issues leading in different directions, and communicating with different parts of the building. Around him were packages with arms, and near him one small barrel, as it seemed, of gunpowder, many papers in different parcels, and several keys. For correspondence in cipher, 2 or 3 scrolls covered with hieroglyphics were also beside him, which Albert took for plans of nativity and various models of machinery, in which Dr. Rochecliffe was an adept. There were also tools of various kinds, masks, cloaks, and a dark lantern, and a number of other indescribable trinkets belonging to the trade of a daring plotter in dangerous times. Last, there was a casket with gold and silver coin of different countries, which was left carelessly open, as if it were the least of Dr. Rochecliffe's concern, although his habits in general announced narrow circumstances, if not actual poverty. Close by the divine's plate lay a Bible and prayer book with some proof sheets, as they are technically called, seemingly fresh from the press. There was also within the reach of his hand a dirk or Scottish poniard, a powder horn, and a musketoon or blunderbuss, with a pair of handsome pocket pistols. In the midst of this miscellaneous collection, the doctor sat eating his breakfast with great appetite, as little dismayed by the various implements of danger around him as a workman is when accustomed to the perils of a gunpowder manufactory. "So, young gentleman," he said, getting up and extending his hand, "are you come to breakfast with me in good fellowship, or to spoil my meal this morning, as you did my supper last night, by asking untimely questions?" "I will pick a bone with you with all my heart," said Albert, "and if you please, doctor, I would ask some questions which seem not quite untimely." So saying, he sat down and assisted the doctor in giving a very satisfactory account of a brace of wild ducks and a leash of teal bevis, who maintained his place with great patience and insinuation, had his share of a collop, which was also placed on the well-furnished board, for like most high-bred dogs, he declined eating waterfowl. "Come hither then, Albert Lee," said the doctor, laying down his knife and fork, and plucking the towel from his throat. "So soon as Joceline was withdrawn, thou art still the same lad thou wert when I was thy tutor, never satisfied with having got a grammar rule, but always persecuting me with questions why the rule stood so, and not otherwise over-curious after information which thou couldst not comprehend, as Bevis slobbered and whined for the duckwing which he could not eat." "I hope you will find me more reasonable, doctor," answered Albert, "and at the same time that you will recollect I am not now sub ferula, but am placed in circumstances where I am not at liberty to act upon the ips dixit of any man, unless my own judgment be convinced I shall deserve richly to be hanged, drawn, and quartered should any misfortune happen by my misgovernment in this business. And it is therefore, Albert, that I would have thee trust the whole to me, without interfering. Thou sayest, forsooth, thou art not sub ferula, but recollect that while you have been fighting in the field, I have been plotting in the study, that I know all the combinations of the king's friends, aye, and all the motions of his enemies, as well as a spider knows every mesh of his web. Think of my experience, man, not a Cavalier in the land, but has heard of Rochecliffe, the plotter. I have been a main limb in everything that has been attempted since fought it, opened declarations, conducted correspondence, communicated with chiefs, recruited followers, commissioned arms, levied money, appointed rendezvous. I was in the Western Riding, and before that in the City Petition, and in Sir John Owen's stir in Wales. In short, almost in every plot for the king, since Tomkins and Challoner's matter." "But were not all these plots unsuccessful?" said Albert, "and were not Tomkins and Challoner hanged, doctor?" "Yes, my young friend," answered the doctor gravely, "as many others have been with whom I have acted, but only because they did not follow my advice implicitly. You never heard that I was hanged myself." "The time may come, doctor," said Albert. "The pitcher goes off to the well. The proverb, as my father would say, is somewhat musty, but I too have some confidence in my own judgment, and much as I honor the church, I cannot altogether subscribe to passive obedience. I will tell you in one word what points I must have explanation on, and it will remain with you to give it, or to return a message to the king that you will not explain your plan, in which case, if he acts by my advice, he will leave Woodstock and resume his purpose of getting to the coast without delay." "Well then," said the doctor, "thou suspicious monster, make thy demands, and if they be such as I can answer without betraying confidence, I will reply to them. In the first place, then, what is all this story about ghosts and witchcrafts and apparitions, and do you consider it as safe for His Majesty to stay in a house subject to such visitations, real or pretended? You must be satisfied with my answer. In verbo sacerdotis, circumstances you allude to will not give the least annoyance to Woodstock during the king's residence. I cannot explain farther, but for this I will be bound at the risk of my neck." Then said Lee, "We must take Dr. Rochecliffe's bail, that the devil will keep the peace towards our sovereign lord the king good. Now there lurked about this house the greater part of yesterday, and perhaps slept here a fellow called Tomkins, a bitter independent, and a secretary or clerk or something or other to the regicide dog Disborough. The man is well known a wild ranter in religious opinions, but in private affairs far-sighted, cunning, and interested, even as any rogue of them all. Be assured we will avail ourselves of his crazy fanaticism to mislead his wicked cunning. A child may lead a hog if it has wit to fasten a cord to the ring in its nose," replied the doctor. "You may be deceived," said Albert. "The age has many such as this fellow, whose views of the spiritual and temporal world are so different that they resemble the eyes of a squinting man, one of which oblique and distorted sees nothing but the end of his nose, while the other, instead of partaking the same defect, views strongly, sharply, and acutely whatever is subjected to its scrutiny. But we will put a patch on the better eye," said the doctor, "and he shall only be allowed to speculate with the imperfect optic. You must know this fellow has always seen the greatest number and the most hideous apparitions. he has not the courage of a cat in such matters. Though stout enough when he hath temporal antagonists before him, I have placed him under the charge of Jocelyn Jolliffe, who betwixt plying him with sack and ghost stories, would make him incapable of knowing what was done if you were to proclaim the king in his presence. But why keep such a fellow here at all? O Sir Content Yao lies leaguer as a sort of ambassador for his worthy masters, and we are secure from any intrusion so long as they get all the news of Woodstock from trusty Tomkins. I know Jocelyn's honesty, well said Albert, and if he can assure me that he will keep a watch over this fellow, I will so far trust in him. He does not know the depth of the stake 'tis true, but that my life is concerned will be quite enough to keep him vigilant well. Then I proceed what, if Markham Everard comes down on us? We have his word to the contrary, answered Rochecliffe, his word of honour, transmitted by his friend. Do you think it likely he will break it? I hold him incapable of doing so, answered Albert, and besides, I think Markham would make no bad use of anything which might come to his knowledge, yet God forbid we should be under the necessity of trusting any who ever wore the Parliament's colours in a matter of such dear concernment. Amen, said the doctor. Are your doubts silenced now? I still have an objection, said Albert, to yonder impudent rakehelly fellow styling himself a Cavalier, who rushed himself on our company last night, and gained my father's heart by a story of the storm of Brentford, which I dare say the rogue never saw. You mistake him, dear Albert, replied Rochecliffe. Roger Wildrake, although till of late I only knew him by name, is a gentleman, was bred at the Inns of Court, and spent his estate in the king's service. Or rather in the devil's service, said Albert. It is such fellows as he who sunk from the license of their military habits into idle debauched ruffians infest the land with riots and robberies, brawl in hedge alehouses and cellars, where strong waters are sold at midnight, and with their deep oaths, their hot loyalty, and their drunken valour make decent men abominate the very name of Cavalier. Alas, said the doctor, it is but too true, but what can you expect when the higher and more qualified classes are broken down and mingled undistinguishably with the lower orders? They are apt to lose the most valuable marks of their quality in the general confusion of morals and manners, just as a handful of silver medals will become defaced and discolored if jumbled about among the vulgar copper coin. Even the prime medal of all which we royalists would so willingly wear next our very hearts has not perhaps entirely escaped some deterioration, but let other tongues than mine speak on that subject. Albert Lee paused deeply after having heard these communications on the part of Rochecliffe. Doctor, he said, it is generally agreed, even by some who think you may occasionally have been a little over-busy in putting men upon dangerous actions. May God forgive them who entertain so false an opinion of me, said the doctor. That nevertheless you have done and suffered more in the king's behalf than any man of your function. They do me but justice, there, said Dr. Rochecliffe. Absolute justice. I am therefore disposed to abide by your opinion, if all things considered you think it safe that we should remain at Woodstock. That is not the question, answered the divine. And what is the question, then, replied the young soldier. Whether any safer course can be pointed out, I grieve to say that the question must be comparative. As to the point of option, absolute safety is Allah's, the willy out of the question on all sides. Now I say Woodstock is fenced and guarded, as at present by far the most preferable place of concealment. Enough, replied Albert, I give up to you the question as to a person whose knowledge of such important affairs, not to mention your age and experience, is more intimate and extensive than mine can be. You do well, answered Rochecliffe, and if others had acted with the like distrust of their own knowledge and confidence in competent persons, it had been better for the age. This makes understanding bar himself up within his fortalice and wit, betake himself to his high tower here. He looked around his cell with an air of self-complacence. The wise man foreseeth the tempest and hideth himself. Doctor, said Albert, let our foresight serve others far more precious than either of us. Let me ask you, if you have well considered whether our precious charge should remain in society with the family or betake himself to some of the more hidden corners of the house. Said the doctor, with an air of deep reflection. I think he will be safest as Louis Kerneguy, keeping himself close beside you. I fear it will be necessary, added Albert, that I scout abroad a little, and show myself in some distant part of the country, lest coming here in quest of me, they should find higher game. Pray do not interrupt me keeping himself close beside you or your father in, or near, to Victor Lee's apartment, from which you are aware he can make a ready escape, should danger approach. This occurs to me, as best for the present I hope to hear of the vessel Tade tomorrow at farthest. Albert Lee bid the active but opinionated man good morrow, admiring how this species of intrigue had become a sort of element, in which the doctor seemed to enjoy himself, notwithstanding all that the poet has said concerning the horrors, which intervene betwixt the conception and execution of a conspiracy. In returning from Dr. Rochecliffe's sanctuary, he met with Joceline, who was anxiously seeking him. The young Scotch gentleman, he said, in a mysterious manner, has arisen from bed, and hearing me pass, he called me into his apartment. Well, replied Albert, I will see him presently. And he asked me for fresh linen and clothes. Now, sir, he is like a man who is quite accustomed to be obeyed, so I gave him a suit which happened to be in a wardrobe in the West Tower, and some of your linen to conform, and when he was dressed, he commanded me to show him to the presence of Sir Henry Lee and my young lady. I would have said something, sir, about waiting till you came back, but he pulled me good-naturedly by the hair, as indeed he has a rare humor of his own, and told me he was guest to Master Albert Lee, and not his prisoner. So, sir, though I thought you might be displeased with me for giving him the means of stirring abroad, and perhaps being seen by those who should not see him, what could I say? You are a sensible fellow, Joceline, and comprehend always what is recommended to you. This youth will not be controlled, I fear, by either of us, but we must look the closer after his safety. You keep your watch over that prying fellow, the steward. Trust him to my care on that side, have no fear. But sir, I would we had the young Scot in his old clothes again, for the riding suit of yours, which he now wears, hath set him off in other guess fashion. From the manner in which the faithful dependent expressed himself, Albert saw that he suspected who the Scottish page in reality was, yet he did not think it proper to acknowledge to him a fact of such importance, secure, as he was equally of his fidelity, whether explicitly trusted to the full extent or left to his own conjectures. Full of anxious thought, he went to the apartment of Victor Lee, in which Jolliffe told him he would find the party assembled. The sound of laughter as he laid his hand on the lock of the door almost made him start, so singularly did it jar with the doubtful and melancholy reflections which engaged his own mind. He entered and found his father in high good humor, laughing and conversing freely with his young charge, whose appearance was indeed so much changed to the better in externals that it seemed scarce possible a night's rest, a toilet, and a suit of decent clothes could have done so much in his favor in so short a time. It could not, however, be imputed to the mere alteration of dress, although that no doubt had its effect. There was nothing splendid in that which Louis Kerneguy, we continue to call him by his assumed name, now wore. It was merely a riding suit of grey cloth with some silver lace, in the fashion of a country gentleman of the time, but it happened to fit him very well, and to become his very dark complexion, especially as he now held up his head, and used the manners not only of a well-behaved, but of a highly accomplished gentleman. When he moved, his clumsy and awkward limp was exchanged for a sort of shuffle which, as it might be the consequence of a wound in those perilous times, had rather an interesting than an ungainly effect. At least it was as genteel an expression that the party had been over hard travelled as the most polite pedestrian could propose to himself. The features of the wanderer were harsh as ever, but his red shock peruke, for such it proved, was laid aside. His sable elf-locks were trained by a little of Joceline's assistance into curls, and his fine black eyes shone from among the shade of these curls, and corresponded with the animated, though not handsome, character of the whole head. In his conversation he had laid aside all the coarseness of dialect which he had so strongly affected on the preceding evening, and although he continued to speak a little Scotch for the support of his character as a young gentleman of that nation, yet it was not in a degree which rendered his speech either uncouth or unintelligible, but merely afforded a certain Doric tinge essential to the personage. he represented no person on earth could better understand. The society in which he moved. Exile had made him acquainted with life in all its shades and varieticious spirits, if not uniform were elastic, had that species of Epicurean philosophy which even in the most extreme difficulties and dangers can in an interval of ease however brief avail itself of the enjoyments of the moment, was in short in youth and misfortune as afterwards. In his regal condition, a good-humoured but hard-hearted voluptuary wise save where his passions intervened beneficent save when prodigality had deprived him of the means or prejudice of the wish to confer benefices, faults, such as might often have drawn down hatred, but that they were mingled with so much urbanity that the injured person felt it impossible to retain the full sense of his wrongs. Albert Lee found the party consisting of his father's sister and the supposed page seated by the breakfast-table, at which he also took his place. He was a pensive and anxious beholder of what passed, while the page, who had already completely gained the heart of the good old Cavalier, by mimicking the manner in which the Scottish divines preached favour of Margude Lord Marquis of Argyle and the solemn league and covenant, was now endeavouring to interest the fair Alice by such anecdotes partly of warlike and perilous adventure as possessed the same degree of interest for the female ear which they have had ever since Desdemona's days. But it was not only of dangers by land and sea that the disguised page spoke, but much more and much oftener on foreign revels, banquets, balls, where the pride of France, of Spain, or of the Low Countries was exhibited in the eyes of their most eminent beauties. Alice, being a very young girl, who in consequence of the Civil War had been almost entirely educated in the country and often in great seclusion, it was certainly no wonder that she should listen with willing ears and a ready smile to what the young gentleman, their guest, and her brother's protégé told with so much gaiety and mingled with such a shade of dangerous adventure, and occasionally of serious reflection, as prevented the discourse from being regarded as merely light and frivolous. In a word, Sir Henry Lee laughed, Alice smiled from time to time, and all were satisfied, but Albert, who would himself, however, have been scarce able to allege a sufficient reason for his depression of spirits. The materials of breakfast were at last removed under the active superintendence of the neat-handed PHB, who looked over her shoulder and lingered more than once to listen to the fluent discourse of their new guest, whom on the preceding evening she had, while in attendance at supper, accounted one of the most stupid inmates to whom the gates of Woodstock had been opened since the times of fair Rosamond. Louis Kerneguy then, when they were left only four in the chamber, without the interruption of domestics, and the successive bustle occasioned by the discussion and removal of the morning meal, became apparently sensible that his friend and ostensible patron, Albert, ought not altogether to be suffered to drop to leeward in the conversation, while he was himself successfully engaging the attention of those members of his family to whom he had become so recently known. He went behind his chair, therefore, and leaning on the back, said, with a good-humoured tone, which made his purpose entirely intelligible, "Either my good friend, guide, and patron has heard worse news this morning than he cares to tell us, or he must have stumbled over my tattered jerkin and leathern hose, and acquired by contact the whole mass of stupidity which I threw off last night with those most dolorous garments. Cheer up, my dear Colonel Albert, if your affectionate page may presume to say so. You are in company with those whose society, dear to strangers, must be doubly so to you. Oddsfish man, cheer up. I have seen you gay on a biscuit, and a mouthful of watercresses. Don't let your heart fail you on Rhenish wine and venison." "Dear Louis," said Albert, rousing himself into exertion, and somewhat ashamed of his own silence, "I have slept worse and been astir earlier than you." "Be it so," said his father, "yet I hold it no good excuse for your sullen silence. Albert, you have met your sister, and me so long separated from you, so anxious on your behalf, almost like mere strangers, and yet you are returned safe to us, and you find us well." "Returned indeed, but for safety, my dear father, that word must be a stranger to us Worcester folk. For some time, however, it is not my own safety about which I am anxious." "About whose then should you be anxious? All accounts agree that the king is safe out of the dog's jaws." "Not without some danger, though," muttered Louis, thinking of his encounter with Bevis, on the preceding evening. No, not without danger, indeed, echoed the knight, but as old Will says, there's such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason dares not peep at what it would. No, now thank God that's cared for our hope and fortune, is escaped, so all news affirm escaped from Bristol. If I thought otherwise, Albert, I should be as sad as you are. For the rest of it, I have lurked a month in this house, when discovery would have been death, and that is no longer since than after Lord Holland and the Duke of Buckingham's rising at Kingston, and hang me if I thought once of twisting my brow into such a tragic fold as yours, but cocked my hat at misfortune, as a Cavalier should. If I might put in a word, said Louis, it would be to assure Colonel Albert Lee that I verily believe the king would think his own hap, wherever he may be much the worse, that his best subjects were seized with dejection on his account. You answer boldly, on the king's part, young man, said Sir Henry. Oh, my father was meikle about the king's hand, answered Louis, recollecting his present character. No wonder then, said Sir Henry, that you have so soon recovered your good spirits and good breeding when you heard of his Majesty's escape. Why, you are no more like the lad we saw last night than the best hunter I ever had was like a dray horse. Oh, there is much in rest and food and grooming, answered Louis. You would hardly know the tired jade you dismounted from last night, when she is brought out prancing and neighing the next morning, rested, refreshed, and ready to start again, especially if the brute hath some good blood, for such pick up unco fast. Well then, but since thy father was a courtier, and thou hast learned, I think, something of the trade, tell us a little, Master Kerneguy, of him. We love most to hear about the king. We are all safe and secret, you need not be afraid. He was a hopeful youth. I trust his flourishing blossom now gives promise of fruit. As the knight spoke, Louis bent his eyes on the ground, and seemed at first uncertain what to answer, but admirable at extricating himself from such dilemmas. He replied that he really could not presume to speak on such a subject in the presence of his patron Colonel Albert Lee, who must be a much better judge of the character of King Charles than he could pretend to be. Albert was accordingly next assailed by the knight, seconded by Alice, for some account of his Majesty's character. I will speak but according to facts, said Albert, and then I must be acquitted of partiality. If the king had not possessed enterprise and military skill, he never would have attempted the expedition to Worcester. Had he not had personal courage, he had not so long disputed the battle that Cromwell almost judged it lost. That he possesses prudence and patience must be argued from the circumstances attending his flight, and that he has the love of his subjects is evident, since necessarily known to many, he has been betrayed by none. For shame, Albert, replied his sister, is that the way a good Cavalier doles out the character of his prince, applying an instance at every concession, like a peddler measuring linen, with his rod out, upon no wonder you were beaten, if you fought as coldly for your king as you now talk for him. I did my best to trace a likeness from what I have seen and known of the original sister. Alice, replied her brother, if you would have a fancy portrait, you must get an artist of more imagination than I have to draw it for you. I will be that artist myself, said Alice, and in my portrait our monarch shall show all that he ought to be, having such high pretensions, all that he must be, being so loftily descended, all that I am sure he is, and that every loyal heart in the kingdom ought to believe him. Well, said Alice, quoth the old knight, look thou upon this picture, and on this here is our young friend, shall judge. I wager my best nag that is I would wager him, had I one left, that Alice proves the better painter of the two. My son's brain is still misty, I think, since his defeath has not got the smoke of Worcester out of it. Plague on thee, a young man, and cast down for one beating. Had you been banged 20 times like me, it had been time to look grave. But come, Alice, forward. The colors are mixed on your palette, forward, with something that shall show like one of Van Dyck's living portraits, placed beside the dull, dry presentation, there, of our ancestor Victor Lee. Alice, it must be observed, had been educated by her father in the notions of high and even exaggerated loyalty which characterized the Cavaliers, and she was really an enthusiast in the royal cause. But besides, she was in good spirits at her brother's happy return, and wished to prolong the gay humor in which her father had of late scarcely ever indulged. Well then, she said, though I am no Apelles, I will try to paint an Alexander such as I hope, and am determined to believe, exists in the person of our exiled sovereign soon, I trust to be restored, and I will not go farther than his own family. He shall have all the chivalrous courage, all the warlike skill of Henry of France, his grandfather, in order to place him on the throne, all his benevolence, love of his people, patience, even of unpleasing advice, sacrifice of his own wishes and pleasures to the commonweal that's seated. There he may be blessed while living, and so long remembered, when dead, that for ages after it shall be thought sacrilege to breathe an aspersion against the throne which he had occupied long after he is dead, while there remains an old man who has seen him, with the condition of that survivor, no higher than a groom or a menial his age, shall be provided for at the public charge, and his grey hairs regarded with more distinction than an earl's coronet, because he remembers the second Charles, the monarch of every heart in England. While Alice spoke, she was hardly conscious of the presence of anyone save her father and brother, for the page withdrew himself somewhat from the circle, and there was nothing to remind her of him. She gave the reins, therefore, to her enthusiasm, and as the tears glittered in her eye and her beautiful features became animated, she seemed like a descended cherub, proclaiming the virtues of a patriot monarch. The person chiefly interested in her description held himself back, as we have said, and concealed his own features, yet so as to preserve a full view of the beautiful speaker. Albert Lee, conscious in whose presence this eulogium was pronounced, was much embarrassed, but his father, all whose feelings were flattered by the panegyric, was in rapture.